Meteorites fall from the heavens, the awakening of elemental power commences, and the march towards expansion is relentless, heralding a future for civilization amidst the vast cosmos. Chapter 1. Source Energy. Blackrock City, are you all fools? Zhao Feng bellowed furiously amidst the patter of relentless rain. Before him, a throng of soldiers huddled around a flickering campfire, their heads bowed in shame. Zhao Feng gestured towards the black flintlock source guns exposed to the downpour outside the awning. Unable to restrain his ire, he exclaimed, "A bunch of idiots. Those are the key to your survival. Do you think they're mere fire sticks?" Though the enchanted flintlock source guns embedded with standardized source crystal stones are not easily damaged, the corrosive rain would inevitably cause somewhere on the source mechanisms that in essence. These flintlock source guns are devices that utilize thermal energy to activate the standardized source crystal within the grip. Not everyone possesses the innate ability to sense and wield elemental energy effortlessly in warfare. The majority rely on source guns, particularly the fresh recruits. Zhao Feng's own firearm was not a lengthy flintlock, but a compact Ruger, a semi-automatic weapon that seldom jams and remains unaffected by damp conditions. However, such handguns are reserved for officers, and in the Kingdom of Montauk, their production is limited. Only those of squad leader rank and above are deemed worthy to possess. 1.as he spoke. Zhao Feng delivered a forceful kick to the sergeant responsible for the new recruits, sending the unfortunate man sprawling into the mud. Observing the hapless soldiers scrambling about in the rain, Zhao Feng coldly remarked, "I understand many of you are here merely for a meal, but let me be clear, if you do not perform well, you won't even last a month." The battle for Blackrock City had persisted for 3 months. While Zhao Feng scolded the 20 or so soldiers sheltered under the awning, a nearby patrol of 10 could not suppress their chuckles, whispering, "The chief is at it again." Lecturing the rookies. Combined, their training hasn't exceeded a month. Many were plucked from surrounding villages or are refugees from the city, barely able to read, let alone cultivate elemental energy. What can we expect from them? Whether they have those flintlock source guns is inconsequential on the battlefield. They are merely fodder. Another soldier shrugged in response. The war had raged for 7 years, and many veterans had grown disillusioned. They could even gauge a rookie's potential to survive on the battlefield based on their demeanor and subtle cues. Numerous soldiers engaged in betting on these prospects, despite strict prohibitions from above. Who could enforce such rules in private, where stakes were merely a pack of cigarettes? As Zhao Feng's icy gaze fell upon the patrol, the soldiers stood tall and ceased their whispers. The torrential raindrops pounded against their steel helmets, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound. Although their uniforms were tattered, this patrol of 10 was evidently far more seasoned than the rookie Zhao Feng was chastising. The captain of the 10-man squad saluted Zhao Feng, who nodded in acknowledgement before the squad resumed their patrol. Zhao Feng turned his gaze back to the new recruits before him, a surge of blue source energy manifesting between his eyes and clenched fists. The invisible pressure intimidated the trembling recruits, rendering them mute with fear. Casting a cold glance at the quivering soldiers, Zhao Feng inquired, "Is there anyone among you who can read or write?" He then turned and departed. After leaving the recruits' camp, Zhao Feng looked up at the ominous dark clouds and the relentless downpour. Adjusting his military cap, he made his way toward the trading market outside the camp. The city of Black Rock had been besieged for 3 months, leading to a severe scarcity of supplies. While the situation around the camp remained somewhat stable, it was rumored that chaos reigned within the city. Zhao Feng deemed an umbrella unnecessary, as carrying one was a sign of weakness for a soldier. The broad, flat military cap signified his rank as an officer. With the onset of autumn, the rain had turned icy and bone-chilling. A layer of source energy emanated from within Zhao Feng, shielding him from the harsh external conditions. With years of military experience and short-term source energy training under his belt, Zhao Feng understood that maintaining even a minimal consumption of source energy in the rain was, in fact, a form of cultivation. He strode purposefully toward a street known as the Military Street, where non-supplied goods and items unavailable within the camp could be procured. Zhao Feng was there to purchase cigarettes and to inquire about the order he had placed 2 weeks prior. As he approached a familiar shop, he stumbled upon a conflict unfolding before him. "Pay up!" one soldier shouted. "I paid with a rifle, but on the front lines, Mo." 2 ruffians, armed with flintlock rifles, shoved the shopkeeper roughly. The sound of shattering glass, the shopkeeper's conciliatory words, whispers in the shadows of the dimly lit street, and the faint sobbing of a woman echoed around them. The relentless rain pattered down as Zhao Feng approached the two soldiers with an icy demeanor. One of the ruffians had even raised his rifle, but, while the shopkeeper's eye bore the mark of a dark bruise, a faint aura of source energy radiated from the hands of the two soldiers, hinting that they possessed some rudimentary skills in source energy. However, the raised rifle but never came crashing down. The two ruffians were caught off guard, unaware of Zhao Feng's silent approach, and were suddenly sent sprawling into a muddy puddle. With a stern expression, Zhao Feng stood before the two soldiers and commanded, "Get up." The murmurs around them, along with the voices of the shopkeeper and his wife, gradually faded into silence. Slap, slap, slap. One after another, Zhao Feng delivered resounding slaps to the two soldiers, their eyes glazing over as their cheeks swelled visibly. After delivering his punishment, Zhao Feng's demeanor remained somber as he observed the soldiers, who were now swaying precariously with their rifles. With a final cold remark, he declared, "Leave," with a commanding tone imbued with a certain authority. The reprimand startled the two ruffians, causing them to snap to attention. They hastily saluted Zhao Feng and quickly tugged at each other to flee the scene. Having witnessed the two soldiers stumble away in haste, Zhao Feng turned his gaze toward the damaged shop. The previously rigid and frosty expression on his face softened into a faint smile. Perhaps due to his infrequent smiles, Zhao Feng's grin often carried an air of sardonic amusement, which frightened the shopkeeper's wife into avoiding him altogether. Only the portly shopkeeper, having seen more of the world and being somewhat familiar with Zhao Feng, limped out to meet him at a pack of yin, along with the items I requested last time. Zhao Feng stated as he approached the shop, eyeing the cracked wooden counter with a furrowed brow. The shopkeeper promptly retrieved a pack of blue and white wrapped yin from a hidden compartment behind the counter. After glancing around cautiously, he produced two small blue stones, each no larger than a fingernail. The appearance of the blue stones was fleeting, vanishing into Zhao Feng's waist pouch in the blink of an eye. He also extracted a cigarette from the yin pack and placed it between his lips. As an officer, the quality of his cigarettes was certainly superior to those of the average soldier. The shopkeeper, eager to please, lit Zhao Feng's cigarette and, leaning in closer, whispered, "These are the last two source stones I could procure this month. You'll have to wait until next month for more." Drawing a deep breath, the dark blue smoke swirled through the air as Zhao Feng remarked, "Next month? Who knows if this wretched city will even hold out until then. Look at the caliber of reinforcements the camp is receiving. You just witnessed it yourself," Zhao Feng said, casting a sidelong glance at the shopkeeper. His words rendered the shopkeeper's expression notably grim. Zhao Feng, an outsider with no roots, had enlisted early and followed the war wherever it led, having resigned himself to the possibility of dying in battle at any moment. Yet the shopkeeper was different. He had a family and a business to protect within the city. Is it truly unsustainable? The shopkeeper stammered, his face contorted with concern and discomfort. Accepting a cup of hot tea from the shopkeeper's wife, Zhao Feng took a sip and advised, "If you can escape, do so swiftly. Now is the time to offload whatever you can. We are old acquaintances, and though I would not normally divulge such confidential matters, the current situation warrants it." Zhao Feng's intent to assist the portly shopkeeper stemmed from his recognition of the latter's connections to source stones. The shopkeeper appeared to lack substantial influence in the city, with few powerful patrons to rely on, yet he had managed to acquire source stones, which compelled Zhao Feng to regard him with newfound respect. The source stones from the shopkeeper differed significantly from the standard issue provided to the military. They contained a more potent and refined source energy, making them far more suitable for human absorption. Zhao Feng was intrigued by the shopkeeper's means of procurement, though the shopkeeper had never revealed his sources. While sipping his tea, Zhao Feng caught a glimpse of the shopkeeper's wife behind him, who offered Zhao Feng a conciliatory smile. Chapter 2. Embracing women in this wretched world. Wealth and power undeniably hold sway. The corpulent proprietor exuded an air of lewd acquiescence. Yet his affluence afforded him a wife of enduring grace, albeit somewhat timid. Zhao Feng had once chanced upon their young daughter, a striking maiden who had inherited many of her mother's virtues and possessed a bolder spirit. On one occasion, she even dared to touch Zhao Feng's firearm. A stack of banknotes was thumped onto the counter, conveying a multitude of unsaid words. After securing his waist pouch and feeling the vibrant energy radiating from the two source stones within, Zhao Feng stepped out of the dimly lit establishment nestled in the back streets. As he emerged, a woman with cascading locks hurriedly entered the shop. It was a rarity to see civilians purchasing goods in the shadowy vicinity of the military camp, and even more so a woman who appeared devoid of any cultivation in source power. A fleeting glance revealed a hint of intellect about her. Particularly as she passed Zhao Feng, she elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, releasing a delightful floral fragrance that evoked memories of a primary school he had wandered past in his youth, where the teachers bore a similar scent. Yet, before Zhao Feng could dwell further on these reflections, an urgent and jarring alarm blared from the military camp, accompanied by the increasingly intense sounds of cannon fire from the eastern city. Zhao Feng's expression shifted, and he hastily discarded his cigarette, but, rushing toward the camp, just after Zhao Feng departed the shadowy street, a throng of small urchins surged forth from the nooks and crannies, racing towards the mud-soaked ground where Zhao Feng had discarded his still smoldering cigarette. Upon reaching the military camp, he encountered his direct superior, Zhang Wen, with a grave demeanor. Zhang Wen addressed Zhao Feng. The second defensive line in the east has been breached, and we urgently require your unit to reinforce it. Hold the line for 3 days. Is that agreeable? Zhang Wen fixed his wide eyes upon Zhao Feng. With a clenched jaw, Zhao Feng slammed his military cap onto Zhang Wen's desk and replied, "Agreed. But you must supply me with 2 crates of source energy grenades and a batch of standard source crystals. Furthermore, ensure that our rations are sufficient. Many of my soldiers have gone a week without adequate nourishment." Having shared a rapport for 3 years, Zhao Feng felt emboldened to speak candidly. Having once rescued Zhang Wen from a pile of corpses 2 years prior. "Not a problem. If you can hold for 3 days, I shall provide you with canned provisions," Zhang Wen declared emphatically, slamming his palm onto the table. Thus, a meal and several crates of canned goods were dispatched to the front lines. Zhao Feng contemplated the value of his life and that of his comrades, realizing it seemed rather cheap. Naturally, his own life held greater worth, for he was a squad leader overseeing 100 men. This was the 3rd defensive position outside the eastern city, the penultimate line before the city gates. Zhao Feng and his brothers had held their ground for 2 days and nights. The fierce combat had rendered the surroundings desolate and grim. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the veil of night gradually descended, signifying the dwindling time of their vigil. Precisely 1 night remained. Leaning before the flickering campfire, Zhao Feng closed his eyes in meditation, clutching a pale blue crystal shard in his hand. A gentle stream of source energy emanated from within and around him. After a span of 40 minutes, the night fully enveloped the surroundings. The pale blue crystal in Zhao Feng's grasp transformed entirely into a white crystal, signaling the end of his cultivation. Observing the now energy-depleted source crystal, Zhao Feng exhaled softly, a hint of disappointment in his sigh. A young soldier named Yao Erniu, eager and attentive, presented a bowl of stew rice contained within a tin can to Zhao Feng. At merely 16 years of age, Yao Erniu had been in the military for a year and a half. It was Zhao Feng who, while leading his troops past Yao Erniu's devastated village, had pulled the young man from his stupor amidst the ruins and brought him into the camp, offering him this meal. Yao Erniu had come to regard Zhao Feng as his closest elder brother. In the brief span of 6 months, he had shielded Zhao Feng from 2 bullets, surviving by sheer luck. One of the bullets had been aimed directly at his chest, had he not placed a piece of metal under his clothing. This uninitiated lad would have met his untimely demise. "Brother, is the temperature still suitable, or shall I warm it up for you?" Yao Erniu grinned at Zhao Feng. Casting a glance at him, Zhao Feng said nothing, accepting the tin can and began to eat. 2 slices of pink canned meat stood out conspicuously amidst the stew. The surrounding soldiers, beleaguered and grimy from the trials of war and mud, could not help but swallow hard at the sight of the meat in Zhao Feng's can. Almost all eyes were fixed on those 2 slices, yet Zhao Feng's thoughts were elsewhere, focused on an irregular source stone nestled in his pocket, pressed against his skin. An unceasing flow of source energy replenished his being through that stone. In the Montauk Kingdom, not everyone possessed the aptitude to cultivate source energy. Since the sudden emergence of source energy 40 years ago, leading to the discovery of the unique mineral resource known as source stones, the world seemed to have plunged headlong into a state of barbaric development. Firearms utilizing source energy, energy cannons, and cultivation systems centered around source power emerged in rapid succession. The world had seemingly transitioned overnight from an agrarian civilization to one governed by source energy. The advent of source energy initially bestowed immense advantages upon the globe. Numerous nations and countless beings reaped its benefits. However, this newfound power and the evolution of societal structures also birthed a multitude of challenges. War erupted 2 decades ago, swiftly engulfing many neighboring nations. The Montauk Kingdom found itself ensnared in a pincer attack from the Elibis Kingdom and the Dark Abyss Empire, suffering successive defeats and losing territory in recent years. Zhao Feng was oblivious to the true expanse of this world. He had never ventured beyond the confines of Montauk, having only traversed the 3 southern provinces of his homeland. However, given the current trajectory of warfare, it appeared they would soon be retreating further north. Wiping a morsel of rice from the corner of his mouth, Zhao Feng gazed into the dark expanse of the plains ahead. To the east of Black Rock City lay an open field, offering an unobstructed view of the horizon. Zhao Feng and his comrades were primarily responsible for the southernmost corner of the eastern city's second front. This area was not the main thrust of the Elibis Kingdom's military offensive. Thus Zhao Feng and his unit did not bear the brunt of the pressure experienced by the combat troops. Zhang Wen, that fellow, proved to be reliable, not leading Zhao Feng into the fire. Over the past 2.5 days, Zhao Feng's team had endured 2 significant confrontations and 5 minor skirmishes. Battles erupted every few hours, depriving them of any opportunity for proper rest. The 100-strong contingent was divided into 3 groups for rotation. Veterans guided the newcomers, managing to hold the line while conserving their strength. With only 1 night remaining, as tomorrow morning the blind man Cheng and his team would arrive to relieve them, Zhao Feng urged his soldiers to remain vigilant and alert. The full complement was supposed to be 150 men, yet only 102 remained, nearly half of whom were wounded. Zhao Feng had reached the limits of his endurance. This evening, all soldiers from the rotating shifts were summoned by Zhao Feng. The banter of the seasoned veterans elicited low chuckles from the surrounding troops. In the harshness of war, these soldiers only came alive when discussing women. In response to the teasing from a veteran, Zhao Feng chided him with a smile. "You've only got 1 arm left, yet you're still daydreaming about embracing women?" Chapter 3. On the battlefield, one must fulfill their duties. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the seasoned veteran speaking had an empty right sleeve. He held a cigarette between his lips while gripping the handle of a flintlock pistol with his left hand, his fingers never straying more than 3 centimeters from the trigger. The rain had ceased, and I sensed that there would be further activity this evening. Keep a close watch on that patch of woodland. The enemy's previous 2 waves of attack emerged from there. Zhao Feng coughed and stated, "When the commander speaks, all soldiers must heed his words." And they collectively turned their gaze toward the small grove in the southeast direction. To the east of Black Rock City lay an expanse of open land. Yet the area where Zhao Feng and his men were stationed was marked by a small thicket. The grove was not vast, and the height of the trees was modest. Many had been shattered in half during earlier skirmishes by stray bullets and artillery fire. However, the grove posed a considerable headache, as it offered the enemy a degree of concealment and cover. Just days prior, Zhao Feng had contemplated setting fire to the grove, but the incessant rain had rendered such plans unfeasible. Even now, though the rain had nearly ceased, the air remained damp, and the vicinity of the grove was a quagmire. Incinerating it was impractical. Moreover, the meager remnants of his troops, nearly half of whom were wounded, were insufficient to support a proactive assault from their entrenched positions. His primary duty was to hold the line. He could only wait for the shift change and inform Cheng the Blind, so his men could take action. Zhao Feng gazed into the distance as he spoke. Due to his cultivation of source energy, Zhao Feng possessed excellent night vision. The other soldiers, barring a few exceptionally gifted individuals, found it challenging to see clearly after dark. The standard source crystal stones provided by the army were inadequate in quality, and the source energy they contained was woefully insufficient. Even many seasoned veterans who had trained with these standard source crystals for years had only barely scratched the surface of their potential. Those like Zhao Feng, who could acquire source crystals through alternative means, were a rarity in Black Rock City. Incoming. A sharp whistle pierced the night air. Combat erupted suddenly. As Zhao Feng had anticipated, the soldiers of the Elibis Kingdom launched their assault primarily from that grove. Apart from the thicket, a few scattered enemies crept forward on the main battlefield. These were feigned attacks. The white streaks of energy projectiles glimmered vividly in the night sky. The veteran, who had just boasted to the new recruits that he could last 2 hours, urged them to reload his weapon while muttering under his breath, "That's the 7th one I've taken down. I've been hit." A chilling scream emanated from the surrounding positions. Almost immediately, a thunderous explosion followed as a shell landed nearby. This wave of attackers was equipped with energy cannons. The energy weaponry technology of the Montauk and Elibis kingdoms was not highly advanced, as they still relied on flintlock mechanisms. Unless a shot struck a vulnerable point like the eye, it typically wouldn't result in death. Yao Ernia had taken 2 hits for Zhao Feng, yet he remained lively and unscathed. The weaponry of the Black Abyss Empire is indeed more advanced, yet the battlefield before them is devoid of its soldiers. This absence has become even more pronounced since the proliferation of the source energy cultivation system. As the enemy's relentless assault nears a breaking point, Zhao Feng and his comrades realize that the only recourse they have is their own resolve. Prepare, Zhao Feng commands in a low voice. His aptitude for source energy cultivation is commendable, which is directly reflected in his superior hand-to-hand combat skills. With the same standard source crystal, Zhao Feng's absorption and utilization rate surpasses that of ordinary soldiers by 30%. Individuals of Zhao Feng's caliber are a rarity, with perhaps only 3 to 5 such talents in a battalion. As enemies emerge in droves, Zhao Feng unsheaths his spear, an orphan raised in the wild. His combat techniques were honed on the battlefield itself. Among all weapons, he excels with the spear. A dozen youthful soldiers, including Yao Erniu, follow him to the trench's edge. War is seldom a spectacle. It is difficult to encapsulate its essence with ornate language. Most of the time, it is monotonous, occasionally punctuated by bursts of adrenaline. Yet, the spirit of the soldiers remains perpetually taut. During his years of service, Zhao Feng recalls the routine of marching, cooking, and the harrowing moments of retreat, interspersed with glimpses of cultivation. With a swift thrust, Zhao Feng plunges his spear forward. So rapid is his movement that the surrounding soldiers scarcely comprehend the unfolding event before Zhao Feng has already driven the spear into the eye socket of the enemy before him. Quick, precise, and ruthless, these are the hallmarks of Zhao Feng's years of experience. If one does not eliminate the adversary shall eliminate them. The piercing shriek marks the commencement of this close-quarters combat. The brave shall live, the weak shall perish, Zhao Feng bellows. Kicking aside the corpse of the fallen enemy, he takes a shot outward before leading the charge. At times, the soldiers and oppos' eyes gleam with clarity. They witness the actions of their leader. Cowardice and fear of death yield no glory among the ranks. Zhao Feng's ability to command the entire squad relies not solely on his formidable source energy and ostensible rank. Brother, be careful. Yao Ernia's voice rings out. Zhao Feng instinctively rolls to the side as a blue source energy bullet grazes his cheek, leaving a ghastly mark of blood. Though blood trickles from his face, his expression remains fierce and valiant. Hold this position at all costs. With that, Zhao Feng rises once more and charges ahead. The deep blue light of his source energy radiates brilliantly against the night. He embodies a war god, rallying his brothers to staunchly resist the encroaching foes. The fierce battle, accompanied by bloodshed and loss, yields a victory come dawn. The enemy gradually retreats. The intensity of the previous night's assault exceeded Zhao Feng and his comrades' expectations. It is likely that the adversarial force they faced was not merely a single squadron, but rather 2, or even 3. Had it not been for the timely support from the brothers stationed to the north of the Second Front, including Zhao Feng, who procured 2 boxes of source energy grenades from Zhangwen in advance, the defense against last night's assault would have faltered. After a night of fierce combat, Zhao Feng's forces had suffered a further reduction of over 30 men. War is often a mere numbers game, with each side counterbalancing the other until one can no longer sustain the fight and retreats. After several years in military service, Zhao Feng had grown numb, having witnessed far too much death. The pain in his shoulder caused him to wince involuntarily. He attempted to light a cigarette but struggled to grasp the cigarette properly. Ultimately, it was Yao Ernia who assisted him in igniting it. Taking a deep drag, Zhao Feng exhaled a cloud of smoke and commanded the survivors around him. Ensure the battlefield is thoroughly cleaned. Not a single ticket or source energy bullet must be overlooked, especially the source crystal. He gestured towards the dismembered corpse of an officer, instructing, Erniu, check if that man in the officer's uniform possesses anything of value. Without needing further encouragement, Erniu moved with remarkable speed. He even managed to extract 3 packs of premium cigarettes, rare commodities not produced in Montauk. Brother, look what I found, Erniu exclaimed, raising his hand to reveal a blue-purple source crystal that shimmered brilliantly in his grasp. Additionally, he unearthed a small blood-stained notebook from the inner lining of the enemy's uniform. Under the morning sun, the source crystal in Yao Erniu's hand appeared to glow even more radiantly. Upon seeing the crystal, Zhao Feng could not help but smile with delight. Chapter 4. The teacher in need of assistance. By the time reinforcements from Chung the Blind's battalion arrived, not a single strand of hair remained on this front line. War serves as a crucible, revealing only those truly capable of survival. Despite the grievous losses sustained by Zhao Feng's unit over the past 3 days of fierce combat, most of the fallen were mere recruits. The core members, seasoned veterans who formed the backbone of Zhao Feng's forces, remained intact. Such veterans accumulate their prowess gradually, with a knack for gathering spoils that inspires Zhao Feng's confidence. The ensuing battles are in your capable hands. Exercise caution in that grove. I have an unsettling feeling it remains the primary avenue for enemy advances, Zhao Feng remarked, gesturing toward a desolate, withered thicket in the distance. Cheng the Blind, having lost one eye, regarded Zhao Feng's warning with a mix of disdain and curiosity, his remaining eye instinctively drawn to the direction indicated. Though Zhao Feng was over a decade younger than Cheng the Blind, the latter did not dare to underestimate him. Zhao Feng and Apos' rapid ascent to a position of equal standing with Cheng in just a few years commanded respect, not to mention his superior aptitude for energy cultivation. Yet, in conversation, Cheng still found it hard to concede to a man in his 20s. Rest assured, if your forces can endure for 3 days, mine shall hold out for 5. It appears the soldiers sent by the kingdom of Elibis are mere lambs to the slaughter, Cheng proclaimed. Zhao Feng replied, "It is merely a stroke of good fortune. Half of them must be sent to support our brethren in the north." As he departed from the second line outside Blackrock City, fatigue enveloped Zhao Feng entirely. "I hope I won't be left with scars," he muttered, wiping his face. The exceedingly precious blue-violet source crystal had found its way into Zhao Feng's pocket. He felt its exceptional energy coursing through him, quickening his heart with its vibrant pulse. In addition to the source crystal, the bloodstained notebook retrieved by Ernyo was no ordinary item. It appeared to be a manual for cultivation. Adorned with rudimentary human illustrations and many unfamiliar characters, inscriptions from the kingdom of Elibis. The esoteric diagrams and indecipherable symbols stirred an unsettling itch in Zhao Feng and Apos' mind. Yet he maintained a facade of composure. At least for a day and night, these soldiers could indulge in well-deserved respite. At this moment, Ernyo served dutifully like a personal aide, ever attentive, even standing guard while Zhao Feng slept. A source crystal that Zhao Feng had yet to deplete was slipped into Ernyo's hands, a prize obtained from the corpulent merchant. After a yawn, Zhao Feng carelessly applied a bit of the camp's healing ointment, neglecting even to wrap the bandages, and collapsed onto his bed, surrendering to slumber. After 3 continuous days and nights of battle, he was utterly exhausted. Zhao Feng was abruptly awakened by the resounding cannon fire. The proximity of the artillery shells to his dwelling was alarmingly close. This was a solitary accommodation allocated to Zhao Feng within the military camp. And the fact that even this place had come under attack underscored the dire situation at hand. At that moment, Yao Erniu, a diligent service soldier, dashed towards Zhao Feng, a piece of fried dough in his mouth. Without pausing to take a bite, Yao Erniu gasped, "It's breached. The second line has fallen. The enemy is currently assaulting the city gate defenses. Damn it. Has it only been a few days? Didn't Cheng Shezi say we could hold for 5 days? Zhao Feng could not restrain his displeasure. Having slept for a full day and night in his quarters, he was awakened by the nearby explosions. Though his stomach rumbled with hunger, his spirits were undeterred. Grabbing 2 pieces of fried dough from Yao Erniu, freshly retrieved from the kitchen, Zhao Feng hastily stuffed one into his mouth while sprinting towards the camp's exit. He needed to assess the state of the city gate defenses and determine whether any new orders had been issued. However, even if new assignments were forthcoming, it was unlikely they would be assigned to Zhao Feng's squad. Zhang Wen, adhering to protocol, would wait until Zhao Feng and his men had rested for over a week before considering deploying them again, and they would also require reinforcements. The fierce battle outside the city continued unabated. As more information came to light, Zhao Feng realized he had misunderstood Cheng Shezi. The breach in the second line was not at Cheng S's position but to the northeast. However, a disheartening piece of news reached Zhao Feng. A substantial enemy force was encroaching from the northwest of the Dark City, this time from the Helming Empire. A storm is brewing, Zhao Feng thought, casting a glance at the darkening sky, feeling a weight settle in his heart. Outside the camp, as he gazed towards the distant city walls, Zhao Feng suddenly spotted a familiar figure, the shopkeeper he had previously done business with. Alongside the portly shopkeeper stood a tall, intellectually poised woman, who evoked a sense of familiarity in Zhao Feng. Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao. Over here. Over here. The shopkeeper, noticing Zhao Feng's gaze, eagerly beckoned him. As Zhao Feng approached, the shopkeeper seized his hand and whispered urgently, "We need your help." "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Feng inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the woman beside the shopkeeper before focusing on him. After surveying the surroundings cautiously, the shopkeeper replied in a low voice. "We want to leave the city." The shopkeeper's words startled Zhao Feng. Though the city had not yet fallen, it was under lockdown. And the shopkeeper's desire to exit was no small feat. It required the assistance of certain individuals, such as Zhao Feng himself. Zhao Feng and the shopkeeper were old acquaintances. Just a few days prior, he had warned the shopkeeper that it might soon be time to flee. However, before Zhao Feng stood another unfamiliar woman. When Zhao Feng furrowed his brow and gazed at her, the plump boss took the initiative to introduce. "This is my daughter's teacher, Zhang Melian. She wishes to take her dozen or so students out of the city." Upon learning that she was a teacher, Zhao Feng regarded her with a newfound respect. Perhaps due to his humble beginnings, he had always held intellectuals in high esteem, especially someone of her profession. Yet, upon hearing that Zhang Melian intended to take her students with her, Zhao Feng could not help but frown. To him, it seemed as though she was attempting to carry not merely students but a multitude of burdens. Just as Zhao Feng was about to voice his concerns, Zhang Melian spoke first, kneeling before him and imploring, "Please, Captain Zhao, help us." As she began to kneel, Zhao Feng swiftly intervened. Her hands were cold to the touch, and her body felt unusually cool, leading Zhao Feng to suspect that she might be unwell. Furthermore, her frail and delicate appearance made him wonder if she was suffering from malnutrition. With a slight furrow in his brow, Zhao Feng refrained from immediately declining her request. After a moment of contemplation, he posed an unexpected question. "Are you a middle school teacher? What subject do you teach?" "Yes, I am a middle school teacher. And I teach Chinese literature," Zhang Melian replied. Coincidentally, the boss's daughter was in the first year of middle school, confirming Zhang Melian's role as a teacher. Zhao Feng then inquired further, "Teaching Chinese literature is quite fortuitous. I need you to teach me some Montauk script. Additionally, do you understand Elibis script?" Her surprise was evident as she paused, yet after a moment's hesitation, she nodded and responded, "I minored in the history of the Elibis kingdom during my university studies. So I do understand some." Zhao Feng was taken aback. She was indeed a university graduate. He regarded her with renewed admiration. Finally, after drawing the young teacher to a secluded corner, he retrieved a small, blood-stained notebook and asked, "Take a look. Can you understand these characters?" The blue-covered notebook he presented was the very one he had seized on the battlefield just days prior. Chapter 5. Leaving the city, do you recognize these characters? Zhao Feng inquired, pointing to the blood-stained notebook in his hand. Zhang Melian appeared frail and possibly unwell. Yet her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she scrutinized the notebook Zhao Feng held. This transformation stirred something within Zhao Feng. While indulging in games, boasting, and flirtation had their appeal, pressing matters demanded his attention, leading him to divert his gaze elsewhere. Outside the city, the thunderous sounds of explosions persisted. During this tumult, Zhang Melian's voice reached Zhao Feng's ears. "This seems to be a method for cultivating source energy." The teacher's voice filled Zhao Feng with elation. He had suspected as much prior to this revelation. The sudden emergence of source energy in this world had swiftly enveloped neighboring nations, resulting in profound changes across the board. Montauk, the nation Zhao Feng resided in, lagged behind in development, as it had historically prioritized economic growth over military and technological advancement. Consequently, the formidable power of the Black Abyss Empire's energy rifles was acutely felt by Zhao Feng, a witness on the battlefield. In contrast, the Elibis kingdom placed greater emphasis on its cultivation system, though the quality of its troops did not match that of the Black Abyss Empire. The officers ranked above squad leader in Elibis were increasingly formidable in combat. Moreover, Elibis operated under a monarchy, with a presence of nobility. Those officers likely hailed from noble families, possessing access to rare techniques. The unfortunate individual Zhao Feng and his comrades had dispatched 2 days prior may very well have been of noble descent. For one would not typically wield such techniques without a notable background. Regrettably, even with such techniques, he could not withstand a barrage of concentrated energy rifle fire. The spot where he fell was marked by numerous craters from energy cannon fire, and it was indeed a stroke of fortune that the rare technique had spared him. Zhao Feng was no noble, he was merely a commoner, with no knowledge of his parentage. Montauk operated under a parliamentary system, devoid of kings or nobility. This, perhaps, was one of the few advantages of Montauk, aside from its economic prowess. At least after years of war, a cadre of mid-level officers like Zhao Feng had emerged from the ranks of the lower classes. Yet, it proved futile. Montauk was destined to fall. Corruption, embezzlement, and the rigidity of power structures had gradually led this nation, founded over 200 years ago, into decline. In Zhao Feng's recollection, victories were a rarity for the Montauk military. Even Zhao Feng himself had led his brothers in a retreat to Black Rock City, uncertain of their future. Currently, the territory controlled by Montauk had dwindled to less than a third of what it was 7 years prior, aside from the renowned Iron City of Wenadingburg. Now the only remaining stronghold was the capital. Zhao Feng was not particularly inclined to concern himself with the fate of the nation. Such matters felt abstract and distant to him. From the very beginning of his military service, Zhao Feng harbored merely the desire to secure a stable meal, an aspiration not fundamentally different from that of Yao Erniu. Thus, upon recognizing the value of Miss Zhang Malian, Zhao Feng cast a glance at the woman before him and then at the portly boss nearby, who was nodding and bowing. He then declared, "I can devise a way to facilitate your exit from the city, but you must translate this entire book for me." After stowing away the booklet, Zhao Feng summoned the plump boss and stated, "You must provide me with your source energy crystal supply channel." Both of Zhao Feng's demands were reasonable. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Malian nodded in agreement, though the boss's expression shifted slightly. It was not that he was unwilling to comply, but rather that his channel had become largely defunct. Rubbing his hands together, the boss confessed, "To be candid, I procure my source stones from my brother. However, ever since the city was completely sealed off, I have lost contact with him. Nevertheless, I still have means to reach him. Rest assured. As soon as I manage to escape, I will do everything in my power to procure several quality stones for you, Captain Zhao." The boss patted his chest affirmatively. Zhao Feng sighed inwardly, recognizing that some matters cannot be forced. As night descended, the patrol teams of the western city began their rounds, enforcing a curfew. Zhao Feng had initially stationed with his comrades on the eastern edge of the city, which was currently the site of the fiercest conflict. However, as the squad leader, Zhao Feng naturally possessed the authority to traverse the city at will. He, along with Yao Erniu and 2 10-man squads, made their way to the western city's outskirts. Accompanying them were the portly boss and his entourage. This man had been operating in Haiyan City for many years and had amassed considerable wealth, even bringing along 2 carts. His wife, daughter, and several children crowded into the front cart, while the rear cart was primarily for goods. Some of the younger children nestled beside the cart. Surrounding the carts, the boss had somehow managed to recruit 2 assistants who were also seeking to leave the city. The group was somewhat numerous, yet Zhao Feng had adequately prepared for it. Adjusting his military cap, he approached the western city gate, flanked by the 2 squads of soldiers. At that moment, the city gate was firmly shut, with orders strictly prohibiting exit. However, such decrees typically applied only to ordinary citizens. Otherwise, how would the black market of Haiyan City consistently offer resources unavailable within the city? Upon reaching the gate, Zhao Feng greeted the patrol sentry lurking in the shadows. Before long, a man clad in military attire emerged, whose rank matched Zhao Feng's. Without exchanging unnecessary pleasantries, Zhao Feng handed him a cigarette while discreetly slipping a stack of bills into the inner pocket of the man's uniform. The soldier inhaled deeply, the red tip of the cigarette glowing conspicuously in the darkness. With a wave of his hand, the once closed city gate creaked open slightly. The corpulent boss hurriedly approached, clasped his hands in gratitude towards Zhao Feng and the soldier in uniform, before hastily boarding the carriage and urging his 2 attendants to hasten their departure. Previously, Zhao Feng had inquired about their destination, Wenadingburg, for the people of Montauk, aside from the capital. The only other city that might withstand the dual onslaught from the Black Underworld Empire and the Kingdom of Elibis was Wenadingburg. One could only hope that it would bring them solace. The massive city gates gradually closed as the 2 carriages departed. It was then that the soldier in front of Zhao Feng spoke up. "I heard you fought quite well before. How many of your team remain now?" Zhao Feng inhaled deeply, replying, "Those who can still draw breath, number 82. The soldier remained silent. "From our original group that departed from Heqing, only a few of us are left. Don't you dare die," the soldier said to Zhao Feng, discarding the remaining stub of his cigarette. Zhao Feng adjusted his uniform and exhaled a breath, addressing the soldier before him. "You too, Zhang Chong." Chapter 6. Recruitment upon returning to the military camp. Zhao Feng beheld Zhang Malian, diligently translating at her writing desk. This woman was quite remarkable, though she appeared slightly younger than Zhao Feng. She willingly allowed her students to leave the city first, choosing instead to remain behind to assist Zhao Feng with the translation of martial arts techniques. It was generally prohibited for women to stay overnight in the military camp, yet Zhao Feng, as a somewhat influential squad leader, was exempt from such rules. Under the flickering oil lamp, the earnest expression on Zhang Meiyan's face as she translated stirred something within Zhao Feng. A crude thought crossed his mind, after all. He had yet to engage with a cultured woman. However, he dismissed the fleeting distraction and was contemplating whether to cultivate using source crystal stones when a series of sharp, whistling sounds approached rapidly. Almost instinctively, Zhao Feng leaped protectively over Zhang Meiyan, pinning her beneath him. Before she could react, a series of thunderous explosions erupted nearby, shaking the very ground of the barracks. Debris, bricks, tiles, and wooden beams rained down upon Zhao Feng's back. Silently, he emitted a faint glow of source energy, shielding Zhang Meiyan beneath him, and did not rise until the cacophony of explosions had finally subsided. By then, he found himself covered in rubble. Alarms blared throughout the camp. Zhao Feng understood that the enemy was launching another assault, and this time, it seemed more ferocious than before. Yao Erniu, the first soldier under Zhao Feng's command to rush into his quarters, hastily pulled him from the wreckage, accompanied by several comrades. Zhao Feng suffered no injuries. One of the advantages of cultivating source energy was his resilience. He had yet to reach the pinnacle of his training, but he had witnessed the might of two formidable warriors, one from the Dark Underworld Empire who had withstood a barrage of source energy cannon fire without perishing, and another from the Elibis Kingdom who single-handedly breached a city. Indeed, the strongest foes lay opposite him. The Montauk Kingdom had not suffered unjustly in this war, though it too possessed formidable warriors. Within the Black Rock City, there were over a dozen fighters more powerful than Zhao Feng, including the commanding officer, Major Ma Lei. After Yao Erniu extricated Zhao Feng, there was no time for words. Zhao Feng seized his Glock pistol and dashed outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Meiyan, sheltered beneath the debris, still bore a flush upon her cheeks, perhaps startled by the sudden chaos. Yet her courage was commendable. She clutched tightly onto the translation manuscript she had prepared for Zhao Feng. As she watched him leave the ruins to rally the soldiers, she rose on her toes, straining to glimpse the indistinct figure against the dark night. The Elibis Kingdom intensified its offensive. It seemed that the rapid advance of the Dark Underworld Empire had prompted the Elibis Kingdom to hasten its efforts to breach the defenses of Black Rock City before the arrival of their allies. These tidings were gleaned by Zhao Feng from his superior, Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen also informed Zhao Feng that their squad might have only a few days left for rest. Should a significant breach occur at the city gate defense, it is possible that tomorrow, your team may need to step in, Zhang Wen asserted solemnly. The words of his old superior evoked the image of the portly boss and his companions, whom Zhao Feng had just seen off earlier that night. He pondered their current predicament. The main offensive of the Elibis Kingdom lay in the East City, while the portly boss and his group had departed from the West City, which should pose no issues. However, if the forces of the Black Underworld Empire intensified their encirclement from the west, they would be completely trapped. The situation of the portly boss and his companions flickered briefly in Zhao Feng's mind. What he needed to focus on now was the imminent fate of his own group. Their squad had suffered significant losses in the previous battle. Although ammunition remained adequate, they were now in dire need of food and reinforcements. Zhao Feng spoke gravely to Zhang Wen. I will provide you with half a month's supply. The rest is up to you. Zhang Wen replied to Zhao Feng, nodding in acknowledgement. Just as Zhao Feng was about to depart, he paused momentarily, leaned closer to Zhang Wen, and whispered, I captured a booklet during the last battle. It appears to be some sort of cultivation technique from the Elibis Kingdom. I have already found someone to translate it. Zhao Feng stated proudly. Zhang Wen was momentarily taken aback. Then he struck Zhao Feng's chest with a firm hand and quickly said, once it's translated, bring it to me. He then added as a caution, this matter must not be disclosed. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement, responding, I understand. Damn it, as a mere captain, I have never even seen what a cultivation technique looks like. These bureaucratic officials in the military, with the nation on the brink of collapse, still cling tightly to their precious secrets. Zhang Wen could not help but mutter in frustration. Zhao Feng pretended not to hear. Just as he was saluting Zhang Wen in preparation to leave, Zhang Wen called him back, adding, the canned goods I promised you last time. Go collect them from the supply department. Tell Li Dazile that I sent you. Zhang Wen instructed. Understood. Zhao Feng stood at attention. In this current world, having food equates to having soldiers. The food and canned goods are to be collected in the morning. By noon, a long queue had formed outside the barracks where Zhao Feng was stationed. Black Rock City had been besieged for 3 months, and the city had run out of supplies for 2 months. It was rumored that cannibalism had begun a month ago. The men coming to Zhao Feng's camp to enlist were the few remaining able-bodied men in Black Rock City. Women, children, and the elderly were not wanted, resulting in a diminishing pool of qualified recruits. Moreover, the vast majority were emaciated, resembling mere sticks. In such dire circumstances, a figure like the portly boss often represented power and influence. Despite appearing subservient before Zhao Feng, he lived better than over 80% of the city's inhabitants. In the troubled nation of Montauk, the prevailing value over the past 2 decades has been that being overweight is considered beautiful. Damn it. These new recruits seem to be getting worse with each passing wave. With such a lackluster physical condition, it is likely that 7 or 8 out of 10 would perish in a single skirmish. One of the squad leaders under Zhao Feng could not help but exclaim in frustration. At this moment, Zhao Feng was not as stern as he had been when reprimanding the new recruits. In truth, as long as no fundamental errors were committed, he was generally quite accommodating. However, his often cold and somber countenance instilled a sense of restraint in others, preventing them from behaving recklessly in his presence. Chapter 7. Why is it that all the good fortune seems to belong to him? Zhao Feng remained at the recruitment station until the afternoon, despite the long queue. By the end of the day, only about 20 soldiers had qualified for enlistment. Reflecting on the previous war, he recalled that in a single battle, his squad had lost dozens of brothers. The enticing aroma of canned meat caused the new recruits waiting in front of Zhao Feng's camp to salivate uncontrollably. Black Rock City was bustling with recruitment efforts, and the line at Zhao Feng's station was the longest, largely due to the allure of the canned goods. However, for these new recruits, the cans meant little. Once enlisted, they would be fortunate to have just one meal, often derisively referred to as the beheaded meal since it typically contained only a single slice of meat. Among the new enlistees today were a few young lads. Initially, Zhao Feng had no intention of accepting them, but upon witnessing 2 teenagers collide forcefully with several adults, nearly breaking the ribs of a gaunt man, he made an exception. Zhao Feng suddenly recalled that at the age of 24, he had enlisted at merely 16. Back then, he too had been driven by hunger to embark on the path of military service. He addressed the leader of the young boys, inquiring, "How old are you?" 17? "No. I'm 18, the boy proclaimed, puffing out his chest. Little did he know, with Zhao Feng's proficiency in harnessing his inner strength, he could easily topple the lad with a mere finger. Zhao Feng nodded and advised, "Next time you find yourself in a brawl, aim for the groin instead of stepping on the chest, especially on the battlefield." The boy paused for a moment before responding loudly, "Yes, sir." Zhao Feng inclined his head slightly and encouraged, "Off you go. It's time to eat." Typically, Zhao Feng dined with his comrades, displaying no airs. Sometimes he would have Yao Ernie fetch him a pancake to make do. However, today he carried 2 boxes of food to his new residence, one intended for Zhang Meiyan. Zhang Meiyan was still engrossed in translating the manual on martial arts techniques, a challenging task, particularly when it came to certain technical terms that required her to ponder repeatedly. Regrettably, having studied Chinese literature in university rather than medicine, she struggled with translating references to various organs, acupoints, blood vessels, and meridians. During their meal, both Zhao Feng and Zhang Meiyan remained silent. While Zhao Feng focused on her progress with the translation, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward her chest. A man of the world, accustomed to the bluntness of warfare, he found it difficult to maintain a faade of decorum. Sensing the weight of Zhao Feng's gaze, Zhang Meiyan lowered her head significantly. Just as Zhao Feng swallowed his last bite and prepared to light a cigarette, Zhang Meiyan suddenly spoke up. "I heard that you recruited a few young lads, Captain Zhao?" Her question instantly darkened Zhao Feng's expression, stripping away his previous intensity. Zhao Feng gazed at Zhang Meiyan's face for a moment before turning his attention to the window. His tone rigid as he remarked, "The energy bullets fired from the hands of a 17-year-old man are equally lethal as those shot by a 27-year-old man." It was as if he were on the verge of a sudden outburst. Zhang Meiyan, who appeared somewhat frail and unwell, felt a sudden flush rise to her cheeks as she inquired, "Why, Captain Zhao, do you not mention that it is to provide them with sustenance?" She continued, "I am aware that the situation in the city has become dire. It is not just the children, but even adult men struggle to fill their bellies." In her perspective, if these children could wield weapons to defend their homeland, even if it meant sacrificing their lives in battle, it would be far preferable to enduring the humiliation and brutality inflicted by foreign foes. Zhang Meiyan lifted her gaze to Zhao Feng, speaking earnestly. This female educator possessed a level of understanding that exceeded Zhao Feng's expectations, displaying a pragmatic outlook. As he observed her, the remnants of his previous misguided thoughts faded away without his noticing. He inhaled deeply, the smoke curling around him as he stared out at the sky. Defending one's homeland? The process of cultivating with source stones was something he conducted discreetly at night. After all, most of the source stones in Zhao Feng's possession had dubious origins, and the high-quality one he had seized from the battlefield was particularly conspicuous. It would not bode well if others discovered it. The training methods utilized by the Montauk military were quite rudimentary, with everyone merely engaging in basic breathing exercises using standard source crystal stones. These source crystals served not only as ammunition for energy weapons, but also as tools for soldiers' cultivation, proving to be exceptionally versatile. Throughout the protracted years of war, Zhao Feng's experiences had been steadily growing. He had even heard that the Black Underworld Empire utilized source crystals to power some black iron trains, facilitating seamless travel north and south, quite unlike Montauk, which still relied on primitive horse-drawn carts for transport. Beyond the most elementary breathing exercises, a more efficient method involved physical training. Push-ups, long-distance running, weightlifting, and pull-ups. These soldiers maximized their absorption of source crystals' energy when their bodies were pushed to the limits of fatigue. Such techniques were the result of soldiers' own innovations during wartime. Therefore, distinguishing between veterans and rookies was rather straightforward. Aside from battlefield performance, one could assess their physical condition. Zhao Feng was the strongest in his squad, ranking among the top 20 of the several thousand soldiers in Black Rock City. Emerging from humble beginnings, his achievements were truly commendable. At that moment, Cheng Xiezi, also present at the training ground, appeared to have just returned from the city gate's front line. This man, a decade older than Zhao Feng and possessing a robust physique, nonetheless found himself unable to surpass Zhao Feng in combat prowess. Cheng Xiezi, still murmuring to himself on the training field, expressed discontent, seemingly lamenting the favoritism shown by their leader, Zhang Wan. Why do all the good fortunes fall to him? Cheng Xiezi couldn't help but grumble. Having just withdrawn, his own team had suffered significant losses as well. Upon his withdrawal, he beheld Zhao Feng's side, where sacks of grain were being transported into the camp, and there were even reports of canned goods. This sight incited a sense of discontent within Cheng Xiezi. He believed himself to be no lesser than Zhao Feng. At that moment, Zhao Feng's gaze fortuitously met Cheng Xiezi's singular eye. Observing the other's defiant expression, Zhao Feng, realizing the underlying tension, set down the stone mill he held and approached Cheng Xiezi, inquiring, "I have heard that your defense in the recent battle has been commendable. It has been quite a while since I last had a spar. Shall we engage in a practice match?" Cheng Xiezi, amidst the attention and jeers of the surrounding soldiers, could no longer contain himself. He concluded his set of push-ups and stood up, responding, "If you wish to come, then let it be so." Chapter 8. The battle outside the city. A dull thud echoed across the training ground. Cheng Xiezi was lifted and unceremoniously tossed into the center by Zhao Feng, stirring up a cloud of dust. He had lost. As comrades, Zhao Feng could not possibly deliver a fatal blow to Cheng Xiezi. Yet such a forceful throw would certainly leave him sore for a considerable time. Cheng Xiezi refrained from vocalizing his pain. Instead, he attempted to rise, and Zhao Feng approached, extending a hand. Cheng Xiazi's solitary eye glanced at Zhao Feng, and he grasped the offered hand, using it to pull himself upright. Their earlier skirmish had been quite spectacular, captivating the surrounding soldiers, though its brevity left some latecomers in the dark about the details, such as the nature of the battlefield, where life and death are determined in mere moments. Who has the luxury to take their time and engage in elaborate maneuvers? Zhao Feng, having honed his combat skills through sheer experience, had a background that was unorthodox. Cheng Xiezi, on the other hand, had once been known as a basket maker. "You fought well in that last skirmish. When the artillery shell landed near my barracks in the city, I thought for a moment that you had lost the position," Zhao Feng remarked as he helped Cheng Xiezi up. "Could I ever lose the position? It's not like those noble soldiers from the east. The second line would never fall," Cheng Xiezi retorted, unable to suppress his frustration. However, he soon realized he had misspoken and quickly fell silent. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Feng, he added, somewhat defiantly, "You're merely relying on your youth." Disregarding Cheng Xiazi's discontent, Zhao Feng accepted the towel handed to him by Yao Erniu and casually wiped the dust and sweat from his body before making his way out of the training ground. The rigorous daily drills were his investment in surviving longer on the battlefield. Next, Zhao Feng intended to pay a visit to Zhang Wan. Maintaining a cordial relationship with his superior was not solely based on the fact that he had once carried Zhang Wan from the brink of death. Such interpersonal dynamics were equally crucial. These skills were not imparted to Zhao Feng. Rather, they were learned through numerous hardships. Upon arriving at Zhang Wan's command post, he found Zhang deep in contemplation before a map, his expression grave. Unlike Zhao Feng, who had risen from the ranks of the lower echelons, Zhang Wen possessed a notable background, having attained the rank of captain by 30, overseeing a restructured unit of nearly 500 personnel. Though Zhang Wen had also cultivated his source power, his abilities were not particularly formidable. Nonetheless, there were seldom instances that necessitated Zhang Wen to personally engage in combat. Zhang Wen nodded subtly, taking a sip of the tea resting on the map. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly declared, Haiyan City is a dead zone. Zhao Feng was taken aback by Zhang Wen's words. He skillfully stepped forward to light a cigarette for him. As the smoke curled around them, Zhang Wen slowly continued. Major Ma Lei intends to hold Haiyan City at all costs. While his intentions may be noble, I cannot place my trust in him. I have narrowly escaped a deadly trap once, and I have no desire to be ensnared a second time. A motley group of disbanded soldiers gathered from all corners. Along with some veterans brought in from the rear, despite possessing a modicum of resources, I believe cannot withstand the dual onslaught of the Elibis Kingdom and the Black Abyss Empire. Zhang Wen remarked. As Zhang spoke, Zhao Feng remained composed, listening intently without interjecting. These words were likely meant solely for Zhao Feng. Zhang Wen commanded 3 companies, and among them, Zhao Feng was his most trusted confidant. Cheng, known as Blind Cheng, often grumbled that all the good fortune seemed to befall Zhao Feng, failing to consider who held greater weight in Zhang Wen's esteem. Indeed, Zhang Wen soon added, Major Jia Hao from the capital is a genius. He audaciously proposed that we take the initiative to strike against the forces of the Black Abyss Empire to prevent our Black Rock City from being besieged on 2 fronts. Truly, he is a leader of a band of veterans, relying solely on the scant knowledge gleaned from military school. I suspect he is merely here to polish his reputation. It was astonishing that Major Ma Lei also concurred with this proposal. Zhang Wen shook his head in disbelief. He then turned to Zhao Feng. Speaking somberly, I need you to lead an offensive against the troops of the Black Abyss Empire outside the city. Every unit must mobilize, with a minimum of 1 company deployed, and supplies will be distributed shortly thereafter. Zhao Feng remained silent, patiently awaiting Zhang Wen's further instructions. Zhang Wen continued, We cannot rely on a solitary fortress for defense, nor can we place our hopes in others. Once you leave the city, you must secure a victory and then lie in ambush. The forests beyond the western gates abound. I trust in your capability to navigate them. More importantly, I need you to be there to support us. Zhang Wen fixed his gaze upon Zhao Feng's eyes. The forces under Zhang Wen's command were already battered. Not just Zhao Feng's company. Originally composed of 500 soldiers, now barely 300 remained, many of whom were new recruits. Due to Zhang Wen's extra care, Zhao Feng's company was comparatively more intact and formidable. Cheng's resentment towards Zhao Feng stemmed from the fact that his own unit had dwindled to a mere 50 able-bodied men during their recent retreat. Zhao Feng harbored no objections to Zhang Wen's orders. His superior's fundamental desire aligned with his own to survive. As Zhang Malian had mentioned, defending one's homeland with humility, Zhao Feng, now unshaven and disheveled, did not possess such lofty ideals. This likely related to the fact that Montauk had not instilled any profound sentiments within him. In his recollections of childhood, he endured hunger and fought for scraps. Although Montauk was considered economically developed among neighboring nations, it still harbored many beggars and vagrants who, like Zhao Feng in his youth, struggled to find sustenance. The disparity between the rich and poor in this country was painfully evident. The affluent thrived while the impoverished perished. Even as Montauk teetered on the brink of collapse, it was plausible that those truly in power had already fled. Zhao Feng yearned for a longer life. Confronting the forces of the Black Abyss Empire outside the city was fraught with peril, yet it remained a path toward survival. In certain broader contexts, due to the disparity of information, Zhao Feng was not as knowledgeable or far-sighted as Zhang Wen. Thus he chose to heed Zhang Wen's directives. Moreover, it is a soldier's duty to obey orders. Zhao Feng had always instilled this principle in his subordinates, and naturally, he too must comply with higher commands. Furthermore, the vast majority of the time, Zhang Wen's decisions proved to be astute. This was evident even in the recent conversation where he shared numerous candid thoughts about their superiors, indicating that this was a well-considered and sound choice. Otherwise, should Zhao Feng's squad be compromised, it would equate to Zhang Wen severing his own limb. He was counting on Zhao Feng to support them after they exited the city. Had it not been for Zhang Wen's limited experience in commanding small to medium-sized units, coupled with his own physical capabilities and combat effectiveness being rather modest, he would have wished to lead the team himself. After conferring further with Zhao Feng, Zhang Wen finally nodded, signaling for him to depart. He did not attend to the woman. Considering the impending complexities of the battlefield, his mind was somewhat tumultuous, leaving him no leisure to engage in such matters. Recently, Zhang Meilan had been residing with Zhao Feng. She was quite astonished by this sergeant who had brought her to the military camp yet had never overstepped boundaries, and she admired his chivalrous demeanor. Before long, Zhao Feng's gentle snoring filled the air. At the sound, a smile crept upon Zhang Meilan's lips amidst the fierce atmosphere of the military camp. The sound of Zhao Feng's slumber brought her immense solace. She knew he would not sleep for long. Around dawn, he would awaken briefly, then cultivate his source energy for a couple of hours. The oil lamp on the writing desk continued to flicker with its soft glow as Zhang Meilan remained bent over, diligently writing. The preliminary translation of this technique was progressing ahead of her initial expectations. Chapter 9. The Star Source Technique in the Stillness of Night. Zhao Feng and Apos' eyes suddenly opened, capturing the individual before him beneath his grasp. It was only upon recognizing Zhang Meilan that he gradually released her. Zhang Meilan, coughing persistently, felt as though her frail frame might shatter under Zhao Feng's hold. "I noticed your blanket had slipped, and I intended to adjust it for you," she managed to say between coughs, clutching a booklet in her hand. "I have translated the Star Source Technique for you," Zhang Meilan declared, taking the booklet from her. Zhao Feng flipped through its pages, discovering that the majority of the characters were entirely foreign to him. Regardless of whether they were from the Elibis Kingdom or the Montauk Nation, he found himself lost. The Montauk characters were somewhat familiar. At least he could recognize a few common symbols, including his own name, which he had learned to write during his years of military service. "Teach me these characters," Zhao Feng requested. "This booklet appears rather thin. Grant me 2 days, and I shall memorize it." Zhang Meilan responded that while the characters were indeed simple to remember, the accompanying movements were intricate, particularly those involving specific acupoints and meridians, which added complexity to the practice. As Zhang Meilan elaborated on the various precautions regarding the Star Source technique, Zhao Feng listened intently. She continued, "I have identified the acupoints and meridians based on the illustrations. However, I must confess that I have only translated 2/3 of the technique. The final third appears to be an advanced version, which mentions the need to synchronize with celestial phenomena, as well as the necessity of certain rare herbs and high-grade source stones as aids. Unfortunately, we currently possess none." Zhang Meilan spread her hands in resignation. The mention of high-grade source stones reminded Zhao Feng of a valuable one he had previously acquired. The concept of celestial phenomena left him bewildered. He still required Zhang Meilan's intellectual assistance. "Basic techniques will suffice. I shall begin my practice," he stated, continuing to peruse the manual before him. Although many of the characters remained unfamiliar to him, he found himself captivated by the content. Suddenly, Zhao Feng seized Zhang Meilan's right wrist. Her slender wrist, with visible veins, caught his attention. But what truly fascinated him was the subtle ripple of source power emanating from her wrist. "You have begun to cultivate?" Zhao Feng asked with a serious tone. Zhang Meilan winced at the pressure on her wrist, feeling thoroughly tormented by Zhao Feng's actions that night. First being pinned down, then having her wrist grasped. The delicate female teacher found herself at the mercy of the formidable officer. "I merely wished to assist you in translating the technique. Naturally, I was curious about its essence," she replied, a hint of indignation in her voice. "I only began experimenting tonight. If it's merely the foundational technique, it can be practiced by anyone, regardless of gender. The methods of breathing and sensing the meridians are universal." Zhao Feng did not completely release her wrist and inquired, "Is it possible to cultivate without source crystal stones?" Despite the discomfort, Zhang Meilan nodded, albeit reluctantly, her expression a mix of pain and resolve. Zhao Feng finally released Zhang Meilan, but moments later, he lifted her from the ground and pulled her close, nearly touching her face as he demanded, "Teach me the cultivation technique of the Star Source art. Immediately. Right now." Early in the morning, Zhao Feng emerged from the barracks, invigorated. Despite having barely slept the previous night, he appeared quite spirited. The orderly, Yao Ernio, had already prepared breakfast from the kitchen and presented it to Zhao Feng. With a curious grin, he glanced at Zhao Feng and then at the closed door behind him, inquiring, "Brother, did something joyful happen last night that kept you busy until dawn?" Typically, Yao Ernio stood guard for Zhao Feng, and there was seldom any noise during Zhao Feng's nighttime cultivation. However, the previous night, his extensive discussion of techniques with Zhang Meilan had inevitably led to some commotion involving physical movements and contact. It was no wonder that Yao Ernio, standing outside, might have misinterpreted the situation. Nevertheless, despite his audacity, he would never dare to spy. After all, she was his brother's woman. having known Zhao Feng for nearly 2 years. Yao Erniu was not particularly astute, but had a keen intuition. He could sense the way Zhao Feng looked at Zhang Meilan was different from how one would regard an ordinary woman. And subconsciously, he had begun to think of her as his sister-in-law. Yao Erniu's playful inquiry earned him a sharp slap to the back of his head from Zhao Feng. After sending the impudent lad away, Zhao Feng eagerly made his way to the training ground. Throughout the night, with Zhang Meilan's assistance, Zhao Feng had managed to clarify the intricate pathways of the Star Source art. It was indeed a pleasant surprise, perhaps due to the abundant source power particles within him. When he followed the prescribed route of the art, the source energy within him began to circulate autonomously and increasingly smoothly. Zhao Feng had practiced the Star Source art 3 times within his body that night. Perhaps owing to the technique's nourishing qualities for both body and spirit, he felt remarkably alert. In contrast, Zhang Meilan, having only recently begun her cultivation journey, lagged far behind Zhao Feng. She had previously lacked access to source crystals, and her internal source power was virtually negligible. Not to mention, a robust adult man could easily subdue her. Cultivation is not a matter of instant ascension, rather. It is a gradual process requiring perseverance. The daily training undertaken by Zhao Feng and the soldiers in the camp was, in essence, a form of cultivation, albeit a rather rudimentary one. Now that Zhao Feng had acquired a more orthodox method of practice, he sensed that his future path would be considerably smoother. As a result, even the previously overcast sky seemed to brighten his mood. Upon reaching the training grounds, Zhao Feng immediately began exercising with a heavy stone mill. While some soldiers had already risen earlier than he had. In these war-torn times, under the constant threat of death, everyone was striving earnestly for a better chance at survival. These soldiers must hone themselves into formidable warriors, as agile as wolves, if they are to survive the battlefield. Amidst the dense morning fog, Zhao Feng even glimpsed a few diminutive figures. They were the young recruits he had recently enlisted just a couple of days prior. Perhaps it was due to their well-fed state in the barracks that these youngsters possessed the energy to come and train. In Zhao Feng's eyes, having navigated the treacherous depths of Black Rock City for many years, they understood the perils of survival all too well. Their chances of enduring on the battlefield might well surpass those of the adult civilians he had recruited. Zhao Feng himself had traversed a similar path in his youth. Perhaps his decision to enlist these young ones stemmed from a reflection on his own past. After all, it was merely a struggle for sustenance. Chapter 10. Pressing forward and tightening behind at noon, Zhao Feng sought out Zhang Wen and presented the translated Star Source technique to him. What Zhao Feng handed over was merely the most basic form of the technique. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to retain the more advanced version for himself. After all, one lives for oneself, and Zhao Feng was no exception. Furthermore, he had not anticipated that Zhang Meilan had translated an advanced section of the Star Source technique. His true intention was to safeguard a secret for himself. Indeed, upon receiving Zhao Feng's Star Source technique, Zhang Wen's face lit up with palpable excitement. Although his former superior had graduated from university and was well-educated, he was unfamiliar with the script of the Elibis kingdom, and thus did not think to ask Zhao Feng for the original manual. Very good, Zhang Wen exclaimed twice, before tossing a small blue notebook to Zhao Feng. It bore the signature of Major Ma Lei. The appearance of this blue notebook signified that Zhao Feng's military rank could be elevated by another level. However, from a practical perspective, it was of little consequence. Transitioning from second lieutenant to lieutenant, Zhao Feng remained merely a squadron leader, commanding just over 100 troops. It was merely a more appealing title. Typically, promotions occur post-war, but this time Major Ma Lei sought a promising start, and given Zhao Feng's previous merits, he submitted his name for elevation. This upcoming battle against the Black Abyss Empire's army is a fight for survival. Do not let your newly acquired lieutenant rank be your last, Zhang Wen advised, patting Zhao Feng on the shoulder. The military hierarchy in the Montauk Kingdom was chaotic. There was little distinction between a second lieutenant and a lieutenant. For Zhao Feng as a lieutenant, he merely led a squadron. However, for those with connections and influence, holding the title of lieutenant allowed them to command a regiment of 500 troops. A few years prior, when Zhao Feng first served under Zhang Wen, his superior was already a lieutenant. In response to Zhang Wen's words, Zhao Feng remained silent, but before departing from the command center, he expressed his desire to procure some source crystal stones from the logistics department. No problem. This battle outside the city is a directive from above. Take whatever you need. Even a source energy cannon. I can arrange another for you, Zhang Wen replied, engrossed in the manual and not lifting his head. Zhao Feng saluted Zhang Wen and turned to leave. The source energy cannons of the Montauk Kingdom paled in comparison to those of the Black Abyss Empire. The latter possessed genuine siege artillery capable of demolishing city walls, while the former utilized small mortars, weighing less than a quarter of the Black Abyss's massive cannons, yet were prized for their portability and ease of transport. Zhao Feng's squadron previously had only one cannon, which they treated as a treasured asset. Now, with the potential addition of another, Zhao Feng felt a sense of joy swelling within him. On the battlefield, the ability to breach enemy encirclements often hinged on these precious metallic projectiles. However, what delighted Zhao Feng even more was that he had just acquired several standard medium-source crystal stones from the logistics department. These medium-source crystals serve as the primary energy source for the source energy cannon, accompanied by a note from Zhang Wen and Zhao Feng's own lieutenant's military certificate. Zhao Feng successfully acquired 4 medium-source crystals. The utility of these source crystals extends beyond merely functioning as ammunition for the source energy cannon. They also represent exceptional resources for cultivation. Although the effects of cultivation with these crystals undoubtedly pale in comparison to the high-grade crystal Zhao Feng previously obtained on the battlefield, they are still treasures beyond the imagination of ordinary soldiers. The highest grade of source crystals available for application at the Black Rock City Military Supply Office is the medium source crystal. As for higher-grade source crystals, they likely exist, but acquiring them through legitimate means is out of the question. Corruption runs rampant in the Montauk Kingdom, and Zhao Feng's ability to procure 4 medium-source crystals was facilitated not only by Zhang Wen's note and his lieutenant's certificate but also by the money Zhao Feng provided. When the plump proprietor departed Black Rock City with his family, he did not furnish Zhao Feng with a stable source crystal channel. However, this astute businessman compensated Zhao Feng in other ways. To acquire these 4 medium-source crystals, Zhao Feng spent a third of his funds. Without that money, even with his established presence in the military and reasonably well-connected relationships, obtaining 2 medium-source crystals would have been an extraordinary feat. This perspective sheds light on the reasons behind the Montauk Kingdom's repeated defeats against the armies of the Elibis Kingdom and the Black Abyss Empire on the battlefield. The rampant corruption at the front lines suggests a similarly dismal state at the rear. Truly, the front is strained, while the rear is starved. Nevertheless, once one begins to regard such corruption as the norm, it gradually becomes something to which one adapts. Humans are remarkably resilient creatures. At this moment, Zhao Feng felt no dissatisfaction for having paid a bit more to acquire 2 additional medium-source crystals. In his view, this transaction was equitable. Even more unexpectedly delightful was his discovery of the majority of the medicinal herbs mentioned in Zhang Meiyan and Appo's translation of the cultivation techniques from the logistics office and the military medical station. Aside from the 2 herbs, starry glowgrass and bloodbone stem flower, which were indeed unavailable in the military camp, he had successfully gathered all the prerequisite materials for the advanced version of the star source technique. A middle-aged battlefield doctor from the supply office expressed curiosity about Zhao Feng's need for these 2 herbs. The bloodbone stem flower is an ancient medicinal herb known for its hemostatic properties, though it has gradually fallen out of favor over the past 2 decades due to the discovery of superior materials for producing hemostatic powders. Only in remote villages or among rustic practitioners might one still encounter its use. As for the starry glowgrass, it is a relatively new plant. I recall that when I was assigned to the front lines, my mentors were just beginning to explore the properties of this plant, which emits a unique luminescence at night, said the middle-aged doctor. This capable doctor had treated Zhao Feng for several injuries in the past. The middle-aged physician, lacking a university education, had greatly broadened his horizons under the tutelage of a remarkably esteemed mentor during his time at the rear. He informed Zhao Feng about the existence of colossal trains powered by source energy, a marvel of the Black Abyss Empire. The physician remarked, "The past 2 decades have been a period of transformation. Although war has engulfed the entire continent, numerous new technologies and innovations have emerged during this time." He referenced the starry herb, a unique medicinal plant that had not been documented in medical texts prior, which has gradually appeared in recent decades and is now widespread across the continent. Nations imbued with vitality and ambition have begun to wholeheartedly embrace this change, while those stagnant and complacent are inevitably sliding towards oblivion, he lamented. Zhao Feng found the physician's words profoundly insightful, perhaps a trait common among intellectuals. It is no wonder that he has always held scholars in high esteem, even as a martial man himself. The physician, occupied with his daily responsibilities, naturally could not impart literary knowledge to Zhao Feng. He merely regarded him as a peer with whom he could occasionally share his thoughts. Why consider him a peer? One must note that the physician would hardly engage with an ordinary soldier in this manner. By fostering a good rapport with Zhao Feng, the physician not only stands to gain a respectable supplementary income but may also ensure his survival in critical moments. In the realm of adulthood, relationships are often a nexus of mutual benefit. To the west and north of Black Rock City lie dense forests, where bloodbone stalk flowers are not particularly rare. They are typically found near the burial grounds of wild beasts. As for the starry herb, its value remains uncertain, yet it likely thrives in many locales. Thank you. Zhao Feng expressed his gratitude. Chapter 11. The battle beneath the city. The day for the sortie arrived all too swiftly. Tranquil moments are invariably fleeting. In truth, it has only been 5 days since Zhao Feng and his comrades last concluded their skirmish, a duration insufficient for the usual cycle of rest and recuperation. Yet, there is little recourse. One can only lament the rapid advance of the Black Abyss Empire's legions, who offer Montauk Kingdom no respite. In this brief interlude, Zhao Feng's ranks have swelled to 117 men. The 30 or so new recruits who recently joined are fortunate if they have managed to learn the basics of firearms in such a short span. Expecting any noteworthy prowess from them would be overly ambitious. Perhaps the sole silver lining is that they have been well fed in recent days, enough to muster the strength required for the impending conflict. Do not mistake this as mere jest. Such humor merely unveils the harshest of realities. The seasoned soldiers are forged through relentless waves of sacrifice. According to intelligence relayed from the military headquarters, within half a day, the forces of the Black Abyss Empire will come into view of Black Rock City. The troops led by Zhao Feng are not entirely disengaged from the city's defense. This engagement resembles more a battle beneath the city walls. At the very least, Zhao Feng's forces will benefit from artillery support from the ramparts, as well as sporadic fire from energy rifles, with artillery being the primary source of firepower. The effective range of Montauk Kingdom's energy rifles is a mere 300 meters, a distance woefully inadequate for meaningful engagement. However, with the artillery adjusted to the appropriate angles and aided by the elevation of the city walls, striking targets several kilometers away is well within reach. As Zhao Feng prepared to lead his troops into battle, he resumed his familiar demeanor of stoicism and gravity. Before him stood a personal attendant, as dark as a lump of coal. Aside from Yao Erniu, who was privy to the attendant's true identity, the other soldiers in the camp were unaware, mistaking the individual for a new recruit brought in by their squad leader, Zhao Feng. The emergence of new faces on the battlefield is commonplace. After all, Zhao Feng's own contingent now includes over 30 newcomers, with the specter of conflict looming once more. Each soldier's focus remains predominantly on their own affairs or on the comrades within their small squads, fostering a deeper familiarity among them. The new recruit before him is none other than Zhang Melian. Zhao Feng is acutely aware that this mission entails an unfinished task. He requires Zhang Melian's guidance on the advanced portion of the Star Source technique. Additionally, she has proven to be an excellent instructor in the Montauk language. After considerable contemplation, Zhao Feng resolved to include her in the sortie. Zhang Melian, understanding the gravity of the situation, readily agreed to accompany him beyond the city limits. Black Rock City has become a veritable fortress. Those within yearn to escape while those outside long to enter. No wonder Zhang remarked that this place feels akin to a graveyard. Thanks to her own practice of the Star Source technique, Zhang Melian's constitution has notably improved over the past few days. More importantly, her previous cold, which Zhao Feng had treated with medication procured from the physician, had completely dissipated by yesterday. Zhao Feng harbors no expectations for Zhang Melian to play a significant role on the battlefield. Her sole task is to remain by his side, with Yorni offering her some assistance. However, if Zhang Melian were the type of woman whose legs turned to jelly upon entering the battlefield, significantly disrupting the combat plans of Zhao Feng and his comrades, he would unhesitatingly cast her aside. He had already conveyed these sentiments to Zhang Melian the night prior. Since dawn, after donning his military attire, Zhao Feng had refrained from uttering a single word to her. At this moment, Zhang Melian bore a standard energy firearm on her back. The smudges on her face were self-applied, and notably, she had purposefully bound her chest the previous night. Clad in her military uniform, she appeared rather commendable. After reporting to Zhang, Zhao Feng led his soldiers to assemble at the western city gate. Many soldiers from the same battalion cast their gazes upon them, including Qing Xiezi. With one eye, Qing Xiezi observed the departing figures of Zhao Feng and his men, his expression quite complex. He had just learned of Zhao Feng's promotion to lieutenant, which meant that the next time they met, he would have to salute and address him as commander, despite their ranks being equal. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's unit had acquired an additional energy cannon. However, the thought that Zhao Feng and his companions were soon to engage in battle against the legions of the Black Underworld Empire brought a sense of relief to Cheng Xiezi. As two of Montauk's greatest adversaries, the formidable nature of the Black Underworld Empire's forces was far superior to that of the Elibis Kingdom. In equivalent wartime conditions, Cheng Xiezi would prefer to confront two squads from the Elibis Kingdom rather than engage head-on with a single squad from the Black Underworld Empire. A saying often circulated in Montauk: even without the Elibis Kingdom, the Black Underworld Empire, with merely one-third of its national strength, could obliterate Montauk. The rationale behind the alliance with the Elibis Kingdom was that the current emperor of the Black Underworld Empire sought to minimize his own losses. Undoubtedly, such assertions are steeped in exaggeration. At its zenith, Montauk boasted nearly two-thirds of the territory of the Black Underworld Empire, coupled with a flourishing economy. It could hardly be deemed so fragile. Nevertheless, this narrative primarily underscores the formidable military prowess of the Black Underworld Empire. It is a militarily renowned nation throughout the continent. Upon Zhao Feng's arrival at the western gate of Haiyan City, nearly 2,000 individuals had already gathered. Among them, approximately 1,500 troops were preparing to venture forth. Personally led by Major Ma Lei, as the captain of a squad exceeding 100 men, Zhao Feng naturally had the privilege of encountering the strongest figure in Haiyan City. Major Ma Lei was a stern-faced elder who patted Zhao Feng's shoulder with great weight, reminiscent of Zhao Feng's previous inspections of new recruits. Although Major Ma Lei's strength did not yet reach the level of single-handedly conquering a city, Zhao Feng had heard that the potency of his source power was sufficient to withstand artillery fire. This undoubtedly marked him as a practitioner of energy cultivation techniques. Though Zhao Feng was curious about the nature of his methods, after cultivating the star source technique, Zhao Feng was eager to ascertain how his techniques ranked among the multitude of methods available. Regrettably, the materials left by the slain officer from the Elibis Kingdom were scarce, and the sole cultivation manual contained merely his own annotations and insights. There is no mention of which noble family one hails from, nor the rank of the star source decision, and so forth. Ultimately, this world remains a game for the elite. The Kingdom of Montauk lacks a concept of nobility. Yet Major Ma Lei, standing before Zhao Feng, embodies the essence of nobility in Montauk. After reviewing all the soldiers, Major Ma Lei proclaimed in a solemn tone, "Let us depart." Thus, a multitude of over 1,000 marched towards the city gates. The grand gates, previously traversed by Zhao Feng when escorting the corpulent proprietor and others, now stood wide open. Among the troops preparing for battle, Zhao Feng observed not only the Montaukian energy cannons akin to those under his command, but also a handful of seized colossal artillery from the Black Underworld Empire, their heavy wheels crushing the ground as they were rolled out of Black Rock City. It is no wonder that Major Ma Lei and his comrades possessed the audacity to venture forth. Perhaps these captured enemy cannons instilled a sense of courage within the upper echelons of Black Rock City. Furthermore, atop the western city wall, Zhao Feng spotted Zhang Chang, with whom he had recently conducted a transaction. Their eyes met, two mid-ranking officers who had forged a bond of life and death on the battlefield, sharing a fleeting connection at the onset of the battle for Black Rock City. Chapter 12. Iron Meat Soup. The battle erupted with a swiftness and suddenness that surpassed all expectations. Surprisingly, it was the forces of the Dark Underworld Empire that initiated the assault. A dense barrage of artillery fire quickly enveloped the frontline positions occupied by Zhao Feng and his companions. Armed with weaponry far more advanced than that of the Montauk Kingdom, and bolstered by formidable firepower, Colonel Tang Jin of the Dark Underworld Empire had just led his regiment to the vicinity of the Lame Forest Mountain, near the outskirts of Black Rock City, when he commanded his troops to open fire. The military structure of the Dark Underworld Empire was significantly more robust than that of the Montauk Kingdom, supported by a meticulous system of rewards, punishments, and promotions. Individuals of true capability had the opportunity to rise from the ranks to the noble class under the auspices of the wise emperor. Colonel Tang Jin belonged to the third generation of nobility in the Dark Underworld Empire. His grandfather had secured a noble title, and by Tang Jin's time, he was even holding the title of Viscount. Given his commendable performance during the Montauk War, he had the potential to attain the status of an earl after the war concluded, provided he ascended to the rank of general first. The current siege of Black Rock City was merely a minor obstacle for Viscount Tang Jin amidst the grander scheme of the Montauk War. With aspirations to swiftly conclude the battle at Black Rock City, Tang Jin had already charted out plans for the subsequent siege of the Iron City of Weina-Dingburg. The military strategy outlined by the Dark Underworld Empire projected the conflict at Weina-Dingburg to commence in 6 months. Prior to that, peripheral threats like Black Rock City needed to be systematically eliminated in conjunction with the Kingdom of Elidus. How many more years would this war endure? Colonel Tang Jin, now in his 40s, pondered as he stroked his chin, estimating that it would conclude within 2 years. This implied a breach of the Montauk capital within that time frame. The higher-ups had already promised Tang Jin a promotion to colonel. His current ambition was to ascend to the rank of Major General by the age of 50, or at the very least, attain the rank of Brigadier General, thereby bringing within reach the title of Earl. Dressed in a military uniform, and hailing from a family with a century-long lineage, Colonel Tang Jin exuded the air of a refined and charismatic gentleman. Such cultivated grace was a rarity among the lower ranks, like Zhao Feng and his associates. However, despite his noble demeanor, the words that escaped Colonel Tang Jin's lips upon his troops reaching their designated positions lacked any semblance of noble decorum. Brandishing his command baton, he pointed at the frontline positions of Black Rock City on the map before him, declaring, "Our reconnaissance scouts have reported that the Montauk Kingdom intends to engage us in an open battle to bolster their morale. Humph. Let the artillery battalion first satiate their appetite. We have just received a sufficient supply of ammunition, and I wish to see a sea of flames engulfing the Montauk positions at Black Rock City. Inform the 2nd Battalion commander to elevate the parameters. He may even target the city walls directly. I intend to occupy Black Rock City within half a month and meet with Count Hook of the Kingdom of Elibis," Tang Jin commanded. The relentless explosions and rampant flames have transformed the forward position outside Black Rock City into a boiling cauldron of molten steel. Zhao Feng harbors doubts about whether the timing of their sortie and the specific coordinates of their position have been divulged to the Black Abyss Empire by a traitor. Otherwise, how could the enemy strike with such precision? The silver lining is that Zhao Feng's squad currently occupies the northern edge of the outpost outside Black Rock City. This position was secured through Zhang Wen's efforts, enabling Zhao Feng to lead his troops northward once the chaos ensues. As soon as they penetrate the Lame Forest Mountain, Zhao Feng and his men will have fulfilled the preliminary combat orders issued by their commander, awaiting the arrival of Zhang Wen and the main force for an escape. The advantage of the outpost's edge lies in the fact that the heavy artillery of the Black Abyss Empire mainly targets other areas, sparing Zhao Feng's position. Otherwise, before the enemy even approaches, Zhao Feng's forces would likely suffer significant casualties. The fierce explosions and turbulent shockwaves have left the new recruits in his unit pale and shaken, with some even succumbing to nausea and distress. On the battlefield, seasoned veterans typically guide the inexperienced, yet occasionally, the will to survive proves insurmountable. Zhao Feng cast a glance at Zhang Meiyan, who had surprisingly exhibited better composure than the average rookie since arriving at the battlefield. She refrained from shouting or making any reckless moves beyond the trench, simply curling up in a corner and trembling. Zhao Feng paid her no heed. As he had stated the previous night, should she fail to keep pace, he would not hesitate to abandon her. At present, Zhao Feng remained vigilant. Observing the tumultuous scene ahead, the heavy artillery of the Black Abyss Empire had engulfed the position in a cloud of dust, obscuring visibility. Yet Zhao Feng strained his eyes to discern the situation. Since harnessing source energy, he had noticed enhancements not only in his physical prowess but also in his vision and mental acuity. 17 years prior, a professor from Montauk National University had posited in a paper that evolution had commenced with the emergence of source energy. Regrettably, few in the upper echelons of Montauk took heed of his findings, while other nations on the continent had already surged ahead. Aside from Zhao Feng, several seasoned scouts he had dispatched lay prone in more advanced positions, their mission to alert Zhao Feng of the impending arrival of the Black Abyss Empire. "Damn it, I can't even spot the enemy, and I'm already disoriented by the blasts," muttered a veteran nearby, whose arm had been severed. "Hey, light a cigarette," he commanded, and a young soldier hurriedly complied, igniting a match for the veteran. This distinction illustrates the difference between veterans and novices. Some enter the battlefield paralyzed by fear, either shouting in panic or huddling motionless in place. Yet some individuals remain composed enough to indulge in smoking. According to Zhao Feng's projections, the bombardment from the Dark Abyss Empire typically endures for over half an hour. Their reserves of source crystals are indeed substantial, With national strength inferior to that of the adversary, one can only endure the onslaught. Seizing the moment before the legions of the Dark Abyss Empire advance, Zhao Feng paid little heed to the veteran beside him, who was smoking. In times of war, many individuals require a means to alleviate physical tension. Zhao Feng was aware that this veteran not only relished the potent flavor of harsh cigarettes but also had a fondness for women. The meager military salary he received was entirely spent on the voluptuous brothels in the city. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhao Feng might have lit a cigarette to steady his nerves. However, at this moment, he refrained from smoking and instinctively began to cultivate the Star Source technique, perhaps due to the impending war and the surge of adrenaline. Zhao Feng discovered that this process flowed even more smoothly than it had in the previous days. Indeed, the pressures of life and death often propel one to surpass their limits. Chapter 13. Holding steadfast until dusk. Zhang, one was not mistaken. Engaging in battle outside the city was indeed a grave miscalculation. The soldiers arriving from the rear were all whimsical in their notions. The squad led by Zhao Feng could be deemed the most battle-hardened veterans of Haiyan City, yet under the relentless bombardment of the Black Underworld Empire's artillery, they found themselves unable to lift their heads for half the day, and their morale gradually waned. It was unfathomable to imagine the dire state of the central stronghold outside Haiyan City, which was specifically targeted by the Black Underworld Empire's bombardment. Furthermore, violent explosions continued to erupt behind Zhao Feng, indicating that the enemy's artillery was adjusting their angles to strike directly at the walls of Haiyan City. After silently circulating the Star Source technique twice, Zhao Feng estimated that the enemy's artillery barrage was nearing its conclusion. The military uniforms of the Black Underworld Empire were clad in black, making them easily identifiable on the battlefield. Concurrently, two precious energy cannons from their squad made their appearance. When the Black Underworld Empire's heavy artillery had unleashed a concentrated strike, Montauk's forces presumably retaliated as well. Zhao Feng refrained from allowing his subordinates to join in this fray. Even if the small cannons produced by Montauk could barely reach the enemy's artillery positions, two shots would inevitably provoke a concentrated counterattack from the Black Underworld Empire's heavy artillery. Why bother? Zhao Feng's current mission was not to engage in a foolish battle alongside those incompetent commanders. Zhang Wen exhibited considerable intellect. Throughout the years Zhao Feng had followed him, he had rarely suffered losses. Juzi, when I instruct you, strike precisely where I direct. Zhao Feng commanded the stout soldier hoisting an energy cannon. Yes, Juzi responded. The fierce battle soon erupted. The heavy artillery plowed the ground, followed swiftly by a vanguard assault. This was the customary tactic of the Black Underworld Empire on the battlefield. Modern warfare bore little resemblance to the ancient emphasis on military strategy and tactics. Most of the time, the caliber of energy cannons, the number of energy rifles, and the proficiency of each side and oppos as soldiers directly determined the outcome of the conflict. As expected, the Black Underworld Empire's forces concentrated their assault on the central stronghold outside Haiyan City. This was inherently an unequal confrontation. There was no reason for the enemy commander to deliberately divert their attention to Zhao Feng and his men stationed at the periphery of Haiyan City. Intense exchanges of energy gunfire soon erupted across the battlefield. The recent days had been overcast, with thick fog enveloping the morning. After half an hour of bombardment, dust was omnipresent, rendering it difficult for most soldiers to discern one another's appearances during the exchange of fire. Though the intent was to venture outside the city for a decisive confrontation to bolster morale, in reality, the soldiers of Montauk remained entrenched in their positions, awaiting the advance of the Black Underworld Empire. The walls of Haiyan City behind them sporadically initiated artillery support, but such assistance was lamentably scant. As the Black Underworld Empire was deliberately targeting Montauk's energy cannons for precise elimination, before long, the forces of the Black Underworld Empire approached. Despite their primary offensive being directed at the central line outside Haiyan City, a portion of their troops inevitably advanced towards the peripheral area where Zhao Feng was stationed. The opposing force should also number around a company. Given the slight advantage of defensive terrain, Zhao Feng and his comrades had no reason to fear them. Strike! Strike fiercely! Zhao Feng commanded. The fierce battle raged from morning until afternoon. Zhao Feng led his men to repel 3 successive assaults from the army of the Black Underworld Empire. The soldiers of the Black Underworld Empire, being flesh and blood, naturally refrained from blindly charging forward upon realizing that Zhao Feng and his group were a formidable adversary. However, during the 4th encounter with yet another wave of the Black Underworld Empire's troops, Zhao Feng received news that felt as though the sky were about to collapse upon him. The central line position had been breached. At that moment, Zhao Feng's face was already dark with distress. The scar on his cheek from the last battle began to redden due to his agitation and increased blood flow. What did you say? In just half a day, we lost the line. How did the tide of defeat arise? Where is Major Malay? Wasn't Opos T stationed there? Zhao Feng questioned sharply. The soldiers shook their heads, indicating ignorance. Zhao Feng felt utterly defeated. Previously, while withstanding the attack from the Elibas kingdom at the East City Gate, he had managed to hold out for days. The true collapse had occurred at the central line position outside Black Rock City. Commander, what shall we do next? A soldier in front asked. The surrounding soldiers turned their gazes toward Zhao Feng. In such a complex and perilous battlefield, these soldiers required a steadfast leader. Zhao Feng needed to make a decision swiftly. He daringly climbed to a higher position on a trench mound, gazing into the distant sky. The sky remained overcast, but calculating the time. If they could hold out for another 2 hours, darkness would envelop the land. Many soldiers glanced back at Black Rock City, perhaps finding some semblance of security in its towering yet dilapidated walls. However, Zhao Feng's focus was directed toward the northern terrain of the crippled forest mountains. As Zhao Feng spoke, although some soldiers were still firing, they attentively listened to their leader's voice. Zhao Feng had earned the trust of his brothers through a series of actual combat achievements. Almost all soldiers understood that only by following Zhao Feng could they harbor a glimmer of hope for survival. His words seemed to momentarily still the atmosphere of the battlefield. Once we enter the mountains, our chances of survival will double. Not to mention, we will have Commander Zhang Wen and his men coordinating with us, Zhao Feng stated. His words alleviated the tense atmosphere surrounding the soldiers. These soldiers did not fear a lack of a way out. They dreaded having no path to take. From the moment they chose to enlist, they understood the perilous nature of their duty. Surviving today did not guarantee it tomorrow. As long as Zhao Feng led the way, they were willing to follow. This was the trust cultivated through countless battles. Chapter 14 Advance 500 meters and proceed. As the reconnaissance soldiers had foretold, before the sky had fully darkened, the central line outside Black Rock City had crumbled completely. Zhao Feng and his comrades could observe that even the adjacent friendly forces were unable to withstand the pressure, retreating in succession towards the rear. Major Malay's fate remained uncertain. This nominal highest commander of Black Rock City had failed to issue a retreat order to Zhao Feng's unit until the very end. Zhao Feng suspected that other units had also not received any withdrawal instructions. The chaotic retreat towards Black Rock City was entirely spontaneous. Since they had no intention of adhering to the command structure of Black Rock City, Zhao Feng and his comrades felt no obligation to continue following the original operational orders. Shortly after learning of the collapse, Zhao Feng swiftly led his troops to shift northward. The elevation there offered a more advantageous position for defense, albeit at a greater distance from Black Rock City. The legions of the Dark Abyss Empire soon discovered this detachment of troops. However, due to the formidable nature of Zhao Feng's unit and their position not being in the primary assault direction, the Dark Abyss forces did not deliberately target this isolated squad. Only the enemy contingent that had previously engaged Zhao Feng's unit relentlessly pursued them like a stubborn adhesive plaster. Within a single day of battle, by nightfall, Zhao Feng's soldiers had dwindled to merely 80, with over 30 having perished. This casualty ratio was relatively light, with the vast majority of the fallen being new recruits. On a small hill distant from Black Rock City, Zhao Feng observed the central section of the city gate still embroiled in fierce combat. The heavy artillery of the Dark Abyss Empire had seemingly not ceased throughout the day, though the intensity was not as overwhelming as it had been at the outset. Yet, witnessing the distant scene, Zhao Feng could not help but ponder how many source crystals must have been expended. It was likely that ordinary medium-grade source crystals could scarcely sustain such artillery consumption. When might my troops possess such heavy artillery? Zhao Feng mused, his thoughts tinged with longing. As night descended, the battle persisted. However, the intensity of combat at the small hill held by Zhao Feng and his men had considerably diminished compared to the tumult at the city gate of Black Rock City. Perhaps in the eyes of the Dark Abyss commander across the battlefield, the fate of Zhao Feng's isolated unit was inevitably one of demise. To say nothing of the fact that come dawn, should another contingent of the Dark Abyss Empire encircle them and unleash 2 barges of heavy artillery, Zhao Feng and his comrades would be on the brink of annihilation. At this juncture, the heavy artillery of the Dark Abyss Empire primarily targeted the gate defenses of Black Rock City. Zhao Feng's isolated squad had likely not even made it onto the maps of the enemy's command headquarters. We cannot linger here, We must devise a means of breaking through during the first half of the night. The incessant gunfire echoed around them as Zhao Feng turned to his soldiers, addressing them. This time, Zhao Feng's forces had departed the city well stocked with provisions and source crystals, and many soldiers, now under the cover of night, began to recuperate their strength as the intensity of the battle waned. At this moment, Zhang Melian remained by Zhao Feng's side, proving that she had indeed survived the daytime skirmish. Having smeared her face with soot, she now resembled a coal ball after an entire day of battle. Yet, her eyes, illuminated by the night, shone with a remarkable brightness. The overcast and gloomy weather provided Zhao Feng and his companions with the best possible cover under the cloak of darkness. Zhang Melian closely followed Zhao Feng. As his presence offered a semblance of safety, he had refrained from engaging in close combat today, focusing instead on directing the operations. After a day of conflict, Zhang Melian appeared to have sustained only a superficial gash on her arm, likely caused by an unknown object, with no significant injuries otherwise. The forces of the Black Underworld Empire were far from inept. On the contrary, they were quite elite. Upon realizing Zhao Feng and his group intended to escape, the encircling detachment of the Black Underworld Empire swiftly launched a pursuit under the cover of night. The enemy commander had likely deduced, based on the direction of Zhao Feng's attempted breakout, that they aimed to retreat towards the northern slopes of the Black Rock City. Consequently, a series of targeted ambushes emerged before Zhao Feng and his companions. As the night wore on, the route of their escape became increasingly convoluted, leaving Zhao Feng bewildered about where he had led his troops. Clearly, the rudimentary map in his possession offered little clarity under the night sky. Not only was Zhao Feng disoriented, but the original detachment of the Black Underworld Empire pursuing him was also becoming confused. Those now trailing Zhao Feng were not the initial squad, but rather an unknown contingent of the Black Underworld Empire that had unexpectedly intervened. Regardless, chaos was preferable. The more disarray, the greater the opportunity for Zhao Feng and his group to slip through the cracks. After all, the Black Underworld Empire's forces on the western outskirts of Black Rock City comprised merely a regiment of over 1,500 troops. With the main force concentrated near the city gates, Zhao Feng and Appo's chances of breaking through remained substantial. He continued to lead his troops outward, and during the breakout, the turmoil created around the outskirts of the Black Rock City had persisted well into the night. As a result, Colonel Tang Jin of the command center had heard reports of this Montauk contingent, numbering fewer than 100, causing a commotion on their flanks. Before Colonel Tang lay the tempting prospect of the main forces of the Montauk Nation in Black Rock City. However, he was equally determined not to overlook this small contingent. As a meticulous noble of the Black Underworld Empire, he sternly reprimanded the messenger. Inquire what the 3rd Battalion commander is doing. If we do not annihilate this small force tonight, I shall have him dismissed. The dark night provided Zhao Feng with the cover of shadows, which he utilized to seek a path to survival. By the latter part of the night, only about 50 of Zhao Feng's brothers remained by his side. As the relentless pursuit and siege from the Black Underworld Empire had been exceedingly fierce, particularly half an hour prior, over 200 soldiers from the Black Underworld Empire appeared to have lost their wits, opting to unleash a vigorous assault on Zhao Feng and his group instead of targeting the frontline positions of Black Rock City. Many of Zhao Feng's old comrades had fallen before him, casting a heavy pall over his heart and intensifying his ire towards the forces of the Black Underworld Empire. Indeed, the outbreak of war between the two nations bore little relation to the struggles of their mid-level soldiers. However, the relentless and violent clashes over the years had etched an indelible enmity into both sides. At this moment, Zhao Feng found himself cornered and increasingly agitated. Faced with the unyielding forces of the Black Underworld Empire blocking their path, he deemed further advances futile. Even if he were to exhaust all his men, he might not even reach the limping Lin Shan. In light of this, Zhao Feng addressed his comrades. "We cannot continue northward. Let us charge in that direction instead." He gestured towards the west. One soldier, taken aback, exclaimed, "Commander, isn't that where the main force of the Black Underworld Empire lies?" Zhao Feng interjected, "Indeed. Their main force is to the west, but the majority of them are currently stationed at the front line outside Black Rock City. It is quite possible that they are far from our defensive position. The real threat blocking our path consists at most of 2 companies. If they are firmly intercepting us to the north, how many could possibly remain to the west?" "I trust your judgment, Captain." An old veteran was the first to respond. Gradually, others echoed his sentiment. Given that any direction could lead to death, They resolved to follow Zhao Feng in one last desperate gamble. Brothers, I have always said, the brave shall live, while the weak shall perish. The mournful soldiers shall triumph. This beleaguered unit of the Montauk Kingdom had not entirely lost their fighting spirit. As they pressed westward, Zhao Feng summoned Zhuzi and inquired, how many shots can the energy cannon still fire? Our ability to break through may depend on you. With a firm pat on Zhuzi's shoulder, he added, perhaps fate has not yet abandoned us. After advancing westward for over half an hour, they found the intensity of the resistance had significantly diminished, and inexplicably, they had drawn near to the headquarters of the Black Underworld Empire's 3rd Battalion. A battalion typically numbered around 500 soldiers. Zhao Feng speculated that the forces pursuing them were likely those affiliated with the headquarters before him. Zhuzi! Zhuzi! Zhao Feng called urgently. Soon, a sturdy man bearing the energy cannon rushed to his side. Can we fire a shot over there? Zhao Feng asked. Zhuzi crouched low, raised his thumb, and after painstaking deliberation in the faint night light, finally replied, advance 500 meters, and we shall be in position. However, as they approached the headquarters of the Black Underworld Empire, the resistance intensified. The enemy even deployed several rapid-fire energy rifles, indicating that these must belong to the elite guard of the battalion. Indeed, the Black Underworld Empire surpassed the Montauk Kingdom in every conceivable aspect. Fortunately, the adversary lacked heavy artillery. Firstly, under the cloak of night, they were unable to ascertain the precise location of Zhao Feng and his companions. Secondly, the heavy artillery of the Dark Underworld Empire was likely stationed beneath Black Rock City, amidst the chaos of close-quarter combat. It was ironically the seemingly insignificant small cannon of the Montauk Kingdom, often dismissed by the Dark Underworld Empire, that proved exceedingly portable and effective. Adjusting his cap firmly upon his head, Zhao Feng declared, 500 meters it is. Damn it, charge with me. Our fate hinges on this moment. With that, he led the charge forward. Chapter 15. Striking it rich, it has been demonstrated that the power of example is boundless. Without Zhao Feng leading the charge, this weary and isolated Montauk battalion would have crumbled long ago. Within his unit, Zhao Feng embodies the very spirit of the military. As long as his comrades see him standing resolutely at the forefront, they will fearlessly follow in his wake. A steadfast battalion is nurtured in such a manner. Despite suffering severe casualties, as long as the spirit of the military endures, there is hope for revival. After enduring the loss of over 10 brothers, and with Yao Erniu even taking a burst of gunfire to shield Zhao Feng, the remnants of the battalion finally approached the area indicated by Zhuzi. At this moment, Zhao Feng's eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with intensity. Gripping Zhuzi's shoulder firmly, he said, the next steps depend on you. Zhuzi, biting his lip, nodded gravely. This man, who had never attended a formal military academy and had learned to operate the source energy cannon through trial and error, understood that the survival of his brothers hinged on his precision. Bring me the other cannon, Zhuzi shouted to the rear. During wartime, artillery is more precious than men. Zhao Feng's forces had already suffered more than half their number, yet the 2 Montauk-made cannons remained intact, mainly because Zhuzi valued them highly. Besides carrying one himself, he frequently monitored the other. This robust man seemed to regard the cannon as more valuable than his own life. To cover Zhao Feng and the others' advance, Zhuzi had fired 2 rounds earlier, leaving him with only 3 opportunities remaining. Holding his breath and focusing intently, Zhuzi calibrated the coordinates before firing the first shot. As dawn broke and the area matched the one he had previously assured Zhao Feng, the shot found its mark. It struck the perimeter of the Black Abyss Empire's camp, where 2 firing points had been observed. However, this hit did not completely satisfy Zhuzi. He swiftly directed his remaining 2 shots towards the deeper, more fortified regions of the Black Abyss Empire's camp. How extensive could a wartime camp truly be? The 2 rounds of source energy artillery covered the entire area of the Black Abyss Empire's encampment. Seeing the outcome, Zhuzi couldn't contain his exhilaration. Hit! Hit! Zhao Feng, undistracted by Zhuzi's excitement, led the charge once more after the subsequent 2 rounds struck their intended targets. Onward! In the early morning, the sun pierced through the haze and smoke, illuminating the devastated battlefield. However, the surrounding environment remained cold, and the sky was still overcast due to the early hour. Standing amidst the ruins of the Black Abyss Empire's camp, Zhao Feng surveyed his spoils with great enthusiasm. To have vanquished an officer and 2 lieutenants from the Black Nether Empire, along with a 2nd lieutenant, was an unexpected windfall beyond Zhao Feng's wildest imagination before the battle. Zhao Feng himself was merely a lieutenant, Considering the rigid and meticulous promotion system of the Black Nether Empire, the value of their captain far surpassed that of Montauk's ranks. It was possible that the officer hailed from noble lineage, Zhao Feng mused with a sense of satisfaction. In Montauk, a nation plagued by a long string of defeats. Even if the higher-ups were utterly incompetent, they understood the dire need for a victory. The mere defeat of a Black Nether Empire lieutenant could yield tangible rewards from the military. Zhao Feng was not particularly enamored with rank. Rather, he sought to navigate this wretched world and live a little longer and a little better. Securing the position of a captain would allow him to command a fully equipped battalion of 500 men, with ample personnel, weapons, and artillery. He could establish a firm foothold in these chaotic times. Zhao Feng, aware of his humble origins, realized he could never be the scion of wealth or power. He could only strive to become one in his own right. Perhaps it was the flicker of victory and the glimmer of hope for survival that led Zhao Feng, who had once felt cornered, to oscillate between elation and despair, his thoughts wandering to the most distant of concerns. Yet, beneath this tumultuous exterior, Zhao Feng maintained a serious demeanor. Addressing his soldiers, "We can only scour the battlefield for 10 minutes. After that, we must withdraw," he commanded. "Boss, where do we head next?" A soldier, grimy and weary from a day and night of combat, inquired. This soldier had swiftly acquired a rapid-fire energy weapon manufactured by the Black Nether Empire, slung over his shoulder. Zhao Feng's eyes gleamed with envy at the sight of such weaponry. Having previously faced the Black Nether Empire's forces without success, he had never laid claim to such fine arms. Moreover, these advanced energy weapons were exceedingly rare within the Black Nether Empire. After capturing a battalion, they had seized a mere 4 of them, with 3 others destroyed in prior skirmishes. Glancing at the surrounding fog and the gradually brightening sky, Zhao Feng declared, "We shall continue our retreat northward." After dismantling the Black Nether Empire's flanking battalion near Black Rock City, their subsequent escape route proved significantly smoother. The enemy forces were indeed limited. While they were undoubtedly more elite, one individual could not be split to serve 2 purposes. Particularly after Zhao Feng's group dismantled the opposing command post, the 2 pursuing squads faced considerable confusion in their orders. Confronted with an enemy that only fled and refused to retaliate, the Black Nether troops trailing behind could only lament their predicament. Ultimately, they watched helplessly as Zhao Feng and his men vanished into the lame forest mountains, completely disappearing from sight. With their inability to catch up outside, the mountains offered no hope of pursuit. Moreover, the vastness of the Lame Boy Mountain beyond Black Rock City, along with the extensive mountain ranges stretching westward and northward, renders the entire Black Underworld Empire's expedition into the mountains a formidable challenge for them to ascertain the whereabouts of Zhao Feng and his companions. It is only after this moment that Zhao Feng and his comrades can finally exhale in relief, feeling a sense of safety. In any case, the group that has managed to break free is laden with treasures. It is commendable that they were able to sprint under the burden of their possessions while being pursued. Indeed, their regular weight training has proven invaluable. Furthermore, after enduring the prolonged collapse of the Montauk Kingdom, Zhao Feng's comrades have gained considerable experience in evasion. Zhao Feng observes several soldiers nearby, clutching source crystal stones or the pale gold coins that serve as currency in the Black Underworld Empire. The Montauk Kingdom, once prosperous, had long transitioned to paper currency despite having metallic coins. In contrast, the venerable Black Underworld Empire continues to utilize metal currency. With the successive defeats of the Montauk Kingdom, the value of its currency has plummeted, while the Black Underworld Empire, a stalwart presence on the continent for 2 centuries, boasts a currency that retains its worth. Naturally, Zhao Feng is elated at the newfound wealth shared with his soldiers. However, he cannot help but notice the presence of an utterly unremarkable individual, a youth not yet matured, a lad with skin as dark as coal, who has also emerged from the blood-soaked battleground alongside Zhao Feng. What makes him so unremarkable, you ask? It is because this young man carries not source crystal stones nor coins, but rather several cans of food. The dark green metal cans signify that they are the standard military rations of the Black Underworld Empire. Chapter 16. Because of you in the verdant shade. Leaning against a stone, Yao Erniu smacked his lips in delight. There were only 4 cans of food, from which he meticulously sliced thin pieces to distribute among his comrades, ensuring that each man received a portion. Given Yao Erniu's status as an injured soldier, his iron ration contained 2 slices. However, he refrained from indulging in the meat immediately. Instead, he soaked his hardtack in the savory broth until it was thoroughly softened before he began to eat, saving the meat for last. At this moment, it was already noon. Just a few days prior, the weather had been shrouded in thick fog, and even this morning, when Zhao Feng and his men had ventured into the Langwood Mountains, the sky had been overcast. Yet, by midday, the clouds began to disperse, allowing the sunlight to filter through the leaves and cast a warm glow upon the forest floor. The sunlight enveloped the men, imparting a sense of safety and comfort. It was May, and the weather was not expected to turn cold. Zhao Feng had been somewhat anxious about the possibility of sudden rain, which could further diminish his already beleaguered force of mainly injured soldiers. However, upon witnessing the sun breaking through the clouds, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After hastily finishing his meal, Zhao Feng began to assess the condition of his troops. Zhang Melian had taken over Yao Erniu's role as Zhao Feng's personal aide. A teacher by profession, she possessed skills in arithmetic and writing, excelling in many tasks beyond the capabilities of the average soldier. Zhao Feng was pleasantly surprised that this woman, who had initially appeared frail and unwell, had managed to survive alongside him through their harrowing ordeal. Undoubtedly, her survival was largely due to Zhao Feng's protection, as she was spared the necessity of recklessly charging into danger like the other soldiers, remaining at the rear of the formation. As long as her stamina allowed her to keep pace with Zhao Feng and the others, she was able to escape. Initially, the soldiers regarded Zhang Melian with indifference, and Zhao Feng did not impose any special considerations for her survival. It was ultimately her fate to determine. However, the moment their perception of her began to shift was during Zhao Feng's assault on the Black Underworld Empire's headquarters, when he led the final breakout. Despite her exhaustion, Zhang Melian had astonishingly assisted an injured soldier, helping them both to retreat into the forest. Zhao Feng had established a principle years ago to never abandon a comrade. Zhang Melian had demonstrated her worth through her actions, earning the respect of the burly soldiers. Remarkably, she had even fired a weapon the previous night. Whether she hit her target remained a mystery known only to fate. Currently, their party consisted of 48 individuals, with 32 injured, 12 of whom were severely wounded. Only 16 were in relatively good condition. Holding a small notebook, Zhang Melian reported to Zhao Feng. Upon hearing her assessment, Zhao Feng shook his head in disbelief. How can there be that many injured? Just because someone has a scratch on the shoulder doesn't make them a casualty. There should be 17 injured, with 5 severely wounded. We still have 31 capable fighters, including you, Zhao Feng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Melian. Erniu sustained a barrage from a rapid-fire energy weapon to his chest, which could be deemed a severe injury. However, in Zhao Feng's assessment, it fell into the gray area between minor and grave wounds, and he categorized Ernie to among the lightly wounded. This lad is remarkably fortunate. The makeshift armor of iron plating he had placed against his chest undoubtedly saved his life. At this moment, blood still seeped from the wound on Ernie's chest. Yet his animated gestures as he consumed his meal assured Zhao Feng that this young man would survive. Zhao Feng himself had endured injuries the previous night after charging in a battle with fervor, a boldness that naturally incurs a price. He bore a small puncture wound to his chest, alongside various abrasions on his arms and face. The profound reservoir of energy within his body proved invaluable on the battlefield. After entering the Langwood Mountains, Zhao Feng took the opportunity to circulate the Star Source technique twice, which alleviated much of his pain. Truly, such techniques are a remarkable boon. Regrettably, Zhao Feng found no similar techniques or artifacts on the body of the black-clad captain he had eliminated. The strength of the Black Underworld Empire lies in the overall quality of their troops and weaponry, but when it comes to the cultivation of energy, the Elibis Kingdom surpasses them. Thus, the acquisition of techniques on the battlefield is a rare stroke of fortune. Regardless of their tier, techniques are exceedingly scarce across all nations, especially considering that the emergence of energy cultivation is but a few decades old. Most realms on the continent are still feeling their way through uncharted waters. Beyond the matter of light and heavy injuries, Zhao Feng was also concerned with the spoils accrued from this battle. The numerous energy crystals seized from the Black Underworld Empire's camp would serve as a critical foundation for their survival. Many soldiers had depleted the energy within their weapons, and this replenishment was timely. Otherwise, in the forthcoming skirmishes, Zhao Feng might have had to lead his comrades into battle wielding mere sticks. The Black Underworld Empire is indeed affluent, and the quality of their energy crystals is commendable. The 2 energy cannons belonging to Zhuzi were supposed to cease firing after their final rounds. Yet they had managed to acquire an ample supply of medium-grade energy crystals from the enemy camp, providing Zhuzi with the means to continue his production zealously. Among the myriad of low and medium-grade energy crystals retrieved, even the usually stoic Zhao Feng couldn't help but wear a faint smile. As for the wealth he claimed from the battlefield, Zhao Feng took possession of a box filled with coins from the camp. Though he had yet to ascertain the total amount, the box, made of sturdy metal, was quite heavy, and he carried it in silence, wishing it were even heavier. He speculated that this box might represent the camp's military payroll for the coming months. Zhao Feng would claim the lion's share while his soldiers would receive the smaller portions, no questions asked. These brave men fought valiantly for him. What harm is there in distributing some of the spoils? Ordinary soldiers yearn for wealth and the prospect of rising through the ranks. Should Zhao Feng ascend in status, those among his ranks who exhibit exceptional prowess might even attain the position of a junior officer in the future. It is best to collect the source energy crystals and allocate them uniformly for use. The soldiers below would certainly have no objections to this. After all, Zhao Feng will reward them with financial bonuses based on their acquisitions. As for the other spoils of war, Zhao Feng is unlikely to interfere. The 4 captured automatic source energy rifles belong to whoever seizes them. Zhao Feng will not claim the hard-earned trophies of those who risked their lives in the name of command. This may indeed be one of the reasons these soldiers are willing to follow Zhao Feng wholeheartedly. Even the young lad, Wei Shang, who captured 4 cans of meat, now addresses Zhao Feng as commander with unwavering loyalty. In such tumultuous times, having a reliable commander to protect them is a form of happiness for these soldiers who previously had no identity or background. At this moment, Zhao Feng is slightly intoxicated by the joy of the numerous spoils, and the relief of having survived the ordeal brings him a sense of relaxation. However, the expression on Zhang Meilan's now clean face reveals a hint of contemplation. Unable to contain her curiosity, she finally asks Zhao Feng, "Why? When we attacked the Black Abyss Empire's camp, did the enemy, despite their weak defensive strength and clear awareness of our intentions, refuse to retreat?" After a moment of reflection, Zhao Feng replies, "In the 7 years of war, I have encountered numerous legions of the Black Abyss Empire. They strike me as stubborn. No, I should say their military orders are exceedingly strict. Regardless of the difficulty of the battle, they will press on. The reason that camp did not retreat is likely that they did not receive a withdrawal order. Even their captain remained firmly at his command post." Zhao Feng sighs, recalling the enemy captain who was reduced to charred remains. He also remembers the Montauk forces outside Haiyan City yesterday. They, lacking a withdrawal command, were a disarrayed mass fleeing in panic toward Haiyan City. Yet, the command post of the Black Abyss Empire, with only a handful of personnel, as evidenced by the 20-odd corpses counted later, stood resolutely until the last soldier fell. The disparity between the armies of both nations is indeed significant. Can we win this war? Zhang Meilan suddenly murmurs. Zhao Feng remains silent, for he sees little hope of a significant victory for Montauk. However, after a brief moment, Zhang Meilan's expression shifts, and she resolutely declares, "We will surely win this war. Because we have an exceptional commander like you, Captain Zhao." With a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, she gazes at Zhao Feng. With Zhao Feng leading this band of brothers through perilous escapes, even Zhang Meilan's perception of him has nearly reached the realm of the divine. Huh? Zhao Feng stares in astonishment at the teacher before him. Chapter 17. The decaying imperialism. On the first day of entering the Lame Forest Mountains, Zhao Feng refrained from issuing any superfluous combat orders. After successfully evading the relentless pursuit of the Dark Underworld Empire, he allowed his soldiers to recuperate in place. The years of rigorous training and the inherent source power within them endowed these soldiers with remarkable stamina and resilience. During their retreat into the mountains, many of the more physically capable soldiers had borne the burden of carrying an injured comrade, a testament to the fruits of their arduous training. However, upon reaching this safe haven, the soldiers exhibited rather unsightly manners as they ate, drank, and slept. Shortly after midday, Zhao Feng had just organized a few soldiers for sentry duty when a cacophony of snores erupted from the makeshift camp, resonating like thunder. It was a wonder that these exhausted brothers could find slumber amidst such a symphony of sound. Zhao Feng and Appo's sleeping posture was somewhat more dignified. He had taken refuge beside a sturdier tree. Zhang Meilan lay beside him. During their time in the Black Rock City, Zhang Meilan had always slept in Zhao Feng's quarters. Though their relationship had not escalated to anything overly intimate, this female instructor seemed devoid of any reservations regarding Zhao Feng. At that moment, he lacked the energy to entertain any impure thoughts in the open air. As he leaned against the tree, Zhao Feng pondered whether he should share the initial cultivation techniques of the Star Source decision with his soldiers. Unlike the aristocratic families who hoard their treasures, Zhao Feng envisioned disseminating these foundational techniques to enhance the cohesion and combat effectiveness of his squad. Yet, he had not fully resolved this contemplation when the gentle sound of Zhang Malian's snores began to influence him. Unbeknownst to him, her head gradually nestled closer to his shoulder. Despite having just washed up, a faint odor of sweat lingered on Zhang Malian, a remnant of the previous day's fierce battles. To Zhao Feng, this scent was rather pleasant and even alluring, drawing him subconsciously nearer to her. After stifling a yawn, Zhao Feng's consciousness began to blur, and he soon drifted off to sleep, marking the passage of the first day in the lame forest mountains. He awoke in the dead of night, feeling a warmth on his face. Zhang Malian, whose stamina was considerably less than Zhao Feng's, remained blissfully asleep, having unknowingly wrapped her arms around one of his. Without her embrace, Zhao Feng would not have found himself in such an intimate position. A fleeting glance towards the distant tree trunk revealed a vague silhouette standing guard. It was one of the sentinels. Zhao Feng knew that his orders had been followed, with soldiers dutifully rotating their watch. Stretching lazily, he surveyed his surroundings and, seizing the cover of night, commenced his cultivation. Perhaps due to the advanced version of the Star Source decision, which required specific celestial alignments, Zhao Feng found that tonight's practice was unusually smooth. With a medium source crystal in each hand, he continued his training until dawn broke. Zhao Feng's contingent could no longer remain in their current position for respite, and he likewise refrained from venturing deeper into the limping forest mountains for the time being. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances. It is likely that Zhang Wen himself had not anticipated that the nearly 2,000 elite soldiers, led by Major Ma Lei with fervent zeal, would be utterly shattered within merely half a day. Given the prevailing conditions, it was reasonable for most to assume that Zhao Feng had met his demise beyond the city walls. Yet, perhaps due to the soldiers' unwavering duty to obey orders, or perhaps because Zhao Feng had yet to deliberate on the implications of detaching from the main force and determining how to navigate with the remaining brothers, he issued a new combat directive the following day. They were to lie in ambush along the periphery of the limping forest mountains, poised to assist Zhang Wen and his men. Black Rock City was a desolate stronghold. Zhang Wen had previously recognized this, and it was now glaringly evident. Defending the city served no purpose. Examining the four cardinal directions of Black Rock City, only the northwest offered a potential escape. The kingdom of Montauk had suffered consecutive defeats for 7 years, losing vast swathes of territory, retaining only a third of their lands, including the capital and Windedingburg, which remained under their control. These regions lay to the northwest of Black Rock City. Any attempt to break through in other directions would lead into enemy-occupied territory, where annihilation was all but assured. Zhao Feng and Zhang Wen had long been trusted partners, just as Zhang Wen had previously dispatched Zhao Feng. It was Zhao Feng's intuition that Zhang Wen would not remain passive within the city. They were certain to make an effort to fight back. Not only Zhang Wen, but the other soldiers and officers within Black Rock City, as long as their faculties were somewhat intact, would likely not remain inactive. Having recently bolstered their ranks at the headquarters of the Black Abyss Empire, Zhao Feng's small unit could still wield considerable influence if utilized effectively. Although their numbers were diminished, they could at most form 2 reinforced squads for operation. Observing his comrades, Zhao Feng could not help but softly lament. Among the total of 48 who still breathed, he had to leave behind 9 who were too grievously injured to fight, along with 1 to tend to them. He then led the remaining 38 brothers, splitting into 2 groups, and concealed themselves in the forests surrounding the limping forest mountains. Yao Ernyo was too severely injured to accompany them. Yet, among the lightly wounded, one soldier, despite having a perforated right arm, gritted his teeth and pressed on, prepared to fire with his left hand. At present, Zhao Feng's close bodyguard was Zhang Malian. Would the other troops in Black Rock City devise a means to break through? She inquired, crawling through the underbrush beside Zhao Feng. If they do not emerge, they will ultimately perish, Zhao Feng replied, casting a glance towards the distance. In this time of war, the concept of preferential treatment for captives was non-existent. Should the city fall, it would not bode well for those soldiers. Even the adult males among the Montauk citizens would face dire consequences. Those in uniform would be executed on sight, while those out of uniform would be identified and subsequently escorted by the forces of the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom to the rear of enemy lines. There were whispers that the adult males of the Montauk Kingdom would be systematically slaughtered by the 2 great empires. There are whispers that ordinary citizens of Montauk, who have been escorted to the rear, may be sent to the mines as slaves. Both the Dark Empire and the Elibis Kingdom are monarchies, and naturally, within these two nations, there exist both nobles and commoners, as well as slaves. Zhao Feng leans towards the latter rumor, having previously participated in dismantling 2 labor camps of the Elibis Kingdom. It was the haunting images he witnessed in those camps that made him resolutely unwilling to remain in the city. He glanced at Zhang Meiyan beside him and suddenly smiled, saying, "Fortunately, you managed to escape with us. Otherwise, staying in the city would surely lead to a dire fate." His words seemed to evoke unsettling thoughts in Zhang Meiyan, whose complexion paled. To Zhao Feng's surprise, this seemingly delicate teacher exclaimed, "These wretched imperialist scum." After fighting alongside Zhao Feng and his companions for 2 days, it appeared that she had been somewhat influenced by the military atmosphere. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to the people of Montauk, Zhang Meiyan affirmed with determination. Zhao Feng cast a sidelong glance at her but refrained from further comment. In comparison to the other 2 enemy nations, Montauk, while characterized by distinctions of wealth and poverty, at least outwardly lacked any semblance of nobility or royalty. Zhao Feng had long recognized that Zhang Meiyan was a woman of ideals. In the distance, the indistinct silhouette of Black Rock City became faintly visible, and they could still hear the distant rumble of cannon fire, artillery from the Dark Empire. They continued their relentless assault on Black Rock City, and plumes of black smoke were already rising from within the city. After gazing into the distance for a while, without noticing anything unusual, Zhao Feng lit a cigarette he had retrieved from his pocket. "How intriguing, the Dark Empire-esque cigarettes," he remarked, observing the box adorned with a depiction of a leopard. The black and purple cigarette case bore not only a vividly carved leopard, but also some inscriptions in a script Zhao Feng did not recognize. Zhang Meiyan, being a teacher of literature, surprisingly understood some of the writing from the Dark Empire, in addition to that of the Elibis Kingdom. Glancing at the box of cigarettes Zhao Feng had confiscated during the previous battle, she replied, "It is called Jazzy." After taking a deep drag, Zhao Feng could not help but exclaim, "Decadent imperialism." Chapter 18. I shall elevate his rank. Zhao Feng led his comrades, lying in ambush for 3 days in the lame forest mountain outside Haiyan City. The soldiers harbored no grievances against Zhao Feng's orders. On the contrary, the presence of their leader instilled a sense of security among them. They merely needed to follow commands. During these 3 days, several lightly injured soldiers under Zhao Feng's command noticeably improved in condition. Among those severely wounded, 2 were also on the mend. Since the emergence of source energy, the resilience, recovery, strength, and vitality of all living beings in this world had seen a significant enhancement. Soldiers from various nations, who had trained rigorously and had stable access to source crystal supplies, were particularly outstanding in this regard, enabling swift recoveries. However, not all were so fortunate. Due to a lack of qualified physicians and adequate medical supplies, only Zhang Meiyan, a mere amateur with a smattering of basic medical knowledge from her university days, was present, while many soldiers relied solely on experience to tend to wounds. Consequently, 2 severely injured soldiers deteriorated over the course of 2 days, their fates seemingly sealed. In this desolate forest, the outcome for these 2 was all too predictable. Yet, accustomed to death, the comrades collected the letters and belongings left behind by the fallen. To spare them further suffering, Zhao Feng personally escorted them on their final journey, burying their bodies on a small hillside in Lame Forest Mountain. These 2 brothers were the fortunate ones. At least they could rest beneath the earth. In recent years, how many soldiers had met their end? Their corpses left to rot in the wilderness? During these days, Zhang Meiyan's reputation and popularity soared within Zhao Feng's ranks. After all, she could write. And it was she who penned the letters for those soldiers. One soldier, who shared a similar fate of being alone in the world, also requested Zhang Meiyan to write a letter for him, which he kept close to his heart. Zhang Meiyan inquired, "Do you intend for your military pay to be donated to an orphanage should you fall in battle?" The soldier, in his early 20s, scratched his head and retorted, "What as an orphanage? I haven't even married yet. Like old Ma, I'll enjoy myself first. When I die, just burn some money. I'll have fun down there too." His straightforwardness left Zhang Meiyan momentarily speechless. Not far away, a one-armed veteran, upon hearing the soldier's words, couldn't he help but utter a curse. This veteran was the old Ma referred to by the soldier, and he was also an exceptional marksman. Such was military life, devoid of literary sophistication, yet rich in simplicity. On the 4th day of their ambush, the anticipated turn of events finally unfolded. It was nighttime. The western gate of Haiyan City, battered to shambles by the heavy artillery of the Dark Abyss Empire, suddenly swung wide open. Thousands of remnants of Haiyan City's army charged forth, launching a nocturnal battle against the encircling forces of the Dark Abyss Empire. The fact that Haiyan City had managed to hold out for 4 days had slightly exceeded the expectations of Colonel Tang Jin of the Dark Abyss Empire. Thousands of soldiers surged forth, and the sight of even more troops behind them astonished the command center of the Dark Underworld Empire. There was little to ponder. These individuals had evidently abandoned the Eastern Gate, consolidating all their forces in a desperate bid to break through our encirclement. "Order the artillery battalion to persistently bombard the designated area," commanded Colonel Tang Jin, gesturing with his command baton at the map before him. "Since they seek death, we shall graciously oblige," he added with a cold smirk. He continued to issue orders. Deploy the 1st and 3rd battalions to block the western and northern passes outside Blackrock City. Not even a fly shall escape. Colonel Tang declared fiercely, slamming his gloves down. The Dark Underworld Empire's Legion had clearly anticipated that the Montauk forces within the city would attempt to break out. Although it was a night battle, with the heavy artillery parameters and specific bombardment coordinates established, the Montauk remnants charging out of Blackrock City appeared to be willingly marching to their demise within the bombardment zones. Yet, there was no alternative. They had to push forward. Outside Blackrock City, 2 main roads led to safety, a broad thoroughfare to the west and a narrower path to the north. Zhao Feng and his comrades were stationed near the latter. Initially, Zhao Feng contemplated that if he could not rendezvous with Zhang Wen and the others, he would lead his troops to retreat along the narrow path. The commanders of the Montauk forces had evidently chosen the broad road for their breakout strategy, as it was the closest route to safety. If they could breach the heavily fortified line of the 1st Battalion of the Dark Underworld Empire, they would have a glimmer of hope. In contrast, the narrow path was not only farther but also flanked by a blocking line established by the 3rd Battalion of the Dark Underworld Empire. When the Montauk remnants first burst from Blackrock City, many were still laden with supplies and carts. Such burdens rendered the steep, narrow path impassable. Zhao Feng, positioned outside the city, could discern the sounds of battle and gunfire in the distance, allowing him to infer the primary direction of the Montauk forces' breakout. Although it was not in the direction of his own unit to the north, Zhao Feng resolved to lend assistance. After all, they were his comrades. Previously, while defending the eastern perimeter of Blackrock City, he had also received support from allied forces. Juzi, keep a close watch on the positions of the Dark Underworld Empire's troops. Tonight, unleash your firepower without concern for ammunition expenditure, Zhao Feng said, patting Juzi on the shoulder. 2 small cannons were set to demonstrate their might once more, facing off against the 3rd Battalion of the Dark Underworld Empire. Zhao Feng seemed to have a peculiar connection with this unit. He had previously dealt a blow to their headquarters. Although a temporary commander would have assumed charge by now, Zhao Feng was about to rain artillery upon them once again. At this moment, Zhao Feng and his comrades occupied a high-altitude position, allowing Juzi to strike from a greater distance. Due to the small size of their forces, they could relocate swiftly. After firing a shot, Zhao Feng instructed Juzi to quickly shift to another position, in the shroud of night. The small contingent led by Zhao Feng is sure to cause considerable turmoil for the opposing forces of the Black Infernal Empire. Outside the city of Haiyan, a valiant breakout has commenced. Aside from the initial teams of Deathseekers, the most elite breakout unit undoubtedly belongs to the squad personally commanded by Major Malay. Major Malay, having sustained significant injuries in the recent battle outside the city, has only just begun to recuperate during the day. As soon as he regained his strength, he swiftly rallied the city's finest for a final desperate charge. Truly, he is a formidable existence who has cultivated his source power to an extraordinary level. Although Major Malay cannot withstand the direct bombardment of the Black Infernal Empire as heavy artillery, a mere glancing blow from the side would only send him reeling from the shockwave, resulting in minor injuries at most. Conversely, conventional energy rifles pose little threat to him. Achieving such mastery over source power and completing this level of evolution was unfathomable just a few decades ago. Regrettably, Major Malay stands alone. Despite his formidable strength, he appears somewhat powerless amidst this large-scale military melee. The Black Infernal Empire is not devoid of powerful adversaries capable of matching Major Malay. And given the overwhelming artillery fire before him, he dares not charge recklessly. A multitude of soldiers has fallen before him, with several Deathseeker teams annihilated without even breaching the enemy and Oppo's frontline. Is this truly the end? Major Malay, whose temples have inexplicably sprouted a few strands of white hair, spoke with a bitter expression. Just as the highest commander of Haiyan City was preparing to sacrifice himself in a noble death, suddenly, a series of cannon blasts erupted from the north. That direction lies behind the defensive line of the Black Infernal Empire. With years of military experience, Major Ma Lei almost instantly recognized the sound of Montauk artillery. Could reinforcements have arrived? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head. He was well aware of the domestic situation. No reinforcements would come to their aid. On the high-ranking maps of Montauk, Haiyan City had evidently become a mere pawn. Since it was not new reinforcements arriving, it must be a small contingent that had broken through to that direction, providing support for him and his men. From the frequency of the gunfire, Major Ma Lei deduced that the enemy forces were certainly few in number, perhaps even possessing no more than 2 cannons. Yet, this small unit, with its limited soldiers and artillery, disrupted the enemy's 3rd Battalion positions by opening fire unexpectedly from behind the Black Infernal Empire's lines, causing confusion among the 1st Battalion that blocked Major Ma Lei's path. This chaos presents a glimmer of hope for Major Ma Lei and his breakout troops. Regardless of whose forces have emerged from that direction, he rallied his comrades, shouting, "Brothers, charge with me." With his elite soldiers at his side, he surged forward, eager to seize this precious opportunity. Chapter 19. The Martial Arts of the Marquis House under the Veil of Night. The tumultuous battle outside Blackrock City raged fiercely. For the soldiers of Montauk, this truly was a fight to the death. The clash erupted not long after they had gathered their remaining forces, attempting to break through to the west of the city, only to be met by the belated attack of the Elibis Kingdom's army from the eastern gate. They found themselves with no path of retreat. The forces of the Elibis Kingdom encountered little formidable resistance as they swiftly seized control of Blackrock City. However, Blackrock City remained a complete urban entity, and the takeover by the Elibis Kingdom was not as rapid as anticipated. Although the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom claimed to be strategic allies, and rumors suggested familial ties between their royal families, such bonds proved hollow in the face of actual warfare interests. The Elibis Kingdom's army was in no rush to confront Major Ma Lei and the troops attempting to escape Blackrock City. They had no desire to engage in a futile struggle against the remnants of Montauk's forces. It was indeed a curious situation after 7 years of war. The vast majority of Montauk's territory had been lost, and the nation's leadership had contemplated peace with their 2 adversarial nations on multiple occasions. Yet, on the battlefield, Montauk's troops had become increasingly formidable in recent years. Count Charles vaguely recalled that in the initial 2 years of the war, Montauk's army crumbled at the slightest provocation. This nation lacked the concept of military or noble honor, perhaps due to its thriving commerce. Even many of the lower-class citizens exhibited the shrewdness of small merchants, unlike the easily deceived common folk of the Elibis Kingdom and the Black Abyss Empire. However, as the war progressed, the motivation of many soldiers shifted to fighting for their own survival. Serving in the military became a viable path for the young men of Montauk seeking sustenance. Moreover, those who had previously relied on mixed military pay had largely perished in the initial 2 years of conflict. The current active duty forces of Montauk consisted primarily of seasoned veterans forged in the crucible of relentless warfare. While some so-called veteran soldiers remained in the rear, they no longer constituted the majority of Montauk's military. Montauk's endurance until now could also be attributed to the wealth accumulated over years of strife. Additionally, the ongoing war inadvertently propelled advancements in military equipment and martial practices within Montauk. Although their research and development capabilities were limited, they had the opportunity to seize the spoils from their adversaries. For instance, the small artillery produced by Montauk in recent years was essentially a simplified replica of the heavy artillery of the Black Abyss Empire, infused with a touch of their own innovation. Not only had they gleaned knowledge from the Black Abyss Empire, but the Elibis Kingdom had also fallen victim to their theft of military secrets. In recent days, Count Charles had been troubled by a particular issue. A young scion from a Marquis family had assumed a false identity and infiltrated his ranks for training. Yet, the astute and seasoned Count was well aware that this was merely a ruse employed by minstrels to deceive noble maidens. What a plethora of so-called chosen ones. This is war. Here lies the front lines of battle. As anticipated, Count Charles has recently learned that the lad has perished. His death is inconsequential, merely a collateral figure from a Marquis family's cadet branch. Furthermore, the opposing family was unaware that this youth had clandestinely ventured to the front lines, thus failing to notify Count Charles in advance. Therefore, his demise cannot be attributed to Count Charles. However, the pressing issue lies in the fact that this individual, Purportedly the offspring of the Marquis of Argyll and a certain maid, seems to have brought forth the family's martial techniques before his arrival. This is indeed a source of considerable vexation. Any technique that would prompt the Marquis family to formally inform Count Charles on the front lines is certainly not trivial. Yet, the conundrum arises as Count Charles has located the lad's corpse on the battlefield, devoid of any remnants of martial arts. Not a single strand remains on his body. Those who have traversed the battlefield know well that this fellow must have been subject to post-mortem desecration. After all, being merely a cadet of a noble family, it is rare for core techniques to be disseminated in written form. Within the family, there would naturally be individuals entrusted to impart such knowledge. It seems this rascal absconded with the techniques before fleeing. What an irksome little imp. Even in death, he brings no respite. The rotund Count Charles could not help but curse. Report. A messenger from the Dark Abyss Empire, Colonel Tang Jin, is requesting our swift cooperation to encircle the remnants of the Montauk Kingdom. A soldier announced. At this juncture, the forces of the Elibis Kingdom have advanced into Blackrock City, engaging in urban warfare against the small sniper units left behind by Major Malay. The remaining Montauk Kingdom's blocking forces are limited, hence, should Count Charles desire, he could swiftly command his legion to obliterate them. After uttering this, Count Charles waved his hand, dismissing the messenger. The last bastion of resistance led by Major Malay is indeed a tough nut to crack. Such a formidable opponent should be entrusted to the Dark Abyss Empire. Are they not renowned as a military powerhouse on the highways? Count Charles mused that his Elibis Kingdom forces merely needed to stoke the flames of conflict. Continuing their slow advance within the city would suffice as cooperation with the Dark Abyss Empire's operations. What Count Charles seeks is solely dominion over Blackrock City and its surrounding territories. Unlike Colonel Tang Jin, he holds little interest in the quantity of the enemy's annihilation. This also pertains to the differing structural systems of the two great nations. Colonel Tang Jin aspires to elevate his status and nobility during the Montauk Kingdom conflict. However, Count Charles's path to advancement within the Elibis Kingdom is already largely predetermined. The Elibis Kingdom operates under a rigid regulatory framework, lacking the reformative zeal exhibited by the Emperor of the Dark Abyss Empire. It appears that the battle for Blackrock City is nearing its conclusion. The corpulent Count Charles adjusted his golden silk belt and remarked. Chapter 20. Reinforcements arrive. As the battle outside Blackrock City progressed into the latter half of the night, the situation finally began to shift. In life and death circumstances, the latent potential of individuals is remarkable. Led by Major Malay, the elite Montauk forces astonishingly breached the defensive lines established by the Black Abyss Empire. This achievement was undoubtedly aided by the support from Zhao Feng and others to the north, as well as the relentless bombardment from the Elibis Kingdom forces behind them. The assistance from Zhao Feng's contingent disrupted part of the Black Abyss Empire's deployment, while the continued artillery fire from the Elibis Kingdom cornered the remnants of Montauk's forces within the city. For these Montauk soldiers, the only glimmer of hope for survival lay in their ability to break free from the Black Abyss Empire's blockade. Consequently, the lines held by the Black Abyss Empire, under the direct command of Colonel Tang Jin, were indeed breached at several points by the Montauk soldiers. This turn of events provoked an outburst of rage from Colonel Tang within the command center. He first berated Charles of the Elibis Kingdom as a petty man, and then condemned the recently fallen captain of the 3rd Battalion for betraying his trust. The small force that appeared behind the Black Abyss Empire was undoubtedly the same unit that had attacked his 3rd Battalion's headquarters a few days prior. In the midst of his tirade, Colonel Tang could not help but chuckle in exasperation. This small force, with such limited manpower, dared to cause chaos behind our lines while coordinating with the main Montauk forces for their breakout. Such audacity was indeed commendable. I am quite curious to meet the commander who led the charge against my battalion, he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Sir, should the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Battalions pursue the retreating Montauk remnants? Inquired the captain of the 1st Battalion, who assured his ability to intercept the enemy's elite unit. The adjutant then posed the question to Colonel Tang. Glancing at the map, Colonel Tang shook his head. Engaging in chaotic night battles is not our forte. Furthermore, our soldiers have endured several days of intense siege warfare and are already fatigued. The gaps in our lines created by Montauk are quite small. I estimate that there are still over 1,000 enemy troops within Blackrock City. If 1/3 managed to escape, it would be a significant feat. Judging by the frequency of energy gun discharges on the battlefield, the number of Montauk soldiers truly breaking through should be even fewer. Inform the captains of the 1st and 2nd Battalions that there is no need to expend effort chasing after those remnants. They should focus on securing our lines and eliminating the remaining enemy forces on the battlefield, Colonel Tang ordered. Understood, the adjutant replied. Colonel Tang's assessment was not erroneous. Prior to the sortie, Major Malay had counted approximately 200 soldiers prepared to accompany him out of the city. However, fewer than 300 managed to traverse the heavy artillery and fortified lines of the Black Abyss Empire, and nearly all were wounded. These soldiers did not solely emerge from the main western road. The chaos of night combat had left the Montauk forces disoriented, further exacerbated by the heavy artillery fire from the Black Abyss Empire. A battalion of over 200 soldiers, much like Zhao Feng and his companions a few days prior, stumbled chaotically from the west to the north, perhaps due to the distant sounds of gunfire emanating from Zhao Feng's group. This contingent from the Montauk Kingdom steadily approached their location under the cover of darkness. Zhao Feng, having noticed their presence, led his two small squads to provide assistance. Ultimately, amid the internal and external pressures, they managed to breach a small section of the Black Abyss Empire's 3rd Battalion's line and successfully guided the Allied troops into the mountains. Initially, this Montauk force comprised more than 200 men. However, as they entered the mountains alongside Zhao Feng, a headcount revealed that only around 50 bedraggled soldiers remained. Fortunately, Zhao Feng's timely intervention ensured that these remaining troops would not be lost as well. Among these 50, Zhao Feng was pleasantly surprised to encounter two familiar faces, Zhang Cheng, a comrade with whom he had shared life and death experiences, and the physician who often engaged him in conversation. What a twist of fate it was that he had come to their aid. Zhang Cheng greeted Zhao Feng with great enthusiasm, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Meanwhile, the physician, still bearing his rifle, was ready to return to his medical duties, utilizing his portable emergency supplies to tend to the numerous injured soldiers. Given their precarious situation on the outskirts of the Lanewood Mountains, where they could potentially face the Black Abyss Empire's relentless pursuit, the reunited group took a moment to regroup before hastily retreating into the forest. Once again, I owe you my life, Zhang Cheng remarked to Zhao Feng. We're brothers, Zhao Feng replied, patting him on the shoulder. Upon entering the mountains, Zhao Feng had only 40 men under his command. Now, after several days, he had amassed over 100 soldiers. The troops he had successfully rescued generally held lower ranks than Zhao Feng, with only Zhang Cheng serving as a squad leader, albeit a second lieutenant. According to the Montauk Kingdom's wartime regulations, Zhao Feng was unequivocally their commander. Furthermore, it was widely acknowledged that he was the one who had come to their rescue, leaving no room for dissent regarding his leadership. The physician, aside from his medical expertise, was also adept at navigating social dynamics. It was unclear how he had gleaned this information, but the following morning, as they accounted for their numbers and equipment, he informed the soldiers who had just escaped that Zhao Feng had previously led an assault on a battalion of the Black Abyss Empire, resulting in the elimination of an enemy captain and several lieutenants. This impressive feat instilled a sense of gratitude, respect, and admiration among the recently rescued soldiers, who had first-hand experience of the formidable nature of the Black Abyss Empire's forces. Through this series of maneuvers, Zhao Feng had effectively gained complete control over the 100-strong battalion. The man I was originally with was killed by the Black Abyss Empire during the city defense, Zhang Cheng said to Zhao Feng. If you can manage a complete regiment, I will find a way to have you appointed as a squad leader. Zhao Feng playfully nudged Zhang Cheng's shoulder, an unspoken camaraderie passing between the brothers. Casting a glance at the troops behind them, Zhao Feng declared, "Let us proceed into the mountains." Before them lay a narrow path, often winding through dense jungles and rugged terrains. Have you seen Commander Zhang Wen? Zhao Feng inquired of his comrade Zhang Cheng, who had previously guarded the city gates in West City. Zhang Cheng responded, "It was too chaotic. I did not catch sight of him. However, during the formulation of our breakout plan, your squad under Zhang Wen was positioned quite close to Major Malay's vanguard. If Major Malay and his team managed to break through successfully, there is a likelihood that Zhang Wen and his men could also escape alongside them." Zhao Feng nodded. Although they had not managed to rendezvous with Zhang Wen and his team, the prospect of reuniting with his faithful brother Zhang Cheng and the other valiant soldiers who had endured life and death battles was indeed a worthy endeavor. Chapter 21. Touching my gun again. Zhao Feng currently commands a force of 107 men. Alas, this number scarcely constitutes a fully manned company. Yet he still harbors aspirations of promotion and wealth. Though few in number, they are well armed. On the battlefield, firearms are of greater value than soldiers. These low-ranking soldiers of Montauk, during their breakout, managed to seize not only enemy weapons, but also those of fallen comrades. Coupled with Zhao Feng's previous acquisitions from the Black Underworld Empire's garrison, they have an ample supply of source energy crystals. Consequently, this small contingent possesses a combat capability and elite status far surpassing any unit Zhao Feng has previously led. Regrettably, their artillery is limited. Aside from the 2 cannons Zhao Feng had initially brought during their retreat, they acquired but 1 additional piece from the soldiers who escaped with them. However, to possess 3 small cannons for a modest company is a notion Zhao Feng had never dared to dream of. Zhao Feng appointed Juzi as the squad leader and assigned him 5 men to specifically attend to these cannons. Although the weather was currently fair, the onset of the rainy season loomed near. "We should retreat to the rear as soon as possible," suggested Zhang Chong. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. While their unit had a temporary abundance of ammunition and firearms, food and medical supplies presented a significant challenge. Many soldiers bore injuries, and it was unreasonable to expect them to endure solely with their own resilience. Fortunately, Dr. Zhang proved resourceful, discovering numerous medicinal herbs upon entering the forest. Moreover, they could rely on nature, as Zhao Feng and his brothers could resort to hunting for sustenance. Armed with guns and surrounded by dense woods, starvation seemed an unlikely fate. "Let us depart," Zhao Feng commanded solemnly. As Zhao Feng and his men retreated through the forest towards the heartland of Montauk, within Black Rock City, Count Charles and Colonel Tang Jin, commanders from different nations, finally convened. Count Charles was still troubled by the matter of the Marquis's insufferable offspring, while Colonel Tang Jin seethed with resentment over the escape of a few Montauk troops and the loss of a battalion commander. Both military leaders found their spirits dampened, yet, upon meeting, the hypocritical smiles graced their faces. "After capturing Black Rock City, what are your next intentions?" Count Charles inquired, his corpulent figure squeezed into the chair. "The Black Underworld Empire has emerged as a third party in this conflict. Yet it is precisely due to this interloper that Black Rock City is now firmly under Count Charles's control. In light of this," his gaze toward the other man softened considerably. "As for our subsequent maneuvers, that is classified military information, and I am unable to disclose it," replied Colonel Tang Jin, inciting a momentary choke from Count Charles. He understood that this was a veiled accusation regarding the former lack of cooperation in their joint assaults. Even the actions of the Elibis Kingdom's army, constantly providing artillery support from behind, have inflicted considerable losses on the Black Abyss Empire's legion in the desperate charge of the remnants of Montauk. This is a gathering marked by outward harmony. Yet beneath the surface, both parties harbor mutual disdain. The relationship between Count Charles and Colonel Tang Jin can be seen as a reflection of the current diplomatic dynamics between the Elibis Kingdom and the Black Abyss Empire. Presently, they stand as strategic allies, but it is uncertain when they might turn against each other. Is this land not already chaotic enough? Apart from the Black Abyss Empire, the Elibis Kingdom and Montauk, nearly all other nations on the continent are embroiled in warfare. This is an era of turmoil. Some scholars across various nations have even dubbed it a world war, although neither side has gleaned any useful information from the other. Count Charles and Colonel Tang Jin are likely aware that the focus of their respective nations will soon shift to Iron City, Winnetburg. This fortified city, constructed 3 centuries ago, represents a pivotal target. Capturing Winnetburg would bring the capital of Montauk within reach, potentially signaling the end of the conflict. The group led by Zhao Feng is also heading towards Winnetburg, which serves as Montauk's last bastion against the assaults of the 2 great empires. The innate geographical advantages, combined with Montauk's continuous fortification of this ancient stronghold over the past 200 years, have rendered Winnetburg a symbol of hope for the nation. Currently, 2/3 of Montauk's remaining elite forces are stationed near Winnetburg, while the remaining third is encamped around the capital. Even for Zhao Feng and his companions to reach the safer rear capital, they must first pass through Winnetburg. After enduring 2 months of hardship in Black Rock City, Zhao Feng longs for the safety of the rear to recuperate. On the 7th day of their journey through the lame forest mountain, Zhao Feng was surprised to encounter an acquaintance. When the daughter of the rotund proprietor, Xiaoying, rushed towards him, Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback. As he embraced the leaping Xiaoying, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the densely wooded hillside in the distance. Before long, the plump proprietor's round figure, accompanied by another individual who appeared taller and leaner, came into view. At that moment, Zhao Feng's attention was not on the proprietor, but rather on the man beside him. By mere eye contact, the stranger exuded an aura that suggested his personal combat prowess was on par with Zhao Feng's own. Zhao Feng's subsequent glance fell upon the longbow slung across the man's back. and judging by his attire of animal hide, it seemed he was a hunter. After all, not everyone has access to energy weapons. Many still rely on traditional armaments such as swords, knives, and bows, especially since the rise of energy cultivation. Many top-tier experts in the Elibis Kingdom, for instance, still prefer cold weapons over energy firearms. As Zhao Feng contemplated the robust man's longbow, he was taken aback to notice that someone nearby was also fixated on his weapon. Little Ing, who had jumped into Zhao Feng's embrace, unabashedly reached for his waist. It was evident that the young girl had her sights set on his exquisite firearm, eager to indulge in its charms. "Don't be mischievous," he gently patted her head. And after removing the source crystal from his handgun, he finally entrusted his weapon to the child. At that moment, the rotund proprietor ambled down the slope and approached Zhao Feng and the others. Rubbing his hands together, he said apologetically, "This child truly lacks understanding." "It has been a long time, Captain Zhao." As he spoke, the portly man effortlessly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one for Zhao Feng. Chapter 22. The mountain bandits. The corpulent proprietor had arrived in this vicinity about a week prior. By calculation, it was nearly accurate. However, compared to the pristine appearance he exhibited while in Black Rock City, it was evident that he had suffered considerably since venturing beyond the city limits. Zhao Feng observed a corner of the man's forehead, still wrapped in makeshift bandaging, upon arriving at the lodging of the corpulent proprietor and his companions. The scene before him further signified the misfortunes they had encountered after leaving the city. In this wretched world, the notion of a pure land was a mere illusion. Even if Zhao Feng and his companions were to reach Wenadingbao, those who thrived within the Montauk Kingdom's controlled territories would predominantly be the affluent and influential. As for the lower strata, their plight was still more favorable than that of those languishing in the occupied zones of the Black Nether Empire and the Elibis Kingdom. No one wished to live as a slave. "I require your assistance, Captain Zhao," the corpulent proprietor eagerly declared upon reaching a hunter's cabin nestled within the woods. Naturally, he could not expect Zhao Feng and Appo's help without recompense. Before Zhao Feng could utter a word, the proprietor revealed his offer. 13 irregular source stones, radiating an alluring glow, materialized before Zhao Feng. Stunned, he regarded the stones, for their quality surpassed that of the standard issue stones distributed within the military. One in particular sparkled so brilliantly that it nearly rivaled the one he had seized on the battlefield. The robust hunter, known as Sun Hu, was the corpulent proprietor's brother. Indeed, his younger sibling. The proprietor's full name was Sunda, and he was widely recognized as Boss Sun within Black Rock City. Historically, the source stones in the proprietor's possession had been procured from his brother. When Zhao Feng inquired about the origin of these stones, Sun Hu candidly replied, "They were extracted from the carcasses of beasts." "Source stones can be found within the bodies of beasts?" Zhao Feng exclaimed in astonishment, having been previously unaware of this fact. "Some possess them, while others do not. It largely depends on the strength of the beast in question. If the creature is exceptionally formidable, the likelihood of finding source stones within is quite high," Sun Hu explained. "My family has hunted in the mountains for generations. This phenomenon regarding source stones within beasts has only recently emerged. In my grandfather's time, it was non-existent." As Sun Hu spoke of his family's hunting lineage, Zhao Feng turned his gaze toward the corpulent proprietor, who offered an awkward smile and remarked, "Our family cannot solely rely on the mountains for sustenance. 20 years ago, I ventured alone to Black Rock City in search of a livelihood. Alas, the fortune I accumulated over a lifetime was squandered." The corpulent proprietor sighed, reflecting on his past. In contrast to the methods employed by the two brothers to acquire source stones, Zhao Feng was aware that the source crystals of the Montauk Kingdom primarily originated from specific mines. Particularly, those designated for use in energy rifles and cannons were excavated from the earth. Regrettably, that source crystal mine was ultimately seized by the Elibis Kingdom. For the Dark Abyss Empire and the Kingdom of Elibis, aside from the densely populated cities, one of their primary targets when invading the homeland of Montauk was the various source crystal mines scattered throughout. Source stones, it seemed, could not only be mined from pits but were also found within the bodies of certain beasts. Zhao Feng shook his head in astonishment. He had never paid attention to such matters, being preoccupied with constant warfare. Who had the time to study beasts? Moreover, as Hunter Sun Hu had mentioned, not all beasts possessed source stones. Only those of extraordinary strength contained them. Zhao Feng pondered whether this information had circulated among the aristocracy of Montauk. After all, it was news to him. The dozen or so source stones of varying quality laid before him represented the entirety of Sun Hu's current possessions. "Captain Zhao, please help me." I have invested my entire life as savings into this. The portly merchant implored, dropping to his knees before Zhao Feng. Through the merchant's account, Zhao Feng learned of the harrowing experiences faced by him and his companions after leaving the city. Bandits. A group of marauders had begun to ravage the northwestern forests outside Black Rock City several months prior, committing unspeakable atrocities. After the merchant and his companions ventured into the mountain path under the cover of darkness, they were swiftly ambushed. The 2 hired hands he had employed were utterly helpless against the armed bandits. Were it not for the merchant's quick thinking to leap from the cart with his wife and child, and his prior familiarity with the woods from his youth, they would likely have met a grim fate. In his efforts to protect his wife, the merchant sustained some injuries during their escape. Fortunately, his brother arrived just in time, managing to shoot down 2 of their pursuers, allowing the family to reach the safety of a hunter's cabin deep in the woods. Aside from losing all their goods, of the children entrusted to the merchant by Zhang Melian, only 3 had managed to escape the chaos alongside him. Among these children was a girl, even thinner than Xiao Ying, who had tragically lost one of her arms. When Zhao Feng looked over, Hunter's son who explained, the bandits' weapons were subpar, and their archery skills were even worse, yet they had coated their arrowheads with the juice of the toxic sour shadow grass. This child's constitution was too weak. Even if I had some medicinal herbs, I could not remedy her condition and had to amputate her arm. What scoundrels! Sun Hu exclaimed indignantly. Sour shadow grass is poisonous. I never use it while hunting, and yet they resorted to it to harm children. From the original group of children surrounding Zhang Melian, only 3 remained. Zhao Feng fell silent, contemplating the worth of the source stones the merchant had presented, which were undeniably valuable. However, their true potential could only be realized in the hands of Zhao Feng and his companions. Why not let the merchant attempt to sell these source stones in the towns behind us? Zhao Feng suggested. I can assure you, the moment he tries to sell them, trouble will swiftly find him. Certain matters remain beyond the grasp of ordinary merchants, particularly those like the rotund proprietor who currently lacks any formidable backing. Zhao Feng now serves as that very support. As Zhao Feng contemplated, Zhang Melian instinctively grasped his sleeve, though she uttered no words. The longing in her gaze stirred something within Zhao Feng. It was possible that not all the children had perished. Some might have been abducted by that band of mountain bandits and taken deep into the forest stronghold. In addition to the rotund proprietor and his associates, the number of those afflicted by the bandits in recent months was certainly considerable. Such is the nature of tumultuous times. Life is as expendable as grass. Zhao Feng refrained from immediately acquiescing to the rotund proprietor's demands. Instead, he resolved to rest for a night nearby. It was during this very night that Zhao Feng unexpectedly received remarkable news from one of the proprietor's associates, the final herb he had long sought for the advanced cultivation method. The star source technique was indeed available at Sun Hu's place, and it was ready for use. Chapter 23. Overwhelming that night, beneath the resplendent starry sky, Zhao Feng commenced his cultivation in a specific posture. In addition to the various herbs required for the advanced version of the star source technique, a dozen luminous source stones lay before him, radiating a gentle glow. The moment Zhao Feng accepted these source stones, it signified his commitment to assist his corpulent employer and others. Within a 20-meter radius of Zhao Feng, only Zhang Melian remained by his side. The intricate texts and various precautions recorded in the advanced star source technique necessitated Zhang Melian's assistance in translation. Furthermore, with an ample supply of auxiliary herbs, it also implied that Zhang Melian could cultivate the advanced version of the star source technique. However, she refrained from doing so, as the quantity of high-quality source stones was limited and the majority of resources needed to be prioritized for Zhao Feng. Zhang Melian's innate talent for cultivation was not particularly remarkable. Her efficiency in absorbing source stones could only be deemed mediocre among ordinary individuals. On this day, she appeared unusually silent, repeatedly applying the herbal concoction she had prepared onto Zhao Feng's robust physique. Owing to years of military service and a commitment to fitness, Zhao Feng was not overweight, yet his muscular contours were exceptionally defined. By the time she had finished applying all the herbs, and Zhao Feng had completed a full cycle of the advanced star source technique, the time had already drifted into the early hours of the morning. Although the advanced version of the technique contained only slightly more text than its initial form, the inclusion of numerous special acupoints and the guiding influence of starlight and various herbs rendered its overall complexity several times greater than the original method. Merely completing one cycle, Zhao Feng felt a surging tide of abundant source energy rising within him, relentlessly impacting his limbs. His entire body experienced a rejuvenating sensation akin to a metamorphosis. Under the night sky, Zhao Feng perceived that his vision had become significantly clearer, enabling him to see further and discern finer details. The advanced star source technique required the power of starlight for its inaugural operation. Subsequent practices could indeed be conducted during the day. This represented a shortcut unavailable to the vast majority. Zhao Feng mused, not only that, but most people do not possess a technique at all. I shall accompany you, exclaimed Zhang Malian, weary yet resolute, as she grasped Zhao Feng's hand. Observing her unwavering expression, Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. Very well. Despite a sleepless night, Zhao Feng retained a vigorous spirit during his march. They were merely facing a band of mountain bandits. Although Hunter's Son, who claimed their numbers might total around 200, nearly all the soldiers, including Zhao Feng, regarded their adversaries with disdain. Before ordinary people, those bandits might appear as ruthless fiends. However, in the presence of more formidable and domineering regular soldiers, these bandits were no stronger than common rodents. Sun Hu himself remarked that the bandit stronghold possessed only a handful of source energy firearms, with the majority of their weaponry consisting of melee arms. The chieftain of that makeshift stronghold appeared to be a figure of some significance. Otherwise, he would not be able to command this band of reckless outlaws. Regardless of their martial prowess, a single shot could fell them. Moreover, we possess artillery. Wei Shang, a soldier who had barely joined the ranks, declared with pride. This lad was only 4 or 5 years older than those unfortunate children who had suffered. Witnessing the plight of a little girl named Li Yu, who had been forced to have an arm amputated, he could not help but clench his fists in anger. He had insisted on accompanying this mission. Zhao Feng led a contingent of over 70 men into the depths of the dense forest to eradicate the bandits. The remainder stayed behind to manage supplies and tend to the wounded. A force of 70 against 200 was sufficient. The bandits were entrenched on a steep hillside, a position that was relatively easy to defend yet difficult to assault. However, they likely did not anticipate the swift arrival of regular troops to besiege them. By the time Zhao Feng and his men reached the base of the hill, it was already midday. Without granting the enemy a moment to breathe or respond, Zhao Feng commanded Juzi to open fire. 3 energy cannons fired in unison, unleashing a barrage that sent the bandit stronghold into chaos. The scene mirrored the previous bombardment of the Montauk forces by the Black Underworld Empire, which had mercilessly pounded Black Rock City. Now, it was being reenacted on this unremarkable hillside in the bandit encampment, with a sufficient stock of energy crystals captured from prior engagements. Zhao Feng did not instruct Juzi and the others to conserve their ammunition. Particularly after acquiring a new source of energy crystals, Zhao Feng felt emboldened. If it meant reducing casualties among his soldiers, expending more energy crystals was inconsequential. He remarked to Zhang Chang at his side. The soldiers who overheard Zhao Feng's words were visibly moved. Although firearms were still more precious than lives, Zhao Feng was primarily concerned for the lives of those he had brought out from Black Rock City. The bombardment continued for over 20 rounds. Several medium energy crystals depleted their energy, causing even the cannons to glow red with heat. Juzi directed a few nearby artillerymen to relieve themselves and cool down the barrels. Convinced that further bombardment was unnecessary, Zhao Feng personally led his soldiers in a charge up the hill. Regular soldiers and a band of marauding brigands were 2 entirely different matters. Despite the artillery barrage, there were still some within the bandit stronghold who dared to retaliate. A smattering of crooked arrows and scattered shots from energy firearms could be heard. Yet, for Zhao Feng's elite troops emerging from Black Rock City, this minor skirmish was hardly worthy of a blink. In an instant, Zhao Feng and his team breached the makeshift defenses established by the bandits. After dispatching 2 bandits with his Glock and using the bayonet of his energy firearm to pin another to the ground, the battle around him had essentially concluded. Many soldiers did not even encounter a living foe. The bandits had either been reduced to mere fragments by the artillery onslaught or, witnessing the overwhelming force of the regulars, had surrendered outright in despair. Among them, a particularly robust bandit with a black beard left a lasting impression on Zhao Feng. 3 soldiers under his command surrounded the foe. Yet for a moment, they found themselves unable to gain the upper hand. However, these 3 soldiers emerged unscathed, realizing that the tide had turned against him. The man appeared to deliberately hold back, hoping to negotiate a chance for survival from Zhao Feng and his comrades. From the appellations bestowed upon him by the other surrendered bandits, Zhao Feng discerned that this individual was, in fact, the leader of this band of brigands. Chapter 24. The saw blade. Over 200 bandits fell victim to Zhao Feng and Appo's S3 energy cannons, with at least half of them perishing in the initial onslaught. This mountain stronghold was not particularly extensive and was isolated on a hillside. With the formidable power of the 3 energy cannons, even a blind execution of Zhao Feng's bombardment commands would have sufficed, aside from the additional dozens of bandits who met their demise during Zhao Feng's subsequent charge. The number of those who ultimately knelt in surrender exceeded 50. This nearly matched the total count of soldiers in Zhao Feng's unit. It is no wonder that they were deemed a ragtag group. Had Zhao Feng and his men chosen to engage in negotiations from the outset, rather than launching a surprise attack, many of these bandits might have yielded in the face of a thoroughly armed regular army. In the end, the so-called leader was captured after Hunter's son, who struck him in the arm with an arrow, leading to his encirclement and binding by several soldiers. Sun Hu, a formidable figure, had caught Zhao Feng's attention. He had managed to eliminate 4 bandits with nothing but his bow, surpassing even Zhao Feng's own tally with a firearm. His prowess in close combat was not inferior to that of Zhao Feng. Even Zhang Qiang, a fellow squad leader, would likely find himself outmatched. However, Zhang Qiang wielded a gun and held the rank of squad leader in the Montauk army. In this world, possessing firearms and allies is the ultimate authority. Despite Sun Hu's strength, he remained a lone warrior, perhaps incapable of safeguarding his own family. After seizing the stronghold, Zhao Feng promptly instructed his soldiers to search the vicinity. When the cannons were fired, he had not permitted any restraint and had withheld explanations from Zhang Meiyan. He was acutely aware that the stronghold might harbor numerous innocent captives. Nevertheless, Zhao Feng could not afford to show leniency for the sake of a few souls, nor could he sacrifice his firepower advantage to engage the bandits in close quarters. Zhang Meiyan, well acquainted with Zhao Feng's character and holding progressive views herself, did not press for further clarification. Soon enough, Zhao Feng's soldiers made a grim discovery. These forest-dwelling bandits had indeed sunk to the depths of depravity. In the back of the stronghold, soldiers unearthed several cellars, 2 of which were filled to the brim with women and children, nearly devoid of clothing. These cellars served as the bandits' and Appos' dens of vice during the night. Most of Zhao Feng's soldiers were seasoned veterans, their spirits hardened by the harsh realities of war. Yet, several were overwhelmed upon witnessing the horrors within the cellars, unable to suppress their outrage. Among them, the one-armed sharpshooter, Old Ma, was particularly incensed. He raised his energy gun and executed the nearest surrendering bandit without hesitation. The gruesome aftermath, brain matter splattered, a macabre mixture of red and white, stained the ground. The soldiers' fury rendered the kneeling bandits around them utterly silent. Zhao Feng understood Old Ma's character. Though he was a man of carnal appetites, he always engaged in transactions where both parties were willing. His meager military salary was often spent entirely on such pursuits. Old Ma's actions at that moment were merely a reflection of a legitimate exchange, driven by mutual consent. However, Zhao Feng, the leader of the bandits, couldn't help but curse upon noticing a woman being brought out, her insides ravaged and on the brink of death. These unfortunate women and children had endured the most harrowing experiences known to mankind. Yet, perhaps due to the inexorable cycle of cause and effect, in the wake of more than half of the bandits being obliterated by Zhao Feng's energy cannon, the 2 dungeons where these women and children were held fortuitously lay beyond the blast radius. Even though a few shells landed nearby, those sheltered underground only suffered minor injuries, with most escaping unscathed. Upon learning this news, Zhao Feng couldn't help but express his astonishment. Zhang Meiyan's students, aside from the few who were killed initially, remained alive among those captured and brought to the bandit stronghold. This could be considered a stroke of luck amid misfortune. The bandits were reluctant to execute all their captives. For them, these living women and children represented valuable resources and crucial leverage for the chief to win hearts and minds. What shall we do with them? Zhang Qiang inquired, referring to the bandits who had surrendered and were bound in the village. Zhao Feng coldly surveyed the captives before gesturing with his hand. Execute them all. No, conserve some energy crystals. Use swords to behead them. Zhao Feng amended his command. His orders were chillingly resolute, eliciting a cacophony of wails and pleas for mercy from the surrounding bandits. Even the women and children, recently freed from the dungeons, stared in shock at Zhao Feng, the one issuing commands. Within the current ranks, Zhao Feng's word was law. As his voice echoed, the soldiers promptly commenced their grim task. The once composed chief, witnessing his men being executed one after another, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "We are willing to accept your amnesty and follow you. I and some of my brothers possess considerable strength. I can even tear apart tigers and leopards. Grant us a chance." The chief's earnest tone betrayed his formidable prowess, comparable to Zhao Feng and Sun Hu. The aura of energy radiating from him during his earlier skirmish with Zhao Feng's soldiers attested to his capability. However, upon hearing the chief's plea for mercy, Zhao Feng merely smirked and ordered, "Execute him." Now, given the chief's remarkable strength and the density of energy within him, soldiers restrained him rather than binding him with ropes. As Zhao Feng's command was issued, the one-armed Lao Ma had already gripped his long knife, but someone was swifter. "Let me," shouted the young Wei Shang, who had found a crude machete, likely a weapon left behind by the bandits. The blade was chipped and rusty, yet Wei Shang's fervor was undeniable. Seizing the opportunity while the four soldiers held the chief down, Wei Shang swung the machete with all his might. It must be said that the chief had indeed honed his strength remarkably. Despite Wei Shang's utmost effort in delivering a strike, he failed to sever the chief's neck immediately. The blade, caught within the crevice of the chief's cervical vertebrae, became lodged. A torrent of crimson blood gushed forth, splattering Wei Shang's face and hair. At that moment, the chief was still alive, his cries of agony echoing as he continued to plead for mercy from Zhao Feng. However, it seemed that the bone had trapped the blade too securely, rendering Wei Shang unable to extract it. Resolutely, he grasped the other end of the machete and began to saw through the flesh and bone. The grating sound of the blade against bone gradually silenced the pleas of the surrounding bandits and the cries of the recently liberated women and children. The chief's voice diminished, and seeing that Zhao Feng showed no mercy or reluctance, he ceased his pleas and resorted to curses instead. Alas, his fate remained unchanged. In the end, Wei Shang, this young lad, forcefully severed the chief's head, his body drenched in blood, rendering him a ghastly sight. Ignoring the now headless corpse, Zhao Feng's attention was soon captured by the soldiers' discoveries and other sellers. Aside from a plethora of jerky, furs, and other precious metals and currency, the soldiers unearthed a hide bag containing a staggering number of source stones, over 100. Among them, more than 10 were of medium grade or higher, sufficient to cover the expenses of the recent cannon fire against the bandit stronghold and still leave a considerable surplus. Remarkably, there were even 3 high-grade source stones. Wealth had arrived. Zhao Feng could not help but smile. Chapter 25. Allow me to serve you. The bandits of the forest. These ruffians, who lurk in the shadows of the mountains, may appear to wield subpar weaponry and seem like a ragtag group, yet they possess a surprisingly ample array of valuable items. Damn it, a bunch of lawless brigands are wealthier than my entire squad. Zhao Feng could not restrain his expletive-laden frustration. All the source crystal stones were confiscated, with 3 high-grade stones naturally falling into Zhao Feng's possession, while the remaining lower-grade stones were distributed among his comrades. In these tumultuous times, strength is paramount. The standard source crystals issued by the military were scarce and of poor quality, often relegated to serving as energy sources for the energy guns, leaving soldiers to scrimp and save during their training. The benefits of enhancing one's physique with source crystals, at least for the moment, pale in comparison to the firepower offered by the energy guns. Upon examining the source crystals seized from the bandits' lair, Zhao Feng noted their elliptical or spherical shapes and smooth edges. These stones were the spoils derived from the beasts hunted in the forests by the bandits. In contrast, the military's standard source crystals were typically mined, undergoing a degree of rough processing, designed to fit snugly into the grooves of energy guns. Consequently, these were predominantly cubic or rectangular, stacked neatly within ammunition crates. Aside from the gratifying haul of source crystals, there remained a substantial collection of treasures that brought joy to their faces. The 2 carts belonging to the rotund merchant were also discovered within the bandit stronghold. However, he faced a stroke of misfortune as the horses tasked with transporting the goods met their demise at the hands of an energy cannon, compelling him to seek alternative beasts of burden. Zhao Feng contemplated the other gold and silver valuables confiscated from the stronghold and decided to entrust their inventory to Zhang Meiyan for meticulous accounting. Although Zhang Meiyan was primarily a language teacher, her mathematical skills were commendable, with a few soldiers assigned to assist her in the logistics of moving these assets. Zhao Feng was keen on fostering camaraderie among his troops rather than hoarding wealth for himself. In this chaotic era, the loyalty of over 100 armed men felt far more secure than any cold, hard currency. However, the situation regarding the 50 women and children was rather troubling. To release them outright would be tantamount to signing their death warrants, Zhao Feng mused, stroking his chin. The 53 individuals rescued from the 2 cellars were predominantly young women, with ages ranging from 18 to 35, numbering 37 in total. Additionally, there were 16 children under the age of 18, the youngest of whom was merely 8 years old. It is no wonder Zhao Feng had been so enraged. vowing to eliminate these scoundrels. The frightened women and children, scantily clad and trembling, awaited their uncertain fate. While the bandits were indeed despicable, the rescuers, having slaughtered so many in their fury, had turned the stronghold into a veritable river of blood, leaving countless craters from cannon fire, which only served to instill fear in the rescued individuals. The prolonged confinement in the dank cellars had dulled the spirit of these women and children. Those with resilient spirits may have succumbed to the tortures within mere days of their capture. The remaining women and children, most of whom possess little strength, are left amidst this dense forest, and it would not take long for them to succumb to starvation or be taken by wild beasts. Observant soldiers, unable to bear the sight, have already shed their uniforms to drape over these vulnerable souls. The abundance of animal furs within the stronghold provides them with ample warmth, ensuring they are adequately clothed. Through interrogating several terrified deserters, Zhao Feng and his companions learned that the notorious leader of the bandits frequently set up ambushes and often ventured into the dense woods with a handful of experienced subordinates to hunt beasts. The source stones they collected were the fruits of their labor, explaining the robust source power possessed by their leader. While Zhao Feng contemplated the fate of these women, the plump merchant, having just finished tallying his possessions, hurriedly approached him. He offered a rather constructive suggestion. "Captain Zhao, where do you intend to go next?" Zhao Feng glanced at the merchant and replied, "To Iron City, Winterdenburg." The merchant nodded. "Indeed, Iron City. Winterdenburg and its surrounding areas are currently the safest regions in our Montauk kingdom. If one seeks a peaceful existence, that is the only choice. Yet, after arriving in Winterdenburg, do you have any further plans, Captain Zhao?" The merchant inquired. What plans could there be? To continue serving as a soldier and earn my keep. Or perhaps to see if I can rise a little higher, Zhao Feng remarked, momentarily silent as he regarded the merchant before him. The merchant continued, "After this ordeal, I have come to recognize the harsh realities. Even if one hides in the woods or possesses some wealth, what good does it do? One can never predict when disaster may strike. Therefore, I wish to propose a transaction with you, Captain Zhao, or rather, I wish to place myself under your command." The merchant's eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he regarded the merchant with interest. "You, a businessman, wish to ally with me?" The merchant replied, "Captain Zhao, in these chaotic times, mere numbers and firearms are insufficient. One must also possess wealth." His eyes gleamed as he asserted, "Not just wealth. We are in a state of war, and resources are exceedingly scarce. Not only are source stones a rarity, but even tobacco and food are in short supply. You may not have noticed, but before I departed from Black Rock City, I took measures to investigate the situation in the hinterlands of Winterdenburg. Although it is the last sanctuary of our Montauk kingdom, it has become inundated with countless refugees. Nearly half of our population is crammed into that area behind Winterdenburg, even though it has historically been one of our kingdom's renowned granaries. How can it sustain so many? With years of war causing widespread displacement and farmers abandoning their fields, perhaps the elite may thrive there, but the common folk, as I, Sunda, have observed, are in dire straits. In times of chaos, when poverty and resources are exceedingly scarce, it paradoxically becomes fertile ground for the proliferation of wealth and power. Captain Zhao, you surely aspire to be more than just a squad leader, do you not? Allow me to join your ranks. You shall provide me with protection, and in return, I will endeavor to procure various resources for you. Although I was merely a vendor of sundries in the past, I have heard from certain merchant intermediaries that not only energy rifles but even energy cannons can be acquired on the black market." As he spoke these words, the rotund Sundal exhibited an unusual excitement. It was evident that these thoughts had been on his mind for quite some time, allowing him to articulate them so fluidly before Zhao Feng. With his cheeks flushed and his eyes wide with fervor, the portly proprietor Sunda declared, "Permit me to serve you. Why can't we aspire to rise above the rest?" Chapter 26. The Valley of Wild Wolves. The obsequiousness displayed by the rotund Sunda compelled Zhao Feng to cast a glance in his direction. It must be acknowledged that Sunda's gestures instilled a sense of exhilaration in Zhao Feng. Aspiring to ascend the ranks and amass wealth, Zhao Feng understood that he could not solely rely on military achievements to seize control of his destiny amidst the chaos of war. In the present state of corruption and darkness in the Montauk Kingdom, having influential allies far outweighed mere capability. Although Zhao Feng lacked such connections, he contemplated leveraging financial resources to forge a path forward. The spoils of wealth confiscated from the bandit stronghold represented a substantial fortune. However, It was evident that the corpulent proprietor harbored alternative plans for these assets. Sunda continued, "Allow me to manage these goods. I shall take merely 5 of the profits as my commission." He sighed at the mention of the women and children. Despite his mercenary nature, Sunda possessed a daughter of similar age to many of the girls, which stirred a sense of compassion within him. He proposed, "What do you think about entrusting the management of these women and children to me? To establish a merchant association, we must have personnel. Among these women are a few of Xiao Ying's classmates, so at least the accounting will be reliable. Captain Zhao, you and the other officers will likely be occupied with battles. However, if managing logistics and generating profit is required, I could assemble a team to assist you with supplies and other necessities." Sunda gazed at Zhao Feng with anticipation, having articulated all he wished to convey. Zhao Feng remained deep in thought. Sunda's assertion was undeniably accurate. In tumultuous times, possessing firearms alone was insufficient. Financial resources were equally vital. The soldiers, including Zhao Feng's contingent, received a fixed salary each month, complemented by rewards for vanquishing foes. Yet, the salary structure and battlefield reward system of the Montauk military had remained unchanged for nearly 2 years. Nowadays, men enlisting in the Montauk Kingdom were driven not by the meager military pay, but rather the fundamental need for sustenance. The military leadership, though stagnant in salary adjustments, ensured that soldiers were at least well-fed before heading into combat, occasionally even providing canned provisions. As Zhao Feng pondered, Zhang Melian approached. He entrusted her with the task of accounting for the previous spoils, signifying his trust in her capabilities. However, Zhang Melian appeared increasingly reliant on Zhao Feng. Having endured much in recent days, it seemed she harbored aspirations that she hoped Zhao Feng would help her realize. She remarked, "Everyone has a purpose in this world. Let us allow these women to stay. I believe what Boss Sun said holds merit. If we can indeed maximize the value of these goods, enhancing the prowess of our Montauk forces, it would be a fortuitous outcome. The onset of war has already inflicted enough suffering," Zhang Melian stated. Zhao Feng glanced at Zhang Melian, then at the expectant rotund boss, and the multitude of women and children whose eyes reflected a mixture of numbness, anxiety, and trepidation. Finally, he nodded and said, "Very well, we may proceed with the collaboration you mentioned. However, will a mere 5 profit suffice?" Zhao Feng inquired, his naivety in arithmetic and commerce evident, for he was an unrefined brute in such matters. The corpulent boss, Sunda, rubbed his chubby hands together, his excitement palpable. "Sufficient. Quite enough. Just watch. With your protection, I firmly believe that Sunda shall carve out a name for himself in Windtidingburg." The rotund boss exuded confidence. Yet, considering Sunda's capabilities, it would be absurd to expect him to ascend to the status of the wealthiest individual in Montauk within a short span. Nevertheless, providing Zhao Feng with 100 or so capable men to achieve a seamless military-commercial integration was entirely feasible. In the past, the soldiers under Zhao Feng's command received their salaries and provisions from the Montauk Military Department. However, with the fall of Haiyan City and Montauk's subsequent retreat, the future of this nation remained shrouded in uncertainty. At 24 years of age, Zhao Feng found himself contemplating more profound matters. Should he not consider maintaining his own troops? Perhaps witnessing the bandits who ruled the mountains stirred a transformation within him, altering his mindset from the past. He could no longer simply follow orders from above. For who could predict when death might strike? Much like the inexplicable battle plan that had led him out of Haiyan City, my fate must rest in my own hands. On this unknown bandit hillside, Zhao Feng clenched his fists, silently resolving. It was still a precarious time, and Zhao Feng had strictly ordered his soldiers to refrain from misconduct. Those who managed to escape from Haiyan City were seasoned veterans, well aware that safety was far from assured. They had heard the harrowing tales of the women from the mouths of combatants. Some injured soldiers, whose limbs had yet to heal, broke off half of their rations and handed them to the women, claiming to protect the vulnerable, though it seemed less noble than it appeared. It was merely the instinctual protective urge of male beings towards the female. Nonetheless, amid these valiant soldiers, the suffering women found a sliver of warmth and security. A few resilient women even managed to share laughter by the campfire that very night. Their distinctive tones and playful banter captivated a throng of soldiers, their eyes glinting like ravenous wolves. Yet, under Zhao Feng's stern military orders, none dared to act out of line. This was a disciplined army, not a band of unruly brigands. By the campfire in front of the hunter's cabin, a wild deer sizzled over the flames, the delectable aroma of its fat wafting through the air. However, the creature was remarkably swift, and Hunter Sun, who failed to land a shot with 2 arrows. It was the sharpshooter, Old Ma, who finally brought it down with a single shot to the head. The likelihood of such herbivores yielding source stones within them was quite low. I am aware of a location where the likelihood of beasts possessing source stones is significantly higher, and their numbers are ample. Sun Hu, wielding a small knife, sliced through the outer layer of the nearly roasted venison while speaking. "Where?" inquired Zhao Feng, accepting the roasted deer meat handed to him by Sun Hu. "The Wolf Valley," Sun Hu replied. Chapter 27. The Feast. One of the advantages of reclaiming the corpulent boss Sunda was the inclusion of a remarkably skilled hunter, Sun Hu. Zhao Feng had previously inquired whether Sun Hu would be willing to enlist. However, in this modern era, archery had long since become obsolete. Until one cultivates their source power to a formidable level, source energy firearms are the true path to mastery. Ultimately, Zhao Feng appointed Sun Hu as the guide for his troop in the jungle, and given the man's prowess in close combat, he was more than adequate to serve as Zhao Feng's personal bodyguard. After establishing camp near the hunter's cabin, they rested for the night. On the following day, Zhao Feng instructed Sun Hu to lead them to the Wolf Valley. In these wartime conditions, Zhao Feng hoped to bolster his forces as much as possible. The resource known as source stones is rare and precious, and Zhao Feng had a grand scheme that necessitated a substantial quantity of them. The mere 100 or so stones acquired yesterday, along with the spoils from previously dismantling the Black Underworld Empire's camp, were insufficient in Zhao Feng's eyes. The Wolf Valley lay a considerable distance from Sun Hu's cabin, nestled deep within a less-trodden forest. With Sun Hu, well-versed in the terrain, leading the way, Zhao Feng and his companions took a full day and night to reach their destination. Zhao Feng's contingent was modest, comprising only 50 men. Their target was merely a pack of wild beasts, and with traps already set and strategies discussed, hunting these creatures was far simpler than taking human lives. In this world, humanity still held dominion, albeit interspersed with the explosive sounds of source energy grenades and the anguished cries of beasts. Wolves are social animals, and the Wolf Valley is unequivocally the most perilous area within the Limping Forest mountain range. With the modern firepower at their disposal in a mere morning, Zhao Feng led his well-armed soldiers to decimate the entirety of Wolf Valley. The valley hosted numerous wolf packs, totaling over a dozen. When they counted their gains, they were astonished to discover 317 source stones. The valley was littered with craters and bloodstains, in addition to more than 10 high-grade source stones. Zhao Feng unexpectedly seized 2 even more extraordinary source stones. One of these stones was a vibrant red. If that were not enough, what surprised them further was that during the hunt for the massive red-furred wolf, it had actually breathed fire. Was this truly a beast? This red source stone was of high-grade quality. However, the true prize was the source stone obtained from the valley's leader, a 3-meter-tall white claw wolf king. Though it lacked the fiery breath of its counterpart, its speed, explosive power, and formidable bite force were astonishing. Its extraordinary size surpassed the wildest imaginations of Zhao Feng and his companions. This world is indeed profoundly insane. The Limping Forest mountain range, in fact, does not rank among the largest forests in the entire Montauk Kingdom, let alone the continent. Aside from the fire-breathing red wolf and the formidable giant wolf king, one wonders what other ultimate and terrifying creatures may exist in this world. The source stone extracted from the body of the white-clawed giant wolf king was of a higher grade than any Zhao Feng had previously encountered. Merely holding it, he felt an intense heat and a powerful surge of energy coursing through his palm, resonating within him. Engaging the giant wolf king in battle alone, without the aid of firearms and traps, would have resulted in the demise of Zhao Feng and all his men. Yet, a beast remains a beast, trapped in the valley. It was relentlessly bombarded by 3 energy cannons, reducing it to mere flesh and blood. The Wild Wolf Valley nearly collapsed under the concentrated explosions of the energy thunderbolts. Furthermore, the hunt in Wild Wolf Valley had depleted the energy thunderbolts from the hands of Zhao Feng's soldiers. The manufacturing process of energy thunderbolts is quite intricate, although they do not consume much source crystal. Regrettably, Zhao Feng and his comrades lacked the technology for gun and cannon production, as well as the creation of energy thunderbolts. Presently, Zhao Feng could only consciously cultivate his forces. The notion of establishing an arms factory still felt distant. He personally claimed 2 special-grade source stones, while pondering the distribution of the other high-grade stones among his squad leaders, assigning 1 to each. A crucial quality of an exemplary leader is the ability to allocate resources effectively. Over the years, the soldiers following Zhao Feng had experienced profit-sharing and the division of source stones, all under the guidance of a dependable commander. The cohesion of this troop and their loyalty to Zhao Feng were ever increasing. After the hunt in Wild Wolf Valley, although Sun Hu mentioned several strong beast dens in the surrounding forests, it is noteworthy that, in addition to an abundance of wolf meat, pelts, and source stones, Zhao Feng and his companions had also gathered over 50 blind wolf cubs. Hunter Sun Hu expressed his willingness to attempt to tame these wild wolves. The loyal dog is, in fact, a descendant of wolves. Though uncertain of Sun Hu's success rate, the thought of the fire-breathing red wolf and the 3-meter-tall, warhorse-sized White Claw Wolf King stirred Zhao Feng's enthusiasm. If the White Claw Wolf King could be subdued, its size would make for an impressive steed, and its fur could withstand the concentrated fire of energy guns. What a pity, Zhao Feng mused, shaking his head. Despite not acquiring a striking mount, Zhao Feng ordered his men to skin the Wolf King's pelt, envisioning a splendid coat that could even serve as body armor on the battlefield. As they departed from Wild Wolf Valley, Zhao Feng observed Sun Hu tending to the blind wolf cubs and once again extended an invitation. Without hesitation, Sun Hu nodded and declared, "I will follow you, but you must provide me with a gun." The most profound impression on him had been the gun skills exhibited by the one-armed elder, Ma, just days prior. "No problem." With a punch aimed at Sun Hu's robust chest, Zhao Feng remarked. On the return journey, they encountered no unforeseen events. The innate affection that children possess for animals is undeniably irresistible. Among them, some of the wolf cubs, which had gradually opened their eyes, were making soft whimpering sounds. Yearning for milk. Chapter 28. Secret Society? The Empire. He directly unveiled the initial portion of the Star Source technique. Zhao Feng did not hail from the upper echelons, nor did he belong to any noble lineage, thus he held little interest in safeguarding this martial art. It was only recently that Zhao Feng had acquired a technique. Had he obtained it a few years earlier, it might have been disseminated already. Presently, not only in the Montauk Kingdom, but across other nations on the continent. Even among the military powers, including the Black Underworld Empire, there has been no inclination to propagate the techniques that have been discovered. Whether nationwide or even solely within the military, these coveted techniques remain in the hands of the elite. For those entrenched in power, the indiscriminate dissemination of energy cultivation techniques could potentially disrupt their established order significantly, were it not for the frequent wars over the past decade. Even the resource known as source stones might not have reached the hands of soldiers. Ordinary civilians in various nations have no means to acquire source crystal stones, nor do they possess any information regarding cultivation techniques. Zhao Feng was unaware if he was the first on the continent to share his acquired techniques with those around him. Nevertheless, his actions undoubtedly ignited a spark in the struggling Montauk Kingdom. The advent of the technique filled the soldiers within his ranks with a sense of rarity. Those veterans, seasoned by years of service, might have heard whispers of such cultivation techniques, yet the younger soldiers appeared utterly bewildered. Like Zhao Feng, many of these soldiers were not well versed in literacy. Fortunately, the initial version of the Star Source technique was not overly complex. Even the most obtuse among them could grasp the basics after a couple of days of instruction. During this process, Zhao Feng discovered a few prodigies among them. One was Sun Hu, whose innate source energy was remarkably profound, akin to Zhao Feng's own. Upon mastering the Star Source technique, his abilities evidently soared to a new level. The second was Wei Shang, a youthful talent whose cultivation aptitude surpassed that of all soldiers, even exceeding Zhao Feng himself. Though he had only mastered the initial version of the Star Source technique, Wei Shang's efficiency in cultivation rivaled that of Zhao Feng, who had progressed to the advanced version, leaving Zhao Feng in awe. Among the others, the daughter of the portly proprietor, Xiao Ying, also exhibited exceptional talent, second only to Wei Shang. Initially, Zhao Feng had no intention of instructing her, yet her fearless spirit led her to boldly touch Zhao Feng's firearm. She had approached Zhao Feng and the others at their encampment, gradually learning by observation. Perhaps it was her innate talent, but her learning speed surpassed that of more than half the soldiers, causing many of the older men to feel somewhat diminished. Xiao Ying was also the sole individual outside Zhao Feng's ranks who grasped a cultivation technique. For reasons unknown, Zhao Feng found it difficult to maintain a stern demeanor with this spirited girl. Instead, her vivacity and audacity in interacting with him brought a sense of comfort amidst the prolonged pressures of war. None must divulge the matter of the technique. In the barracks, Zhang Chang, standing in for Zhao Feng, surveyed the surroundings and declared, "If I find out who is betraying us, I will be the first to take their life." Zhang Chang spoke with a stern voice. Zhao Feng can distribute the initial version of the Star Source technique to his soldiers, yet he would not offer it freely to everyone. Allowing his subordinates to cultivate is primarily aimed at enhancing their combat prowess and survival capabilities. The distance to Windedingburg is considerable, and fierce battles could erupt at any moment along the way. Although Zhang Melian is a teacher, she once provided Zhao Feng with a constructive suggestion one night. You could use the star source technique to garner support among your troops. Establishing a clandestine organization called the Star Source Society. During my university days, I participated in various societies which significantly helped in fostering camaraderie. In the future, only soldiers who secretly join this society will gain access to the cultivation methods of the Star Source technique. And they must pledge not to disclose any information about the society, or they will face our full wrath. Zhang Melian's proposal elicited a subtle nod from Zhao Feng. However, he was acutely aware that such actions would entail certain risks. Yet, given the precarious nature of military life, Zhao Feng resolved to take the gamble. In a moment of levity, he quipped, "Star Source Society? Isn't that name a bit odd? I find Unity Society to be more appealing." Ultimately, Zhao Feng opted for the name suggested by Zhang Melian. In truth, Zhao Feng, despite his rough exterior, had yet to grasp the profound implications of the clandestine Star Source Society in the tumultuous Montauk Kingdom. Zhang Melian, possessing broader knowledge and perspective, may have perceived some of these ramifications, though she too could not foresee its ultimate evolution. As Zhang Melian initially hoped, she wished for Zhao Feng and his comrades to protect their homeland. However, if the political system of the Montauk Kingdom had decayed to an untenable state, then a complete overhaul would be necessary. Perhaps an imperial system would be more suited to the current historical context. As exemplified by the strength of the Black Underworld Empire and the Elibis Kingdom, both of which surpassed Montauk in power. Besides imparting the Star Source technique, Zhao Feng had taken the opportunity over the past few days to have Sun Hu lead a team, with Dr. Zhang as his deputy, to gather various medicinal herbs mentioned in the Star Source technique. While Zhao Feng did not intend to disclose the advanced version of the Star Source technique, he and his soldiers could certainly benefit from the medicinal herbs that aid in cultivation. The Star Source technique categorizes the progress of practitioners into levels. The initial Star Source technique has only 4 tiers. Upon reaching approximately the 3rd tier, one can withstand energy bullets, while the 4th tier enables them to endure the strikes of energy cannons. This indicates that the Wolf King corresponds to the 3rd tier. Moreover, Major Malay, who previously led the internal forces of Black Rock City to breakthrough, is said to withstand the bombardment of energy cannons, placing him at the 4th tier. The initial Star Source technique's 4th tier represents its limit. However, the advanced version of the Star Source technique that Zhao Feng cultivates possesses 3 additional tiers beyond these 4, totaling 7 tiers. Those legendary figures spoken of in the past few years of warfare, capable of breaching a city or withstanding concentrated artillery fire, must indeed belong to the latter 3 tiers of strength. In the 7th layer of the Star Source technique, it is stated that upon mastery, one could soar into the heavens. Zhao Feng dismissed this as mere nonsense. However, having encountered even fire-breathing wolves, the notion of flight seemed not entirely implausible. At this moment, due to Zhao Feng cultivating the advanced version of the Star Source technique, coupled with an abundance of source stones and medicinal herbs to aid him, he felt himself on the verge of ascending to the 2nd tier. In contrast, others, including the robust Sun Hu, who possessed a substantial internal source energy, were still languishing in the 1st tier due to their recent initiation into the practice. The path of cultivation is exceedingly protracted, and who knows what the future holds. Beneath the night sky, as Zhao Feng closed his eyes to absorb the enhancement bestowed by the myriad stars, he couldn't help but marvel at the journey ahead. Chapter 29. The issue of ethnicity. After a 3-day respite in the depths of the Lame Forest Mountains, Zhao Feng, rejuvenated, led his soldiers westward. Both Windedingbao and the capital of the Montauk Kingdom lay to the northwest of Zhao Feng and his troops. The Montauk Kingdom is characterized by its expansive eastern region and its narrow western territory. Windedingbao is strategically nestled amid the western mountains, making it a formidable stronghold. Beyond Windedingbao lies the Sichuan Plain, the 3rd largest area in the Montauk Kingdom, yet the most fertile, serving as the kingdom's final granary. The capital, Thebes, is situated at the heart of the Sichuan Plain. The names of the capital, Thebes, and Windedingbao reveal a dissonance with the contemporary cities of the Montauk Kingdom, including Haiyan City. This disconnection stems from the fact that both Windedingbao and Thebes were established during the previous dynasty of the Montauk Kingdom, 2 centuries ago, when the dominant rulers were a white ethnic group known as the Avelin people. However, the founders of the Montauk Kingdom overthrew the decaying rule of the Avelin, leading to the current governance predominantly by individuals of East Asian descent. Currently, the Montauk Kingdom is home to 23 ethnic groups, with the Avalon white population dwindling to less than 5% of the total populace, a consequence of the kingdom's earlier aversion towards so-called Caucasians. The situation in the Black Underworld Empire mirrors that of the Montauk Kingdom, also under East Asian rule, though it is said that there, the nobility and royalty place greater emphasis on lineage. In contrast, the Elibas Kingdom appears to have a significant white population, with the royal family also possessing Caucasian blood. The soldiers from the Elibas Kingdom, whom Zhao Feng had previously defeated on the battlefield, are sometimes humorously referred to as white skins. Not only due to the light color of their uniforms, but also because of the considerable number of whites within the Elibas Kingdom. In addition to East Asians and Caucasians, Zhao Feng, who has served in the military for many years, has heard tales of the existence of black individuals in some distant and remote regions of the continent. What might a group of them resemble? Having encountered a few Caucasians, Zhao Feng finds some of them rather pleasant to behold. Yet he cannot fathom what a collection of dark-skinned individuals might look like. The journey from the Lame Forest Mountains to Winnedingbao, under normal circumstances, would take a month and a half. However, in times of war, Zhao Feng and his men must remain vigilant for potential enemy threats, often avoiding main roads in favor of smaller paths. With this understanding, if they can reach Winnedingbao within 3 months, it would fulfill Zhao Feng's expectations. The journey is rather monotonous. The supplies carried by Zhao Feng and his men are meager. Aside from some jerky and other dried provisions, they possess little else. The jerky, crafted from game hunted in the mountains, consists largely of wolf meat. While wolf meat is tough, it is nonetheless sustenance, and the soldiers do not exhibit particular finickiness. Moreover, an intriguing piece of information relayed by Sun who sparked a surprising enthusiasm among the troops for this type of jerky. I have observed that the flesh of these wild beasts is far more satiating than that of ordinary poultry, and it seemingly enhances one's physical constitution to a degree. Particularly, the meat of those beasts possessing source stones facilitates a smoother cultivation of source power during our training, as Sun Hu remarked. His assertion was swiftly corroborated by the soldiers. Especially after they acquired the star source technique, many soldiers began their cultivation immediately after consuming wolf meat, and indeed, they noticed subtle changes. Zhao Feng recalled the fire-breathing red wolf and the 3-meter-tall white-clawed wolf king, and could not help but exclaimed that these creatures could no longer merely be termed wild beasts. The designation and oppos, source beasts and oppos, would be far more fitting. With an ample supply of meat and techniques to practice, along with an abundance of source stones, Zhao Feng and his companions lacked for nothing. This small detachment of just over 100 individuals, after enduring several days, had undergone a complete transformation by the time they emerged from the sprawling mountains of the crippled forest. The map in Zhao Feng's possession was originally seized from the Black Abyss Empire's military headquarters. It is no wonder that the military might of the Black Abyss Empire ranks among the foremost on the continent. Even this map alone was significantly more detailed than any Zhao Feng had previously encountered at Zhongwen's command center. Unfortunately, the script of the Black Abyss Empire was difficult to decipher, though Zhang Malian provided invaluable translation assistance. As Zhao Feng stepped out of the mountains, he first cast a glance back at the verdant peaks behind him before turning his attention forward. In recent months, the Montauk Kingdom had suffered rapid defeats. During their encirclement at Black Rock City, Zhao Feng and his companions had heard that many of the surrounding towns and villages had already fallen. Otherwise, the reorganized regiment of the Black Abyss Empire would not have been able to circumvent them and effectively trap them. Upon exiting the mountains, the nearest medium-sized city to Zhao Feng and his group was named Jinluo City. According to the map, it was of the same caliber as Black Rock City. Yet Zhao Feng harbored doubts about whether this city still remained under the control of the Montauk Kingdom. The discipline of the Black Abyss Empire's troops was evident. The map he had captured did not reveal too much about their recent military strategies. Even the scant annotations provided little assistance to Zhao Feng and his companions. I have decided we should bypass Jinluo City and approach Blue Needle River from the flank. After crossing Blue Needle River, whether we venture deeper into the mountains or take the smaller path toward Winding Fort, both options would be considerably safer than the main road leading to Jinluo City, Zhao Feng declared. As the highest commander of the current detachment, his recommendations were met with unanimous agreement. Additionally, there were still over 50 women and children in their ranks, making any encounter with enemy forces all the more perilous. Although they did not head directly to Jinluo City, Zhao Feng and his companions still passed through several villages on their long detour. A haze of smoke lingered in the air, and the villages lay eerily deserted. Only scattered bloodstains and the occasional sight of corpses strewn about hinted at the horrors that had transpired. It seemed the armies of the Elibis kingdom were indeed engaged in the large-scale capture of the Montauk populace, reducing them to slavery. In contrast, the Black Abyss Empire appears to be more discerning, as they only capture minors. Could it be due to the blood feud from over 2 centuries ago? At that time, the Montauk kingdom executed numerous awaken people. However, the current rulers of the Elibis kingdom, despite comprising half of the Caucasian population, do not necessarily hail from the awaken ethnicity. The present circumstances can ultimately be attributed to the weakened state of the Montauk kingdom. History reveals an immutable truth: weakness invites aggression. After traversing several villages, Zhao Feng and his companions finally arrived at a small town named Maple Leaf Town, where they encountered a few living souls. This area had already fallen under the occupation of the Elibis kingdom's military, though their numbers appeared limited, resembling only 2 or 3 small squads. Zhao Feng commanded his soldiers to prepare for battle. Chapter 30. New discoveries. The battle commenced swiftly. The military of the Elibis kingdom was evidently unprepared for an assault on such a remote little town. As Zhao Feng and his companions launched their attack, they began with artillery fire. A barrage of energy projectiles bewildered several stationed squads of the Elibis kingdom. This town, which once boasted a population of merely 2,000 to 3,000, now harbored just over 400 residents. The Elibis military station there consisted of merely 3 squads, totaling around 30 individuals, an entirely reasonable ratio for overseeing 400 townsfolk, particularly as these soldiers were armed. The skirmish lasted less than half an hour, concluding with Zhao Feng's forces claiming victory by eliminating 27 enemies and capturing 5. The element of surprise played a significant role, alongside the astonishing prowess of Zhao Feng's elite unit. In vanquishing the 3 squads of the Elibis kingdom, only 2 soldiers from Zhao Feng's contingent sustained minor injuries. The 5-man assault team, clad in garments crafted from the pelt of the White Claw Wolf King, achieved remarkable success. The energy rifles of the Elibis soldiers were utterly ineffective against such wolf hide. Moreover, the main forces of the Elibis kingdom had not left behind any heavy weaponry such as energy cannons. It was truly unexpected how the ambush unfolded. After seizing control of the town, Zhao Feng summoned the temporary mayor and interrogated the captured Elibis soldiers to glean information about the surrounding area. By now, nearly a month had elapsed since the occupation of Black Rock City. The Montauk kingdom had long ceased any resistance in the vicinity. The mayor recounted that approximately 20 days prior, a contingent of soldiers from the Montauk kingdom had passed briefly through the area, the only other military presence they had seen besides Zhao Feng and his team. It seemed likely that these were soldiers led by Major Malay, who had escaped the city via a similar route, albeit faster due to their choice of main roads. Upon concluding the interrogation of the Elibis captives, Zhao Feng and his companions confirmed that there were no remnants of Montauk forces within several dozen miles. They were entirely within enemy-occupied territory. Recognizing the imprudence of lingering, Zhao Feng resolved to lead his soldiers onward and evacuate on the very day of the battle. The captured Elibis soldiers might afford a safer retreat route in the short term. He inquired of the mayor and others whether they wished to accompany him, but ultimately received a polite refusal. "We have lived here our entire lives. Even if we were to flee, where could we possibly go?" sighed the mayor, a middle-aged man with a leg crippled by the Elibis soldiers, a deliberate act to ensure his compliance and ease of governance. Prior to Zhao Feng's arrival, more than 3/4 of the town's population had been taken away by the Elibis military. What awaits them may very well be an endless life of servitude. Had Zhao Feng and his companions arrived even a moment later, within a week, the remaining townsfolk would have been forcibly transported away. Zhao Feng inquired of the town mayor regarding their next course of action. The mayor replied that he would lead the townspeople to a nearby village nestled against the mountains. It was plausible that some provisions still remained in those villages. Should the Elibis people return, he would guide the remaining villagers into the hills. Given the current state of affairs in the Montauk kingdom, such a course seemed inevitable. Upon hearing that these townsfolk would not accompany them, Zhao Feng exhibited a trace of sympathy and sorrow, yet deep down, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. Traveling with several hundred townspeople would undoubtedly attract more attention than their current situation. Furthermore, their marching speed would be significantly impeded, and the issue of food supplies loomed large. It was likely that the townsfolk, too, recognized that following Zhao Feng and his companions might not yield favorable outcomes. Instead, it was wiser to seek refuge in the mountains, where they might at least preserve their lives. Most of the several hundred townspeople were elderly or frail, Zhao Feng did not spot a single able-bodied man under the age of 40, and there were very few women and children. When he inquired with the mayor, he learned that the able-bodied young men had been taken away in the first wave of deportations by the Elibis kingdom. Had it not been for this, Zhao Feng would have been keen to bolster his ranks. Encountering several hundred Montauk citizens, he asked if any of the women and children in his group wished to stay behind and find a way to survive alongside the townsfolk. To his surprise, a few women expressed their desire to remain, preferring to avoid the tribulations of a nomadic life. Zhao Feng respected their choice, leaving them with some jerky before taking his leave. However, the vast majority of women and children opted to accompany Zhao Feng and his companions, likely feeling a greater sense of security in the company of these soldiers. Additionally, the promises made by the corpulent merchant, Sunda, regarding their prospects upon reaching Windedingburg had also swayed them. In times of chaos, these women needed a pillar of support. They later mocked the few who chose to remain in the town, likely facing hardships in the wilderness, questioning their sanity. What chance did they have of survival alongside the elderly and weak? They were far more inclined to follow Zhao Feng. After departing from the small town, guided by the captured Elibis soldiers' testimonies, Zhao Feng and his party skillfully navigated through several patrol zones of the Elibis kingdom, continuing their advance to the northwest. The Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis kingdom, having already carved up more than half of the Montauk kingdom's territory, seemed to have divided their spoils. The central and southeastern regions of Montauk were predominantly under Elibis control, while the north, particularly the northeast, was entirely occupied by the Black Abyss Empire. Considering Zhao Feng and his companions' retreat route, it was likely they would encounter the Elibis forces most frequently. This realization brought a measure of relief to Zhao Feng, for the legions of the Black Abyss Empire were generally more formidable than those of the Elibis kingdom. As they continued northward, Zhao Feng practiced the Star Source technique, concurrently making new discoveries. At this juncture, he was on the verge of advancing to the second tier of the Star Source technique. The flesh and blood of the White Claw Wolf King, along with the source stones and the medicinal herbs he gathered in the Limping Forest Mountains, serve as the primary catalyst propelling Zhao Feng swiftly into the second tier. Furthermore, the remarkable acceleration in his advancement within a month of mastering the Star Source technique is also attributable to the solid foundation he established during his years of military service. However, the subsequent transition to the third tier, capable of withstanding the force of a source energy gun, is not an endeavor that can be achieved in the short term. Aside from the elation brought about by his imminent progression, Zhao Feng's other significant discovery arose from the Red Wolf Source Stone he had seized. As he clenched the Red Wolf Source Stone and suddenly swung his fist forward, a flame erupted from between his knuckles. Witnessing this spectacle, many soldiers stood in awe, as if they were watching their commander perform a juggling act. Wei Shang, in particular, clapped his hands in delight. Ultimately, it was Yao Ernia who delivered a sharp slap to the back of Wei Shang's head, casting him a disapproving glance. Nearly a month had passed, and Yao Ernia's minor injuries had healed. He had also begun to practice the initial version of the Star Source technique. Upon regaining his strength, he promptly resumed his role as Zhao Feng's personal guard, with Wei Shang falling under his supervision. "Is this the ability of the Red Wolf?" Zhang Chang inquired, scratching his head as he approached Zhao Feng, captivated by the sight of flames erupting from his fist. Chapter 31. A Fierce Assault. The Crimson Source Stone, undoubtedly an exceedingly rare gem, was something Zhao Feng had never encountered before. After unleashing a fiery blaze, he distinctly felt that the energy within the stone had diminished by nearly 1/5. This indicated that he could only execute similar fiery strikes a maximum of 5 times. However, over the past few days, he had stumbled upon a rudimentary method for replenishing the energy of these source stones. When a stone, depleted of energy, was placed alongside other more abundant stones, it would gradually regain its vitality while the others would diminish. This seemed to involve a form of energy transfer. Upon discovering this, Zhao Feng mused that he could utilize the energy-rich White Claw Wolf King Stone for his cultivation, and when its energy neared depletion, he could supplement it with the lower-tier stones. Although it was possible that 100 inferior stones might not fully restore the Wolf King Stone, the richness of its source power and the assistance it provided during Zhao Feng's cultivation was undeniably worthwhile. The source stones extracted from the source beasts were significantly different from those mined from resource-rich areas. Henceforth, he decided to refer to them as crystal cores, as he toyed with the Scarlet Stone. He recalled how the young girl, Xiaoying, had shown great interest in his fire-spitting trick and had persistently asked him to teach her. The journey was not entirely smooth sailing. After departing from Maple Leaf Town, Zhao Feng and his companions inevitably encountered various skirmishes, particularly as time passed. The Elibis Kingdom gradually became aware of a resistance force of over 100 individuals from the Montauk Kingdom within their occupied territory, relying solely on the captured prisoners. Zhao Feng and his group found it increasingly difficult to evade the patrols of the Elibis forces. Moreover, the Elibis Kingdom began to systematically target Zhao Feng and his companions. Had it not been for their careful navigation through mountainous and watery terrains, deliberately avoiding main thoroughfares, their conflicts with the Elibis military would have been far more frequent. The path to breakthrough grew ever more arduous. A month later, at the foot of the White Cloud Mountains, they were approaching the southern ranges of Windadberg in the Montauk Kingdom, an extension of its mountain range. This area was rich in resources. In addition to an abundance of flora and fauna, it was also the region with the highest concentration of known source crystal veins in the Montauk Kingdom. The Elibis Kingdom and the Dark Abyss Empire would not attack Montauk without cause, while Zhao Feng and his companions remained oblivious to the international situation and higher-level decisions. Perceptive individuals in neighboring countries believed that the Dark Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom had initially set their sights on Montauk due to its bountiful resources. Furthermore, apart from its prosperous commerce, the military strength of this nation was not formidable. As the saying goes, a man is innocent but has a treasure. Why should he not be targeted? Similarly, upon entering the White Cloud Mountains, Zhao Feng and his companions found themselves embroiled in an increasing number of battles, becoming more frequent and intense with each encounter. At this juncture, it is no longer feasible for Zhao Feng and his companions to seek refuge in the mountains to evade danger. For within the mountains lies a formidable presence of the Elibis Kingdom's troops. This is a mining area. Intense combat erupts once more at the foot of the Bayun mountain range, specifically at the Kissinger prison. Clad in leather, Zhao Feng takes the lead, wielding a rapid-fire energy gun, and boldly charges towards the Elibis Kingdom's stronghold. Before dawn, this concentration camp must be seized. Brothers, follow me into the fray once more. Zhao Feng calls to the soldiers around him. Nearby, the veteran, Lao Ma, nonchalantly replaces an exhausted energy crystal with a new one. This seasoned marksman remains motionless, lying in wait. In the darkness, his aim remains unerring, allowing him to forego the charge. Meanwhile, other soldiers, such as Yao Erniu, Zhang Chong, and Wei Shang, have gathered by Zhao Feng's side, marking their second assault on Kissinger prison, where nearly 20 fallen soldiers now litter the ground. This Kissinger prison is an essential waypoint for Zhao Feng and his comrades on their journey to Weina Dingbao. Should they fail to advance, they risk being encircled and annihilated by the troops of the Elibis Kingdom. At this moment, Zhao Feng has already ascended to the second tier of the Star Source decision. A robust source energy radiates from his being. In daylight, it may be less discernible, but in the night, his form emits a faint blue glow, remarkably conspicuous. Thus, the soldiers can always locate their captain. As long as their leader stands resolute, these soldiers are emboldened to follow him into battle. Zhao Feng himself embodies a vibrant flag that shall never be lowered. Sensing the fighting spirit and determination of the soldiers around him, Zhao Feng once again leads the charge. Alongside the energy cannons under his command, opposing fire from the Elibis Kingdom's troops erupts as well. The previous failure in their assault stemmed not only from the formidable firepower of their adversaries, which matched their own, but also from the long-established defenses of Kissinger prison. This location boasts extensive fortifications, barbed wire, trenches, and even concealed energy mines. Originally, these defenses were not devised against Zhao Feng and his group, but rather to prevent uprisings among the Montauk Kingdom's mining slaves within the prison. However, with Zhao Feng and his comrades' sudden incursion, the Elibis troops have adeptly capitalized on the existing terrain and positional advantages. This battle places Zhao Feng and his team at a relative disadvantage. Not only are they the attackers lacking any geographical advantage, but there is also a numerical disparity to contend with. Along the journey to the Bayan mountain range, Zhao Feng's forces have sustained some losses, yet they have also recruited a considerable number of young men from the Montauk Kingdom, bringing their numbers to approximately 150, forming a full platoon. In contrast, over 200 troops from the Elibis Kingdom are stationed at Kissinger prison. The military structures of the Montauk Kingdom differ significantly from those of the Elibis Kingdom and the Black Underworld Empire. The over 200 individuals constituted 2 organized battalions of the Elibis Kingdom. Their numbers were inferior to those of their adversaries, and the terrain for an assault was far from favorable. How could they possibly engage in battle? There seemed to be no alternative, regardless of the difficulties. They had to advance with determination. for this was the only path for Zhao Feng and his companions to secure their survival. Just as Zhao Feng approached the iron net fortifications of the Elibis Kingdom's forces once more, intending to breach the defenses with several source energy bombs. A cacophony of chaotic noise and cries of battle erupted from the rear of the Elibis forces. It appeared that the Montauk miners in this concentration camp had risen in revolt. At that moment, Zhang Cheng leaned closer to Zhao Feng and spoke. Chapter 32. Conquest. Several activated energy thunder bombs were hurled by Zhao Feng towards the iron barricade of the Elibis Kingdom and Apos' military position. With a resounding explosion, the iron fortifications, hastily repaired just hours before, were once again breached. Seize the opportunity. Charge with me, Zhao Feng commanded in a low voice. Clad in leather armor and wielding an energy gun, he surged forward once more. Yet, in the next moment, a barrage of energy bullets from the Elibis forces struck Zhao Feng's body, causing him to grimace in pain. Fortunately, the energy bullets failed to penetrate his leather armor. The fur of the White Claw Wolf King proved remarkably resilient. However, the recoil from the energy bullets was enough to incapacitate an average soldier. Thankfully, having ascended to the second stage of the Star Source decision, Zhao Feng and Apos' stamina and recovery capabilities were greatly enhanced, allowing him to continue the fight. Like a war deity, he maintained his position at the newly created breach. Behind him, his trusted allies, Zhang Chang, Wei Shang, Yao Ernio, Sun Hu followed him into the fray. The Elibis soldiers, witnessing Zhao Feng's ability to withstand energy bullets, hurriedly summoned artillery to bombard him. Yet, the chaos erupting from their rear, combined with Zhao Feng and his companions' heightened speed and fiercer firepower, launched an overwhelming assault on the Elibis positions. It became evident that their defenses were faltering. Particularly, the Elibis commander was struck with disbelief as he observed that Zhang Chang, Wei Shang, and others, clad in specialized leather armor, were impervious to concentrated fire from energy bullets, thus losing faith in their ability to continue the fight. While the lower-ranking soldiers may not have comprehended the situation, the commanders of the Elibis forces certainly understood the significance of being able to withstand energy bullets within a military context. To face such a formidable array of troops was indicative of an elite force. As the front line was breached and the commotion from the prison intensified, the Elibis military, sensing their impending doom, began to retreat to the flanks. The fierce battle persisted for another half-hour. Zhao Feng and his comrades finally breached the Kissinger prison, albeit at the cost of 47 lives. The Elibis defenders fared little better, with Zhao Feng's forces discovering 72 corpses of enemy soldiers. It was remarkable that the defending side suffered greater casualties than the attackers, underscoring the elite nature of Zhao Feng's unit. Thanks to Zhao Feng's leadership and the steadfast defense of the breach, alongside the majority of his soldiers having practiced the Star Source decision, their overall quality was notably high. Had the battle dragged on, their losses would have undoubtedly escalated. Among the 72 enemy soldiers killed, 13 were felled by the prison's insurgents. Originally, over 200 Elibis soldiers were stationed at Kissinger prison, while the Montauk slave miners numbered around 2,000. During the initial uprising, not all the miners dared to confront the Elibis military. Only 200 to 300 desperate souls actively engaged in the rebellion, while the vast majority remained as mere victims of Elibis enslavement. They are barely able to satiate their hunger, left with scant strength. Yet they must endure the relentless oppression of the overseers from the Elibis kingdom to instigate a revolt at a critical moment. Attacking the rear of the Elibis forces to support Zhao Feng and his comrades is indeed a formidable feat. In the effort to eliminate those 13 fully armed Elibis soldiers, a staggering 56 Montauk miners lost their lives, an even greater toll than that suffered by Zhao Feng's troops on the front lines, armed with little more than shovels, and in some cases, even carrying they charged at the Elibis soldiers wielding energy weapons. Had Zhao Feng and his men not exerted sufficient pressure on the front, the insurrection within the mines would have amounted to little. After the battle concluded, Zhao Feng ordered Zhang Chang to swiftly assess the casualties and gather ammunition, preparing to relocate before dawn. The Kissinger prison serves not only as a prison but also as a concentration camp and a mining site. In addition to the enemy equipment seized, the prison contains a considerable stockpile of unexploited energy crystals recently extracted, predominantly in their raw form. Remaining here is ill-advised. With such a crucial enemy stronghold taken, a counterattack from the Elibis forces is imminent. Furthermore, prior to this, several Elibis units had been trailing Zhao Feng's group. Little did they anticipate that Zhao Feng would dare to launch a direct assault on the Kissinger prison under the cover of night. advancing several kilometers to mount a frontal attack, even when outnumbered. Against all odds, they successfully captured the concentration camp, having cooperated for 2 months. Zhao Feng's soldiers, without the need for further instruction, began to methodically engage in their tasks. Seizing this moment, Zhao Feng approached the leader of the insurgents within the prison. A gathering of 2,000 sheep remains merely a flock. Without a leader, they cannot coalesce into a formidable force. Among the insurgent leaders in Kissinger prison stands a robust man named Biao. While the other miners appear frail, this individual possesses an extraordinary physique. The Elibis oppressors ensure these miners are never well fed, and Biao is among those closely scrutinized. Zhao Feng recognizes Biao's strength simply by the stature he presents. This man, nearly 2 meters tall, compels Zhao Feng to look up slightly to meet his gaze. Yet, upon encountering Zhao Feng, Biao kneels before him, expressing gratitude for the liberation from their dire predicament and voicing a desire to join Zhao Feng's ranks. What was your previous occupation? Have you served in the military? Zhao Feng inquires. If Biao had prior military experience, he likely would not have found himself before Zhao Feng. At present, the Montauk Kingdom is at war with the Black Underworld Empire and the Elibis Kingdom, and no field hospitals exist between the two factions. Captured soldiers are typically executed on sight. After all, no one wishes to harbor an unstable element. As for the miners, it is not imperative to employ soldiers from the Montauk Nation. The armies of the Elibis Kingdom could easily capture ordinary civilians like Biaozi. At the moment Biaozi knelt before Zhao Feng on one knee, over 200 surviving miners who had participated in the uprising also knelt in unison before Zhao Feng. They all aspired to follow Biaozi's lead. After enduring the shackles of servitude under the Elibis Kingdom for so long, they had reached their breaking point. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng was assessing Biaozi before him. With a calculated thought in mind, he summoned Zhang Malian to his side and whispered, "Have someone discreetly evaluate this fellow. If he proves suitable, we may impart the star source technique to him. He possesses potential." Zhao Feng mused, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Biaozi. Chapter 33. The growing ranks. Aside from Biaozi, Zhao Feng ultimately accepted 175 Montauk miners who had participated in the uprising. The newly recruited soldiers nearly matched the total number of troops Zhao Feng had previously commanded. This burgeoning force was indicative of the situation at hand. The 175 men selected were all in excellent physical condition and of suitable age, representing the cream of the crop. Those who were not chosen need not feel disheartened. For Zhao Feng and his companions intended to lead the entire camp of Montauk people northward. The selection of only 175 individuals was simply due to the limited number of energy guns available under Zhao Feng's command. As the ranks continued to dwindle, those who had not been selected would still have opportunities to join. Zhao Feng found the name Biaozi rather unsatisfactory to facilitate future interactions within the camp. He renamed him De Biao. Upon joining Zhao Feng's ranks and being promoted to squad leader, De Biao presented Zhao Feng with a remarkable gift. A substantial piece of raw energy crystal ore, roughly the size of a millstone, was jointly lifted by De Biao and several miners and placed before Zhao Feng. The moment he drew closer, he could feel the intense energy emanating from it. The surface ore alone was likely of medium-grade energy crystal quality, while the deepest essence within might even reach high-grade quality. As Zhao Feng touched the rough surface of the ore, he remarked on its significance. This millstone-sized raw ore was indeed a treasure hidden deep within the mine by De Biao and his fellow miners. In response to Zhao Feng's inquiries, the emaciated De Biao thumped his chest and proclaimed, "Though I am merely a bricklayer, I am proud to be a Montauk man. This ore was discovered 2 weeks ago in the deepest recesses of the mine. In our efforts to extract it, we even lost 2 brothers. After obtaining it, we concealed it deep within the mine to prevent the Elibis Kingdom from discovering it. Since we are now following you, Brother Zhao, it would be unjust to let this treasure fall into the hands of outsiders. Mining energy crystals is far from a favorable occupation. While soldiers can enhance their bodies and cultivate through refined energy crystals, these typically contain minimal impurities. Conversely, the energy crystals found within the mining area tend to be of inconsistent quality. Utilizing such rough ore for cultivation not only proves inefficient, but may also harbor radiation and other harmful factors. Prolonged exposure to mining work significantly shortens one's lifespan and can lead to persistent ailments. Moreover, the mining regions are frequently plagued by collapses and explosions, making it a perilous endeavor. This perilous nature is precisely why the Elibis Kingdom has resorted to capturing the young men of Montauk to serve as forced laborers. The enormous piece of raw energy crystal, or that De Biao and his companions had unearthed, truly captured Zhao Feng's attention. In Zhao Feng's observations, this enormous raw mineral, particularly its core, appears to be far more than mere high-grade source crystal. It is highly likely to yield exquisite treasures akin to the Wolf King crystal core in Zhao Feng's possession. Having cultivated the star source technique to its second tier, Zhao Feng has grown accustomed to this highly efficient method of training. Naturally, the acquisition of additional high-grade source crystals would be even more advantageous. Meanwhile, De Biao, troubled by the weight of the mineral, scratched his head and remarked, "This thing is quite heavy. We struggle to lift it. We need to find a wheelbarrow to transport it." Clearly, there was no time to cut the raw mineral and take it away. In response to De Biao's concern, Zhao Feng glanced at Sun Hu, who, with his robust physique, stepped forward and, with a grunt, hoisted the disc-sized mineral onto his shoulder. His strength was considerable, and having practiced the star source technique, it had evidently increased. Sun Hu was among the soldiers with the closest proximity to Zhao Feng's second tier, although Wei Shang, with the strongest innate talent, lacked Sun Hu's foundational strength. As Sun Hu effortlessly bore the weight of the mineral, De Biao stared in astonishment for a moment before exclaiming, "I must not have eaten enough. If I had, I could carry it alone." He was unaware of the nuances of the star source technique, remaining somewhat of a simpleton. Zhao Feng and his companions did not linger long in Kissinger prison. Before dawn had fully broken, he led his soldiers, alongside nearly 2,000 mine slaves, swiftly across the northern gorge, advancing deeper into the White Cloud mountain range. This battle not only granted Zhao Feng a substantial contingent of new recruits and 2,000 mine slaves, but also resulted in the acquisition of a significant quantity of source crystals, encompassing both raw minerals and finished source crystals. Once Zhao Feng assimilated this newfound strength, his forces would undoubtedly grow more formidable. Upon departing from Black Rock City, Zhao Feng had barely over 100 elite troops. Now, as he pressed into the White Cloud Mountains, his ranks had swelled to over 300 armed individuals. Had it not been for a lack of equipment, he could have further expanded his forces. The 2,000 mine slaves represented a reservoir of manpower. Additionally, the vicinity of the White Cloud Mountains was rife with prisons and concentration camps. Should Zhao Feng manage to seize one or two more prisons, his army could continue to grow. However, such endeavors would be fraught with difficulty. Unable to remain stationary, Zhao Feng needed to lead his troops northward with urgency. Crossing the White Cloud Mountains and traversing two towering peaks, one of which was even Montauk and Apos' second highest, Tianliang Peak, would bring them to the territory currently controlled by Montauk. "We must persevere," Zhao Feng urged his soldiers and the Montauk citizens who had joined them in their desperate escape. After following Zhao Feng for half a month, De Biao finally acquired the initial version of the star source technique. Following closely behind him, only 4 new soldiers obtained the technique as well. These soldiers have acquired the techniques, signifying their successful induction into the clandestine organization known as the Star Source Society. As the number of soldiers under Zhao Feng's command continues to swell, the diversity of those who accompany them also increases. It is impossible for Zhao Feng to indiscriminately distribute the techniques he possesses to every individual. Presently, Zhao Feng commands over 300 men. Yet fewer than 70 of them have truly mastered the star source techniques. This number is, in fact, dwindling compared to the initial count during their time at the Limping Forest Mountain, indicating that many soldiers have perished on the path to escape. Undoubtedly, the remaining individuals adept in the cultivation techniques are all loyal subordinates of Zhao Feng. They constitute the very core members of the newly established military secret organization, the Star Source Society. It remains uncertain how many will still be alive by the time Zhao Feng and his companions reach Winterdingburg. Chapter 34. Fame. I never anticipated that one day, so many would look to me to lead them in carving out a path to survival. Atop the lofty summit of the Cage Peak in the northern Bayan Mountains, Zhao Feng gazed toward the north and spoke. Nearly 2 months had elapsed since the battle at Kissinger prison. Zhao Feng and his companions still had not managed to completely escape the Bayan Mountains. It was not a matter of reluctance. They were simply unable to proceed. The Elibis Kingdom had set up numerous obstacles for Zhao Feng and his group, while relentless pursuers trailed behind them. From an initial force of 2,000 royal troops, the enemy now watching Zhao Feng had swelled to over 5,000. Who could say if this number would continue to rise? Following the conflict at Kissinger prison, Zhao Feng's contingent had grown from a mere 300 to over 500, nearing 600 in total, a force larger than that of an organized battalion. Presently, Zhao Feng's ranks boasted not only firearms, but also artillery, including a heavy cannon produced by the Black Underworld Empire, which had been acquired by Daipyo after breaching a small supply station belonging to the Elibis Kingdom 2 weeks prior. The presence of such weaponry from the Black Underworld Empire in an Elibis supply station was indeed perplexing. Alongside nearly 600 soldiers, Zhao Feng now had close to 6,000 Montakian refugees and slaves trailing behind him. This was precisely why the Elibis kingdom was so intent on monitoring Zhao Feng. Unbeknownst to him, he had surpassed even the level of Major Millet from Black Rock City in the Elibis kingdom's high-ranking elimination list, despite holding the title of lieutenant. The bounty on Zhao Feng's head was approaching that of a full colonel. This escalation in threat was partly due to Zhao Feng's leadership, which had turned the Elibis kingdom's occupied mining areas into utter chaos. However, an additional factor stemmed from international dynamics. Even Montauk initially remained unaware that Zhao Feng, leading a small contingent, had been embroiled in continuous skirmishes within the Elibis kingdom's occupied territories for months, leaving the kingdom in disarray. Yet, the news somehow spread, with neighboring nations being the first to catch wind of it. At that moment, Zhao Feng was laboring tirelessly alongside his men in the Baiyun Mountains, grappling with how to breach the Elibis kingdom's blockade ahead. Meanwhile, within the borders of Montauk, separated by two towering peaks, many civilians had begun to learn of his deeds. The sentiments of Montauk's leadership toward Zhao Feng remained unknown to them. He was merely a handful of armed men, an insignificant force within the grand scheme of Iron City's defensive structures. However, among the populace, Zhao Feng had become a figure of fascination for many in Montauk. The kingdom had suffered 7 consecutive years of defeat, regardless of how sweetly the official narrative was spun. The citizens of Montauk witnessed their homeland falling into ruin, prices soaring, lives treated as expendable, and loved ones on the front lines either slain or reduced to slavery. Montauk was on the brink of becoming a nation of serfs. In such circumstances, behind enemy lines, a small troop has remarkably overcome numerous concentration camps in the kingdom of Elibis, rescuing countless citizens of Montauk from the brink of disaster. The common folk, eager for spectacle, hold a particular admiration for heroes. In the current state of Montauk, heroes are in dire scarcity. Marshal Limu Yuan, the supreme commander of Iron City Wenatengburg, epitomizes the heroism of Montauk. The old marshal, having dedicated his life to military endeavors, had established significant achievements for Montauk in his early years. However, following a series of defeats in recent years, the higher echelons of Montauk were compelled to summon this retired marshal back into service to oversee the defense of Iron City Wenatengburg. Despite the rigid and corrupt system of Montauk, there are still some capable individuals within the nation. The leadership may not be as inept as some might presume. At the very least, Marshal Limu Yuan, tasked with the defense of Wenatengburg, is an outstanding and capable commander. Strong adversaries like the Dark Underworld Empire and the Kingdom of Elibis have triumphed on the battlefield, yet they find themselves troubled by the impenetrable defenses of Wenatengburg. Regrettably, the 70-year-old Marshal Limu Yuan feels a considerable distance from the common people of Montauk. In contrast, the 24-year-old Zhao Feng, holding merely the rank of lieutenant, resonates with the masses, who find him relatable due to his standing within the military hierarchy. Lieutenant Zhao Feng's 600 soldiers pale in comparison to the 200,000 regular troops under Marshal Li's command. At this moment, Zhao Feng remains unaware of his rising fame, regarded as a hero by many Montauk citizens. Had it not been for the daunting challenges ahead, he would not have languished in the Baiyun mountain range for 2 long months. Consequently, the ranks of Zhao Feng's soldiers have swelled as he continues to rescue Montauk's refugees, a feat made possible by the presence of multiple mining areas within the range, which replenishes his troop numbers. Most of those he has saved were once miners themselves. Standing atop the mountain, Zhao Feng ultimately resolved to break through. As September drew to a close and the weather turned colder, he and his men found themselves in dire need of supplies. Although proximity to the Baiyun mountain range allowed for some hunting, this could only sustain Zhao Feng and his soldiers. The thousands of refugees, saved by Zhao Feng, needed a path to survival. Remaining stagnant in the Baiyun mountain range would likely lead to their demise. With determination, Zhao Feng declared, "We shall strike beyond the Baiyun mountain range, towards the frontline positions of the kingdom of Elibis at Tonga Peak. Even if we must bite our way through, we shall find a way to create an opening. The fate of my brothers may very well hinge on the upcoming battle. Tell the Biao to bring that heavy artillery over to me," Zhao Feng said to his companion, Yao Ernyo. Chapter 35, The Wolf Pack. The charge commenced anew. This time, Zhao Feng held nothing back. He unleashed all his artillery and personally led his soldiers in a fierce assault against the frontline defenses of the Elibis kingdom at Tonga Peak. However, As the clash truly began, the adversary finally realized that Zhao Feng and his comrades were earnest in their endeavor. For alongside the relentless advance of ammunition, artillery, and soldiers, there surged thousands of Montauk refugees. These several thousand refugees were the mind slaves who had struggled for survival alongside Zhao Feng and his entourage over the past 2 months. Zhao Feng had rescued them, granting them a sliver of hope, while openly sharing the dire predicament that lay before them. The vast majority of the refugees spontaneously joined Zhao Feng in the assault, with only a handful being incited by his followers in secret. The conditions faced by Zhao Feng and his allies were dire. He had to mobilize every available resource. Before them, the Elibis Kingdom had stationed a mere 600 soldiers at their frontline defenses on Tonga Peak, confronted with a sudden onslaught of thousands. Despite the fact that most wielded no firearms, the sheer spectacle was indeed daunting. The battle at the Tonga Peak frontline raged for a mere half-day. Zhao Feng's relentless assault, coupled with the momentum generated by the thousands of Montauk mind slaves, shattered the Elibis military's resolve. After sustaining nearly half their forces and casualties, they hastily retreated from this front. The first victory emboldened the soldiers under Zhao Feng's command, as well as the numerous Montauk refugees. Yet, Zhao Feng's mood appeared rather somber. He was acutely aware that in addition to this front line, the Elibis Kingdom had 2 more fortified positions atop Tonga Peak, each more formidable than the last. Zhao Feng and his forces would have to engage in uphill assaults, and they could potentially face a heavy counteroffensive from the Elibis military, which had likely regrouped. The path ahead was not as optimistic as it seemed. Though burdened internally, Zhao Feng revealed none of his discouragement outwardly. He maintained his stoic demeanor and, upon securing the position, methodically issued a series of commands. Secure the battlefield, tend to the wounded, and gather every resource we can carry. He commanded. One of the advantages of capturing the Tonga Peak frontline was that Zhao Feng's forces had seized around 200 usable energy rifles. At this juncture, there was no time to screen for new recruits. Zhao Feng directly selected 200 robust men from the thousands of mind slaves, distributing the rifles among them. Preparing for the next engagement. Some of the mind slaves might have been unfamiliar with the use of energy rifles, but that mattered little. They would learn through experience on the battlefield, survive through 2 battles, and they would be deemed veterans. After a brief respite of merely 2 hours following their triumph at the Tonga Peak frontline, Zhao Feng and his men resumed their offensive that very night against the second line of the Elibis Kingdom, situated midway up the mountain. Time waits for no one. Zhao Feng must lead his soldiers to break through swiftly before the Elibis Kingdom realizes the situation. However, this time, luck is not on their side. Upon learning that the frontline position had been breached, the commander of the second line of the Elibis Kingdom promptly deduced that Zhao Feng and his men would launch a vigorous assault on their position. Thus, while resolutely defending their ground, he immediately dispatched messengers to summon reinforcements from other units in the Bayan mountain range. The battle raged through the night and into the following morning. Despite enduring the loss of 200 elite troops, Zhao Feng and his men were unable to penetrate the second line of the Elibis Kingdom. This count of 200 refers to 1/3 of the 600 loyal soldiers currently under Zhao Feng's command. If one were to include the newly armed rabble, or even the Montauk miners who bore no weapons, the toll would exceed 1,000 corpses littering the second line at Tonga Peak after just 1 night and half a day. This was a brutal clash, steeped in blood and fire. The Montauk miners were acutely aware that if they were cornered by the Elibis Kingdom, their fate would be dire. The white-skinned denizens of Elibis would not show them mercy. The execution of every Montauk rebel might be their only destiny. Thus, even without guns or cannons, some miners armed only with shovels, they charged headlong into the Elibis lines. Without Zhao Feng, these Montauk miners would merely be a disorganized mass of refugees. Yet, under Zhao Feng's command, this throng of thousands seemed to acquire a soul. This enigmatic quality is difficult to articulate. Perhaps it emanates from Zhao Feng's relentless leadership, personally spearheading assaults on enemy positions. The soldiers' eyes gleamed with clarity, with such a commander leading them forward. What was there to fear? Zhang Malian had recognized the spirit and essence possessed by Zhao Feng's troops long before, back in Haiyan City. She may well have been among the first to grasp the implications, often seen jotting down notes in her little book, even during the most arduous times. The second line at Tonga Peak fell on the night following Zhao Feng's second assault. Initially, Zhao Feng had anticipated that this battle would last until daylight. In a mere half-day, they would face an encirclement, and this time there would be no avenue for retreat. The decisive factor in their premature capture of the second line at Tonga Peak was an unconventional unit, the Wolf Pack, that Zhao Feng had previously overlooked. Do you recall the wild wolf den they dismantled deep within the limping forest? Zhao Feng had brought back over 50 blind wolf pups, intending to raise them as an experiment. Unexpectedly, these wolves proved invaluable in the current conflict. 3 months had elapsed since that time, and these pups had grown rapidly alongside Zhao Feng and his men. Zhao Feng even discovered that they had a particular fondness for source crystal stones. Perhaps due to the ample supply of these crystals, the wolf pups consumed little, yet grew at an astonishing rate. Since just over a month ago, they had been capable of executing rudimentary ambushes and reconnaissance tasks. Sun Hu, true to his hunter and Appo's lineage, possessed the ability to tame these wolf packs. This was exemplified when he commanded them to stealthily crawl behind the enemy's defenses at Tonga Peak's secondary position, launching a sudden and fierce assault. Chapter 36. The fierce charge. The commander of the Elibis Kingdom was taken aback, unaware that Zhao Feng and his companions had a pack of wolves at their disposal. As the bloodthirsty wolves launched a surprise attack from behind, the disordered forces of the Elibis Kingdom found themselves overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Feng and his team executed another ferocious charge, ultimately capturing the enemy and Appo's position. Upon seizing the secondary stronghold of Tonga Peak from the Elibis Kingdom, Zhao Feng personally encountered the captured enemy commander. His sole intention was to glimpse the visage of the adversary who had inflicted such severe damage upon him and his comrades. At that moment, one of Zhao Feng's arms was wrapped in a bandage, expertly tied by Zhang Meiyan. Despite his formidable constitution, Zhao Feng had sustained injuries from 3 consecutive assaults on the enemy's stronghold, resulting in a blasted arm. According to physician Zhang, he would require a month of recuperation before any chance of recovery. When Zhao Feng laid eyes on the commander of the Elibis Kingdom, he noted that the enemy appeared even more wretched than himself. While Zhao Feng had merely suffered an arm injury, the opposing commander had lost his entire left arm. Savaged by Zhao Feng's ferocious wolf pack, the shoulder's severed end bore evident bite marks. Yet, the commander maintained a stoic demeanor, his pallor the only indication of his suffering. The Elibis commander presumed that Zhao Feng summoned him for an inquiry. Perhaps he anticipated questions regarding the defensive arrangements at the third line of Tonga Peak or the general state of the Elibis forces gathering at the mountain's base. He had envisioned himself standing resolutely, prepared to refuse Zhao Feng's temptations with righteous fervor. However, to his astonishment, Zhao Feng merely regarded him momentarily, and upon discerning his appearance, called for Wei Shang and commanded, "Execute him." The Elibis commander cast a penetrating glance at Zhao Feng before being roughly shoved aside by Wei Shang, who scolded him as he was led away. Moments later, a gunshot rang out. Wei Shang, though youthful, had matured significantly since aligning with Zhao Feng, gradually proving himself capable of independent action. "We cannot linger here. The enemy's bayonets are nearly at our backs," Zhao Feng addressed his companions. "We must swiftly assault the highest stronghold of Tonga Peak. Only by breaching the lines established by the Elibis Kingdom on this peak can we claim to have set foot in the safe territory of the Montauk Nation." Given the current chaotic composition of Zhao Feng and Appo's forces, which primarily consisted of recently recruited soldiers aside from a core group of several dozen Star Source Society members, he had adopted the organizational structure of the Elibis Kingdom, forming squads of 100. Those who gathered around Zhao Feng were his most trusted and loyal subordinates, among whom there were 8 squad leaders present. The recent conquest of the Elibis Kingdom's second stronghold had yielded several hundred source energy rifles. With this acquisition, Zhao Feng's contingent was poised to swell to nearly 1,000 troops. Indeed, Zhao Feng had eclipsed even his former superior, Zhang Wen, in terms of prowess and authority. A mere captain, commanding only a company of 150 men, has astonishingly rallied a force exceeding 1,000, as Zhao Feng commanded his soldiers to clear the surrounding battlefield. The troops he had initially stationed in the rear had already engaged in combat with the forces of the Elibis Kingdom. At this moment, dawn was breaking. The Elibis Kingdom's army, gathered at the foot of Tonga Peak, numbered no less than 4,000 or 5,000. It is no wonder that Zhao Feng hesitated when he decided to assault the front line of Tonga Peak, given the formidable assault from the enemy. However, the mountain range housing Tonga Peak is steep and continuous. The Elibis Kingdom had fortified 3 positions in this area to defend against Zhao Feng and his men. After Zhao Feng eliminated the 2 outermost positions, he directed his soldiers to establish 4 defensive lines for their retreat. The inherent defensive advantage of Tonga Peak would soon be tested against the pursuing forces of the Elibis Kingdom. Moreover, another advantage for Zhao Feng and his men was the narrow terrain of the assault route at Tonga Peak. making it difficult for the Elibis kingdom to deploy their entire force in a full frontal assault from the outset. Particularly, the highest peak they aimed to assault was a narrow passageway, scarcely 100 meters wide, flanked by towering cliffs and perilous valleys. Only by traversing this narrow passage could Zhao Feng and his men reach the second highest peak of their Montauk kingdom, Tianliang Peak. Once they crossed Tianliang Peak, they would be safe. But could they truly make it through? The highest position at Tonga Peak was not easily breached. The fierce battle unfolded once more, and this time, as Zhao Feng had anticipated, it proved to be significantly more challenging. The summit of Tonga Peak was a barren expanse of rock, situated at a higher altitude with virtually no vegetation, flanked by towering cliffs. It would be exceedingly difficult for Zhao Feng and his men to replicate their previous tactic of having the wolf pack launch a surprise attack from the enemy's rear. They had no choice but to engage in a head-on confrontation. "I will lead the charge," Zhao Feng declared, gritting his teeth. With years of military service behind him, he had not acquired extensive knowledge, and the realities of the battlefield had demonstrated that there were not countless clever strategies to employ. More often than not, the outcome was determined by sheer strength. Zhao Feng and his men were inadequately equipped, and the terrain and surrounding environment were unfavorable. To breach the enemy's line, they would have to risk their lives. "This time, I will take the lead," Zhao Feng insisted. "No, brother, let me lead this time," Zhang Cheng interjected earnestly, blocking Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng's arm was still bandaged. Faced with such a dire battle, he had to entrust the charge to Zhang Cheng, the second in command. Looking at Zhang Cheng, Zhao Feng patted his shoulder and said, "Put on my Wolf King's leather armor." Chapter 37. The Blood Battle of Tonga Peak. The assault on the highest position of Tonga Peak presented challenges that far exceeded those encountered at the previous two strongholds. Even the forces stationed by the Kingdom of Elibis at the summit were fewer in number than those on the second line of defense. The formidable nature of the enemy's defenses rendered the task of assaulting them exceedingly difficult. Zhao Feng and his companions, in their fervent attempts to advance, could muster no more than a small squad of 20 or so individuals. It was akin to sending wave after wave of soldiers to their demise. No matter how many were deployed, it seemed insufficient. Moreover, the dire losses sustained by Zhao Feng and his allies were exacerbated by the relentless encirclement and advance of the Elibis army from behind. Although Zhao Feng had designated 4 waves of soldiers to hold the rear, given the intensity of the Elibis onslaught, it was doubtful whether these lines could withstand even 3 days of siege. This was a battle fought with the currency of human lives. For Zhao Feng, commanding a battle involving thousands of troops marked a significant and profound turning point in his military career. It was through this harrowing conflict that he truly grasped the notion that lives were mere pawns in the grand game of war. As he witnessed line after line of soldiers charging forth to meet their fate, his heart grew increasingly numb to the tragedy unfolding before him. Commanding thousands was an entirely different endeavor from leading a mere 100. Reflecting on the initial decision of Major Ma Lei and his comrades from Black Rock City to confront the forces of the dark underworld head-on, it was clear they had not anticipated defeat. A continuous stream of casualty reports echoed from the rear, revealing the grim reality. The line established by Zhao Feng and his men at the outermost perimeter of Tonga Peak barely lasted 2 hours before being utterly obliterated by the Elibis forces. This was not due to a lack of valor among the soldiers. Rather, the artillery of the Elibis army decimated their position. With over 5,000 regular troops pitted against Zhao Feng's 1,000 soldiers and 4,000 refugees, this was not a contest of comparable strength. The Kingdom of Elibis also possessed the strategic advantage of a pincer movement. Zhao Feng refrained from supervising the rear. His primary focus remained on the offensive at the highest line of Tonga Peak. The sight of numerous elite soldiers falling before him caused a pang of sorrow within Zhao Feng. Yet, he had no choice but to harden his heart and witness squad after squad of soldiers charging into the fray. If only they possessed warriors capable of withstanding the energy cannons or individuals strong enough to single-handedly breach a city, Zhao Feng could not help but strike the ground in frustration with his left arm. Not to mention the idea of enduring the energy cannons or the prowess of a solitary warrior, if Zhao Feng could elevate his mastery of the Star Source technique to the 3rd tier. The situation would be vastly different. At the 3rd tier, he would be able to withstand energy rifles, and with the protection of his Wolf King S armor, he and a few valiant soldiers could potentially charge directly into the fray. At this moment, the primary obstacle at the Elibis stronghold on Tonga Peak was the formidable firepower of their energy rifles, bolstered by several energy cannons arrayed against them. Zhang Cheng, leading his forces, had failed twice to breach the enemy position, primarily due to the devastating artillery fire from the Elibis army. Regrettably, the formidable artillery of De Biao proved to be excessively cumbersome, and Zhao Feng and his companions lacked the appropriate apparatus to transport it to such elevated altitudes, forcing them to abandon it partway up the mountain. Otherwise, employing the heavy cannon would have been a viable strategy. The fierce battle and casualties continued unabated. Witnessing yet another squadron of soldiers fall before him, Zhao Feng felt his heart grow increasingly cold. By the second day of the fierce struggle for the summit of Tonga Peak, 3 of the 4 defensive lines that Zhao Feng had established had already succumbed to the forces of the Elibis kingdom. Engaged in combat upon a steep mountainous terrain at high altitude, Zhao Feng and his comrades could even faintly hear the distant cannon fire from the rear, which grew ever closer with the passage of time. It seemed an inevitable defeat awaited them, and many began to foresee their grim fates. Yet, amid such dire circumstances, the men of the Montauk Kingdom exhibited extraordinary resilience. The lamenting soldiers were destined for victory. Under the fervent encouragement of Zhang Meiyan and Zhao Feng, who had remained on the front lines despite his injuries, everyone persevered. On the 3rd day, having recuperated for 2 days, Zhao Feng personally led an assault. Ignoring the pain in his wounded arm, he recognized that if they did not press forward, it would spell doom for him and his men. Zhao Feng was even apprehensive that the last 2 precarious lines of defense would not withstand the night's assault. His direct leadership in the charge indeed reignited a surge of strength among his soldiers. This time, Zhao Feng nearly captured the pinnacle of Tonga Peak, but alas, he was once more repelled by the tenacious defenders of the Elibis kingdom. This battle was a contest of wills. The number of Elibis soldiers stationed at the summit was not particularly large, and after 3 consecutive days of conflict, they too were weary. Reaching this critical juncture, even Zhao Feng had to acknowledge their prowess. These defenders appeared far more elite than those who had previously besieged Haiyan City. However, these elite soldiers of the Elibis kingdom obstructed the path to survival for Zhao Feng and his comrades, necessitating their demise. Bring me a dozen medium-grade source crystals. After being pushed back from the summit of Tonga Peak, Zhao Feng instructed his companion, Yao Ernio. Recently, Zhao Feng had begun to discern new applications for the source crystals, and an idea suddenly struck him. Yet, he only dared to utilize medium-grade crystals, fearing that employing higher-grade ones might lead to his complete annihilation. Yao Ernio promptly complied with Zhao Feng as request. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng clenched a crimson high-grade source crystal in his hand, feeling the flickering power of fire coursing through it. While Zhao Feng and his comrades fought valiantly at Tonga Peak, news of their fierce struggle reached the Weina fortress of the Montauk Kingdom. From the highest point of Weina, gazing southwestward, one could see an expanse of pristine, boundless snow-capped mountains. According to the map, traversing those snow-capped peaks and surmounting 2 steep summits would lead directly to the location of Zhao Feng and his companions. It is truly difficult to fathom the fierce battle that rages behind the seemingly pristine and pure snow-capped mountains. There, thousands of Montauk citizens struggle for survival. In response to the conflict unfolding in the Baiyun mountain range, the upper echelons of the Montauk nation in Winddatingburg have splintered into 3 factions. One faction advocates for the deployment of troops to support Zhao Feng and his companions. However, this perspective represents a minority. Another faction contends that it is entirely unnecessary to expend resources on this small contingent, when weighed against Zhao Feng's few hundred men and the thousands of enslaved miners. It is evident that the 200,000-strong army of Winddatingburg, along with the millions of civilians it protects, holds far greater significance. A third faction, the centrists, remains ambivalent, believing that any course of action is acceptable. Ironically, this group comprises the largest demographic. Many ambitious individuals within the Montauk nation secretly lament and detest the current state of their homeland, attributing its decline not only to corrupt officials and ignorant leaders, but also to the prevalence of so-called mediocrities in positions of power. These individuals, skilled in flattery and sycophancy, thrive on favoritism, yet are utterly inept when it comes to matters of genuine importance. Or perhaps they merely feign ignorance. One thing is certain. More than one high-ranking official within the Montauk nation has undoubtedly aligned themselves with the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom. They may even be entertaining dreams of maintaining their elevated status under the new regime. For certain traders within the Montauk nation, the nobility of the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom holds a certain allure. Chapter 38. The Blazing Flames. It is not solely the Kingdom of Elibis and the Empire of the Netherworld that have sought to win over the middle and upper echelons of the Montauk Kingdom. The Montauk Kingdom has also been infiltrating the Kingdom of Elibis. Otherwise, it would be implausible for Montauk to have learned so swiftly about the bloodbath occurring in the White Cloud Mountains. As to whether this spy is truly trustworthy, or if they might be a double agent, even the high-ranking officials in Weina Dingbao are likely uncertain. Among those opposing support for Zhao Feng and his allies, some have suggested that this could very well be a trap set by the Kingdom of Elibis. Supporting Zhao Feng and his troops is not only exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive, but should the Montauk military suddenly march out of Weina Dingbao and fall prey to a surprise ambush by the Kingdom of Elibis, it would result in catastrophic losses. It seems wiser to maintain a steadfast defense of Weina Dingbao. After all, as long as they remain fortified within the robust citadel, there is little room for error. In the past 2 months, both the Kingdom of Elibis and the Empire of the Netherworld have considerably slowed their offensive against Weina Dingbao, primarily due to their uncertainty regarding how to effectively breach this iron fortress. I believe we must extend our support to Zhao Feng and his forces, proclaimed a resonant voice filled with vigor within the conference room of Weina Dingbao's middle and upper echelons. The speaker was Ma Lei, a rising star among the Montauk military, who had recently been promoted to the rank of colonel just last month. A mere few months prior, during the siege of Black Rock City, he was still a major. Yet he ascended 2 ranks in a remarkably short time, which many deemed astonishing. Of course, what is even more remarkable is that Ma Lei had lost Black Rock City, which, strictly speaking, was a defeat. It is not uncommon in the Montauk Kingdom for one to be promoted despite suffering a setback. Ma Lei's rise can be attributed to his fortunate alliances and the fact that the loss of Black Rock City was largely beyond his control, as he possesses considerable capability. As the supreme commander of Weina Dingbao, Marshal Li Mu personally signed the document approving Ma Lei's promotion to colonel last month, a testament to his competence. Ma Lei continued. The reputation of the troops led by Zhao Feng has been growing increasingly prominent in Weina Dingbao, spreading far and wide, even reaching the capital. The loss of such a unit would be minor, but should they be completely annihilated, the impact on the overall morale and confidence of our Montauk citizens would be profound. He added, furthermore, if it were to be known that we disregarded this heroic unit, we cannot fathom the repercussions, even if merely for appearance's sake. We ought to demonstrate our concern. Colonel Ma Lei, having ascended through the ranks of the military, spoke with the directness characteristic of a soldier, his temples already graying. He articulated his points with clarity, and those present, who had attained their current statuses, were not naive. After a moment of silence, it was ultimately Marshal Li Mu who decisively stated, "We shall dispatch a corps to advance and establish a defense on the Western Prairie." Following the agreement of others in the conference room, this meeting of the middle and upper echelons concluded. After the adjournment, Colonel Ma Lei could not help but release a sigh of relief. The vast Western Prairie lies adjacent to the snow-capped mountains, and it is evident that Marshal Li Mu has resolved to dispatch troops to provide support to Zhao Feng and his companions. In the military structure of the Montauk Kingdom, a fully organized unit consists of merely 500 men, whereas a corps encompasses nearly 5,000. Colonel Ma Lei, having just been promoted, remains on unstable ground, and thus holds the position of Deputy Corps Commander for the time being. The contingent assigned to assist Zhao Feng and others is substantial, and given that it was Colonel Ma Lei who proposed it, it is highly likely that he will personally lead the troops into action. Colonel Ma Lei owes a considerable debt of gratitude to Zhao Feng from the time he broke out of Black Rock City, a favor he has not forgotten. He publicly declared his intent to elevate Zhao Feng's rank. Many of the loyal soldiers who escaped alongside Ma Lei are well aware of this matter. During the meeting, when he suggested supporting Zhao Feng and his comrades, beneath the surface of his seemingly straightforward rationale, there undoubtedly lay an element of personal obligation to Zhao Feng. Individuals like Colonel Ma Lei, with their forthright nature, often find it difficult to navigate the intricacies of officialdom. Otherwise, he would not have taken over 50 years to ascend to the rank of colonel. Had it not been for Marshal Li Mu's recognition, he would have been fortunate to attain the rank of major following the battle at Black Rock City. However, Ma Lei's straightforward disposition sometimes renders him quite approachable. He believes he owes Zhao Feng a favor, thus he endeavors to advocate for him, a course of action that aligns with the interests of the Montauk Kingdom, nothing more. Unbeknownst to Zhao Feng, his name has found its way into the presence of such esteemed figures as Marshal Li Mu. He is even less aware that he has carved a place in the hearts of many citizens of the Montauk Kingdom. At this moment, Zhao Feng's entire focus is directed towards the relentless barrage of firepower emanating from the Elibis Kingdom's stronghold. A dozen medium-energy crystal stones are strung together in his grasp, and a faint crimson flame has begun to flicker in his palm. Fortunately, as he is currently positioned behind a rock in the combat zone, he has yet to be detected by the Elibis Kingdom's forces. The energy thunder bombs of the Montauk Kingdom are highly effective. Yet Zhao Feng and his team have long since exhausted their supply. The makeshift energy thunder bombs he now holds, utilizing medium energy crystal stones, possess a potency exceeding that of ordinary energy thunder bombs by a factor of 10 or more. He lies in wait, steadying his breath and calming his mind. Then, seizing the opportune moment, Zhao Feng leaps forth from behind the rock. The searing flames erupt violently from his palm. In the astonished gaze of the Elibis Kingdom's defenders, Zhao Feng, enveloped in flames, immediately hurls an object towards them. Fire! Shoot! Bombard that fellow! Don't let him get close! The frantic shouts of the Elibis Kingdom's guards reach Zhao Feng's ears. At the very instant Zhao Feng leaps out, a barrage of energy bullets is unleashed towards his chest. Simultaneously, a series of explosions resound in close proximity to him. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Feng remains fixated on the dozen medium energy crystal stones, their surfaces ablaze. Zhao Feng, the orchestrator of the star source decision, appeared to possess an enigmatic connection with the source crystals, which blazed with an outward flame. As Zhao Feng fervently harnessed this connection, a series of relentless explosions ensued, accompanied by explosive flames that astonished both factions on the battlefield, engulfing all in their path. Chapter 39. Breakthrough. Terrifying flames devoured all in their path. Explosions, stinging sensations, shrill screams, and groans, along with the overwhelming force of chaos surrounding him, rendered Zhao Feng's robust physique as light as willow fluff, swaying helplessly in the wind. The last image lingering in Zhao Feng's consciousness was a sea of crimson flames engulfing his vision. Despite the searing heat that scorched his cheeks, a thought flickered through his mind. Had I truly succeeded? Then, darkness enveloped everything. As Zhao Feng's consciousness gradually awakened, the scene before him slowly emerged into light. He found himself amidst a highland landscape, where patches of grass dotted the ground, and distant snow-capped mountains loomed at the horizon. To his astonishment, he had awakened from the cold. Given his physique and the state of his cultivation of the star source technique, it was indeed rare for him to feel such chill. However, upon regaining consciousness, aside from the cold, an overwhelming wave of pain swept over him. Zhao Feng felt as though his entire body had been torn apart. A momentary agony that even this hardened man could not suppress, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Yet, he refrained from uttering a sound, instead focusing on observing his surroundings. The group had evidently managed to break through. At that moment, Zhao Feng was being carried by Yao Erniu, with Zhang Melian beside them. Scattered soldiers and refugee miners trailed both ahead and behind them. The cold wind enveloping Zhao Feng swept in from a diagonal direction. They were now situated in a highland terrain, where gusts of chill would intermittently assail them. Fortunately, Zhao Feng was draped in a wolfskin coat, though the other Montauk people around him, particularly the refugees, were not so fortunate. Many trembled uncontrollably from the cold. As the wind blew, Zhang Melian stepped forward to adjust Zhao Feng's collar, finally noticing that he had opened his eyes. Her expression shifted from one of concern over his frostbitten face to one of delight. "When did you wake up? How are you feeling?" she inquired hurriedly, gently brushing her hand against Zhao Feng and Appo's forehead. "Where are we? What is the casualty situation?" Zhao Feng asked, his voice gravelly, each word scraping against his throat like a blade. Coupled with the pervasive pain coursing through him, the sensation was truly excruciating. Seeing that Zhao Feng had regained some of his vitality, Zhang Melian promptly reported the circumstances of the past 2 days. Indeed, it had been 2 full days since Zhao Feng had lapsed into unconsciousness. His body was riddled with shrapnel and burn wounds. But the most severe injuries stemmed from the shockwave caused by the detonation of several medium-sized source crystal stones. The accompanying physician, Dr. Zhang, noted that 17 fractures marred Zhao Feng's skeletal structure. Given such dire circumstances, surviving with his life intact was a testament to Zhao Feng's formidable constitution, particularly after advancing in his cultivation of the star source technique. Even in a state of unconsciousness, a faint source energy continued to circulate within him. More importantly, Zhao Feng's star source technique seems poised to transcend to its 3rd tier following this fierce battle. Dr. Zhang remarked that Zhang Feng possesses an extraordinary vitality, a relentless surge of life force emanating from within him, which signifies that the star source technique is on the verge of a breakthrough, promising a transformation. The 3rd tier of the star source technique corresponds to the level once attained by the White Claw Wolf King, enabling one to withstand energy projectiles. For Zhao Feng, who is entrenched in military life, this is evidently a qualitative leap. Surviving and achieving a breakthrough in his realm is undoubtedly a fortuitous outcome. However, shortly thereafter, Zhao Feng learned of the injuries sustained by his comrades through Zhang Meiyan, originally a force of over 1,000. Their unit had dwindled to merely over 200 after breaching the highest line of Tonga Peak. Similarly, the ranks of the refugee miners, which had numbered over 6,000, had now been reduced to a sparse 2,000 who could still accompany Zhao Feng's group northward. The vast majority of soldiers and Montokian refugees had perished along the escape route. The casualty ratio among the soldiers far exceeded that of the Montokian refugees, which attests to the gravity of the situation. Despite the hardships faced by Zhao Feng's beleaguered forces, including numerous challenges and insufficient supplies, this band of over 2,000 survivors maintained an unwavering order without any incidents of chaos or conflict. Conversely, the Montokian refugees endeavored to assist Zhao Feng and his soldiers to the best of their ability. The clarity of the crowd's perception is striking. The actions of Zhao Feng and his troops have not gone unnoticed by the Montokian miners. This was not the first instance of Zhao Feng extending his aid to them. After exchanging a few words, Zhao Feng felt his throat growing increasingly parched and was timely offered a few sips of snow water by Zhang Meiyan. The icy water, soothing his throat, brought him a genuine sense of relief. With a slight twist of his neck, Zhao Feng inquired, "Does this imply that further battles lie ahead?" Zhang Meiyan's expression was laden with gravity as she nodded. Having traversed Tonga Peak, Zhao Feng and his companions now faced the second highest peak within Montokian territory, Tianyang Peak. The surrounding environment had transformed into a high plateau, with snow-capped mountains visible in the distance, marking a notable change from their previous conditions. The vicinity of Tianyang Peak is also under the watch of the Elibas Kingdom's forces, the extent of which remains unknown to Zhao Feng for the time being. However, considering the arduous nature of their breakout from Tonga Peak, the challenges presented by Tianyang Peak must be even greater. "How many days until we reach Tianyang Peak?" Zhao Feng inquired. 3 days, Zhang Meiyan replied. The Elibas Kingdom's army continued to pursue Zhao Feng and his group from behind, and throughout Zhao Feng's unconscious days, their retreat had not ceased. After days of rapid marching, reaching the second peak of Montokian territory, Tianyang Peak represented the current limit for Zhao Feng and his comrades. Zhao Feng flexed his muscles, feeling the pain yet gaining a general awareness of his physical condition. The Star Source technique continued to nourish and restore his body. "Send me the auxiliary cultivation herbs and that crystal stone," Zhao Feng commanded. "In the next battle, I shall lead the charge once more. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. The matters of battle can be entrusted to Zhang Chong and Sun Hu," remarked Zhang Meiyan. Zhao Feng, however, chose to close his eyes, remaining silent thereafter. Chapter 40. The Convergence. The colorful crystal, a fragment of the primordial source crystal mined from Kissinger Prison, represented the most exquisite portion of the original, or that Zhao Feng and his companions had seized upon their entry into the Baiyun mountain range. Its grade surpassed even that of the Wolf King crystal core previously acquired by Zhao Feng. The recent advancement to the third tier of the Star Source technique was attributable not only to the rigors of intense combat but also significantly influenced by the cultivation enhancement provided by this colorful crystal. As the crystal infused Zhao Feng with a continuous flow of source power, he experienced a remarkable alleviation of the pain that had plagued him. Even the biting cold winds surrounding him seemed less piercing than before. He promptly entered a state of meditation. However, the breakthrough to a higher realm was not easily attained. Despite feeling that he was perilously close to achieving the third tier of the Star Source technique, he found himself unable to make that final leap until they reached the vicinity of Tianyang Peak. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Feng considered the intelligence relayed by the scouts, indicating that the forces of the Elibas Kingdom stationed at Tianyang Peak were few, numbering only around 500. Yet for Zhao Feng and his companions, whose own numbers had dwindled and whose source energy was running low, this would still prove to be a grueling battle. At this juncture, Zhao Feng was able to rise to his feet. He gently pushed aside Yao Erniu, who was eager to assist him, and addressed the soldiers around him. "I will personally lead everyone into battle once more." As he spoke, numerous refugees from the Montauk Kingdom gathered around him. From an initial throng of over 6,000, only 2,000 weary souls remained, yet they were resolute in keeping pace with Zhao Feng. The path of their escape had been one of arduous struggle and bloodshed. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's intent to charge once more, many refugees instinctively rallied to his side. Perhaps it had become a matter of muscle memory. As long as Zhao Feng was willing to forge ahead, these miners from the Montauk Kingdom would follow without hesitation. This battle promised to be the most arduous yet, as the steepness and peril of Tianliang Peak surpassed even that of Tonga Peak. Should the situation turn dire, one could only leap from the precipice to the side or seek refuge in the snow, evading the accumulating enemy forces. Though fraught with peril, such a course of action would at least offer a glimmer of hope. Zhao Feng beckoned Zhang Meiyan to his side and spoke softly. Having spent several months in each other's company, he could not help but develop a deeper affection for her, at least wishing for her safety. "And what of you?" Zhang Meiyan inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Zhao Feng adjusted his collar and replied, "There are certain matters that I must attend to." It was impossible for Zhao Feng to lead all the soldiers and refugees over the cliff, and the notion of so many attempting to hide was but a dream. Indeed, the likelihood of successfully traversing Tianyang Peak was less than 20%, yet Zhao Feng remained determined to make the attempt. In response to Zhao Feng's proposal, Zhang Meiyan ultimately shook her head, demonstrating her resolve through action. Seeing this, Zhao Feng smiled and said, "Very well, let us embark together once more." The battle soon commenced. With pursuers hot on their heels, there was little time for Zhao Feng and his comrades to rest or prepare. Led by the most formidable Daipyo, the first wave surged forth. Following closely was the second team, commanded by Sun Hu. Zhao Feng himself spearheaded the third wave, comprised of the most elite segment of this force of approximately 200 men. The success of their charge over the Tianyang Peak hinged upon this moment. However, with only a single energy cannon remaining at their disposal, the prospects for success appeared exceedingly dim. "Juzi, the moment of truth is upon you. Aim true," Zhao Feng urged. Tapping the shoulder of his artillery captain, Juzi bit his lip and nodded in affirmation. He proved to be remarkably precise. As Zhao Feng's team advanced, Juzi had already unleashed 3 powerful volleys toward the Elibis Kingdom's positions atop Tianliang Peak. Yet, merely 3 shots from an energy cannon, especially fired at an elevated angle, inflicted only minimal damage upon the Elibis soldiers. Witnessing his comrades fall around him, Zhao Feng's heart sank as he noticed the Montauk miners, desperate refugees, charging even more swiftly than his own men, only to be cut down even faster. Could it be that they were destined to perish here? In moments of despair, one may experience a peculiar illusion. Zhao Feng thought he heard the bugle of Montauk soldiers rallying for an assault, accompanied by the relentless explosions of Montauk's small artillery echoing from the Elibis stronghold on Tianliang Peak. Initially dismissing it as mere figment, Zhao Feng remained silent, unaware of what Yao Ernia had said. Reinforcements from Montauk had indeed arrived, and in considerable numbers. The frequency of energy cannon fire and the resounding call to charge from across the mountain signified that a more elite force than their own was assailing the Elibis positions. Caught between 2 fierce offensives, the Elibis army's collapse was swift. This was primarily due to the fact that they were a solitary force. Well aware of Zhao Feng's previous triumph at the Tonga Peak stronghold, witnessing the fervor of Zhao Feng's soldiers alongside the ragged Montauk refugees, the morale of the Elibis defenders plummeted. "Charge with me," Zhao Feng bellowed, quickening his pace towards the Elibis stronghold atop Tianyang Peak. Under the onslaught from both sides, the Elibis forces indeed crumbled rapidly. Despite the daunting topography of Tianliang Peak, which was inherently more defensible, it fell to Zhao Feng and his men in a single, fervent charge. Upon reaching the crest, Zhao Feng heard a familiar voice, Major Malay's commanding shout. Major Ma had previously demonstrated the ability to withstand ordinary energy cannon fire during their time in Haiyan City, a testament to his mastery at the 4th level of the Xingyuanqiu. It was no wonder that the Montauk soldiers surged up the peak with such alacrity. Having such a formidable ally was worth more than 10 energy cannons. "Ha! Forward!" Zhao Feng exclaimed, moving eagerly towards Major Ma's position to join forces. It was only upon approaching Major Malay that Zhao Feng realized that he was no longer merely a major, but had ascended to the rank of colonel. Moreover, after several months of absence, the aura exuded by Malay was even more formidable than before. Could it be that he had already attained the 5th tier of mastery? Zhao Feng could not help but ponder internally. Chapter 41. Captain Zhao with the support of Colonel Malay and others. Zhao Feng and his companions ascended Tianliang Peak with remarkable ease. Upon witnessing the arrival of thousands of Montauk reinforcements, many of the Montauk miners who had followed Zhao Feng could not suppress their tears of joy at the sight of their own troops. In stark contrast to the elite forces led by Colonel Malay, Zhao Feng now commanded a mere 200 remnants of his former army, appearing almost like refugees. The fierce battle did not last long, primarily due to the limited number of troops stationed at Tianyang Peak by the Elibis Kingdom. After collaborating with Colonel Ma Lei and nearly annihilating the enemy, Zhao Feng promptly approached Colonel Ma Lei, shaking his hand with palpable excitement. In Zhao Feng's eyes, Colonel Ma Lei had just demonstrated extraordinary strength by tearing an Elibus soldier asunder with his bare hands, a feat that left Zhao Feng in awe. However, unlike the scattered blue-violet aura of source power radiating from Zhao Feng, Colonel Ma Lei exuded a dim yellow glow. Upon meeting Zhao Feng, Colonel Ma Lei displayed a cheerful and warm demeanor, laughing heartily as he clapped Zhao Feng on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Captain Zhao, it has been quite some time." Captain? Zhao Feng was taken aback. He had only recently been promoted to lieutenant in Haiyan City. The rank of captain was akin to that of Zhang, an officer capable of commanding a fully organized force of 500 men. The distinction lay merely in the caliber of troops. Sensing Zhao Feng's bewilderment, Colonel Ma Lei clarified, "Given your accomplishments, you are indeed deserving of more than just the rank of captain. However, within my authority, this is the highest I can assure you at present." Colonel Ma Lei's straightforwardness was refreshing, and he was candid with Zhao Feng. Yet, the assertion of long time no see felt somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps it was merely Zhao Feng who had not encountered Colonel Ma Lei for a while. Whether Colonel Ma Lei was aware of Zhao Feng's existence prior was another matter entirely. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for they were now acquainted. Much like Marshal Li Mu's high regard for Colonel Ma Lei, the latter similarly appreciated the remarkably young Zhao Feng. With his rapid ascent to colonel, it was evident that Colonel Ma Lei would not be confined to the ranks of a mere staff officer for long. Likewise, in Colonel Ma Lei's eyes, Zhao Feng was no ordinary individual. Cultivating a relationship with Zhao Feng would undoubtedly serve Colonel Ma Lei well in the future. Especially considering Zhao Feng had previously saved his life, prompting a hearty laugh to escape Colonel Ma Lei once more as he regarded Zhao Feng. The process of clearing the battlefield at Tianyang Peak was swift. What astonished Colonel Ma Lei's soldiers was the efficiency with which the Montauk miners, who had accompanied Zhao Feng, cleaned the field, even surpassing their own efforts. They moved with the swiftness of locusts sweeping across the land. Furthermore, many of Colonel Ma Lei's soldiers were left bewildered, questioning whether these Montauk miners could truly be considered civilians. After the mining slaves cleared the battlefield of spoils, particularly after some of them picked up firearms, they willingly joined Zhao Feng and Appo's as troops. Colonel Ma Lei, showing considerable respect for Zhao Feng, allowed those who actively gathered the battlefield and Appo's loot to remain without driving them away. Moreover, Colonel Ma Lei was far more interested in pursuing the thousands of enemy soldiers trailing Zhao Feng and his companions than in the small contingent of the Elibus Kingdom stationed atop Tianyang Peak. The pursuing soldiers from the Elibus Kingdom might not have promptly discovered that the highest position on Tianyang Peak had already fallen. After observing the surrounding battlefield for a brief moment, Colonel Ma Lei decisively positioned his troops on either flank of the peak's highest ground, intending to launch an ambush. There was reason for Marshal Li Mu to have confidence in Colonel Ma Lei. His ability to seize opportunities and his keen sense for battlefield dynamics even prompted Zhao Feng to nod in agreement. Furthermore, Colonel Ma Lei was one of the few officers from the Montauk Kingdom who dared to engage the Elibus Kingdom head-on. This reminded Zhao Feng of the battle outside Haiyan City, where Colonel Ma Lei had led the charge, only to ultimately face defeat, an outcome he had not anticipated at the outset. "Colonel, how may I assist you?" Zhao Feng approached Ma Lei, who was issuing commands. Ma Lei firmly patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder. He had initially planned to allow Zhao Feng and his weary troops to retreat, but seeing Zhao Feng voluntarily seek to fight prompted him to inquire, "Can you endure?" "Yes," Zhao Feng replied resolutely. "Damn it. After being pursued by those white-skinned devils for so long, it's about time we strike back." Beside Zhao Feng, the coarse and burly De Biao could not restrain himself from throwing down his hat in anger. "Leave the rest to us," Ma Lei declared. "Understood." Zhao Feng saluted. The intention behind allowing Zhao Feng's troops to occupy the center of Tianyang Peak's highest position was not merely to rely on their limited strength, but rather to draw the Elibus Kingdom's forces in their direction. As the second highest peak in the Montauk Kingdom, Tianyang Peak was even more defensible than the previously formidable Tonga Peak. After formulating a general battle plan with Colonel Ma Lei, Zhao Feng promptly led his troops to take over the main line previously held by the Elibus Kingdom. What had originally been a force of just over 200 men transformed into 500 after the battlefield was cleared. Thus, the captaincy that Colonel Ma Lei had mentioned was now truly deserved by Zhao Feng, having previously commanded over 1,000 soldiers. Zhao Feng now managed 500 with equal precision. Observing Zhao Feng as he continually directed his soldiers in fortifying their defenses, Colonel Ma Lei nodded in approval. The newly added 300 soldiers were all mining slaves from the Montauk Kingdom, yet after fleeing alongside Zhao Feng for so long, they had become somewhat familiar with the energy rifles. Many of the miners, at this moment, bore skin as dark as the depths of night. Standing amidst the icy expanse of Tianyang Peak, where the biting cold seeped through their meager rags, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Yet, despite their dire circumstances, this very battalion, upon entering a state of readiness, exhibited a subtle transformation in their gaze, such as the essence of Zhao Feng's soldiers. Chapter 42. A Great Victory. The army of the Elibis Kingdom appeared swiftly, a formidable force of over 5,000 pursuing troops, matching the numbers of the reinforcements led by Colonel Ma Lei. If the two sides were to engage in open combat on level ground, the outcome of this battle would indeed be uncertain. Considering that the Montauk Kingdom often faced defeat against the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom on the battlefield, the anticipated result was not promising. However, at the summit of Tianyang Peak, both Zhao Feng, who commanded the center of the line, and Colonel Ma Lei, who led troops concealed on either flank, felt an exhilarating eagerness. As they beheld the advancing army of the Elibis Kingdom, it was akin to gazing upon a flock of plump sheep, just waiting to be ensnared. The treacherous terrain of Tianyang Peak rendered it impossible for the Elibis Kingdom's forces to spread out for a full-scale assault. Even the several hundred troops previously led by Zhao Feng had to charge in small squads, employing a tactic of reinforcement, and now, with thousands of Elibis Kingdom soldiers crammed into this narrow space, the situation was dire. The pressing question was whether the enemy would take the bait. What incompetence! A few hundred men could not even hold the Tianyang Peak position. Must I clean up their mess? The commander of the Elibis Kingdom forces stationed below Tianyang Peak, Count Yuri, could not help but curse. He had been quite proactive in pursuing Zhao Feng and his remnants, yet upon arriving at Tianyang Peak, he was met with the disheartening news that the line had been breached by that same remnant force. However, being a noble, Count Yuri possessed a fine monocular. When he raised the lens and squinted toward the peak, all he could discern were a few hundred shadowy figures that resembled refugees more than soldiers from the Montauk Kingdom. The reminders from the noble elder council at his back, coupled with the paltry number of Montauk soldiers before him, who likely had just emerged from battle and were yet to recuperate, prompted Count Yuri to decisively order an all-out assault on Tianyang Peak. At this juncture, the aide-de-camp suggested, should we not dispatch troops to encircle from both flanks? Even if we cannot reach the summit, we could provide artillery support for our frontal charge once we get closer. The aide remarked that the Elibis Kingdom also had its share of capable individuals. Proceed as you suggest, Count Yuri commanded. Thus, the battle reignited. As the Elibis Kingdom forces commenced their assault, Zhao Feng ordered his soldiers not to fire prematurely, urging them to allow the enemy to draw near first. This behavior was interpreted by the lower-ranking officers of the Elibis Kingdom as a sign that Zhao Feng and his men lacked sufficient reserves of source crystals and were attempting to conserve ammunition. Consequently, the Elibis forces pressed forward with even greater urgency. This reasoning was not entirely misguided. Under normal circumstances, it could very well have been the case. Yet, who could have anticipated that Zhao Feng and his compatriots would fortuitously receive reinforcements from the Montauk Kingdom just in time? For 7 consecutive years, the nation of Montauk has suffered defeat, leaving its spirit nearly extinguished, with most officers and soldiers preferring to rely on the fortified city of Wanadingdao for defense. Who could have anticipated that a contingent of 5,000 Montauk soldiers would take the initiative to engage in combat? Colonel Ma Lei excelled in this regard, as Zhao Feng noted the successful motivational efforts undertaken by the opposing side before the battle. His troops, having recently secured a victory, were filled with high morale. When the forces of the Elibis Kingdom approached within 200 paces of Zhao Feng and his comrades, they opened fire. Simultaneously, the Montauk army stationed on both sides of the mountain began to unleash their firepower upon the Elibis forces below. Ultimately, the outcome was different than expected, leading Zhao Feng to reassess his view of the Montauk military's upper echelons, who had once nearly brought ruin to the city of Haiyan. In truth, Colonel Ma Lei was also apprehensive, harboring uncertainties in his mind. His concerns were not solely for Zhao Feng's group. The Battle of Haiyan had profoundly impacted Ma Lei, especially as he realized that Marshal Li Muyuan's support for him was not unconditional. Should Ma Lei suffer another defeat, there would undoubtedly be many in Montauk eager to settle old scores with him. Rather than seeking further gains, Ma Lei, having experienced the devastating loss at Haiyan, now believed it prudent to secure the interests he could manage before pursuing additional profit. As the majority of the Elibis forces pressed into the area of Ma Lei's assault, They were not guaranteed to overpower their adversaries. Caution seemed wise. Suddenly, a barrage of intense fire from three sides left the advancing Elibus troops bewildered. The most unfortunate were those who had already begun their ascent up the mountain path, poised for confrontation with Zhao Feng and his men. Some were so close that they could discern each other's faces. Amidst the cold wind sweeping across the surrounding peaks, delicate snowflakes began to fall. The earth was cloaked in a silvery shroud, yet soon, the fierce roar of gunfire and the thick, vivid splashes of blood began to stain the snowy landscape. In an instant, hundreds of Elibus soldiers crowded on the mountain path were mercilessly decimated by the encircling Montauk forces. Many of the small artillery pieces brought by Colonel Malay had already been calibrated for their target zones before the battle commenced. As a result, after a relentless and violent bombardment, the overwhelming majority of the Elibus troops trapped on the mountain path were left with scarcely a whole corpse. Following the artillery's cleansing, Zhao Feng resolutely led his soldiers into a charge downward, although victory was essentially assured from the outset. The sight of Zhao Feng and his men charging towards the Elibus soldiers with fervor left many of Colonel Malay's troops momentarily stunned. These Montauk soldiers, stationed in Wanadingbao, had grown accustomed to defense, and further defense. Now, suddenly coordinating with Zhao Feng's group, which had broken through from behind enemy lines, they found themselves somewhat unaccustomed to this new dynamic. Particularly at that moment, Zhao Feng and his companions appeared akin to beggars, their attire contributing to an odd spectacle, further accentuated by their fervent battle cries. Yet, peculiar as it may seem, this distinctive roar proved to be quite invigorating for morale. The soldiers under Colonel Malay, who were previously hesitant, found themselves swept up in the fervor instigated by Zhao Feng and his elite troops. Their resolve ignited as many of them surged forward. Initially, the number of those charging was modest, but gradually, more and more joined the fray. The army of the Elibus kingdom was already reeling from the devastating triple encirclement launched by the Montauk forces, and now faced with the relentless onslaught of Montauk's troops. Their collapse accelerated dramatically. They had yet to comprehend what transpired ahead when the tide of panic began to swell. With everyone fleeing, one could only follow suit. Few would be foolish enough to remain behind to cover for others, sacrificing themselves for the sake of the collective. Many of the newly established energy cannons on the slopes of the Elibus kingdom had yet to fire a single shot as the gunners deserted, leaving the solitary cannon standing abandoned. After all, not every soldier held their artillery in such high regard as Zhao Feng's elite, who deemed their weapons more precious than their own lives, resolutely refusing to abandon them. A resounding victory. This was an unprecedented triumph. Even Zhao Feng himself had never experienced the annihilation of so many foes in a single decisive battle. Chapter 43. Breaking through the third stage. The battle at Tianyang Peak unfolded over the span of half a day. Initially, Colonel Malay and his comrades could have continued their pursuit. However, at the suggestion of the military advisors, they decided to halt their advance and consolidate their gains. We have achieved an unprecedented victory. Although continuing the chase might expand our triumph, it could also introduce unforeseen variables. It is wiser to hold on to the accomplishments we have secured. Please reconsider, Commander, advised several aides to Colonel Malay. Colonel Malay, a man who valued counsel, was uncertain whether his troops could maintain their remarkable momentum after descending from Tianyang Peak. Moreover, he was unaware of any potential reinforcements from the Elibus kingdom. After much contemplation, he issued the order, quickly secure the battlefield, then we shall withdraw. This extraordinary victory, albeit lasting only half a day, culminated in the elimination of over 2,600 Elibus soldiers, while Montauk sustained merely around 200 casualties. A casualty ratio exceeding 10 to 1 is a textbook example of a flawless campaign in any nation's annals. Following this triumph, Colonel Malay wore a grin that seemed incapable of fading. Zhao Feng, having just experienced the emotional roller coaster of battle, found himself relatively subdued regarding the victory at Tianyang Peak. In contrast, the soldiers under Zhao Feng's command, keen-eyed and swift due to their initial position at the central stronghold, managed to acquire considerable spoils during the conflict. Among their gains were a dozen fierce wolf beasts that had charged into the fray. Colonel Malay noted the glimmer in Zhao Feng's eyes, recognizing his affinity for wolves. After the battle, Montauk soldiers swiftly cleared the battlefield and began their northward retreat through Tianyang Peak. From that point onward, they faced little threat from the Elibus kingdom or the Black Abyss Empire. The moment Zhao Feng and his men crossed Tianyang Peak, they were truly on familiar territory. The journey from Tianyang Peak to Iron City, when Edinburgh, typically required 5 days of marching. The timely support from Colonel Malay demonstrated that he had commenced a rapid march immediately upon receiving his orders. For this, Zhao Feng felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Thus, on the second day of their advance towards Wenadingburg, Zhao Feng approached Colonel Malay with a robust young wolf cub. The parents of this cub are valiant battle wolves. A captain under my command, Sun Hu, who was once a hunter, believes this cub possesses the potential to become a wolf king, Zhao Feng remarked, pointing to the cub, which bore a tuft of white fur on its chest. Therefore, I present it to you, so that it may guard your home in the future. He added with a smile. Colonel Malay, recognizing the significance of the gift, could not suppress a hearty laugh. He accepted the wolf cub without hesitation, appreciating its value far beyond that of any energy cannon. However, for Zhao Feng, the allure of armaments, particularly the energy cannon, far surpasses that of a mere wolf cub yet to mature. Should there be a chance to exchange a wolf cub for an energy cannon, he could lead his soldiers into the mountains to hunt wolves. Having endured the arduous breakout battles, only a handful of mature war wolves remain by Zhao Feng's side. Nevertheless, these beasts, likely due to the potential for crystallization within, grow rapidly. Within mere months, they reach their mating season and bring forth new cubs. Yet, this abundance poses a challenge, as their consumption is substantial. Fortunately, during wartime, corpses, especially those of enemies, are plentiful. Considering the unexpected advantages these wolves provided in earlier conflicts, Zhao Feng decided to continue nurturing them. The prospect of acquiring another mutated fire wolf in the future would be even more advantageous. As the march toward Weina Dingbao continued, on the third day, Zhao Feng finally encountered his opportunity. Despite his previous efforts to breach the Tianliang Peak proving futile, the successful rendezvous with Colonel Malay and others, coupled with a relatively safe and relaxed atmosphere, presented the perfect moment for a breakthrough. Before him stretched an endless prairie. And as Zhao Feng tilted his head back to release a long howl, the bones within him began to crack and pop. Even his skin exhibited subtle changes. While it grew more resilient, its hue remained largely unchanged. Remarkably, many scars from previous injuries began to shed as Zhao Feng advanced. Among these was a scar on his cheek, a remnant from the breakout at Black Rock City, which now fully healed, eliciting admiration from onlookers. Zhang Melian could not help but steal glances at Zhao Feng, seemingly captivated by his enhanced appearance. At this juncture, Zhao Feng had ascended to the third tier of the Star Source Judgment. According to the scriptures of his technique, he could theoretically withstand the fire of energy rifles. With protective measures in place, he decided to test this theory. Upon experiencing a shot from the domestically produced Montauk flintlock energy rifle, he discovered that while it stung slightly, it did not penetrate his skin. However, continuous fire from energy rifles proved more formidable. Even with his ironclad defenses, Zhao Feng sustained minor abrasions. Nonetheless, the results were promising. Being able to withstand standard energy rifles indicated a significant enhancement in his battlefield survivability. The initial version of the Star Source Judgment comprises 4 tiers. Observing his elder brother successfully advance to the third tier, many of Zhao Feng's close confidants, including Yao Erniu, felt a stirring ambition. Following a series of breakout battles, only 37 members of the Star Source Society remained under Zhao Feng's command. He had no immediate plans to expand the society's ranks. Indeed, those who had escaped alongside him, including miners and other soldiers, represented high-quality recruits. Yet, as they drew closer to the Montauk Kingdom's vast rear, Zhao Feng knew he must proceed with caution. He was determined to keep his efforts to establish a foothold from being discovered by the Montauk military command too soon. On the very day Zhao Feng transcended to the third level, Colonel Ma Lei summoned him and posed a rather direct inquiry. Are you practicing a certain source power technique? In response, Zhao Feng hesitated little and nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, I am cultivating the Star Source technique, which I acquired from the Elibus Kingdom. Zhao Feng had anticipated that Colonel Ma Lei harbored an interest in his Star Source technique, and he was prepared to submit the initial portion of it. However, to his surprise, Colonel Ma Lei had no intention of requesting the technique from Zhao Feng. Instead, he inquired, How many levels does your Star Source technique comprise? To what level have you ascended now? Chapter 44. When to Dingao, Colonel Ma Lei had reached the 4th level of the battle body technique, which was essentially equivalent to the 5th level of Zhao Feng's Star Source technique. The statement from his counterpart indicated that there was yet to be a unified standard for cultivation methods in the world. However, upon closer comparison, Zhao Feng discerned that his Star Source technique was likely of a higher grade. For the more intricate a cultivation technique, the richer its inherent essence. At this moment, Colonel Malay was but a step away from the consummation of the battle body technique. Yet, had he been practicing the star source technique, he would have 2 additional stages of growth to aspire to. Zhao Feng could not help but remark, so it's merely a medium-grade technique. Colonel, are there distinctions among cultivation techniques? Zhao Feng inquired. My battle body technique is indeed a superior grade technique. You, my young friend, are fortunate. The technique you have acquired is already a commendable medium-grade one. When cultivated to its utmost, it can withstand the onslaught of source energy cannons without issue. Colonel Malay responded with a hint of pride. Beyond superior and medium-grade techniques, the most prevalent were the inferior-grade ones. These inferior techniques typically possessed only 1 or 2 stages, and even when pushed to their limits, they merely served to enhance physical fitness, failing to match your current capacity to withstand source energy firearms. At this juncture, Colonel Malay paused momentarily, as if he had more to convey, but ultimately held his tongue. Looking around, perhaps due to Zhao Feng's recent candid revelation regarding the intricacies and origins of the star source technique, Colonel Malay seized the opportunity, now that they were alone, to confide in Zhao Feng. You may be unaware, but Marshal Li Mu of Wendadingbao has already proposed to the military department that we distribute the various inferior-grade techniques controlled by our Montauk nation to all soldiers for cultivation. This is a significant measure to enhance our military capabilities. I've heard that the Black Underworld Empire has also been considering similar implementations in recent years. Though I am uncertain of their progress, it should prove quite challenging to successfully implement in the short term. Given that the Black Underworld Empire operates under an imperial system with a rigid division between nobles and commoners, the vast majority of techniques belong to the nobility. And should these be disseminated to the populace, it would undoubtedly destabilize the ruling structure of the nation. Had our Montauk nation not been driven to such extremes, we would likely find it equally difficult to push this proposal through. In fact, the very news of source energy cultivation techniques may never have reached the common folk. Colonel Ma Lei shook his head in contemplation. The military department has had numerous reasons for its reluctance to disclose source energy techniques. One such reason pertains to the distribution of cultivation resources. Even the most rudimentary source energy techniques require a considerable quantity of source stones to yield any meaningful results. During wartime, these stones can be provided by the state, but the source crystal resources of Montauk are not inexhaustible. Can they sustain the cultivation needs of so many soldiers? Moreover, the process of cultivating source energy is, for the vast majority of those of average talent, a tedious endeavor that demands persistence. Colonel Malay had commenced his cultivation journey in his youth, and now, at over 50 years of age, he had only just reached the 4th level of the battle body technique. Other soldiers, lacking the exceptional martial arts of Colonel Malay and the requisite resources for cultivation, would likely require 1 or 2 years to advance even a single rank should they acquire such techniques. By that time, the existence of the Montauk Kingdom remains uncertain. Moreover, the difficulty of cultivating martial arts only escalates with progression. It is entirely unnecessary to disseminate superior techniques among ordinary soldiers, and the vested interests are reluctant to part with such valuable resources. The feasibility of implementing Colonel Malay's proposed inferior energy cultivation technique within the borders of the Montauk Kingdom is still questionable. Therefore, it is prudent for Zhao Feng to keep this matter discreet. He need only be informed. Thank you, Colonel Malay, for enlightening me. Zhao Feng expressed his gratitude. Despite Colonel Malay being old enough to be Zhao Feng's father, Zhao Feng often referred to him as an elder brother within the military context. Colonel Malay held a favorable view of this remarkably young subordinate, marveling at Zhao Feng's achievement of reaching the 3rd tier of the Star Source decision at such a tender age, predicting a boundless future for him. After 2 days of arduous marching, the imposing iron city of Wendadingbao gradually came into view. The terrain transitioned from the grasslands at the foot of the snow-capped mountains to the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. Wendadingbao was strategically constructed between 2 continuous and perilous mountain ranges, resulting in a vast cross-sectional area. It was said that the city now housed over 6 million inhabitants, with more than 80% being refugees who had fled from the occupied territories of the Montauk Kingdom. Concurrently, Wendadingbao became the city with the highest population density in the Montauk Kingdom. The remaining unoccupied territories, particularly near the capital, while still prosperous, maintained a relatively healthy population density due to policies regulating migration. Nonetheless, even in the rear-controlled areas of the Montauk Kingdom, the population was more than double the normal average density from 7 years prior. This accumulation of people, while leading to exceedingly cheap labor, also placed immense strain on the kingdom's food supply and essential goods. Reports indicated that one-third of the kingdom's food relied on imports and aid from other nations. The price of the Cloud cigarettes Zhao Feng purchased in Black Rock City had doubled upon reaching Wenedingburg. However, the city lacked sufficient jobs and opportunities to accommodate the surplus labor. Thus, despite the firm grip Marshal Li Mu maintained on the iron city of Wenedingburg, it remained a formidable challenge for both the Elibis Kingdom and the more powerful Black Abyss Empire. In reality, Wenedingburg might be precariously perched atop a powder keg. In summary, this sprawling frontline metropolis, with a population exceeding 6 million, 3 times that of the current capital of the Montauk Kingdom, bore immense pressure on its lower strata, with reports of numerous individuals succumbing to starvation. The situation regarding starvation here was far more dire than that experienced in Black Rock City. For Zhao Feng and his companions, who are about to enter the city, the concealed darkness of Wenedingbao remains elusive for the time being. What they witness instead is the grandeur of this unprecedented colossal city, along with the prosperity and bustling activity that arise from its vast population. Humans are inherently social creatures. As they draw closer to Wenedingbao, the tension and feelings of instability that had accompanied their escape begin to ease and eventually dissipate entirely. Soon, we shall embrace a new life, or perhaps a new battle here, Zhao Feng proclaimed, turning to address the soldiers beside him. Chapter 45. Major Zhao. The journey of Major Zhao Feng and his companions into Wenedingbao was remarkably smooth. In the propaganda of the Montauk Kingdom, Zhao Feng had been portrayed as a hero, especially himself. At this moment, Colonel Ma Lei had just led his troops in a splendid counteroffensive at Tianliang Peak, and the news had yet to reverberate within the borders of Montauk Kingdom. Hence, the focus of attention remained squarely on Zhao Feng. With special permission from the military, Zhao Feng and his companions were granted rapid access to the heavily guarded Wenedingbao. Even before approaching the city, Zhao Feng was already awestruck by this magnificent city built against the mountains. As they drew nearer, the sense of wonder in his heart only intensified. The average height of Wenedingbao city walls was an impressive 50 meters, with reports suggesting that the tallest sections reached up to 70 meters. Such towering walls could not be scaled by ordinary ladders. Thus, even though the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom boasted formidable source power warriors capable of single-handedly breaching a city or withstanding heavy artillery, they could not contend with the iron fortress of Montauk Kingdom. Speaking of withstanding the source energy artillery from the Black Abyss Empire, Colonel Ma Lei's current capabilities were likely on par. Montauk Kingdom certainly had its own elite warriors. However, it remained uncertain whether there were any fighters stronger than Colonel Ma Lei. One could assume there were still some, Zhao Feng mused, gazing upon the imposing city before him. If there were no formidable source energy warriors to rival those of the Elibis Kingdom and the Black Abyss Empire, this iron citadel of Montauk Kingdom would likely have been breached long ago. Upon entering the city, Lieutenant Zhao Feng was unexpectedly greeted on the city walls by a general of Montauk Kingdom. Although Marshal Li Mu did not attend, as the overall commander of Wenedingbao, he had not deemed it necessary to expend his energy on someone as inconsequential as Zhao Feng. Nevertheless, the presence of a general was astonishing to Zhao Feng. This individual was the highest-ranking officer he had encountered thus far, a major general, even surpassing Colonel Ma Lei in rank. This was Major General Qian Rui, one of the important advisors in the military. Colonel Ma Lei leaned slightly and whispered to Zhao Feng, providing a brief introduction about the general. Judging by his appearance, Major General Qian appeared to be even younger than Colonel Ma Lei, seemingly in his 40s with predominantly black hair. In terms of physique, Major General Qian had a robust build, and his slightly protruding belly indicated that he had been enjoying a life of abundance in recent years. Quite unlike Zhao Feng's newly arrived subordinate troops, who appeared gaunt and emaciated. A higher rank does not necessarily equate to greater strength. Zhang Wen, for instance, held a higher military rank than Zhao Feng, yet was not skilled in combat. In contrast, Zhao Feng could vaguely sense that Major General Qian possessed a grasp of cultivation techniques, though his prowess left much to be desired. Despite possessing at least a superior-level cultivation method, Major General Qian likely could not match the strength of Zhao Feng's subordinate, Sun Hu. Comparisons with Zhao Feng's aide, Yao Ernio, would likely be even less favorable. Nonetheless, it did not hinder him from occupying such a high position. Although Major General Qian Rui's individual combat prowess may not be noteworthy, Zhao Feng felt a surge of joy upon encountering this high-ranking Montauk official. Beside him, the aide held a hardwood tray draped with crimson cloth. As Zhao Feng approached, Major General Qian Rui and Appos, As smile became notably more affable, he personally unveiled the red cloth, revealing a silver military insignia resting upon the tray. Colonel Ma Lei had indeed been overly conservative in his assessment. Zhao Feng was not merely a captain. He now held the rank of major. Just half a year ago, during the tumult at Black Rock City, he had been a mere second lieutenant, promoted to lieutenant only on the eve of battle. In this short span, Zhao Feng had ascended 3 ranks, soaring to the echelon of a field officer. The sight of the silver insignia left him momentarily dazed. At that moment, his uniform was tattered, with a wolf pelt serving as a makeshift lining, rendering it incongruous with the polished insignia of a major. Major General Qian Rui firmly clapped Zhao Feng on the shoulder and remarked, "You led our Montauk citizens against overwhelming odds, successfully breaching the siege to reach Wenadingbao. Well done. Furthermore, you collaborated with Colonel Ma Lei to annihilate thousands of troops from the Elibas Kingdom at Tianyang Peak. Excellent. Excellent." The Major General nodded repeatedly, beaming with approval. Initially, Zhao Feng's rank was intended to be that of captain, and the military had yet to reach a consensus on promoting him to major. However, following the victorious outcome at Tianyang Peak, further deliberation was rendered unnecessary. He was directly elevated to major. Regrettably, Zhao Feng remained relatively unknown within the Montauk hierarchy, having lacked substantial support from above. Otherwise, given his current renown among the Montauk citizens and the successful collaboration with Colonel Ma Lei at Tianyang Peak, even a promotion to lieutenant colonel would not have been unwarranted. Nevertheless, Zhao Feng possessed a temperament inclined toward contentment, viewing matters with a broader perspective. Colonel Ma Lei, over 50 years of age during the Black Rock City affair, had also been a major at that time. Zhao Feng, at merely 24, had ascended to the rank of major much more swiftly than others. While he may not be the youngest major in Montauk, he surely belonged to the youngest cohort. At this juncture, had there been no war, Zhao Feng would have completed his upward trajectory, becoming a distinguished figure within Montauk. The joy derived from his promotion filled him with elation, yet he remained grounded, shaped by the trials of the past months that had forged within him an unyielding spirit. Beyond aspirations of rank and wealth, he yearned for something more profound. Why was it Montauk that faced foreign aggression? Why could it not be us who struck against the Elibas Kingdom? How could he ensure a better existence for the citizens of Montauk? Zhao Feng cast a glance at the soldiers beside him, who resembled refugees, and at the more destitute and wretched minor slaves. His gaze then shifted to the citizens of Wenadingbao, gathered from all directions, their faces pale and worn, prompting a cascade of thoughts in his heart. Major General Qian Rui, of course, remained oblivious to Zhao Feng's thoughts. After giving Zhao Feng a hearty pat on the shoulder, the general approached Colonel Ma Lei and engaged him in conversation. Colonel Ma Lei, who had recently been promoted to his rank, was basking in the glory of his successful leadership in the Tianyang Peak campaign, suggesting that his military standing might soon ascend once more. Achieving the rank of general would signify his true entry into the upper echelons of Montauk. Consequently, during his discourse with Major General Qian, Colonel Ma Lei could not suppress his boisterous laughter, as the two appeared to be sharing an amusing anecdote, reveling in the moment. Zhao Feng chose not to linger on the interactions between these high-ranking officials of Montauk, and instead turned his gaze elsewhere. The throngs of people from Wenadingburg were indeed overwhelming. The entryway where Zhao Feng and his companions found themselves was teeming with individuals eager to catch a glimpse of the heroes. This city perhaps did not align with the lofty expectations Zhao Feng and his companions had initially harbored. Was this truly the vanguard of Montauk's last bastion and the epitome of a utopia? Chapter 46, Corruption after presenting Zhao Feng with the insignia of the new army. Major General Qian Rui departed from the city gate. Subsequently, his aide-de-camp would escort Zhao Feng to the temporary quarters at the new military camp. Within the fortified city of Wenadingbao, the Montauk Kingdom had also allocated housing for Zhao Feng. Initially, the military headquarters had intended to provide Major Zhao with the highest standard housing allowance designated for junior officers. However, it seems we have made an oversight. Your new accommodation is being arranged as swiftly as possible, and it will be finalized within 2 days, stated Qian Rui's aide, Zhou Wei. Though merely an aide, Zhou Wei held the rank of lieutenant colonel, placing him a notch above Zhao Feng. Nevertheless, the man in his 30s exhibited great courtesy towards Zhao Feng. Moreover, Zhao Feng discerned that Zhou Wei's prowess was not inferior to his own, perhaps even superior. Aside from being Qian Rui's aide, Lieutenant Colonel Zhou was likely responsible for the general's protection. Then I shall trouble you with this, Brother Zhou, Zhao Feng replied with a smile, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to him. The cigarette was no ordinary brand. It was a trophy from the battle at Tianyang Peak, taken from the corpse of a field officer from the Elibis Kingdom. The packaging bore foreign illustrations and inscriptions indicative of the Elibis aristocracy, which was distinctly stratified compared to that of the Montauk Kingdom. This pack of cigarettes appeared to be a special supply, reserved solely for the nobility of Elibis. Zhou Wei, who typically refrained from smoking, couldn't help but be captivated by the delicate golden packaging of the cigarette. While Zhao Feng could not presume to bond with a figure of Major General Qian Rui's stature, Zhou Wei was the ideal candidate for Zhao Feng to cultivate a rapport with, especially as he was newly arrived in Wenedingbao and somewhat lost in his surroundings. Originally, Colonel Ma Lei had promised to accompany Zhao Feng to the new encampment. However, having been subtly informed of something by Major General Qian Rui, Colonel Ma had evidently forgotten about Zhao Feng, choosing instead to leave with the general. After sharing a few cigarettes, Zhou Wei and Zhao Feng appeared to grow more familiar with each other. Zhou Wei assured him that he would ensure a satisfactory arrangement for his housing. At this point, Zhao Feng paused for a moment, then gestured behind him. Shortly after, the rotund proprietor, Sunda, hurried over, clutching a package from his bosom. Typically, someone of Zhou Wei's rank would not spare a glance at a minor figure like Sunda, but the interaction between the two piqued his interest. Zhao Feng, undeterred by Zhou Wei's unspoken thoughts, directly thrust the package into Zhou Wei's hands. My little brother has just emerged from enemy territory and lacks suitable gifts to present to his elder brother. However, the Baiyun mountain range is rich with the Montauk Kingdom's mineral resources, and I have brought some specialties with me, hoping they will meet your satisfaction, Zhao Feng stated. The parcel handed over by Zhao Feng was rather heavy, and it appeared to contain a box. Surrounding Zhao Feng were marching soldiers, while the curious onlookers kept their distance. Initially, Zhou Wei intended to decline, but the mention of special products piqued his curiosity, compelling him to open the parcel and steal a glance inside. As he lifted the lid of the box, a brilliant golden light emanated from within, momentarily blinding him. Zhou Wei promptly shut the box again. He had anticipated that Zhao Feng might have brought out a box of source crystal stones, but to his astonishment, it contained gold bars. Indeed, the regions surrounding the Baiyun Mountains are rich in various mineral resources, including not only source crystal mines and iron mines but also rare metal veins, such as gold. When Zhao Feng and his comrades broke through and engaged in guerrilla warfare within the Baiyun Mountains, they had successfully taken control of a medium-sized gold mine occupied by the Elibis Kingdom. In times of turmoil, gold reigns supreme. This box of gold bars likely holds greater value than a box of high-grade source crystal stones. The latter is strictly prohibited from trade by the authorities, whereas this box of gold bars could ensure a better life, no matter which country one finds themselves in. Holding the weighty box of gold bars, Zhou Wei did not possess the ample girth of the corpulent boss Sunda, who could easily conceal the box within his embrace. Fortunately, the box was wrapped in coarse cloth, which, although peculiar, allowed Zhou Wei to grip it tightly in his hands. He suddenly considered that the camp located in the eastern part of the city might not be suitable for his younger brother Zhao. Which area do you wish to garrison in, the northern or western part of the city? Zhou Wei inquired in a hushed tone. The eastern region was adjacent to the front line of the Weneding fortress, the closest area to the city walls, and thus the first to suffer when the armies of the Elibis Kingdom and the Black Abyss Empire launched their assaults. A single shell could strike from an unknown direction. Furthermore, this area is part of the lower city of Weneding, housing at least several 100,000 refugees living in overcrowded conditions. In contrast, the northern and western parts of the city are the more desirable zones within Weneding. The western section is considered the affluent district, currently home to the middle and upper echelons of the Montauk Kingdom's military, politics, and business sectors. It is also likely where Zhao Feng will be assigned accommodations as a school-level officer. The northern area houses the military headquarters of Weneding, where high-ranking officials like Marshal Li Muyuan conduct their affairs, and it is also garrisoned by the most elite troops of the Montauk Kingdom. In principle, troops like Zhao Feng's, recently emerged from the fray, should not qualify for lodging in the northern district. However, rules are rigid, while individuals are adaptable. The Montauk Kingdom is notoriously corrupt and steeped in a culture of power dynamics. It remains unclear what capabilities this Colonel Zhou Wei possesses, enabling him to oversee the garrison locations of Zhao Feng and his men. At that moment, Zhao Feng was also uncertain about the specifics of Weneding, but he could discern from the city's layout that the western and northern areas were superior to the eastern. He certainly did not wish to be caught in his slumber, only to have a shell land nearby. In response to Zhou Wei's considerate inquiry, Zhao Feng replied directly, "Brother Zhou, wherever you suggest, I shall lead my troops there." Regardless of the location, I shall comply with the military's directives. Zhao Feng gazed into Zhou Wei's eyes and spoke. Zhou Wei, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied, "Allow me to take you to a special place." Zhao Feng had never anticipated that he would hold such high esteem in Weina Dingbao. As they made their way to the new station, the citizens of Montauk, packed together, waved enthusiastically at Zhao Feng in welcome. In this regard, Zhao Feng certainly outshone the so-called Major General Qian Rui, for the majority of Montauk's populace had never heard of him. Whereas Zhao Feng's exploits had reached at least a third of the people in Weina Dingbao through word of mouth. Eventually, Colonel Zhou Wei led Zhao Feng's troops to a garrison situated in the northwestern part of Weina Dingbao. It was, indeed, a prime location, conveniently close to both the western and northern sections of the city. However, what surprised Zhao Feng even more was that Zhou Wei did not possess any explicit military orders supporting the deployment of Zhao Feng and his men in this area. When questioned by the garrison's defense forces, Zhou Wei simply stated, "This is Major General Qian Rui's directive." Such as the state of Montauk, where corruption had seeped into not only politics and commerce but also the military to a significant extent. Even in the absence of formal orders, actions could still be taken. Nevertheless, Colonel Zhou Wei later assured Zhao Feng, "Tomorrow, I will help you obtain the necessary deployment orders. For now, take the time to rest. Since you have arrived in Weina Dingbao and received your commission directly from Major General Qian Rui, we are all under his command." Zhou Wei smiled as he spoke. "Indeed. Absolutely." Zhao Feng hastily nodded in agreement. Chapter 47. The current situation in Weinadenburg. The enduring tradition of Montauk Nation dictates that one's connections often outweigh one's capabilities. Zhao Feng, a newcomer who has just stepped into the realm of school-level officers, finds himself rather oblivious to the landscape. Having a Montauk general as a patron is commendable, however. The intricate power dynamics within Weinadenburg remain a mystery to him, particularly regarding the identity of Major General Qian Rui within the military hierarchy. The information Colonel Ma Lei shared with Zhao Feng was rather scant, and the senior military leaders Zhao knew were limited to these two individuals. Thus, he resolved to proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. After escorting Zhao Feng to the garrison, Colonel Zhou Wei engaged him in conversation for a while before hastily departing. Zhou mentioned that Major General Qian had other tasks for him that afternoon. Yet Zhao Feng suspected that the tightly clutched package in his hands was more likely a matter of gold he was attending to. The arduous breakout battle, though fraught with challenges, ultimately bore significant rewards. Zhao Feng had not only ascended in rank but also acquired assets that most could scarcely fathom. The box of gold he presented to Colonel Zhou was but a fraction of his wealth. In truth, he possessed at least 7 similar boxes. And he also had containers filled with source crystals. He opted to gift Zhou a box of gold rather than one of medium-grade source crystals, as gold is a universally accepted currency, easier to liquidate. Moreover, the fierce nature of warfare had made Zhao Feng, immersed in military life, desire to retain the scarce resource of source crystals in his possession. Only a select few individuals, including Yao Erniu, Zhang Melian, and Zhang Chong, were privy to Zhao Feng's holdings of gold and an abundance of source crystals. At present, Zhao Feng lacked neither wealth nor resources, and even manpower was not an issue. What he truly needed were firearms. The more than 2,000 laborers who entered Weinadenburg alongside Zhao Feng may have appeared destitute, yet they represented a promising source of soldiers for his future endeavors. Their arduous journey, having braved the enemy's relentless encirclement, had already demonstrated their exceptional resolve and tenacity, far surpassing that of the average individual. The grueling breakout was also a crucible of sorts, with only the strongest and most vigorous young adults surviving until the end. Though they now languished in hunger, their eyes gleamed with determination. All that these individuals saw was an opportunity. Currently, Zhao Feng commanded a mere 200 soldiers. Yet the barracks allotted to them could accommodate up to 7,000. After all, even the highest-ranking officer responsible for patrolling the perimeter held the rank of captain, leading hundreds of armed personnel. If the garrison were any smaller, it would be unnecessary for his restructured unit to undertake patrol duties. Within the expansive military camp, there were only slightly over 2,000 personnel, including the defense forces. Consequently, many of the barracks remained vacant. After offering a cigarette to Lieutenant Wu Xian, who was in charge of this defense unit, Zhao Feng quickly gleaned information about the situation surrounding the military installation. Presently stationed in this vast encampment were the troops led by Major Li Wan, who belonged to a different command structure than Zhao Feng's. The forces of the Montauk Kingdom are divided into various branches. For instance, Zhao Feng has consistently belonged to the field army, and it is presumed he still does. On the other hand, Major Li Wan commands the defense forces, primarily responsible for the rotational garrison duties in a specific area of Weina Dingbao. Weina Dingbao boasts an impressive claim of housing a standing army of 200,000. However, in reality, such numbers do not exist within the city. Even if they did, it would be impractical to accommodate so many soldiers standing on the city walls simultaneously. Zhao Feng had observed that the towering ramparts could be adequately defended with just 5,000 troops, even accounting for the necessary garrison on the elevated peaks and reserves. A mere 20,000 would suffice to fortify Weina Dingbao to an impenetrable fortress. This is the prowess of Montoc's first-day stronghold. However, the current reality reveals that the total number of soldiers within Weina Dingbao is approximately 100,000, with further reductions anticipated. The military strategy stipulates that a force of 80,000 in the main city is entirely sufficient. The reason the encampment where Zhao Feng and others arrived appears so vacant is that a significant contingent was reassigned elsewhere half a month prior. Weina Dingbao is not limited to a single main city. It is surrounded by numerous satellite towns. The Montauk Kingdom's claim of a 200,000-strong presence along the Weina Dingbao front actually encompasses all these satellite cities combined. Moreover, Marshal Li Mu commands the army to keep the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom at bay beyond the Weina Dingbao line, a feat not achievable solely through the strength of a formidable iron city. Given the terrain of the Montauk Kingdom, aside from the main city gates of Weina Dingbao, there are several paths through the surrounding rugged mountains that could lead directly to the flanks or even the rear of Weina Dingbao. These locations necessitate the deployment of heavy troops by Marshal Li Mu. Additionally, it is worth noting that the Montauk Kingdom shares borders with other nations. Should the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom negotiate troop movements with neighboring countries, they could potentially bypass the Weina Dingbao front and strike directly at the capital of the Montauk Kingdom. Fortunately, despite recent years of defeat, the Montauk Kingdom has managed to maintain commendable diplomatic relations internationally. The surrounding nations currently harbor goodwill towards Montauk, and more importantly, there exists a multitude of strategic alliances with them. For the time being, the prospect of the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom launching a surprise assault through allied territories is unlikely. After smoking 2 packets of cigarettes, leaving a multitude of butts scattered on the ground, Zhao Feng finally gleaned most of the information he sought from Captain Wu Xian, who was in charge of the camp's defense. Dragons have their paths, and mice have theirs. Although Qian Rui, Zhou Wei, and Wu Xian occupy different echelons, cultivating good relations with them could yield significant benefits for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng did not let his higher rank overshadow the courtesy owed to Wu Xian. Upon concluding their discussion, he even gifted Wu Xian a packet of cigarettes, a specialty from the Elibis Kingdom. Commander Zhao, are you certain you wish to allow those refugees to take residence in this camp? Gazing at the cigarette pressed into his hand, Wu Xian could not help but inquire. At this moment, under Zhao Feng's command, in addition to the 200 loyal soldiers, there were over 2,000 mine slave refugees who had accompanied him into this place. Most of these refugees were homeless and had forged a profound enmity with the Kingdom of Elibis during their escape. Upon their arrival in Wenadingburg, if Zhao Feng were to neglect them, these refugees would face difficulties even in finding food and shelter. In response to Wu Xian's question, Zhao Feng declared earnestly, "They are not refugees. They are my soldiers." Chapter 48. Journey to the military headquarters. Zhao Feng's military rank surpassed that of Wu Xian. Thus his word was law. Wu Xian had no choice but to comply. One notable aspect of the Montauk nation was its hierarchical structure, where higher ranks commanded absolute authority. In the past, Zhao Feng had often criticized the Montauk power system for its rigidity and corruption, which made it exceedingly difficult for those at the bottom to ascend. Among the more than 2,000 refugees, there were surprisingly around 100 women. Upon witnessing this, Wu Xian and his fellow officers stared in disbelief. Could it be a camp? Certainly not. This group of women, aside from those initially rescued from mountain bandits, included some liberated from various prisons and concentration camps during the tumultuous battles in the Bayan mountain range. Despite their gender, the majority of these women displayed a tenacity of spirit that often surpassed that of their male counterparts. Zhao Feng, contemplating future developments around Weina Dingbao, recognized that there were certain tasks better suited for women, given the delicate nature of his ambitions. After enduring a series of harrowing breakout battles and precarious living conditions, Zhao Feng now sought more than mere promotions and wealth. Colonel Ma Lei was a man of principles. Although he failed to fulfill his promise of escorting Zhao Feng to the garrison on his first day in the city, he arrived early the following morning. Sleeping on his homeland's controlled territory felt far more secure than anywhere else. After stretching languidly one morning, Zhao Feng was about to light a cigarette and head to the training grounds when Colonel Ma Lei appeared before him. Handing over the cigarette, Ma Lei, without waiting for Zhao Feng to inquire, briskly instructed him to follow outside the camp. Hurry. We need to report to the military headquarters. This must be done promptly. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, your allocated equipment and arms might be intercepted, Colonel Ma Lei urged as he pulled Zhao Feng along. Before leaving the barracks, Zhao Feng briefly informed Zhang Chang and Sun Hu to keep a close watch on their troops. The logistics officer, Yao Erniu, needed only a glance from Zhao Feng to follow dutifully. Colonel Ma Lei paid no mind to Zhao Feng and Apos, as companion, and upon reaching the camp and Apos, as exterior, he casually instructed, "Get in the vehicle." Outside the camp, there stood a black convertible jeep that Zhao Feng had never seen before. This vehicle was powered by source crystal energy. Much like the rumored black iron trains of the Dark Empire, the Montauk nation lacked the capability to manufacture such energy vehicles. Once inside, Colonel Ma Lei, gripping the armrest, explained to Zhao Feng, "This is one of the military supplies provided by the Su Mijin Nation." The Su Mijin Nation, a powerful entity located to the north of Montauk, shared a border with the Dark Empire. Historically, Su Mijin had greater strength than the Dark Empire. Yet in recent decades, it seemed to have gradually fallen behind. Nevertheless, the proverbial dead camel is still larger than a horse. And Su Mijin remained a formidable nation that Montauk could not afford to provoke. Among the nations currently supporting Montauk, Su Mijin was the most significant benefactor. The intentions behind the actions of the opposing side may very well be to curb the expansion of the Dark Underworld Empire. However, whether it is the Sumikan Kingdom or other smaller nations, they all boast loudly, offering funds and resources, yet are unwilling to deploy troops. In terms of military strength in the clash of legions, it remains that Montauk Kingdom stands alone against two adversaries. The energy vehicle beneath the seats of Zhao Feng and Colonel Ma Lei is not something just anyone can experience. Most have never even laid eyes on it. Colonel Ma Lei had never enjoyed such luxury before, but after his meetings with several high-ranking officials last night, and having secured his future path, this energy vehicle arrived at his doorstep this morning. Of course, Yao Erniu did not have the privilege to ride alongside Zhao Feng. He, along with another team of approximately 20 soldiers, advanced on foot, trailing behind Zhao Feng and the others towards the military headquarters in the northern part of the city. On the vehicle, apart from Zhao Feng and Colonel Ma Lei, there was only a soldier driving. They were seated in the back. And without the leisure to closely examine this novel contraption, Zhao Feng was swiftly captivated by a matter raised by Ma Lei. "Next month, I will be nominated as a major general, commanding a force of around 10,000 troops. Would you be interested in joining me?" Ma Lei asked directly. Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, the forthright Colonel Ma continued, "Next week, the capital will host a press conference, announcing that our Montauk Kingdom has annihilated 5,000 enemy troops from the Elibis Kingdom. At that time, I may need to make a trip to the capital, and you must accompany me. There are certain matters we need to discuss beforehand, especially when addressing those foreigners." The terms of the press conference and other fresh concepts mentioned by Ma Lei caused Zhao Feng to blink in surprise. However, what truly piqued his interest was the claim regarding their obliteration of 5,000 enemy troops. As a first-hand participant in that conflict, Zhao Feng was acutely aware that during the Battle of Tianliang Peak, he and Ma Lei had only managed to eliminate slightly over 2,000 adversaries. Where, then, did the figure of 5,000 originate? This discrepancy could be disowned even from the tally of captured enemy insignias. Yet, such inquiries were evidently unnecessary for Zhao Feng to voice. He comprehended the underlying implications almost instantly. In response to Colonel Ma Lei's, or rather the soon-to-be Major General Ma's, admonition, Zhao Feng naturally nodded in agreement. Whatever machinations were afoot above him did not concern him. He merely wished to tend to his own affairs. He had never before visited the capital, and this opportunity would allow him to broaden his horizons and witness the world beyond. Furthermore, Zhao Feng was increasingly curious about the position and duties that awaited him. In terms of rank, he had indeed been elevated to major. However, his current command comprised merely a few hundred soldiers, a number that paled in comparison to the forces under the previous Captain Wu Xian, whose recorded troop count was significantly higher. This situation reflected a critical reality. Many of the soldiers under Zhao Feng and Apos, S command were undocumented, having previously been captured miners of the Montauk Kingdom, and thus, the military had no record of their existence, aside from a select few individuals such as Zhang Chang. Zhao Feng is currently only able to make verbal appointments for his other loyal subordinates, even if he wishes to promote them. This is one of the matters Zhao Feng must address during his visit to the military headquarters. In response to Zhao Feng's inquiry, Malay suggested, "How about promoting you to the commander of an independent detachment? You would be able to oversee a contingent of 1,500 to 2,000 personnel." Chapter 49, The White Tower in the Tumultuous Military Structure of the Montauk Kingdom. Colonel Malay spoke of an independent detachment that Zhao Feng had never before encountered. Nor was he aware of its organizational framework. However, the term independent suggested that this unit would not be explicitly subordinate to any higher command, granting Zhao Feng considerable autonomy in its operations. The inclusion of detachment implied that this unit was highly unlikely to be integrated into the defense forces but would instead focus on executing assault and combat missions. In the Montauk Kingdom, detachments are often referred to as assault teams. Moreover, tasks such as smuggling interdiction, investigations, and apprehensions are typically conducted by such detachments. The unit that Zhao Feng was about to command was not merely a team but rather a regiment comprising between 1,500 to 2,000 personnel, indicating that his authority was more substantial than he had anticipated. As Zhao Feng pondered the composition of his new unit, Major General Malay continued, "The higher-ups are quite pleased with your performance in the Bayan mountain range. To be candid, it is Marshal Li Mu who has taken a particular interest in you. Alongside several other lieutenant generals, as well as myself and Major General Qian Rue, we have advocated for you, which has facilitated your acquisition of this lucrative position. The military structure in the Montauk Kingdom is in disarray, and Marshal Li has long sought to spearhead reforms, yet he faces considerable resistance. Establishing an independent regiment is already a significant achievement. Now, all eyes are upon you, and it is fortunate that you are a newcomer with a clean background. Many, including Marshal Li and several high-ranking officials, are discreetly monitoring your progress. If you perform well, this could herald a transformation in our military structure, representing a crucial opportunity to enhance our military strength." Major General Ma Lei firmly patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder. Previously, the highest-ranking officials Zhao Feng had encountered in the Montauk Kingdom were limited to the recent meeting with Major General Qian Rue. The individual before him, Major General Ma Lei, was on the verge of promotion, yet his insignia still bore the rank of colonel. He had not anticipated that, upon his arrival in Winnettingburg, he would attract the attention and interest of figures as prominent as Marshal Li Mu and several lieutenant generals. Zhao Feng found himself in a perplexing situation, with no one able to provide clarity. Following the completion of his official briefing, Major General Ma Lei fell into a contemplative silence, gripping the car's armrest as he likely reflected on his own matters. On the brink of promotion to Major General, Ma Lei was nearly stepping into the upper echelons of Montauk's elite, his state of mind not dissimilar to Zhao Feng's own mix of excitement and confusion. At that moment, Zhao Feng chose not to dwell on these thoughts. As he struggled to comprehend certain aspects of his situation, he shook his head and cleared his mind. The climate in September in the Montauk Kingdom remained oppressively warm. In contrast to Zhao Feng's previous experiences traversing snow-capped mountains and grassy plains, Winnettingburg, nestled among the mountains, had a more humid atmosphere. Gazing up at the overcast sky, it appeared that rain was imminent. Zhao Feng instinctively extended his hand out of the car window, relishing the cool breeze generated by the forward motion of the vehicle, which caressed his palm and cheek, offering a refreshing sensation. The military headquarters in Weynading can be regarded as the true core and heart of the Montauk Nation's army. It surpasses even the capital's military command in significance. The defenses here are exceedingly rigorous. Colonel Malay's energy vehicle, along with his officer's credentials, serve as essential passes for Zhao Feng and others to enter this place. After attending to the critical matters concerning Zhao Feng's rank, uniform, officer credentials, and files, Colonel Malay subsequently escorted Zhao Feng to a white building. This structure serves as the highest military authority and command center of the Montauk Nation, where Marshal Li Mu is stationed. Malay leaned slightly, discreetly whispering to Zhao Feng. The white building, though only 12 stories high, suggested that there must be extensive underground spaces. Consequently, while the overall color tone of the military headquarters appeared somber, two-thirds of this area need not worry about threats from the Black Underworld Empire or the Elibas Kingdom's bombardments. The stark white edifice stands conspicuously at the innermost section of the military headquarters, Zhao Feng had noted upon his arrival that at least 10,000 troops were stationed both inside and outside the headquarters. Yao Erniu, Zhao Feng's guard, was not qualified to approach the White Building. The young man, recently promoted to second lieutenant, was carrying 2 sets of major's uniforms and other important documents that Zhao Feng would need for future changes. Dressed in brand new military attire and possessing an upright demeanor, Zhao Feng followed Colonel Ma Lei with ease after passing through security, entering the White Building. Ma Lei guided Zhao Feng directly to the 3rd floor. It was here, in an office, that Zhao Feng encountered 3 major generals, including Major General Qian Rui, as well as over 10 senior military officers. Among them was Colonel Zhou Weizhong, who had been bribed by Zhao Feng just yesterday. However, he remained inconspicuous in this office, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement when their gazes met. Zhou had mentioned yesterday about assisting Zhao Feng in processing the new camp station procedures, though it was uncertain if that had been accomplished. Upon Zhao Feng's entrance, the 3 Montauk Nation major generals, who had been seated, rose from their desks in succession, smiling warmly at Zhao Feng. The Montauk military headquarters had indeed assigned Major General Qian Rui to confer Zhao Feng's rank and welcome him into the city, which held profound significance. The generals before Zhao Feng, along with Colonel Ma Lei, could be considered allies. General Pei Ding was responsible for certain clerical and intelligence tasks, though Zhao Feng was unaware of his exact duties. The complexities involved in military reform entailed numerous shifts and vested interests, rendering the lieutenant generals reluctant to undertake such responsibilities. These 3 major generals were evidently the leading figures endorsed by Marshal Li Mu in various domains. Furthermore, Colonel Ma Lei was on the verge of being promoted to Major General, primarily overseeing foreign combat forces. Thus, the General Staff, Intelligence Department, Guard Troops, and Field Army all had pieces set by Marshal Li Mu. It was clear that the Marshal, despite being in his retirement years, was determined to contribute further to the Montauk Nation. He was unafraid of offending anyone. Chapter 50. The Little Hill. Truly, the youth is formidable. Zhao Feng, at such a tender age, is destined to carve out an illustrious career. Major General Qian Rui chuckled. At this moment, within the confines of the office, Major General Qian appeared considerably more affable and familiar than he had in public the previous day. Perhaps this shift in demeanor could be attributed to Colonel Zhou Wei's influence. Intuitively, Zhao Feng harbored little fondness for either Major General Qian or Major General Pei Ding. Major General Qian's demeanor exuded a certain insincerity, while Major General Pei often left an uncomfortable impression. Having spent years entrenched in the general staff, he was privy to numerous operational assignments and personnel appointments within the Montauk Nation. In contrast, the seemingly vibrant and balding Major General Pei, whose department was shrouded in secrecy and had the fewest subordinates, wielded less overt power than his counterpart. Zhao Feng and Ma Lei lingered in the office of the 3 major generals for a span of 2 hours. The majority of the time was monopolized by Ma Lei's conversations with the generals, with Zhao Feng only occasionally engaged in brief exchanges. Despite the high-ranking nature of the attendees, their discussions were not solely confined to lofty affairs. They occasionally indulged in light-hearted banter. Among the quartet of high officials, Ma Lei, yet to be promoted to Major General, was the eldest. Zhao Feng not only conversed with the 3 generals, but also acquainted himself with more than a dozen other colonel-level officers present in the office. The presence of these officers indicated their allegiance to the cause. At this juncture, Colonel Zhou Wei stepped forward to introduce Zhao Feng to the remaining personnel. From the colonels down to the last, a major of a similar age to Zhao Feng. With Colonel Zhou mediating, Zhao Feng found himself engaging harmoniously with these peers. It was evident to all present that Zhao Feng was poised to command an independent mobile regiment, a force with a maximum strength of 2,000, rivaling the scale of a battalion once led by a colonel. Coupled with the regiment's autonomy, many officers in the conference room regarded Zhao Feng with a hint of envy. Throughout the encounter, Zhao Feng maintained a demeanor of utmost humility and modesty. From Zhou Wei, Zhao Feng also learned that the paperwork for his unit stationing had been duly processed. At this moment, Major General Qian Rui unexpectedly remarked, "Zhao Feng, the military can provide you with weaponry, funds, and provisions, but personnel cannot be readily supplied. It is currently inconvenient for the military to transfer soldiers from other units to your command. Therefore, one of your primary tasks ahead will be to recruit sufficient personnel." "Understood. As long as I have arms, I assure you I can fill the ranks." Zhao Feng responded promptly with a salute. Meanwhile, Major General Pei Ding chuckled, adding, "Currently, the city of Weina Dingbao is not lacking in manpower. You may also venture to the surrounding satellite towns to enlist recruits. Supply and military salaries will be adequately managed by Major General Qian Rui. Moreover, with your current prominence in Wenadingbao, the task of recruiting soldiers will undoubtedly pose no challenge for you, Pei Ding remarked with a chuckle. At this moment, Colonel Malay interjected appropriately, stating, "Merely recruiting sufficient personnel is insufficient. You must devise a strategy to equip your troops with a certain level of combat capability within 2 months." Zhao Feng saluted in response, affirming, "Understood." Ultimately, Zhao Feng exited alongside Colonel Malay. At this juncture, Colonel Malay had yet to be officially promoted to Major General. Thus, he found himself unable to stand on equal footing with figures such as Qian Rui within this white edifice. At times, the awkwardness of forcibly integrating into a different echelon is palpable. Colonel Malay was not particularly fond of certain bureaucratic atmospheres within the White Building. He directly led Zhao Feng to the military supply department situated at the rear of the military headquarters. "Since today is relatively uneventful, let me assist you in securing a portion of your Unit S supplies," Colonel Malay suggested to Zhao Feng. "Thank you, sir." Zhao Feng expressed his gratitude. Colonel Malay had indeed been of considerable assistance to Zhao Feng, and he appeared to be the most affable high-ranking official Zhao Feng had encountered within Montauk. The military technology of Montauk is not particularly advanced. They possess but a single jeep, which belongs to Colonel Malay. He could not help but internally lament, "I've heard that the Sumajan Kingdom has developed energy-based military trucks. I even witnessed the Black Underworld Empire utilizing them during our breakout. When will Montauk possess comparable military armaments?" "It will come," Zhao Feng assured him. "If not, we shall seize it from the enemy." Zhao Feng winked as he spoke. This remark elicited a hearty laugh from Colonel Malay. He had assisted Zhao Feng throughout the day, and by noon, the two men casually managed to consume a couple of cans in the military headquarters. After securing a sum of money from the corpulent proprietor, Sunda, Zhao Feng expressed his desire to treat Colonel Malay to a meal at a restaurant outside the barracks. Colonel Malay glanced at the dimming sky and accepted Zhao Feng's invitation without hesitation. Just as they were making their way out of the military camp, an unexpected figure appeared before Zhao Feng's troops. It was Zhang Wen. Rather awkwardly, Zhang Wen, who had once been Zhao Feng's direct superior in Heiyan City, had also managed to break through to Wenadingbao, yet his rank remained at captain. Not everyone is destined for promotion and fortune. The battle at Heiyan City, to be precise, signified a defeat for Montauk. In the wake of such a loss, someone inevitably had to take responsibility. Although Zhang Wen, having fought alongside Colonel Malay, was not held accountable, he could not ascend like Malay, who had garnered the favor of a benefactor and advanced several ranks. Furthermore, Zhang Wen and Malay did not belong to the same operational system. He had not been part of Malay's unit during the earlier Tianyang Peak campaign. Today, Zhang Wen had taken the initiative to seek out Zhao Feng. The scenario was rather awkward, as a former subordinate now stood before a superior of a higher rank. However, Zhang Wen was already aware of this situation before arriving. He had come with a request for Zhao Feng, carrying 2 jugs of wine. Zhang Wen appeared eager to join Zhao Feng for an evening meal. Zhao Feng harbored a sense of fondness and gratitude towards Zhang Wen, who had once taken him under his wing, always considering him whenever there was good fortune to share, even inciting the discontent of Qing, the blind man of their group. Upon seeing his former superior, Zhao Feng suddenly burst into laughter and warmly approached Zhang Wen, enveloping him in a bear hug. This display of enthusiasm from Zhao Feng left Zhang Wen somewhat taken aback. However, his expression soon transformed into one of natural excitement. Before Zhang Wen could utter a word, Zhao Feng turned to Colonel Malay and inquired, "How about adding an extra pair of chopsticks for tonight's dinner?" Colonel Malay glanced at Zhang Wen and nodded slightly, affirming, "No problem." Chapter 51. Transfer to the west of Zhao Feng's military camp lies the affluent district of Wenadingbao, surrounded by several esteemed universities and thriving commercial activities. Zhao Feng and his companions traveled by car for a meal, and in Wenadingbao, Colonel Malay's energy vehicle served as their passport, alleviating many inconveniences. For their dining choice, Zhao Feng opted for a restaurant with distinctly upscale decor, centrally located in the western part of the city. Colonel Malay resided nearby, and in 2 days, Zhao Feng's accommodation would also be arranged in the same area. The energy vehicle came to a halt at the restaurant's entrance, where the proprietor personally greeted them and ushered the trio into an upstairs private room. In contrast to the fine wine offered by the owner, the liquor presented by Zhang Wen was somewhat unremarkable. This reflects the reality of how the political and business realms of Montauk operate, which Zhao Feng remained unaware of for the time being. However, Within the military, there exists a clear demarcation among the ranks of generals, colonels, and lieutenants. Notably, Colonel Ma Lei, on the cusp of becoming a major general, did not appear to be someone overly concerned with refinement and exclusivity. Rather, the 2 bottles of wine brought forth by Zhang Wen, which were relatively common yet decent in military circles, elicited hearty laughter from Colonel Ma Lei. Haha, I've longed for this taste of wine. It's a pity the people at the military headquarters don't appreciate it. Back in the day on the front lines, the best wine I could get my hands on was this, wasn't it? Colonel Ma Lei chuckled. The 2 bottles brought by Zhang Wen, colloquially known as Old White, could be considered fine wine among the general populace of Montauk. Yet, who knows what the higher-ups in the military typically indulge in? Even the 2 bottles of wine presented by the restaurant owner, packaged in porcelain, were unfamiliar to Zhao Feng, revealing his limited exposure to such luxuries. At this moment, the restaurant owner had been politely dismissed from the private room, leaving only the 3 men inside. Zhao Feng's guard, Yao Erniu, along with Colonel Ma Lei's escort, were left to casually manage their affairs downstairs. After a few cups of the old wine, the atmosphere among the 3 became noticeably more congenial. Their conversation largely revolved around the events of the Battle of Haiyan City, as it was from that confrontation that Colonel Ma Lei and Zhao Feng began their acquaintance. Zhao Feng invited Colonel Ma Lei for this meal primarily to express his gratitude for the latter's support. Zhang Wen, once Zhao Feng's superior, displayed an unusually low profile in the private room, deftly complimenting Zhao Feng's praises for Colonel Ma Lei while subtly referencing Zhao Feng's impressive performances as a low-ranking soldier in their earlier days, prompting frequent nods of agreement from Colonel Ma Lei. Zhao Feng reciprocated by extolling Zhang Wen's virtues, engaging in a mutual exchange of admiration. Zhao Feng had always held deep gratitude for Zhang Wen during the Battle of Haiyan City. Without Zhang Wen's reliable leadership and foresight in arranging for Zhao Feng to find a means of concealment after exiting the city, the success of Zhao Feng's efforts to lead the troops out of Haiyan City would have been precarious. Nonetheless, Zhang Wen was not without flaws. He bore a disposition more akin to that of a civilian official. For a considerable time, he had managed the strategic layout competently. However, asking Zhang Wen to personally lead the charge against the enemy would indeed pose a challenge for this high-achieving graduate from the military academy. The combination of literary and martial prowess represented the initial partnership between Zhang Wen and Zhao Feng. Now, seated at the dining table, the 2 men, who had not met for nearly 6 months, still exhibited a seamless camaraderie while engaging with Colonel Ma Lei. The 2 bottles of wine Zhang Wen brought were swiftly depleted in the presence of the 3 men from military backgrounds. Consequently, Zhao Feng opened a bottle of premium wine presented by the hotel owner and personally poured for Ma Lei. After consuming a significant amount of alcohol, Zhang Wen, with a flushed face, appeared somewhat dazed. His drinking skills were not particularly high, or else he would not have approached Zhao Feng with merely 2 bottles of wine. It was in this state of mild inebriation that Zhang Wen finally broached his intentions. He wished to align himself with Zhao Feng, just as Zhao Feng had come to see through Zhang Wen over the years and held great admiration for his former superior. Zhang Wen too possessed a profound understanding of Zhao Feng, aware that if he expressed his desire to seek refuge, Zhao Feng would likely welcome him. Zhao Feng was soon to command an independent detachment of 2,000 personnel. The current situation was markedly different from the time he had to break through the Baiyun mountain range. Back then, his sole focus was leading the team in a breakout. But now the circumstances had changed. Apart from the myriad challenges related to combat, the military camp resembled a large family, necessitating meticulous management of daily life. Having fought alongside Zhang Wen for many years, Zhao Feng recognized Zhang Wen's strategic vision on the battlefield. Otherwise, he would not have made such decisions during the incident at Haiyan City. In the future, Zhao Feng would oversee the independent detachment's affairs, and he deemed it feasible for Zhang Wen to assist him, commanding a troop of 2,000. Zhao Feng hoped that the mid-level officers within the unit would be allies he could trust. His subordinates, including officers like Yao Erniu, Sun Hu, De Biao, and Lao Ma, were lacking in various respects. Only Zhang Chang, who once held a similar position as a squad leader, shared the same limitations and perspective. Recognizing Zhang Wen's talent and hearing of his desire to join forces, Zhao Feng felt compelled to extend an invitation. Thus, his gaze shifted towards the esteemed Colonel Ma Lei. Currently, Zhang Wen was not part of Zhao Feng and Appo's command structure. During their earlier revelries, Zhao Feng had gleaned that Zhang Wen had been assigned to the defense forces, tasked intermittently with guarding the walls of Weina Dambao. Transitioning personnel between different command structures was clearly beyond Zhao Feng's current capabilities and connections. Therefore, The only person he could rely upon was Ma Lei. Zhao Feng's future endeavors would undoubtedly align with Ma Lei's command. This general Ma likely aspired for his forces to exhibit greater combat efficacy. As for whether Zhao Feng and Zhang Wen would establish their own faction post-alliance, it was worth noting that Zhao Feng, Ma Lei, and Zhang Wen were already on the same team. Creating factions was a tradition in the kingdom of Montauk. Without incorporating trusted confidants, even the execution of routine duties would prove arduous. Such was the reality of Montauk. Many practices were simply a matter of convention. Zhao Feng and Zhang Wen exchanged a glance, and it was Zhang Wen who, in a fit of excitement, raised his glass and proclaimed, "Thank you, Major General Ma Lei." "Haha, no problem," Ma Lei replied with a smile. The relationships within the military are refreshingly straightforward and unpretentious. Neither Zhao Feng, Zhang Wen, nor Ma Lei exhibit the hypocrisy often associated with high-ranking officials. The revelry continued well into the late hours of the night. Chapter 52. On merits and rewards. As Ma Lei departed, Zhao Feng and Zhang Wen exchanged glances before proceeding on foot towards the military camp. Yao Erniu trailed behind them at a distance, clutching Zhao Feng's new military uniform, remaining uninvolved in their conversation. Zhao Feng, having cultivated his Xingyuan technique to the third tier, now possessed a remarkably robust physique. The weather had gradually shifted towards autumn, and the city of Windenburg had recently experienced a damp chill, particularly in the latter half of the night. However, Zhao Feng seemed impervious to the cold, a faint blue aura of source energy shimmering around him. Curious about Zhang Wen's cultivation progress, Zhao Feng learned that he was still at the initial stage of the Xingyuan technique. During their earlier meal, Zhao Feng had refrained from probing further, but now that it was just the two of them, he inquired why Zhang Wen sought to ally with him. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's question, Zhang Wen, having indulged in a couple of bottles of wine, could not restrain himself from cursing, directing his ire towards a certain Lieutenant Colonel Han Qi. This officer, Han Qi, had little regard for those he deemed not to be his own loyal subordinates. Following the Battle of Haiyan City, Zhang Wen had broken through to Windenburg, undergoing 2 months of restructuring before being assigned under Han Qi's command. The formidable walls of Windenburg were unlikely to be breached by either the Dark Underworld Empire or the Elitist Kingdom in the short term. However, long-range bombardment was a different matter altogether. For the past 6 months, several districts of the Iron City Windenburg had endured relentless shelling from both the Dark Underworld Empire and the Elitist Kingdom, particularly from the heavy artillery of the Dark Underworld Empire, which was both distant and precise. Zhang Wen's actions had drawn the ire of Han Qi, who had harshly reprimanded him, even nearly dismissing him on the spot. The troubling aspect was that Han Qi seemed to target only Zhang Wen and his associates. Were it not for Zhang Wen's connections, he might very well have faced dismissal. Consequently, for nearly a month, Zhang Wen had felt like he was sitting on pins and needles under Han Qi's command. In his own words, he lamented, "The little bit of support I brought from Haiyan City is nearly exhausted." Although Zhang Wen's troops had been replenished to 500 upon their arrival in Windenburg, fewer than 100 of them were truly his trusted confidants from Haiyan City. He understood that those approximately 100 were his true loyalists. In response to Zhang Wen's outburst, Zhao Feng reassuringly patted his shoulder, saying, "Colonel Ma Lei will handle it." However, he added, "I only desire the loyalists from our time in Haiyan City. Indeed, I have no interest in the others." Zhang Wen muttered in frustration, "Damn it. 2 of my squad leaders have bypassed me to align with Han Qi. What use do I have for them?" Zhao Feng had long recognized that Zhang Wen was a rather partial individual, placing significant emphasis on his old subordinates and valuing talent. Given this context, it was no wonder that his squad leaders had acted as they did. "You still have 1 squad leader left. Who is it?" Zhao Feng inquired. "You know him, Chung the Blind," Zhang Wen replied. In the late hours of the night, the two of them traversed a considerable distance and engaged in extensive conversation. Zhang, a highly capable military civil servant, while still somewhat inebriated, offered Zhao Feng numerous constructive suggestions upon learning that Zhao was soon to command an independent mobile regiment. The young female students from Montauk were truly exquisite. Unlike Zhao Feng, who possessed the ability to cultivate source energy, these young women braved the cold with bare legs. A remarkable feat. Zhao Feng, unable to contain his thoughts, found himself lamenting the missed opportunity of not having these lovely figures accompany him across snow-capped mountains and grassy plains. In the dimly lit night of Weina, particularly in the affluent area of the West City, various lights illuminated the surroundings, some of which originated from neighboring nations like the Sumi Jin Kingdom. The world had indeed undergone tremendous transformations in recent decades, with each day presenting something new. Zhao Feng's keen eyesight allowed him to see clearly even without the aid of kerosene lamps or other lighting tools. However, when his gaze fell upon the young Montauk women, he resembled a wolf, his eyes fixed intently. Many young ladies were startled, yet upon noticing Zhao Feng and Apos' military uniform, particularly his officer and Apos' insignia, a few bolder girls pointed towards him, giggling and whispering to their friends. Weynadingboa, as a rear base, was undoubtedly different from the front lines where they had previously been stationed, Zhao Feng mused. The equipment for the regiment approved by the military began to arrive steadily. Armaments capable of arming 1,500 to 2,000 personnel were no trifling matter. With Marshal Li Mu watching closely from behind, it was evident that any advantageous supplies would be prioritized for Zhao Feng and his men. Not only were 15 source energy cannons dispatched, but even 3 heavy artillery pieces manufactured by the Black Underworld Empire arrived. Moreover, Zhao Feng had successfully addressed the military rank issues for his subordinates, which had been one of the main tasks he tackled with Colonel Ma Lei at the military headquarters the previous day. Zhang Chong was promoted to captain, becoming the only captain among Zhao Feng's ranks aside from Zhang Wan. Others with command experience, such as Sun Hu, De Biao, Lao Ma, and Zhu Zi, were elevated to lieutenants. Although Yao Ernia could have also attained the rank of lieutenant, he ultimately chose to remain as Zhao Feng's personal bodyguard rather than command a unit, thus settling for the rank of second lieutenant. In addition to those mentioned, individuals like Zhang Meiyan, Wei Shang, Dr. Zhang, and even the portly businessman Sunda were all granted second lieutenant ranks through Zhao Feng's efforts. Promotion and reward, after all, followed a familiar path. With the arrival of the military supplies and the majority of appointment letters, the next step was to recruit soldiers. Zhao Feng, however, refrained from overly involving himself in the recruitment process. He has now ascended to the position of regiment commander, making it impractical for him to personally oversee every matter. Numerous tasks necessitate the efforts of his subordinates. Zhang Wen is an exceptionally competent administrative officer and deputy, tasked with the responsibility of recruitment, while other loyalists under Zhao Feng command various battalions, companies, and platoons. Notably, the commanding officers of these units are predominantly members of the Xingyuan Society. Their presence ensures Zhao Feng's complete dominion over this force. The attempts of Marshal Li Mu to reform the military system are evident when observing the troops under Zhao Feng's command. In the former Montauk Kingdom, a complete unit comprised 500 soldiers, a squadron consisted of 150, and further up the hierarchy, a corps encompassed 5,000 personnel. Although this structure appears to possess a coherent echelon, it is evidently more chaotic compared to the military system of the Black Underworld Empire. Moreover, these forces often operate independently, lacking unified designations, complicating command significantly. The field army, defense forces, and even the garrison of Iron City Winterdenburg, along with the capital defense troops, operate in isolation. Although Marshal Li Mu is indeed the highest-ranking commander elected by the Montauk military, the reality is that his actual control extends only to the vicinity of Winterdenburg. Venturing deeper into the Montauk territory, particularly around the capital, one might question whether the local troops heed Marshal Li Mu's commands. Even within Iron City Winterdenburg, as Marshal Li Mu attempts certain reforms, various forms of resistance have emerged. Initially, he intended to implement systemic changes for the entire army directly in Winterdenburg. However, due to mounting pressures, he was compelled to establish a few experimental points first. Zhao Feng's independent detachment serves as one such experimental point. Do not disclose the situation regarding the Xingyuan Society to Zhang Wen and the others just yet. Once we have complete control over this unit and have conducted a thorough restructuring for 2 months, we can consider recruiting new members, Zhao Feng quietly advised Zhang Meiyan. At that moment, Zhang Meiyan held the position of secretary beside Zhao Feng, while her official title was that of an advisor in the regiment. Zhao Feng had arranged for her to hold the rank of second lieutenant, complete with a military uniform. The Montauk military does include female soldiers, albeit in limited numbers. It must be said that when Zhang Meiyan donned the specially designed female officer's uniform and stood before Zhao Feng, she exuded a unique charm. Zhang Meiyan had effectively resigned from her teaching position, realizing that educating would not salvage the Montauk Kingdom. With a pen in hand, she could only maximize her potential within the military camp. All right, Zhang Meiyan nodded. As one of the key founders of the Xingyuan Society, she understood the need to remain discreet upon arriving in Iron City Winterdenburg. Not only women, but Sunda also has a cadre of robust men among his ranks, selected from the Montauk Kingdom and Apos' laborers. When necessary, Sunda could even summon soldiers from Zhao Feng and Appo's regiment to assist with tasks. His second lieutenant rank is indeed legitimate. As military and commerce intertwine, Zhao Feng will gradually uncover the substantial benefits that lie within. It is evident that Zhao Feng is certainly not the first mid-ranking officer from the Montauk Kingdom to engage in such activities. Previously, his position was inadequate to manipulate certain affairs, but now, the opportunity has finally presented itself to him. Moreover, it is likely that the higher-ups in the Montauk Kingdom will turn a blind eye to this matter. This could be viewed as a rather fortunate circumstance for Zhao Feng amidst the rampant corruption that plagues the kingdom. If everyone indulges in greed and one refrains, one becomes an outlier. Without self-serving ambitions, how can one express loyalty to superiors? And how can superiors find leverage against you? No one is perfect. If such a flawless individual truly existed, they would undoubtedly struggle to thrive in the Montauk Kingdom. No, it should be said that in the current world, no nation would harbor such a person. As Zhao Feng concluded his discussion with Zhang Meiyan and prepared to venture out of the camp, he encountered Dr. Zhang, who had recently joined his ranks. Dr. Zhang was engaged in discussions with the rotund proprietor, Sunda, regarding acquiring a batch of medical supplies for Zhao Feng's troops. These supplies could be sourced from the military's logistics department or purchased within Dingbao. Like Zhang Meiyan, Dr. Zhang seemed to have realized that medicine alone could not alleviate the plight of the Montauk Kingdom, and now he fervently collaborated with Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng did not arm him. Instead, he encouraged him to continue to delve deeper into his area of expertise. Dr. Zhang is a man of considerable insight. He advised Zhao Feng not to solely recruit robust young men when enlisting soldiers, but to explore the various universities in Dingbao and its surrounding satellite cities. His intent was not necessarily to advocate for the recruitment of university students, but rather to suggest that Zhao Feng should bring in more medical personnel. A modest unit of 30 would suffice, and Dr. Zhang was willing to serve as a platoon leader. Having accompanied Zhao Feng and his team from Black Rock City to their current position, he had also been cultivating the star origin technique. Zhao Feng gradually came to realize that Dr. Zhang, who possessed a profound knowledge of medicine and even some ancient herbal remedies from the Montauk Kingdom, was capable of developing new medicinal formulas beyond those provided by the star origin technique. Admittedly, these new formulas were still in their infancy, significantly inferior to the potions Zhao Feng was currently utilizing. Nevertheless, this marked a promising beginning. Just as Zhao Feng was generous enough to share the initial version of the star origin technique with members of the Star Origin Society under his command, should Dr. Zhang succeed in creating new auxiliary cultivation potions, Zhao Feng would be willing to invest in them, meticulously selecting cost-effective and efficient remedies to distribute among his soldiers. As for the high-grade source crystals required for the advanced version of the star origin technique, were the rare and precious herbs he utilized, Zhao Feng found no justification for their widespread distribution. They were sufficient for his own use. Upon leaving the camp, Zhao Feng also encountered Cheng Xiezi, who had aligned himself with his faction after following Zhang Wan. For this man, who had once defied Zhao Feng and had been bested by him several times on the training ground, Zhao Feng approached warmly, embracing him wholeheartedly. "Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall appoint you directly as the camp commander," Zhao Feng declared, firmly patting Cheng Xiezi on the shoulder. The previously awkward and uneasy Cheng Xiezi, upon hearing Zhao Feng and Appo's words, immediately widened his remaining eye to an astonishing roundness, his face flushed with excitement. "Very well, Captain Zhao," Cheng Xiezi exclaimed. "Aha!" Zhao Feng responded with a hearty laughter. Chapter 54. Expansion of troops. Zhao Feng appointed Cheng the Blind as the battalion commander. Not out of any past affections, but due to the stark reality that competent commanders under his command were exceedingly scarce. Promoting someone merely qualified as a company or platoon leader to the rank of battalion commander would, in fact, jeopardize the welfare of the entire battalion. However, Cheng the Blind had been acquainted with Zhao Feng for several years, and Zhao recognized his capabilities. Previously, while under Zhang Wen's command, Cheng's resentment towards Zhao Feng's consistent successes was somewhat understandable. Yet, now that he was serving under Zhao Feng, it was reasonable to expect that Cheng could adjust his mindset. If he failed to do so, his deputy could easily usurp his position, along with the company and platoon leaders under him, who might or might not heed his commands. At this juncture, Zhao Feng was making initial personnel assignments within his forces, appointing 3 battalion commanders, Zhang Chang, De Biao, and Cheng the Blind. De Biao's leadership prowess had already begun to reveal itself during the uprising of the miners at Kissinger Prison in the Bayan Mountains. Zhao Feng witnessed his growth during the breakout, and it was amidst considerable pressure that he elevated De Biao to this position. Indeed, De Biao's performance in various aspects surpassed that of certain soldiers who had followed him out of Haiyan City. Zhao Feng was keen to offer De Biao this opportunity. Nonetheless, De Biao still held the rank of lieutenant, one tier below Zhang Chong. Cheng the Blind fared even worse, having consistently followed Zhang Wan. He was still merely a second lieutenant. However, having been promoted to battalion commander by Zhao Feng, he could anticipate an elevation in rank during the next visit to military headquarters. Cheng the Blind was eager to seize this opportunity, as he could no longer accuse the commander of favoritism. Zhang Wan, who had been courted by Zhao Feng, was ultimately promised the position of deputy regiment commander. It was indeed inappropriate for Zhang Wan to command a battalion. It would be wiser for him to serve as Zhao Feng's right-hand man. Zhang Wan was quite pleased with his new role. As deputy regiment commander, he had effectively advanced a tier in rank, regardless of whether he wielded real power. Zhang Wan was both shrewd and realistic. The supplies and armaments for the independent mobile regiment had been steadily arriving at Zhao Feng's encampment, with recruitment efforts gradually falling into place, thanks to Marshal Li Muyuan's attention and the support of 3 military brigadier generals. The supplies that were rightfully Zhao Feng's were not excessively delayed by the military logistics department. The substantial amount of gold he had carried away from the Baiyun Mountains had indeed diminished significantly. Yet, the forthcoming establishment of his troops rendered such financial losses trivial. The structure of the independent mobile regiment was intended to comprise between 500 and 2,000 personnel. From the outset, Zhao Feng harbored no intentions of limiting his recruitment to 500. He was aiming for 2,000 or even more. After all, it was a new military system, and the military was still navigating its way through the adjustments. Originally, a security platoon composed of a few dozen men was supposed to safeguard Zhao Feng's command. However, he requested Zhang Wan to recruit a force of 200. This was not out of fear of death on Zhao Feng's part. Rather, he was purely intent on exploiting the loopholes in the system to increase the number of soldiers under his command. The artillery unit commanded by Zhu Zi was also making quite a stir, had it not been for the concern of drawing too much attention in Wenadingbao. Zhao Feng would have sought to bring in another batch of source energy cannons, thereby establishing an entire artillery battalion. The experience of breaking through during the siege of Haiyan City still lingered in his mind, and Zhao Feng had long been contemplating the devastating firepower of the heavy artillery clusters of the Black Abyss Empire. On the battlefield, truth lies solely within the range of cannons. As for the medical unit that Dr. Zhang wished to establish, upon learning of it, Zhao Feng considered it overly trivial. Why settle for a mere medical unit? Let us directly elevate it to a medical battalion. However, Dr. Zhang ultimately managed to recruit dozens of female university students to serve as nurses in Wenadingbao and its surrounding satellite cities, a development Zhao Feng had never anticipated. When he first laid eyes on those female students in their uniforms, he nearly drew his pistol in a moment of weakness. He was tempted to inquire of Dr. Zhang, "Is your intention truly so innocent?" Without mentioning the subsequent recruitment and training efforts, Zhao Feng, who had scarcely spent a few days in Wenadingbao, soon accompanied Colonel Ma Lei to the capital of the Montauk Kingdom, further back from the front lines. There awaited an international press conference for Zhao Feng and his companions. Colonel Ma Lei was also set to be promoted to Major General there, stepping into the upper echelons of the Montauk Kingdom. Zhao Feng sensed he might uncover new opportunities in the capital, for in the eyes of the Montauk Kingdom, Wenadingbao was merely the most crucial stronghold on the front lines, while the capital represented the center of all political, economic, military, and cultural matters in this nation, which was currently experiencing a downturn in the war. Before departing from Wenadingbao, Zhao Feng's accommodation was finally arranged, a stylish 3-story villa located in the affluent district to the west of the city. However, he hardly had the time to move in, as he spent most of those days in the military camp. The one who took his place in the villa was a woman named Zhang Meiyan, although she and Zhao Feng never explicitly declared their feelings. The bond they had forged through nearly half a year of shared life and death experiences spoke volumes, without words. Besides Zhang Meiyan, the daughter of the pudgy boss Sunda, known as Xiaoying, also took a liking to Zhao Feng's villa. She claimed her favorite aspect was the small garden, and thus often visited Zhao Feng and Appo's residence, providing companionship for Zhang Meiyan. Some teenagers, reluctant to attend school, expressed a desire to remain in the military camp. Zhao Feng respected their choices. Those who wished to study could pursue their education, while those who preferred to bear arms could join the ranks. Zhang Meilan was also supportive of Zhao Feng's investment in educating a group of youths, not merely due to her prior profession as a teacher, but also because she contemplated the future development of Zhao Feng's Xingyuan Association. The students receiving your sponsorship for their education may one day become your formidable allies. Zhang Meilan mused, stroking her pointed chin thoughtfully. This woman, who had once been a teacher, was truly underappreciated. Having endured the brutal realities of the front lines while also receiving a higher education, her capacity for deep and far-reaching thought surpassed even that of Zhao Feng. It is a pity that she is a woman and can only rely on Zhao Feng. Had she been a man, one can only wonder how Zhang Meilan's fate would have unfolded. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Meilan's parents reside in the capital as well. Though they can only be regarded as ordinary citizens, Zhang Meilan herself had once attended a university in the capital but did not complete her studies. However, this journey to the capital presents Zhao Feng with an opportunity to pay a visit to her parents, if only to reassure them of his well-being. The feeling of having parents is something Zhao Feng, as an orphan, has never truly experienced. Chapter 55, Marital Alliances. The journey from Winnedenburg to the capital of Montauk was remarkably smooth. This marked the first time in recent years that Zhao Feng experienced such an uneventful passage. The tranquility was attributed to the absence of any imminent dangers along the way. The iron fortress of Winnedenburg, flanked by formidable mountains, effectively shielded against the prying eyes of the dark underworld empire and the Elibas kingdom. Moreover, this region represented the last bastion of Montauk, where the predicaments of bandits and robbers were not as rampant as in enemy-occupied territories. It was said that Marshal Limu diligently orchestrated the defense of Winnedenburg, frequently mobilizing the newly formed recruits to eliminate the banditry in the surrounding areas, treating it as both a training exercise and a necessary measure. Thus, despite the existential threats facing Montauk and the myriad of domestic conflicts, including a severe food shortage near Winnedenburg, the security in the rear remained intact. From a soldier's perspective, Zhao Feng believed Marshal Li's actions were entirely justified, fostering in him a deeper sense of belonging and serving under the esteemed marshal. As autumn approached, the landscape began to change. In light of the two-thirds of its territory being occupied, the vast plains leading from Winnedenburg to the capital had become Montauk's most vital granary. Furthermore, neighboring nations like Sukhajan could not indefinitely provide assistance to Montauk without conditions. Every grain of food, every technological advancement, and every firearm acquired from abroad required something of value in exchange. Following the loss of extensive mineral-rich areas, Montauk's own resources for trade had dwindled significantly. The future trajectory of Montauk was a matter for the upper echelons to deliberate. Zhao Feng, seated in the passenger seat beside Colonel Malay, reveled in the refreshing autumn breeze. The roadside was adorned with golden wheat fields, where Montauk's farmers diligently tended to their crops. Were it not for the specter of war, it would indeed be a picturesque scene. If given the choice, Zhao Feng would likely pursue military academy training. Having developed a certain envy for the university students he encountered during his brief stay in Winnedenburg, Zhang Meilan also suggested that, should the opportunity arise in the future, Zhao Feng might consider enhancing his credentials at a military academy. After all, high-ranking officers in Montauk were seldom entirely illiterate. If Zhao Feng aspired to ascend the ranks, particularly to the higher echelons of Montauk's society, remaining an uneducated rustic would be untenable. Regrettably, Zhang Meilan's humble origins limited the extent of her assistance. Although Montauk lacked a traditional aristocracy, a class of elites and vested interests had long existed, with their veteran members rivaling the ancient nobility of foreign lands. It was rumored that high society in Montauk held a fondness for balls, a practice initially imported from the aristocratic circles of imperial nations, which was later seamlessly adopted and refined by Montauk's elite. Had Zhang Meilan's background been somewhat more elevated, she might have been able to extend greater assistance to Zhao Feng in various aspects. One night, while residing in the West City Villa district of Winnedenburg, Zhang Meilan unexpectedly suggested to Zhao Feng, why not consider a strategic alliance through marriage with the elite of Montauk? At merely 24 years of age and already a major, Zhao Feng would undoubtedly attract the attention of the upper echelons of Montauk, who would be inclined to offer him an olive branch. Youth is the greatest asset. Moreover, he is a major commanding a regiment. Should Zhao Feng secure his position within the Independent Special Operations Brigade and achieve further accolades, a promotion to lieutenant colonel would be a natural progression. Zhao Feng merely rolled his eyes at Zhang Meilan's proposal. It seemed she was oblivious to his feelings towards her, suggesting such an idea as if she were unaware of the depth of his affection. Furthermore, it was rumored that Colonel Ma Lei had only 2 sons and a granddaughter, who was merely a child. Then who should I pursue? Zhao Feng inquired. The men in your military camp are rather crude, often unaware of what women truly desire. Appropriate gifts should be prepared in advance. If you cannot approach them directly, have Yao Ernia find a way to offer them some financial incentives. Gold bars would be ideal. These journalists, risking their lives in a war zone to gather news in Montauk, are likely not prominent figures back home. They are merely scraping by at the lower levels. Never underestimate the power of propaganda and public opinion. Your greatest advantage is not your military rank, nor even your age. Rather, it is your reputation both in Montauk and abroad. Before Zhao Feng departed, Zhang Melian personally adjusted his military uniform collar and remarked, "Having such a wise partner is indeed a blessing." She had considered every aspect of what Zhao Feng lacked. As for Zhang Melian's ordinary origins, Zhao Feng did not see it as a hindrance. However, Zhang Melian placed considerable weight on this matter. Without the support of a benefactor, how long do you think it would take to attain the rank of Major General? Not to mention, even achieving the rank of Colonel is a challenge. She earnestly advised Zhao Feng. Who would have thought that the seemingly delicate you harbored such meticulous thoughts? Zhao Feng murmured. Zhang Melian retorted with a light scoff. I was unwell at the time, yet I could tell that your first glance at me was directed at my legs. When was that? Outside Sunda's shop? Zhao Feng asked, astonished. Chapter 56. The capital. The rumbling of the military jeep was quite loud. However, Colonel Ma Lei, seated in the back, was sound asleep. A newspaper covered his face, corroborating Zhang Melian's assertion that even someone as rugged as Colonel Ma would occasionally muster the resolve to stay abreast of current affairs. This particular newspaper was published in the capital of Montauk, detailing various domestic and international events. Notably, over 2/3 of its content was devoted to the narrative that victory undoubtedly belonged to the righteous people of Montauk. While the malevolent imperialist nations such as the Black Abyss Empire and the Kingdom of Elibis were destined for self-destruction, it was perhaps the jolt from the jeep hitting a stone that finally roused Colonel Ma. Removing the newspaper, he stifled a yawn and inquired, "How far are we from the capital?" The capital of Montauk, which would take over a month to reach on foot, could be traversed in merely 5 days by military jeep, albeit the poor condition of Montauk's roads prolonged the journey. Lieutenant Lina responded, "We should arrive by tonight." To Colonel Ma, Lieutenant Li was akin to Yao Erniu in relation to Zhao Feng. However, Yao Erniu was clearly not afforded the same privilege as Zhao Feng, who was riding alongside Colonel Ma. He and several other guards were traveling on horseback to the capital at a relentless pace. Within the jeep, apart from Zhao Feng and 2 others, lay a collection of gifts prepared for the capital. It was impractical for Zhao Feng to carry 2 boxes of gold bars aboard. The truly valuable items were currently with Yao Erniu, who had brought 2 boxes of gold bars along with some currency and high-grade source crystals for Zhao Feng. Lieutenant Li's prediction proved accurate. They entered the city just as darkness fell. As the capital of Montauk, its defensive measures and security checks were far less stringent than those at the front lines of Wennington. The city gates stood wide open, and Zhao Feng observed numerous foreigners along the roads. The attire of these foreigners starkly contrasted with that of the Montauk citizens, who were predominantly of East Asian descent, while several neighboring nations had a notable presence of Caucasians. In fact, Zhao Feng even spotted a black man. At that moment, as night approached, Lieutenant Li, maneuvering the military jeep, nearly collided with the black man. The latter's dark attire allowed him to blend seamlessly with the shadows, prompting the usually taciturn Li to utter a curse. The people of Montauk generally possessed a strong sense of self-identity and exhibited a pronounced aversion to individuals of differing skin colors, a sentiment possibly rooted in the nation's history. Nations like the Black Abyss Empire, comprised of East Asians, were somewhat more acceptable. However, if white individuals were to be considered 2 centuries prior, the early Montauk citizens would have exterminated them all. Montauk once basked in the glow of its glorious past. Perhaps in the context of ongoing warfare, and particularly given Montauk's current disadvantaged position, there was a heightened tendency among its citizens to reminisce about the pinnacle achievements of their history. A figure emerges, destined to lead the kingdom of Montauk back to its former glory. Upon entering the capital, Zhao Feng observes that, although the population here does not rival the bustling throngs of Iron City, the prosperity of this metropolis far surpasses that of Wennington, perhaps by 3-fold. It is aptly dubbed the city that never sleeps. Zhao Feng is even captivated by the unique source energy lamps, a marvel absent in Wennington. These lamps, fueled by but a mere fragment of source crystals, illuminate the night with unwavering brilliance. while Wenatingburg teeters on the brink of a food crisis. The capital envelopes Zhaofeng in an atmosphere of festivity and abundance. Of course, in a city boasting over 1 million inhabitants, it is implausible for all to be affluent or middle class. Shadows linger in the corners, concealing the plight of those who may be struggling to afford a meal. Though their struggles remain meticulously obscured, Zhaofeng, upon his arrival, need not concern himself with accommodations. He is afforded lodgings within the military district of the capital, with the Montauk government arranging for his stay at the International Hotel, ensuring he is well prepared for the impending press conference. However, both Zhaofeng and Ma Lei prefer to delay interaction with foreign dignitaries, opting instead to report to the military district on their first night. The military leadership, recognizing the significance of Zhaofeng and his companion, assigns a general to personally welcome them. After they settle in, the general inundates them with a plethora of crucial information pertinent to the press conference scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Much of this information echoes what Zhaofeng had grown accustomed to hearing in Wenatingburg. Nevertheless, out of respect for the portly general, they listen attentively. It is not until the late hours of the night that the general, named Zheng Cheng, finally departs, his ungainly gait a testament to his girth, exuding an air of arrogance. Once the general has taken his leave, Zhaofeng and Ma Lei exchange glances, and without further ado, they lay down on the floor of the military office to rest. The following day promises numerous meetings with military leaders and high-ranking government officials. And despite their training in source force, they are not impervious to fatigue after days of travel. As dawn breaks, Colonel Ma Lei, with reddened eyes, gazes at Zhaofeng. Being youthful, Zhaofeng ultimately proves to be the more resilient of the two, as Colonel Ma Lei succumbs to slumber amidst Zhaofeng's thunderous snores. The sight of the colonel's bloodshot eyes reveals the toll of the previous night's disturbances. Unable to contain himself, Colonel Ma Lei claps Zhaofeng on the shoulder with a force that leaves Zhaofeng momentarily breathless, while the colonel exclaims, "Well done, young man. Your spirit is commendable." With an awkward smile directed at Colonel Ma Lei, they wash their faces and embark on a morning filled with social engagements. The colonel may harbor regrets, given their status. Securing private quarters within the military would have been a trivial matter. Yet, in pursuit of convenience, they find themselves in this predicament. Little did he anticipate that there would be others whose snoring would rival his own thunderous resonance. In the capital, the military's regulations differ significantly from those in Wenatingburg. Fortunately, Zhaofeng and Ma Lei had adequately prepared, and after a half-day's social engagements, they made few mistakes. The military here in the capital appeared to be quite amicable towards both Ma Lei and Zhaofeng. In the afternoon, with no pressing matters at hand, Colonel Ma Lei requested a room at the military headquarters to catch up on some rest. Zhaofeng glanced at the horizon, where the sun had yet to set, and remarked, "I think I shall take a stroll. I have never visited the capital before." Colonel Ma Lei waved his hand, indicating that Zhaofeng should feel free. This Colonel Ma Lei truly carried himself with remarkable humility. Zhaofeng smiled and replied, "Very well." Chapter 57. The Zhang family in the current era, regardless of the location. Driving an energy vehicle serves as a symbol of status. Zhaofeng opted not to have Colonel Ma Lei's guard, Lina, drive him. After allowing Lina to rest, Zhaofeng took the wheel of a jeep and began to explore the city. During his days leading to the capital, he had already mastered the art of driving. What difficulty could there be? Zhaofeng had learned to shoot far more swiftly than this. Furthermore, he would not admit that his desire to drive stemmed purely from the joy it brought him. The capital of Montauk is vast, and navigating its expanse at the speed of an energy vehicle is no simple feat. While rare in Wenatingburg, Zhaofeng encountered numerous energy jeeps within the capital, spotting over a dozen in just one afternoon. Indeed, the capital stands as the political center of Montauk, where he even observed two new models of energy vehicles that were not jeeps. One resembled a frog, while the other appeared as a long, rectangular box. In all honesty, Zhaofeng found military vehicles to be more aesthetically pleasing. Presently, the majority of energy vehicles in Montauk are indeed military in nature. After circling around half of the capital, Zhaofeng finally arrived at a modest residential area in the southern part of the city. This was the residence of Zhang Melian's parents. He parked the vehicle downstairs, disregarding the curious onlookers, particularly the children, and made his way directly to the second floor of one of the buildings. Room 204, the abode of Zhang Melian's parents, was where he knocked on the door, carrying the carefully prepared gift. Prior to his visit, Zhaofeng was aware that Zhang Melian's parents were both educators and intellectuals. It is only within such a family that an exceptional daughter like her could be nurtured. Zhang Meiyan had left university to pursue her calling, resolutely abandoning the relatively peaceful life in the capital to teach directly at the front lines. It was said that several young university students accompanied her to the front. But Zhang Meiyan was fortunate to be assigned to Haiyan City. As Zhao Feng had anticipated, perhaps she bore no deep regrets, yet it was impossible to have no fears. Through her trials at the front, Zhang Meiyan had solidified certain beliefs and gained clarity on various circumstances. In summary, this woman was evolving. Her inner world was undoubtedly richer than Zhao Feng's. During his visit to Zhang Meiyan's home, Zhao Feng met her mother, and after a brief half-hour, he was introduced to her father. Zhang Meiyan's mother was a high school teacher, while her father was a university lecturer, appearing as ordinary middle-aged individuals from Montauk. Her mother seemed somewhat younger and exuded warmth, welcoming Zhao Feng with open arms upon his arrival, appearing to regard him as a prospective son-in-law. Naturally, the topic that occupied her inquiries most was about Zhang Meiyan's recent circumstances. The demeanor of Zhang's father towards Zhao Feng was decidedly more austere, accentuated by his long, flowing beard that not only aged him but also imparted an impression of unapproachability. Yet, this was merely a facade. Zhang's father harbored a profound affection for his daughter, being their only child. Upon learning that the front lines had been entirely overtaken by enemy forces, Zhang's mother often wept bitterly. Zhang's father frequently lamented, pondering whether he had been excessively strict with his daughter. The discord stemming from Zhang Meiyan's decision to drop out had caused a significant rift within the family. Ultimately, Zhao Feng was treated to a modest meal at the Zhang household. The meal consisted of simple noodles, personally prepared by Zhang and Apos' mother, complemented by the meat, eggs, and vegetables that Zhao Feng had brought along. While the capital of Montauk was not experiencing a food crisis for an ordinary family like Zhang's, this was indeed a sumptuous feast. In fact, had Zhao Feng not visited, it was uncertain whether Zhang's parents would have even dined on plain noodles. After spending an hour conversing post-meal, Zhao Feng finally rose to take his leave. Prior to departing, he insisted on leaving behind a substantial sum of money in addition to the gifts he had brought. Zhang's father, a scholarly man, although visibly moved by the news of his daughter and Apos' survival, stubbornly refused to accept Zhao Feng and Apos' monetary offering. Zhao Feng sensed that the old man harbored some discontent regarding his military uniform, a sentiment that seemed to extend beyond personal disdain to a broader critique of the Montauk military, which had suffered numerous defeats and lost two-thirds of its territory. It was only natural for any self-respecting citizen of Montauk to harbor grievances against the army. Zhao Feng, undeterred by the old man's obstinacy, unleashed an air of military authority, a commanding presence forged in the crucible of battle, which left Zhang's father momentarily stunned. He pressed a thick wad of cash into Zhang's mother's hands, half of which was in Montauk currency and the other half in foreign notes, the latter being more valuable in the current context. "This is a token of respect for you from Meiyan," Zhao Feng stated before turning to leave. As the headlights of his Jeep illuminated the surroundings and the engine roared to life, Zhao Feng departed from the residential area. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed Zhang's parents standing at the threshold, watching him leave with evident longing, particularly Zhang's mother. The couple clearly missed their daughter. Yet both Zhang's father and Meiyan shared a stubborn streak, making it difficult for them to bridge the emotional gap created by their earlier conflicts when she left home in a fit of anger. "Is this what it feels like to be home?" Zhao Feng mused, reflecting on the simple meal he had shared at Zhang Meiyan's abode as he glanced into the rearview mirror. He was aware that he had an engagement to attend that evening, requiring him to navigate interactions with officials from the military and government, as well as to strategize on what to say or refrain from during the subsequent press conference, including identifying potential provocateurs among the journalists. Certainly, some foreign reporters would not be easily misled, and this was not merely a personal spectacle orchestrated by Montauk. Therefore, when the time comes, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, it will depend on Zhao Feng's own capabilities. "Do your best. Perform splendidly for us." The portly Major General Zheng Cheng patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder and said, "Chapter 58, is the rank of Major too low?" The press conference was swiftly approaching. At this moment, Yao Erniu and his companions had already arrived in the capital. In the 2 days leading up to the conference, Zhao Feng had managed to gather substantial information regarding the journalists through military channels. As for other reporters, Zhao Feng sent Yao Erniu to engage with a dozen or so individuals of seemingly modest backgrounds, ultimately deciding to bribe 2 of them. He was determined that his achievements would not be misattributed to the Montauk national military or any influential leader orchestrating the narrative of timely support from a general's forces. After navigating the murky waters of Montauk and Apos' upper echelons, Zhao Feng became acutely aware of the pervasive corruption. For instance, in the official reports regarding his rescue of over 2,000 Montauk miners, the narrative had gradually morphed into a meticulously planned operation by the Montauk elite, who were purportedly committed to significant investments in manpower and resources. Moreover, the authorities called upon Montauk citizens to continue their generous donations, while urging foreign journalists to report truthfully, thereby attracting further international assistance. Damn it! Upon receiving this information, a vein on Zhao Feng and Apos' forehead nearly throbbed with frustration. However, after years of military service and navigating through the complexities of warfare, he was willing to comply with the Montauk elite's propaganda, yet he harbored his own demands. For instance, he felt that the rank of major was rather insufficient. After witnessing the caliber of individuals in Montauk's upper echelons, he grew increasingly anxious that the independent task force he had painstakingly established might be usurped by others. The grand schemes orchestrated by Montauk's high-ranking officials during the press conference were certainly capable of such subterfuge. Moreover, Zhao Feng discovered that the ultimate recognition for his and Colonel Ma Lei's contributions was not directed towards Marshal Li Muyuan, but rather towards a lieutenant general he had never even heard of. This individual was not a commander from Winnington. Rather, he belonged to the upper military echelons within the capital. Thus, the report suggested that it was the high-ranking officials from the capital who masterminded the uprising and escape of the miners, far removed from the Bayan Mountains. What utter nonsense! The absurdity of it all was astounding. At that moment, Zhao Feng exchanged a glance with Colonel Ma Lei, whose face reflected a similar sense of resignation. It appeared that the annihilating victory his forces achieved at Tianliang Peak had also been co-opted by some influential figure in the capital. Was there any hope for this nation? Zhao Feng sighed inwardly, pondering the fate of Montauk. Perhaps it was destined to be consigned to the annals of history? But what did that mean for the millions of citizens of Montauk? At this juncture, Zhao Feng was no longer concerned with hollow accolades. He sought tangible gains. If the Montauk elite wanted him to play along with their charade, then he required substantial benefits in return. Power emanates from the barrel of a gun. With arms, artillery, and troops at his disposal, Zhao Feng would possess the confidence to navigate any adversities. If circumstances were to escalate beyond control, as long as he wielded a formidable force, he could thrive wherever he went. On the day of the press conference, when Zhao Feng arrived at the venue, it could only be described as a sea of people. This international hotel was hosting 3 simultaneous press conferences, one for Zhao Feng, another for Ma Lei, and the last for a high-ranking official from the Montauk nation. Ma Lei's interview occurred prior to Zhao Feng's. In addition to lauding his remarkable achievements in the Battle of Tianyang Peak, there was also a promotion ceremony for Colonel Ma Lei. During this press conference, Colonel Ma Lei was elevated to the rank of Major General, signifying his entry into the upper echelons of Montauk society. However, immediately after the Major General insignia was placed on his shoulders, the straightforward officer, familiar to Zhao Feng, began to overturn expectations. Contrary to the prior agreement with the military, which aimed to credit certain high-ranking officials from the capital, Colonel Ma Lei unequivocally stated that he was acting under the orders of Marshal Li Mu, proceeding to the front lines of Tianyang Peak to support Zhao Feng and others, ultimately leading to the annihilation of the Elibis Kingdom and Apos' forces. Ma Lei and Apos' remarks starkly contradicted the narrative that Montauk and Apos' leadership had previously promoted. As his words echoed in the conference hall, a palpable uproar ensued. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng was backstage at another venue, observing Major General Ma Lei's speech. Upon hearing the officer's declarations, Zhao Feng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in silent admiration. Indeed, this was the Major General Ma Lei Zhao Feng knew. Just the night before, he had been amicably conversing with Montauk's high-ranking officials, and now, this morning, he had turned the tables. Major General Ma Lei's speech not only acknowledged the contributions of Marshal Li Mu, but also did not deviate from propriety. However, his unexpected actions disrupted the carefully orchestrated plans of Montauk's upper management, leading to a chaotic atmosphere beneath the facade of order in the conference hall. As Major General Ma Lei spoke emphatically, the proceedings of the press conference gradually transitioned towards Zhao Feng and Apos' turn. The simultaneous scheduling of the 3 press conferences proved to be a considerable misstep by Montauk's leadership. When it was finally Zhao Feng's turn, Major General Zheng Cheng who had been frequently seen at the military headquarters in recent days, rushed over, breathless, grabbing Zhao Feng's uniform and urging him to adhere to the agreed-upon speech, warning against any deviations. Zhao Feng reassured him with a comforting pat on the hand, and once Zheng released his grip, Zhao Feng confidently stated, "Rest assured, I shall not stray from the script." After exchanging a look of trust with Major General Zheng, Zhao Feng strode purposefully toward the podium. The podium was indeed resplendent, adorned with red carpets. Upon reaching the front, Zhao Feng refrained from making any audacious statements. However, when he gestured for a reporter at the back of the conference hall to rise and pose a question, the inquiry left Major General Zheng sitting down abruptly in shock backstage. "Major Zhao Feng, I've heard that you led your troops to rescue thousands of Montauk refugees, enduring tremendous challenges to reach Iron City, Wenadingbao, while inflicting significant casualties on the enemy. Considering the vast achievements you have accomplished and the thousands of lives you have saved, doesn't the rank of major seem rather modest?" boldly remarked the foreign journalist clad in a gray attire. Chapter 59. Colonel. The actions of Zhao Feng during the press conference were far less conspicuous than those of Ma Lei. Nevertheless, they startled the high-ranking officials of the capital, led by Zheng Cheng. Fortunately, neither Zhao Feng nor Ma Lei resorted to indiscriminate attacks. Only Colonel Ma Lei, after his promotion to Major General, clandestinely incorporated approximately a quarter of personal interests into his endeavors. This approach indeed repaid the grace shown by Marshal Li Mu, but it inevitably provoked significant discontent among the factions in the capital of Montauk. Zhao Feng and Appo's maneuvers were somewhat more subdued, yet he also seized the opportunity during the press conference, through the voice of foreign journalists, to articulate his desire for a higher military rank. Holding the rank of major, while commanding an independent detachment, felt rather inadequate. For the sake of prudence, it would be preferable to attain the rank of lieutenant colonel. In this way, with the protection of high-ranking officials like Marshal Li Mu from the front lines of Wenadingbao, it would be challenging for the capital's factions to exert control over Zhao Feng and his compatriots. Long before arriving in the capital, Zhao Feng and Ma Lei had resolved that they were like rootless reeds, especially within the upper echelons of the capital. Regardless of how enticing the offers from the capital might be, or how appealing the promises sounded, nothing could compare to the grounded reality of following Marshal Li Mu in Wenadingbao. Moreover, it appeared that Marshal Li Mu was the only reliable high-ranking official capable of rescuing the nation of Montauk from peril. This was a strong recommendation from Zhang Meiyan for Zhao Feng to publicly elucidate. Standing before the press, Zhao Feng raised his hands, signaling for silence in the auditorium. Indeed, the majority of journalists honored his request, and as the noise subsided, Major General Zheng Cheng backstage began to sweat profusely, while Zhao Feng spoke. "I have a dream," he proclaimed. "I hope that my country can be spared from foreign invasion. I wish for the citizens of Montauk to roam freely within their own land. I have witnessed the concentration camps, prisons, and black mines within the occupied territories. There, our compatriots are not regarded as human beings. They are treated like livestock, underfed and inadequately clothed, constantly facing the threat of death. Our women suffer the most. They have been sent to the hinterlands of the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom, enduring inhumane torment. I yearn to rescue the tens of millions of our fellow countrymen enslaved by the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom." Zhao Feng passionately continued. Finally, he raised his fist high and declared loudly, "I believe that justice endures. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to the people of Montauk." Zhao Feng shouted towards the heavens. At that moment, half of the attendees at the press conference were foreign journalists, while the other half were domestic reporters. The pace of development abroad is truly rapid. Some foreign journalists captured Zhao Feng with a square device, snapping photos vigorously. Aside from the glaring white flashes, there were also subtle waves of energy emanating. They captured the moment when Zhao Feng raised his fist, and after he concluded his remarks, both domestic and international journalists erupted into genuine applause. In truth, the words Zhao Feng expressed were devoid of elaborate rhetoric. He himself was barely literate. Yet, it was precisely this unadorned sincerity, which initially seemed somewhat contrived, that resonated deeply with many reporters present, especially those from the domestic sphere. While foreign journalists may not grasp the dire state of Montauk, the local journalists could hardly be unaware, yet they often found it difficult to report on such sensitive issues. It was precisely because they had encountered numerous sensitive topics that these domestic reporters recognized the profound truth in Zhao Feng's words. He even mentioned the recent food shortages around the front lines of Wenetingbao, jesting that some of his comrades were training on empty stomachs. Zhao Feng did not intend to criticize anyone in the capital or Wenetingbao, but instead turned to the foreign journalists at the press conference with a smile, saying, "I have heard that neighboring nations like Sumikin and Taisha are abundant in grain. Perhaps they could kindly provide Montauk with some low-cost assistance." His jest lightened the atmosphere of the press conference. However, backstage, Major General Zheng Cheng was already drenched in sweat. By this time, the press conference was nearing its conclusion. Aside from his unsolicited interjections, Zhao Feng had not stirred any significant commotion. In fact, his request for grain on behalf of Montauk could be seen as a service to the authorities. As Zhao Feng descended the stage, Major General Ma Lei had already arrived at the lounge ahead of him. He had heard Zhao Feng articulate several hopes during his speech. The two shared a soldier's embrace and exchanged a knowing smile. Prior to this, they had not disclosed their intentions to each other regarding their roles in the press conference. However, this shared experience evidently drew them closer and fostered a deeper understanding. "I spoke a bit too freely. I'm uncertain how the military will respond to my actions. Major General, I hope you will take good care of me," Zhao Feng remarked with a slight bow. "Of course," Ma Lei replied with a generous smile. Ma Lei had only begun to undertake actions beyond the high-level plans of the capital after receiving his commission, which afforded him a sense of security. As a major general in Montauk, he undoubtedly held a position of influence, and with support behind him, he was not overly concerned about the repercussions from others. It seemed somewhat remiss to have such an exceptional and responsible officer as Zhao Feng merely hold the rank of major, especially considering he led one of the first combat units formed after extensive discussions on military reform in Montauk. After consulting with the military, we have decided to promote Zhao Feng to the rank of lieutenant colonel. We hope he can lead our Montauk nation's ironclad forces to achieve great feats once more, driving the foreign adversaries from our territory," the official spokesperson of Montauk proclaimed with resolute conviction. Chapter 60, The Banquet Indeed. Opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. A trip to the capital resulting in a promotion to the rank of lieutenant colonel is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Although Zhao Feng and Ma Lei are aware that their actions may have offended certain individuals, there is little choice, such is the nature of the world. When one steadfastly holds on to certain ideals or seeks to attain specific goals, sacrifices must inevitably be made elsewhere. Furthermore, given the current dire state of civil war in Montauk, who can say what tomorrow holds? Especially after Zhao Feng concludes the press conference, he must return to the front lines of Wenetingbao, where death could come at any moment. Rather than await the mercy of higher-ups or the uncertain promises of future advancement, it is far wiser to grasp what is tangible and within reach. Zhao Feng embodies this philosophy. One might label him short-sighted, yet it is a testament to his 24 years of life experience. Do not speak to him of the future. "I have no future, only the present," Zhao Feng muses. Stepping onto the stage is Zhao Feng. Opposite him stands a Montauk Major General. Not the familiar Major General Zheng Cheng, but rather a lean, middle-aged man who exudes an aura of intimidation. At the first glance, Zhao Feng's instincts tell him that this individual possesses strength surpassing even that of Major General Ma Lei. The latter's capabilities are already on par with the fifth tier of the Star Source decision, capable of withstanding the heavy artillery of the Black Underworld Empire. The Montauk Major General before him, however, appears to be even stronger, suggesting he might be on the sixth tier. The sixth tier grants the ability to single-handedly breach a city. The seventh tier, according to the records of the Star Source decision, allows one to soar into the skies. Zhao Feng cannot help but glance at the black leather shoes the Major General wears, suppressing the urge to ask, "Can you fly?" This Montauk Major General seemingly possesses the prowess of the sixth tier of the Star Source decision. Such extraordinary feats as flight have never been heard of during Zhao Feng's years in the military. Not to mention, he has never encountered a Montauk strongman capable of breaching a city alone, only having heard of such individuals in the Elibis Kingdom and the Black Underworld Empire. It is evident now that Montauk also harbors beings of this caliber. The reasons for this situation could be twofold. Either this individual has only recently ascended to such heights, or perhaps the Montauk leadership prioritizes the defense of the capital over the front lines. Remarkably, this Major General, possessing the exaggerated capability to breach a city alone, is merely a lieutenant colonel. This reflects a stark reality. In Montauk, once one achieves the rank of Major General or above and enters the upper echelons, further advancement is less about personal strength or accomplishments and more about political connections. Without the backing of Marshal Li Muyuan from Ma Lei, or the military influence supporting him from the Wanedingberg front, Ma Lei might have remained a mere colonel throughout his life. Of course, it is fortunate for him that his recent military achievements are particularly evident. Otherwise, even Marshal Li Muyuan and others would find it difficult to advocate for him. The intricate web of politics and high-level maneuvering has led Montauk to its current predicament, a situation entirely of its own making. In contrast, the Empire of Haiming has witnessed a series of reforms and advancements since the ascension of its current emperor, establishing a reward and punishment system far more equitable than that of Montauk. This is a classic case of wanting to have it all. Zhao Feng, newly promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel, seems to have aspirations aimed at the stars. However, such ambitions may be somewhat premature. Even the rank of major general remains a significant hurdle, let alone that of colonel. Yet, it is human nature to harbor desires. Without them, what drives us forward? Among the guests at the banquet are not only senior journalists from various nations but also mid to senior level members of Montauk's political and business circles, along with their families and some foreign representatives. In the preceding days, several high-ranking officials from the military whom Zhao Feng and Ma Lei had grown familiar with have mysteriously disappeared, failing to attend this gathering. Even the Montauk general who had recently awarded Zhao Feng his honors has vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhao Feng had hoped to engage him in conversation regarding the realm of source energy cultivation, but it was clear that the general had no intention of acknowledging him. They were simply not of the same circle. Upon encountering Ma Lei at the banquet, Zhao Feng could only shake his head in mutual understanding, sighing inwardly. Although representatives from the capital's military were absent, numerous mid to senior level officials were present, and both Zhao Feng and Ma Lei stood out as the focal points of the evening. As a major general, Ma Lei attracted the most attention, making it difficult for Zhao Feng to approach him once the banquet commenced. Nevertheless, Zhao Feng found himself in the midst of a lively crowd, including several foreign female reporters who provocatively inquired if he was still unmarried. Their command of the Montauk language was impeccable. Had they spoken in a foreign tongue, Zhao Feng would have been utterly bewildered. As a rising star in Montauk, Zhao Feng's youth only added to his allure. Despite his remarks at the press conference that exceeded the expectations of the capital's military, many mid to senior level officials were eager to extend their olive branches to him. Directors, ministers, and university presidents, most of whom were considerably older, would engage Zhao Feng briefly before mentioning their daughters, granddaughters, or even nieces. For the upper echelons of Montauk, advantageous marriages have become customary. To abstain from such practices is to be seen as an outsider, with the likelihood of suffering consequences. While Zhao Feng had not previously recognized this dynamic, Zhang Meiyan, who had lived in the capital for many years, was acutely aware of it, which is why she had insisted so fervently on Zhao Feng's participation. At this juncture, Zhao Feng had yet to ponder his own marital prospects. Moreover, he was still unclear about the specific positions held by these mid to senior level officials, whether they were substantive roles or merely titular. Thus, he refrained from making any commitments, instead smiling and nodding while toasting with them. As Zhao Feng clinked glasses with the officials from Montauk, who were exuberantly toasting with their exquisite and costly wine, he could not help but ponder the nature of their positions. Most of these fervent representatives were likely to hold nominal roles or occupy a status inferior to his own. Their enthusiasm alone was telling. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and such readily offered gestures often mask less than desirable intentions. Chapter 61. The enchanting Lady the soiree continued into the late hours of the night, and due to the presence of numerous socialites, a significant number of guests had departed by the midway point of the event. This allowed Zhao Feng, weary from navigating such social engagements, to breathe a sigh of relief. He was far more accustomed to the camaraderie of the barracks, feasting heartily with his comrades, indulging in copious amounts of food and drink. Initially, the high society affair, with its palpable sense of hierarchy, intrigued him, as several distinguished ladies captured his attention. However, as time wore on and Zhao Feng, mindful of propriety, refrained from any indiscretions, he gradually succumbed to a profound fatigue. Major General Ma Lei appeared equally exhausted, perhaps even more so than Zhao Feng. Earlier, when Zhao Feng had approached him, he overheard a conversation about a potential engagement for Ma Lei's grandson, who was only a few years younger. The prospective match seemed to hold considerable social standing. Ma Lei, being more familiar with the intricacies of high society, did not outright dismiss the proposal. Rather, he opted to drink heartily, intending to intoxicate the suitor first. The endurance exhibited by both Zhao Feng and Ma Lei throughout the evening could largely be attributed to their well-honed drinking capacities and the exceptional physical prowess cultivated through their training. However, a minor incident during the soiree piqued Zhao Feng's interest. A young woman clad in a sleek black gown and sporting a short haircut approached him, elegantly holding a glass of wine. She inquired, "Mr. Zhao, do you genuinely aspire to rescue the citizens of Montauk from their dire straits? Or is your ambition solely for personal gain?" Her probing question instantly sobered Zhao Feng, dispelling the effects of the alcohol. This slender woman towered over him, even taller than Zhang Meiyan, though her physique was rather slight, which was not to Zhao Feng and Apos as preference. He favored women with more voluptuous figures. In this regard, Zhang Meiyan did not wholly satisfy Zhao Feng's aesthetic ideals. Yet, her well-shaped legs had captured his attention during their first encounter, a fact that Zhang Meiyan had noted with some embarrassment. If Zhang Meiyan's distinctive traits were her exquisite legs and intellectual demeanor, this young woman in black exuded an air of competence. Despite her slenderness, the definition of her arms and the subtle hints of muscularity suggested that even two soldiers would find it challenging to approach her. More strikingly, she appeared remarkably youthful, possibly only 18 or 19 years old. In response to her inquiry, Zhao Feng chuckled softly, "I am undoubtedly here for the citizens of Montauk." His response was delivered in the presence of several foreign journalists. The impression the woman left on Zhao Feng was not solely due to the sharpness of her question. She was also the only individual to address him with the graceful title of Mr. Zhao. She resembled an academic, perhaps a university student. As he observed her retreating figure, Zhao Feng found himself stroking his chin thoughtfully. Eventually, Major General Ma Lei departed from the banquet hall ahead of Zhao Feng. Originally, Zhao Feng contemplated whether to accompany Ma Lei, yet unexpectedly, as a prominent figure among the elite of Montauk, he was whisked away by an unknown party. With Ma Lei's departure, Zhao Feng felt liberated, especially as the soiree deepened into the night. Many renowned dignitaries took their leave. Others, such as Major General Ma Lei, were also ushered to different engagements. Zhao Feng, having only recently entered this echelon and not yet receiving due attention, found solace in declining the enthusiastic invitations of those who initially surrounded him, leading to a quieter evening. At this juncture, the array of delicacies on display was unfamiliar to Zhao Feng. With the gathering gradually dispersing and no one paying him any heed, he began to indulge in the second round of fare. It must be said that the living standards in the capital vastly surpassed those of the front lines in Wentongdingbao. The seafood, in particular, was of a variety rarely encountered by the average person. What astonished Zhao Feng even more was that the meats served at the banquet evoked memories of the wolf meat he had once consumed in the Wild Wolf Valley, suggesting they might well be derived from slain source beasts. With few acquaintances around, Zhao Feng retreated to a corner and began to feast heartily. Regrettably, Ernyo could not enter such a high-end venue. Otherwise, it would have been splendid to introduce him to the world. As for Wei Shang and De Biao, those two were truly voracious eaters, perhaps reincarnated from starving ghosts. While gnawing on an unfamiliar beast's leg, Zhao Feng couldn't help but reminisce about his comrades back in the camp. This gentleman, while silently critiquing his subordinates, seemed oblivious to his own current demeanor. Amidst his indulgence, Zhao Feng suddenly noticed a kindred spirit in the corner of the banquet hall. The individual was a woman clad in a platinum-colored dress. Initially, Zhao Feng could not discern her features, only perceiving her slow yet rapid chewing rhythm and catching a glimpse of her snowy white arm. To his surprise, the woman's appetite was nearly on par with his own, which was quite remarkable, due to the towering stacks of plates they both amassed. Zhao Feng failed to glimpse her face at once. Just then, a sudden tremor of tables and chairs sent a plate tumbling toward her. Out of a sense of camaraderie, Zhao Feng dashed to her side and swiftly pulled her up. She was surprisingly heavy, likely weighing over 110 pounds. In Montauk, a woman of such substantial appetite must hail from an extraordinary background. However, what truly left Zhao Feng astounded was the sheer beauty of the woman he had just rescued. She epitomized his aesthetic ideals, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, slightly taller than Zhang Meiyan, yet shorter than another woman he had encountered in a black dress during the banquet. Beyond her oval face and porcelain skin, it was her voluptuous figure that captured Zhao Feng's attention, leaving him momentarily speechless. No wonder she has such an appetite. It is all in the right places. Zhao Feng's intense gaze caused the woman in his embrace to display a fleeting expression of panic and shyness. Although she appeared to be slightly older than the girl in the black dress, presumably around the same age as Zhang Meiyan, The impression she left on Zhao Feng was not that of an exceptionally mature woman. Instead, there was a certain innocence about her. I apologize, the other party spoke first. Chapter 62 Qinjingyi. The utterance of an apology from the enchanting woman across from him rendered Zhao Feng momentarily speechless. Although Zhao Feng had moved with considerable speed, the clattering sound of falling dishes had nonetheless splattered the beautiful woman's dress. It was at this moment that she realized Zhao Feng had pulled her into his embrace to shield her. After adjusting her platinum-colored dress, she timidly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." With that, she hurried towards the wash area, her skirt now slightly soiled. Being addressed as Mr. Zhao for the second time made Zhao Feng feel a peculiar softness within him. Since Zhang Meiyan, he had scarcely experienced such a potent impulse in the past 6 months. If Zhang Meiyan had captivated him with her grace and intelligence, the woman before him captivated him entirely with her beauty. Her demeanor and the softness in her voice stirred a yearning within Zhao Feng, igniting a sudden urge to embrace her and indulge in her charms. Fortunately, humanity's rationality prevails over primal instinct. This woman, who had entered such an upscale banquet hall, certainly possessed an identity of significance. Her ability to address him as Mr. Zhao suggested she had attended his previous press conference, though he had regrettably failed to ascertain her name. It was out of the question for him to follow her to the wash area, as that was designated for ladies. The table could not have trembled without cause. Zhao Feng's gaze fell upon a woman standing with her arms crossed, wearing a scornful smile. She was youthful, clad in a strapless dress that revealed a hint of her bosom, while she may have sought to flaunt her allure. Zhao Feng found her lacking in comparison to the earlier beauty. Moreover, he felt an instinctive aversion towards her, though she might not be deemed unattractive by conventional standards, and could even be considered beautiful in her own right. There exists an innate distaste that can arise unbidden. At that moment, Zhao Feng felt an urge to stamp his foot upon her, yet he restrained himself. The woman with the disdainful smile did not seem to target Zhao Feng himself, but rather the lovely lady who had just rushed to the washroom. Her demeanor suggested she had some stature, appearing unfazed despite having drawn Zhao Feng and Apos' ire. Major General Ma Lei had warned Zhao Feng prior to his arrival in the capital about the presence of second-generation officials and military offspring. Initially, he had paid little heed. Yet here he was, confronted with one such individual in the form of the young woman in a strapless dress. As the capital, a significant rear base, the atmosphere here was far more treacherous than that of the front lines, which were merely fraught with the perils of war. In contrast, the rear was rife with intrigue and underhanded maneuvering among its own. Having spent only a few days in the capital, Zhao Feng was already growing weary of the environment. He had not intended to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, yet the woman he had just saved was undeniably captivating. A piercing scream from the washroom area halted Zhao Feng in his tracks as he prepared to leave. Damn it, logically, after the press conference, he should be able to depart the capital. With debts aplenty, he was keen to discover what was truly transpiring. As he approached the washroom, he heard a sharp reprimand. "Why did you soil my dress?" It was indeed the woman in the strappy dress, berating the goddess in Zhao Feng and Apos' eyes. She had instigated the conflict, yet now she was turning the tables. The woman, who Zhao Feng considered a vision of beauty, appeared rather meek in the face of the younger woman, who was significantly shorter and less attractive than herself. This woman resembled a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, seemingly unaccustomed to such tempests and tribulations. The strappy dress woman, emboldened by her momentary advantage, rose onto her toes, seemingly ready to slap the other woman. Zhao Feng intervened, his seasoned hand gripping hers firmly. It was not easily shaken off. The strappy dress woman found herself immobilized, though Zhao Feng refrained from applying excessive force. Ignoring her unreasonable outburst, Zhao Feng turned to the woman before him and stated, "It is getting late. Shall we take our leave?" His words left the woman momentarily stunned. But upon realizing Zhao Feng was assisting her, she quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us go." With that, she grasped Zhao Feng's arm and fled the scene. Zhao Feng paid no heed to the strappy dress woman's tirade as they exited the International Hotel. Major General Ma Lei, upon leaving, was unknown to be in whose vehicle. His energy car remained at the hotel entrance, with Lieutenant Li Nu in the driver's seat. Without hesitation, Zhao Feng led the woman to the back seat. Initially, Zhao Feng anticipated an intriguing turn of events. However, upon entering the vehicle, the woman's first words were, "My residence is at 12 Shady Lane." Yet, she was not entirely oblivious. Realizing her oversight, she quickly added, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for saving me. It was nothing, just a small effort." Zhao Feng replied with a smile. The woman's introduction allowed Zhao Feng to regain his composure. Moreover, one could surmise that a major general resided in that household. Perhaps even more than one. Without needing Zhao Feng's direction, Lina instinctively drove them toward the address provided by the woman. The military villa was situated in the northern part of the city, while Zhao Feng and company were presently in the heart of the capital, making the journey a considerable duration. During the drive, a peculiar sound arose, creating an awkward atmosphere between the woman and Zhao Feng. He instinctively scratched his head and inquired, "Are you still hungry?" At his words, the woman's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, lending her an unexpectedly endearing quality. Before she could respond, Zhao Feng rose and retrieved several cans from the back of the jeep, military rations that he wondered if she would find palatable. After assisting the woman in opening the can, she, appearing somewhat bewildered, finally remembered to introduce herself. "Hello, Mr. Zhao Feng. My name is Qinjingyi. It is a pleasure to meet you." The woman directly extended her hand towards Zhao Feng, who held a box of canned goods. Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment, refraining from shaking her hand. Instead, he promptly thrust the open can into her grasp. This action deepened the blush on her cheeks, rendering them even more radiant, akin to that of a crimson apple. Chapter 63. A pleasant atmosphere. The young lady named Qinjingyi is evidently quite the Epicurean. Despite indulging in a lavish feast during the previous banquet, it seems her appetite remains insatiable. Zhao Feng, sitting upright, couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at her figure. Qinjingyi's bosom is undeniably ample and beautifully rounded. As for her midriff, the platinum-colored dress she wore obscured any clear visibility, leaving Zhao Feng momentarily perplexed. Nevertheless, overall, Qinjingyi is indeed a stunning beauty. The canned goods distributed by the military, clearly, cannot compare in flavor and texture to the exquisite delicacies crafted by the banquet chefs. Qinjingyi, however, showed no disdain. Upon taking her first bite of the beef can, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Yet, in the end, she consumed every morsel Zhao Feng had offered her without a trace of waste. "Would you care to try some fruit cans?" Zhao Feng suggested awkwardly. That's all I have, canned goods." At this, Qinjingyi's eyes twinkled, forming lovely crescent shapes, as she replied, "Sure. I and Appos, V never tasted the fruit cans issued by the military." Thus, Zhao Feng retrieved a box of fruit cans from the back of the vehicle. The flavor of the fruit cans was evidently superior to that of the beef. Qinjingyi delicately savored each bite with a small fork, leaving Zhao Feng to wonder how she could consume such quantities with her petite appetite. "Mr. Zhao, is this what you eat while on the front lines?" Qinjingyi inquired. Perhaps the delightful aroma from Qinjingyi's meal influenced him, as Zhao Feng soon opened a box for himself as well. As he enjoyed the syrup-coated orange segments, he remarked, "The rations on the front lines are nothing of this caliber. Typically, only the officers are privileged enough to indulge in beef and fruit cans. The finest we ever had was merely luncheon meat, and even then, we had to slice it thinly to share among our squad." He recounted his experiences leading his unit after breaking out of Haiyan City and traversing the rugged terrain of Lame Forest Mountain. Although Qinjingyi, being a university student, had some familiarity with the map of Montauk, she likely had little knowledge of the specific locale Zhao Feng mentioned. However, this did not hinder her engagement, particularly when he described how his soldiers initially resorted to hunting for sustenance in Lame Forest Mountain. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, she is quite the foodie. Naturally, Zhao Feng refrained from sharing certain stories unsuitable for the ears of Zhang Meiyan, such as those involving women held captive by mountain bandits. The beauty before him seemed to be a delicate flower, well shielded from the harsh realities and adversities of life. We were classmates. In the past, our relationship was quite harmonious. However, it took a sudden turn for the worse at the end of last year, and she began to target me at every opportunity. Qinjingyi confided. At the end of last year, something occurred, Zhao Feng casually inquired. Qinjingyi furrowed her delicate brows and, after a brief pause, sighed. "My uncle passed away on the front lines." Zhao Feng's expression shifted to one of understanding. This woman, it appeared, was not entirely ignorant. She merely possessed a gentle demeanor and had been well shielded by her family, leading her to shy away from conflict. Zhao Feng speculated that Qinjingyi's uncle must have been a high-ranking official in the Montauk Kingdom. It is said that when a person departs, the warmth of their presence fades. While they are alive, everything is easily discussed. However, should they have fallen in battle or passed away, circumstances can change dramatically. Qinjingyi's mood noticeably darkened at the mention of her uncle's death. Zhao Feng, sensing the shift, adeptly steered the conversation towards the wolf cubs he had rescued from the limping woods. Indeed, the topic of small creatures rekindled Chun Jingyi's spirit. She was somewhat naive and rarely troubled herself with worries. Despite a minor unpleasantness at the banquet, she seemed unaffected. Zhao Feng even suspected that she would not seek revenge against the classmate who had provoked her. He had no intentions of exploiting Chun Jingyi. Rather, he was drawn to her striking beauty and found comfort in her character and the atmosphere she radiated. She was an innocent woman, offering a sense of tranquility devoid of ulterior motives. Yet, unaware of Zhao Feng's more predatory glances, Chun Jingyi, the unsuspecting rabbit, failed to notice the wolf before her. Unfortunately, she resided in a military villa, and even though her uncle's demise might have impacted her family's status, the interconnectedness of high-ranking officials in Montauk often led to advantageous unions, suggesting that her family might still hold some influence. Otherwise, Zhao Feng would have earnestly wished to pursue her affections. Missing such a woman would leave him wondering when he might encounter another like her. Zhao Feng could not help but reflect on this internally. His emotions were tumultuous, yet he maintained an air of gentility and wit. Engaging in topics of interest to Chun Jingyi created a delightful rapport between them, offering her a refreshing perspective that diverged from her usual social circles, free from competition, intrigue, or the entanglements of familial power. The connection between individuals is reciprocal. Zhao Feng felt at ease and content in Chun Jingyi's company, a sentiment she reciprocated. Even as they approached the flower beds at the outskirts of the villa district, Chun Jingyi and Appo's laughter rang out, bright and unrestrained. Zhao Feng gleaned much about the university life he had long admired and been curious about from her. "Mr. Zhao, I feel calling you Mr. is too formal. May I call you Brother Zhao?" Chun Jingyi asked. "Of course," he replied. Zhao Feng straightened his posture and spoke. Chapter 64. Major Chun joyful moments are always fleeting. As Zhao Feng approached the entrance of the tree-lined villa district, he sensed that it was time to part ways. He pondered when he might next encounter this enchanting young lady. During their earlier conversation in the car, he learned that she was a student at the Capital Women's University. Aged 20. At such a tender age, her figure was already so voluptuous. Zhao Feng surmised that she would continue to blossom. As he contemplated the most suitable farewell, Chun Jingyi unexpectedly spoke up. "Why not drop me off at the villa district? My father is home tonight, and Zhao Go. You might have some matters to discuss with him." Having grown up in such an environment, Chun Jingyi, despite her seemingly naive demeanor, was certainly no stranger to the intricacies of social dynamics. Her family, though bereaved of a powerful uncle, still maintained a stature that was unattainable for many mid-level military officials in Montauk, particularly following the demise of her uncle. The distribution of power within the Qin family was gradually shifting in favor of her father. Additionally, political resources previously held by her uncle's family were now increasingly being absorbed by her father, who was poised for further advancement in the near future. Ironically, the young woman at the banquet hall who held animosity towards Chun Jingyi had a relative competing against her father. It is rather sardonic that this rival's elder was once an aide to Chun Jingyi's uncle, barely a year after the old official's passing. Such treachery revealed the coldness of human nature. Chun Jingyi's words momentarily startled Zhao Feng, yet he did not decline. Having recently entered the upper echelons of Montauk's power circles, it could only serve his interests to broaden his connections. Moreover, given that he had already incurred the ire of that provocative young lady at the banquet, it would be advantageous not to place himself at the forefront to absorb any backlash. Chun Jingyi's visage served as an undeniable pass for their entry into the villa district. Zhao Feng noted that the main entrance alone was guarded by no fewer than 500 soldiers. Coupled with additional patrols and sentries, it truly constituted a military stronghold. Villa number 12 was situated deeper within the district, a residence originally bestowed upon her father by her late uncle. Notably, Marshal Li Muyuan also possessed a standalone villa in this area, designated as Villa number 3. The jeep came to a steady halt before the gate of Villa number 12, where 4 soldiers stood guard, one of whom was a major. Chun Jingyi first adjusted her dress, attempting to rid it of the stubborn stains. With a bit of tidying, she transformed back into a woman of remarkable grace and poise. Had Zhao Feng not previously witnessed her dining and conversing comfortably in the car, he would scarcely have believed that this refined lady was indeed the same person he had encountered earlier. Feeling somewhat satiated, Chun Jingyi softly remarked as she gently caressed her abdomen after disembarking. Zhao Feng overheard her, convinced that the major stationed at the entrance had also caught her words. as the officer's cultivation level was likely on par with his own. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jingyi strode purposefully towards her home. Upon entering the villa area, she informed Zhao Feng that she would notify her father on his behalf, and he merely needed to wait a moment. The solemn atmosphere exuded by the 4 armed soldiers at the villa's entrance suppressed Zhao Feng's urge to smoke. Nioer ought to take a lesson from these 4. Zhao Feng thought to himself as he cast a glance at the motionless guards. Fortunately, Chen Jingyi did not keep Zhao Feng waiting long. Roughly 2 minutes after she entered the house, the door swung open once more. This time, a middle-aged gentleman, cigar in hand, appeared at the threshold. Dressed in casual home attire, he sported a military jacket draped over his shoulders. Bathed in the glow of the villa and amidst as energy lamps, Zhao Feng caught sight of a glimmering golden star insignia. Ah, yet another major general. Young man, come in, the general beckoned Zhao Feng. With that, Zhao Feng passed through the ranks of soldiers and entered the villa, leaving his well-worn and battle-tested energy firearm, the Gru, temporarily secured by the major at the entrance. In stark contrast to the modest garden villa assigned to him in the western district of Dingbao, the residence of the Qin family truly epitomized opulence. Once inside, Zhao Feng followed the major general to the study on the 2nd floor. Chen Jingyi had seemingly vanished, for he did not catch another glimpse of her after entering. This villa was indeed vast, spanning 4 stories, each replete with numerous rooms. As the major general took his seat at the head of the table in the study, he gestured for Zhao Feng to sit and converse, simultaneously retrieving a cigar from the drawer and tossing it to him. The major general appeared affable, even adding with care, "Remember, don't inhale." In both demeanor and appearance, the major general bore a resemblance to Chen Jingyi, suggesting that she had inherited many of her father's traits. Regrettably, Zhao Feng had not spent enough time with Chen Jingyi to know her father's exact position, and his only clue was the conspicuous star insignia upon the general's shoulder. Perhaps due to his connection with Chen Jingyi, Zhao Feng felt at ease and, for the first time, lit the cigar after trimming it with scissors from the table. At that moment, the door to the study opened, and a middle-aged lady dressed in a maid's uniform entered, carrying a teapot, setting the tea service before Zhao Feng and the major general. By then, Zhao Feng and the major general had begun to indulge in the swirling smoke. Discovering that smoking a cigar indeed offered a profound relaxation of both body and spirit, after taking another 2 puffs, Major General Chen inquired, "Zhao Feng, what is your opinion of the independent detachment you command at the front line of Dingbao?" From the moment he spoke, Major General Chen already discerned Zhao Feng and Appo's background. Yet Zhao Feng remained oblivious to his. In response to the Major General's inquiry, Zhao Feng replied with a tone of caution, "I believe it is excellent." Chapter 65, Communication during Zhao Feng and Appo's initial encounter with Father Chen, he found little resonance. The two were largely unfamiliar with one another, with the majority of their interaction consisting of Major General Chen posing inquiries and Zhao Feng providing responses. Major General Chen appeared genuinely intrigued by all matters pertaining to the front lines of Dingbao. He likely belonged to the military faction of the capital, as Zhao Feng had neither encountered him nor heard of him during his prior time in Dingbao. Moreover, there was no indication that Major General Chen harbored any dissatisfaction regarding Zhao Feng's unexpected performance at the press conference that day. The power dynamics within the capital's military establishment were intricate and convoluted. Even the words of Marshal Li Muyuan carried little weight in this arena. The high-ranking officials of the capital whom Zhao Feng had previously antagonized were not aligned with Major General Chen. Many from the upper echelons of Montauk had already begun making preparations for an uncertain future, with a significant number having fled abroad over the past 2 years. The Qin family had also taken measures in foreign lands. However, Father Qin did not perceive these overseas havens as particularly secure. Given the current global landscape, even the mightiest of Montauk's neighboring allies, the Su Mijin Kingdom, appeared poised to be engulfed in the flames of war. Once abroad, where could one find absolute safety? The nation of Taisha, located to the southwest of Montauk, seemed temporarily untouched by conflict, attracting numerous affluent merchants seeking refuge. Yet, it was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and boasted a hot, humid climate, one that most Montauk residents would likely find intolerable. Furthermore, Taisha bordered both Montauk and Su Mijin. As hostilities ignited between the 2 nations, how could the comparatively weaker and smaller Taisha hope to remain unscathed? The Qin family had previously engaged in various sectors within Montauk, predominantly focusing on military and political domains, with a greater emphasis on governance over military affairs. The generals within the military were not all adept warriors. Zhao Feng had encountered Major General Qian Rui and Major General Zhang Cheng, both of whom were clearly more suited for administrative roles. Historically, the Qin family had significant political influence. Qin Jingyi's uncle, in his lifetime, had ascended to the rank of Major General and was on the cusp of promotion to General, which would have solidified the Qin family's status at the pinnacle of Montauk. Regrettably, that ascent was thwarted by a mere stroke of fate. The catastrophic defeat Montauk suffered on the Eastern Front last winter not only decimated the military's main forces but also inflicted severe damage upon the Qin family. The collapse on the Eastern Front was not directly attributable to Qin Jingyi's uncle, who merely served in an advisory capacity while the campaign was led by a general. However, during this tumultuous period, the Black Underworld Empire launched a sudden decapitation strike that annihilated Montauk's frontline command. It was during this assault that Qin Jingyi's uncle perished. Subsequently, capitalizing on Montauk and Apos' disarray, the Black Underworld Empire conquered numerous vital cities and strongholds, resulting in the annihilation of nearly 200,000 troops amassed on the Eastern Front. At that time, Zhao Feng had not yet earned the privilege of participating in such a significant conflict. As a mere squadron leader, he was engaged in minor skirmishes in the southwestern front of Montauk under the guidance of Zhang Wen. At that time, the primary adversary faced was the army of the Elibas Kingdom. However, it is noteworthy that the subsequent residence of Zhao Feng and his companions in Haiyan City, where they held their ground for several months, was significantly influenced by the collapse of the Montauk Kingdom and Apos' main forces on the Eastern Front. The extensive territorial losses endured by the Montauk Kingdom also resulted in Zhao Feng and his companions finding their escape routes heavily traversed by enemy forces. A direct consequence of that pivotal battle, the Qin family occupied a strategically advantageous position within the Montauk Kingdom, allowing Qin Fu to have a broader perspective. 6 months prior, during the upheaval that beset the Qin family, Qin Fu might have considered fleeing abroad, particularly to the Sumikan Kingdom, as a viable option. Yet now, with the drastic shifts in international relations, especially following the Black Abyss Empire's overt abrogation of its peace treaty with the Sumikan Kingdom last month, Qin Fu believes that wielding military power is paramount. Nevertheless, the historical focus of the Qin family's development has not been on frontline commanders. Neither Qin Fu nor Qin Jingyi's uncle can be regarded as direct military leaders. The younger generation of the Qin family largely navigates the realms of politics and business. The Montauk Kingdom's past was characterized by economic prosperity and a large population. Yet it suffered from a consistently weak military capability. Among the collateral branches of the family, there are a few promising individuals. Yet most have only recently achieved the rank of major and lack significant accomplishments. For instance, Major Jia Hao, who collaborated with Ma Lei to devise a combat plan during the Haiyan City incident, is a quintessential second-generation heir. Zhao Feng currently trusts Ma Lei, but can he place the same faith in Jia Hao? The outcome might be anything but favorable. The same caution applies to the prominent families of Montauk, especially those with a rich heritage. The history of the Qin family's development can be traced back to the founding period of the Montauk Kingdom, when their ancestor served as the captain of the 2nd Guard Unit, having navigated through challenges to reach the present day, with Qin Jingyi's uncle now deceased. Qin Fu cannot permit the downfall of the Qin family on his watch. In the study, a dialogue between the elder and the younger continues. Qin Jingyi's father, though not particularly old, possesses a youthful visage, well-maintained, resembling that of a middle-aged man. However, following last year's events, he has acquired a noticeable amount of gray hair, which gives him an appearance of greater age. The substance of their conversation lacks depth. Qin Fu primarily inquires about Zhao Feng's experiences on the front line over the past 2 years, occasionally interspersing his questions with Zhao Feng's personal insights. Zhao Feng speaks candidly, refraining from excessive self-aggrandizement, as it is not in his nature. He even recounts several of his defeats, which piqued Qin Fu's interest, prompting him to offer occasional commentary. Indeed, the ambush you experienced on the Mo front line has historical parallels. Yes, at that moment, I was eager to lead my comrades in a counteroffensive, Zhao Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, my immediate superior preferred a more cautious approach. Ultimately, we were relentlessly pursued for several days by the forces of the Elibas Kingdom. Zhao Feng then sat down, feeling somewhat disheartened, and took a large sip of the tea that had been brewed on the table. The premium tea leaves from the distant northern realm of Prosan did not bring him any sweetness. Instead, the bitterness of the tea nearly made him retch. A wild boar cannot thrive on fine grains. Zhao Feng was far more suited to drinking bulk white liquor. Chapter 66. A new ally. The bitter taste of tea lingered in Zhao Feng's memory, yet what truly astonished him was the unexpected rapport he shared with Chen's father. Especially during the fervent discussions, Zhao Feng found himself momentarily oblivious to the vast chasm of their differing statuses, observing Zhao Feng resolutely swallowing the entirety of the bitter brew. Chen's father chuckled and remarked, "The vigor I speak of lies precisely in this." Earlier, during the introduction, it had been mentioned that outside Haiyan City, in a bid to provide his artillery with suitable strike coordinates, Zhao Feng had led his troops forward by 500 meters, ultimately dismantling a camp of the Black Abyss Empire. "Is that correct, Major General Chen?" he inquired. Chen's father nodded, acknowledging, "While rapid promotions in rank are indeed favorable, they also come with certain perils." Casting a glance at Zhao Feng, Chen's father reflected on the considerable time that had elapsed since their conversation began. He had garnered a rather straightforward understanding of Zhao Feng. However, regarding Zhao Feng's character and capabilities, the brief encounter left him unable to form a complete judgment. He could not afford to regard Zhao Feng with undue favor simply because he had assisted his daughter during the banquet. What genuinely captivated Chen's father, prompting a subtle nod of approval, was Zhao Feng's battlefield performance. The Chen family was currently in need of someone of his caliber. Zhao Feng, taken aback, promptly expressed his gratitude. In response, Chen's father waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You and Jingyi are of similar age and friends. It is only natural for me to assist." He continued, "We shall likely have further interactions in the future." "By your commands, sir," Zhao Feng replied immediately. For Zhao Feng, having a major general as an ally could only bring advantages, not disadvantages. The Chen family and Ma Lei represented two entirely different paradigms. Although both held the rank of major general, Chen's father's influence within Montauk was exponentially greater than that of the newly promoted Ma Lei. Ma Lei's distinction lay in his direct command of troops at the front lines, leading men, arms, and artillery. Chen's father, analyzing the recent circumstances, believed that possessing a military unit was a more prudent approach in times of crisis. To put it simply, when unexpected situations arise, would it be more effective to rely on a major general parachuted in from above, or on someone like Zhao Feng, who commands troops directly? During this initial interaction with Chun and Apos' father, Zhao Feng refrained from disclosing his clandestine formation of the Xingyuan society or engaging in any military business collusion. Had he done so, Chun and Apos' father would likely have regarded him with even greater scrutiny. Nevertheless, Zhao Feng was confident that once the independent regiment was established, his voice would be the sole authority throughout the ranks. Unbeknownst to him, the conversation with Chen's father extended for quite some time. This was Zhao Feng's first experience discussing military tactics and command at such length with anyone. Although Major General Ma Lei was also an expert in this domain, their interactions had primarily revolved around hearty feasting and drinking. As Chen's father covered his teacup, Zhao Feng deemed it an appropriate moment to take his leave. Chen's father inquired, "Will you be staying in the capital for a few more days?" Zhao Feng replied, "I should be leaving within the next 2 or 3 days." "Mr." Chen nodded in acknowledgement, saying little more. Before departing, he presented Zhao Feng with a box of tea. "Drink more tea. It is beneficial," Mr. Chen said, patting Zhao Feng and Apos' shoulder with a chuckle. After Zhao Feng and Apos' departure, Mr. Chen donned his military uniform and ascended to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. His daughter had already retired to bed the previous night, and glancing at the sky, he realized it was nearly time for her to head to school. Mrs. Chen, the mother of Chen Jingyi, appeared to be a corpulent middle-aged woman. In her youth, she must have been a beauty, as many of Chen Jingyi's features were inherited from her parents. "The girls from the Li family are truly outrageous. They brazenly made things difficult for our Jingyi at the banquet," Mrs. Chen remarked indignantly, still preoccupied with her daughter's experience at the gathering. Mr. Chen gently patted his wife's hand, saying, "Old Li's ambition to attain the rank of Major General is not so easily fulfilled. Things are not as simple as he imagines. Even I cannot guarantee securing that position here in the capital." He pondered the situation at the front lines. After being married for over 20 years, Mrs. Chen instantly grasped her husband's thoughts. She exclaimed in astonishment, "You don't mean you intend to go to the front lines in Weina Dingbao, do you? What if something were to happen to you? What would Jingyi and I do? With both of you pillars of the family gone, it would spell disaster for the Chen family." Mrs. Chen grasped her husband's hand, unwilling to let him take such risks. Mr. Chen shook his head, responding, "Such is a woman's perspective." Indeed, many officers in the capital were reluctant to venture to the front lines in Weina Dingbao. However, He viewed it as a potential opportunity. Casting a glance at his wife, he continued, "Do you think that escaping abroad will guarantee our safety?" Cataclysmic changes, some lasting hundreds or even thousands of years, have already unfolded in this world. The Black Abyss Empire has been among the quickest to react. If we were to flee, the Black Abyss Empire would be the most suitable destination. But do you want me to defect to the enemy? Mr. Chen questioned. Ultimately, the household was still under his authority, and Mrs. Chen fell silent. After observing his wife once more, Mr. Chen resumed. Securing a major general's rank in the capital may not even concern me. Yet, if I were to go to the front lines. Chapter 67. Capital Women's University. The front line is hardly a pleasant place. Chen's mother exclaimed immediately. Do you not understand the intentions of those in the military? Elevating Marshal Li Mu to such heights does not necessarily indicate genuine trust. Especially now, with all eyes on Wenadingberg and the Marshal himself. You are going there. She expressed her concern. Her ability to articulate such thoughts revealed that Chen's mother was no ordinary middle-aged woman. After all, one does not enter into a union with Chen's father unless they hail from a distinguished background. The Chen family wielded considerable influence in the Montauk Kingdom, primarily through commerce, with few connections in political and military circles. Thus, they relied heavily on the Chen family. Chen's father was well aware of what his wife was implying. In response to her worries, he sneered, if the capital is wary of Marshal Li Mu, they will inevitably dispatch individuals to monitor him. Should Marshal Li falter in his defense duties and fall from grace, someone will be needed to assume his responsibilities. There are indeed many positions available. We should not, like old Li, fixate on just one. Shaking his head, he continued, if the military in the capital lacks suitable candidates to send, I would not mind stepping in to undertake some more significant duties. Which position do you think would suit me best? He turned to his wife, keenly aware of his own capabilities. While he could manage theoretical discussions, commanding troops in direct combat, akin to Zhao Feng, would be somewhat daunting. Yet, he had no intentions of becoming a frontline commander. As he mentioned, there were numerous roles available, and surely one would be fitting for him. She could only grasp Chen's father's hand, hoping that the man before her would not sacrifice everything, as he still had her and their only daughter to consider. At that moment, Chen's father inquired, what do you think of Zhao Feng? After departing from the Chen residence, Zhao Feng yawned and boarded Lina's vehicle, heading towards the villa's exit. He also had other matters in the capital that required his attention. Whether it was the exceptional tea from the Chen family or the delightful conversation from the previous night, Zhao Feng felt physically fatigued yet mentally invigorated. It was somewhat awkward that, despite their extensive discussion, he did not know the name of Chun Jingyi's father. Otherwise, he might have asked Ma Lei for insights. Nevertheless, Zhao Feng sensed that he and the young Chen general would soon cross paths again. Go ahead and rest. Let Yao Ernie drive, Zhao Feng instructed Li Yi. Given that Lina had spent the night accompanying him outside the military villa, Zhao Feng felt it inappropriate to have Ma Lei's aide serve as his chauffeur indefinitely. Understood, Lina replied. Ever since Zhao Feng's promotion to lieutenant colonel the previous day, he had noticed a subtle shift in the attitudes of those around him, including Li Yi. Indeed, power was a remarkable asset, which explained why so many sought to pursue it. Upon boarding the vehicle, Yao Ernie exhibited an insatiable curiosity towards the military jeep. Brother, when do you think we will have our own car? He inquired. All right, brother, Yao Ernie replied. Being one of the few who did not overtly display a sense of hierarchy despite Zhao Feng's change in military rank. Observing him address Zhao Feng with such familiarity, it was evident that many in the military camp under Zhao Feng's command envied him. It is no wonder that Yao Ernie preferred to serve as a second lieutenant's orderly for Zhao Feng rather than attaining the rank of lieutenant himself. Due to the increased personnel, the security detail for Zhao Feng comprised nearly an enhanced company of about 200 individuals, comparable to that of a lieutenant in other units. Although Yao Ernie had limited experience with vehicles, he drove with remarkable steadiness. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Feng had fallen asleep. Upon waking, they had arrived at the gates of the Capital Women's University, where Yao Ernie gently roused him. The military jeep Zhao Feng occupied was a rare sight no matter where it was, yet at the entrance of the Capital Women's University, it seemed less conspicuous. A glance revealed at least a dozen similar vehicles, along with two even more unusual models. In the capital, one could easily encounter a government official, especially at the Capital Women's University, which catered exclusively to women. Those who could enter were either affluent or noble. The campus was relatively small due to its focus on female students. Zhao Feng did not instruct Yao Ernie to drive inside. Instead, after disembarking, He adjusted his military uniform while Yao Ernie locked the vehicle and followed behind, laden with various gifts. Although Zhao Feng was reluctant to undergo this hassle, he had been specifically instructed by Major General Ma Lei, and with Zhang Malian persistently advocating for it, he complied. After consulting with the gatekeeper to locate the dance department's classrooms and dormitory area, Zhao Feng led Yao Ernie into the premises. Whether it was the jeep he drove or the rank of lieutenant colonel on his shoulder, he could access most places in the capital of Montauk, including the school before him. It was rather awkward. At that moment, Qin Jingyi was conversing with her classmates and, upon spotting Zhao Feng, her face lit up with delight as she approached him. "Brother Zhao." Qin Jingyi waved cheerfully at him. Zhao Feng then exchanged a glance with Yao Ernie, and the two proceeded towards Qin Jingyi. Yao Ernie, burdened with a considerable number of items, certainly drew attention. Once Qin Jingyi reached Zhao Feng, she greeted him with a smile before turning to Yao Ernie. "Brother Zhao, who is this?" Qin Jingyi inquired. Chapter 68. Duan Qian, this is my bodyguard, Yao Ernie. We are here at Capital Women's University to visit the daughter of a leader and deliver some items on his behalf, Zhao Feng stated without hesitation. "Oh, Qin Jingyi," she acknowledged with a nod of understanding. Zhao Feng gazed at Qin Jingyi, who perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences, exuding a friendly demeanor and hailing from a distinguished family. He remarked, "I am aware that you are also a student at Capital Women's University, so I brought you a small gift." With that, Zhao Feng beckoned Yao Ernie to approach, signaling him to quickly present the gift. Yao Ernie, momentarily bewildered, was unaware that Zhao Feng had procured an additional gift and did not recognize the young woman before him. Nevertheless, adhering to his superior's instructions, Yao Ernie adeptly retrieved a pink-wrapped gift box from the pile and handed it to Zhao Feng. This pink box was familiar to Zhao Feng. It was the music box that Zhang Malian had prepared for him before her departure. Upon opening the gift, enchanting and melodious music filled the air, accompanied by the swirling snowflake figurines dancing within the music box, eliciting evident delight from Qin Jingyi. "Thank you, Brother Zhao," Qin Jingyi exclaimed joyfully, subsequently introducing her two classmates beside her. Given her privileged background, it was no surprise that Qin Jingyi had a plethora of friends at school, though it was likely that most were merely seeking to curry favor with her. The two girls accompanying her, in both attire and demeanor, were starkly different from the girl who had clashed with her at the banquet the previous night. Upon noticing Zhao Feng, clad in military attire and adorned with the rank of colonel, the two university students displayed impeccable politeness, even feigning casual glances at his profile. With Zhao Feng's youthful accomplishments, marrying the daughter of a major general would not be an unattainable dream. Indeed, many middle-class families in Montauk would covet such a match. University life is a vibrant tapestry, especially within aristocratic institutions. Beyond judo and dance, various clubs abound, encompassing equestrianism, archery, and more. Zhao Feng had indeed encountered this tall young woman the previous evening. She was the one who had initially questioned whether he sought wealth and power or aimed to serve the citizens of Montauk. Dressed in a black gown, she had exuded an air of nobility and elegance. On this day, clad in white shorts and merely wrapped in circles of white fabric across her chest, she exuded an air of coolness, yet simultaneously radiated a sense of fierceness and competence. Among the soldiers under Zhao Feng and Apos' command, only Sun who had managed to reach the second tier of Star Source decision. This woman, though slender, possessed considerable strength. Zhao Feng could discern that if it were not for her deliberate restraint, even the hanging sandbags would likely be shattered by her might. Duan Qian was indeed an unusual young woman. She neither sought gifts nor wished for anything but to spar with others. She was a middle-aged female coach, one must admit. Zhao Feng had a keen eye for discerning talent. The skill of this jiu-jitsu coach was, in fact, quite formidable, potentially even yielding an equal match against Zhao Feng. In other words, her source power level should be comparable to his. Zhao Feng leaned towards the latter assumption. At that moment, he felt little inclination to engage in combat with the girl. Winning would yield little advantage, while losing would bring embarrassment. Duan Qian's words caught Zhao Feng off guard, prompting him to pause his gesture of dismissal. He then unfastened the two buttons on his military uniform and casually handed his cap to Qin Jingyi beside him. "Please hold this for me," he said, before striding towards the center of the jiu-jitsu hall. Chapter 69. A kick. It turns out he is Zhao Feng, an idol. At such a young age, already a lieutenant colonel? As Zhao Feng strode to the center of the jiu-jitsu hall, whispers filled the air from the students of Capital Women and Apos' University surrounding him. Currently, in Montauk, Zhao Feng has gained a certain level of fame, especially among the youth and the student body. He is even recognized abroad. Hundreds of young women crowded around the jiu-jitsu hall, creating a sea of eager spectators. At that moment, Chun Jingyi, holding Zhao Feng and Appo's military cap, found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the lively atmosphere. However, the novelty of the scene, coupled with the anticipation of Zhao Feng's impending performance, made her cheeks flush with excitement. The surrounding female students were equally engrossed, speculating on the outcome of the match, with most leaning towards Zhao Feng's victory. When making judgments, many hoped for the success of the person they admired. Zhao Feng may not be the quintessential heartthrob, yet his upright posture, robust military aura, and distinct features wield a significant charm over this group of privileged young women accustomed to a life of luxury. One must ponder. In the elite circles of Montauk's capital, how many could measure up to Zhao Feng's stature? Moreover, he carries the aura of a hero, and his lieutenant colonel rank is indeed noteworthy. Not everyone can afford to disregard the presence of a lieutenant colonel. At this moment, Duan Xian felt a tinge of annoyance due to the behavior of her peers. She bore no ill will towards Zhao Feng. In fact, she had previously harbored a degree of admiration for him. Duan Xian's aspirations have never been to become a dancer. Her enrollment in the dance department was a result of her parents' insistence. While Montauk may have a limited number of female soldiers, they certainly exist. This highborn girl, raised with a silver spoon, harbors quite unique thoughts. I shall not hold back, and there will be no frivolous or meaningless maneuvers on the battlefield. His dark military uniform was specifically worn for the ceremony. In a typical combat scenario, it would be somewhat cumbersome and conspicuous. The competition commenced swiftly. True to his word, the duration barely exceeded half a minute. This woman appeared to have considerable training, surpassing the majority of novice recruits. When her right leg swept near Zhao Feng's neck, a gust of leg wind was almost perceptible. After her kick, it was Zhao Feng's turn. He certainly showed no mercy. The imprint of his polished shoes became increasingly pronounced against the white fabric. Ultimately, she surrendered, collapsing on the ground to catch her breath. The atmosphere around them fell silent. The once chattering hall became eerily quiet. Zhao Feng's fierce kick, particularly the lethal aura and ferocity he momentarily displayed, left the onlooking female students utterly stunned. Regardless of her specific combat prowess, her cultivation level and source energy is at least comparable to the second tier of the Star Source technique, indicating her commendable resilience. If, after such extensive training, she were to be easily dispatched with a mere kick, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. This young woman, however, conducts herself with remarkable forthrightness. Even after receiving such a vigorous kick from Zhao Feng, her immediate reaction is to acknowledge his formidable strength. Zhao Feng remarks, the battlefield operates in this manner. Victory or death can be determined in an instant. Especially now, with the advent of source rifles, it is commonplace for even the most powerful soldiers to fall, merely due to a stroke of misfortune, becoming collateral damage from stray bullets, unless one can cultivate their source energy to the extent of disregarding bullets entirely. At this moment, the jiu-jitsu instructor cast a grateful and appreciative glance towards Zhao Feng. Chapter 70. The three together the ability to withstand a standard flintlock energy gun on the current battlefield, or indeed, across the entire world, marks a significant turning point. This signifies a substantial enhancement in survival capabilities, placing one's strength far beyond that of the average person. Zhao Feng's recent swift sidestep was nothing short of spectacular, captivating many young women who eagerly chattered about his formidable presence. This is the essence of evolution. Du Qian's rapid cognitive transformation left Zhao Feng, a man 5 years her senior, struggling to keep pace with her thoughts. At that moment, Zhao Feng instinctively glanced at Chun Jingyi beside him. Chun Jingyi appeared momentarily dazed. Yet upon meeting Zhao Feng's gaze, she instinctively replied, the pastry shop at the school gate is quite good. Indeed. Zhao Feng had already discerned last night that Chun Jingyi had a penchant for food. The establishment she referenced must surely be excellent. A large shoe print was prominently visible, a testament to the earlier commotion. This young woman was quite capable, possessing a slightly assertive personality, but lacking any significant flaws. Even with layers of white fabric enveloping her, her form remained subtly defined. Unlike Chun Jingyi, who, clad in a modest white dress, nonetheless had curves that seemed to beckon attention, a clear indication of ample childhood nourishment. Standing at 6 feet tall, Zhao Feng's stature had significantly increased after enlisting, benefiting from a consistent and ample diet. As he and his companions departed, Du Qian's jiu-jitsu instructor, Yang Qing, took a moment to express her gratitude to Zhao Feng. Teaching in a school replete with the offspring of the elite was certainly no easy task. Although her prowess was undoubtedly on par with Zhao Feng and Appo's, she could not act with the same reckless abandon. Were a brazen second-generation heir to confront her, it would be enough to leave Liang Qing in a precarious position. As she prepared to leave, Zhao Feng's habitual courtesy prompted him to ask Yuerni to procure 2 high-grade source crystal stones for him, which he then placed in the hands of the female instructor. Zhao Feng held a deep respect for the intellectuals dedicated to educating others. Believing that courtesy begets goodwill, one never knows when such connections might prove beneficial. Liang Qing appeared to be in her 30s, though Zhao Feng could not ascertain her exact age. It was evident she had not borne children, as her abdomen remained flat and well-maintained. High-grade source crystals are considered hard currency, not commonly circulated in the market. And it was clear that Liang Qing's advancement to such a level must have involved considerable expenditure of these crystals. However, it remained uncertain how much remuneration or resources she received as a teacher at the capital women's university, likely not a substantial amount. Upon receiving the 2 high-grade source crystals from Zhao Feng, Liang Qing's face distinctly reflected a hint of surprise. Such crystals, even if not personally utilized, could fetch a considerable sum on the black market, providing a welcome supplement to her household expenses. As she accepted the 2 high-grade source crystals, Zhao Feng, perhaps due to an illusion, felt as though her delicate fingers had lightly grazed his broad palm. It was likely just a figment of his imagination. After collecting the 2 source crystal stones from Zhao Feng, the jiu-jitsu instructor offered them a slight bow before departing from the scene. Duan Qian did not keep Zhao Feng and the others waiting for long. She was inherently a spirited girl, casually donning a black dress and short-heeled black shoes as she briskly descended the steps of the dormitory building. It appeared that Duan Qian had a penchant for dark attire. When Zhao Feng encountered her yesterday, she was also clad in a black long dress, although it was not the same as the one she wore today. Chen Jingyi's 2 classmates, who were her close friends, had seemingly vanished, perhaps parting ways with her in the jiu-jitsu hall. Even during this visit to Capital Women's University, Zhao Feng had not seen the young woman who had troubled her the previous evening. I truly haven't seen her today, Chen Jingyi remarked, her brows furrowed, as she felt a headache at the prospect of encountering that former good friend. Fortunately, it seemed that the other party was absent from school today. Duan Qian appeared to be a year younger than Chen Jingyi, yet her emotional intelligence surpassed that of Chen Jingyi significantly. Sipping her juice, she glanced at Chen Jingyi and reassured her, rest assured, she should not come looking for trouble again. Chapter 71. Deepening relationships at the entrance of the Capital Women's University. The pastry shop offered delectable treats that Chen Jingyi could not resist. She indulged in 3 small cakes, utterly unable to stop. However, just as Zhao Feng was about to order her a 4th, she firmly halted him. No, I cannot eat any more. Meanwhile, Duan Qian showed little interest in the sweet confections, finding them overly rich. After sampling just a couple of bites, she dedicated herself to sipping juice instead. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, found the pastries quite pleasing, though they were far from filling. He suddenly yearned for the hearty potato stew with beef from the military camp, ideally accompanied by a bowl of white rice. Since arriving in Wenedingbua, the food had certainly improved compared to his time in Haiyan City. As a school-level officer, he even had access to a private kitchen. He could request anything he desired from the cooks. Accustomed to lavish feasts, Zhao Feng felt little inclination towards these expensive, delicate morsels. A brief taste was enjoyable, but he could not imagine relying on such fare as a staple. Frankly, this was Zhao Feng's first date with a woman. After enjoying some pastries, he found himself at a loss for what to do next, especially with 2 women by his side. One advantage of the Capital Women's University was that the students' courses were of little importance compared to their family backgrounds and potential future husbands. Upon hearing the word equestrian, Zhao Feng noticed Chen Jingyi's complexion turn pale. It was clear she was not an enthusiast of physical activities. The healing ointment in Zhao Feng's possession had been tested on the battlefield and could even provide some assistance with source energy cultivation techniques. The Xingyuan decision, a technique I acquired from the battlefield in the Elibas Kingdom, Zhao Feng explained. He believed there was no need to conceal the initial version of the Xingyuan decision from anyone, as even the military would have a record of it. Duan Qian nodded and responded, I practiced the family heirloom technique, the Hengyi decision. Once I advance further, I will surely defeat you. With almost no athletic ability and seemingly low source energy levels, she and Chen Jingyi had previously been 2 distinct types of individuals at school, rarely crossing paths. However, Major General Ma Lei had been conspicuously absent from Zhao Feng's sight for days. leaving his vehicle for Zhao Feng's use. The intricacies of the high-level circles in the Montauk nation felt distant to Zhao Feng. He was currently unaware of the broader dynamics at play, such as the ongoing competition for the rank of Major General or the various considerations of the Montauk leadership regarding Marshal Li Muyuan in Wenadingbois. Naturally, knowing such matters in advance held little utility for him. It was more prudent to focus on his own life. With two charming young women accompanying him daily, his existence was rather pleasant. Upon his reappearance, Major General Ma Lei's expression clearly bore a heavier gravity. Uncertain of what news he had gleaned in recent days or what connections he had forged, Zhao Feng felt a sudden warmth in his heart as he caught the worried gaze of Qin Jingyi directed towards him. Parting is but a prelude to a more splendid reunion. During his time in the capital, Weina Dingshan, Zhao Feng had indeed garnered a wealth of experiences. However, he ultimately found himself unable to fully integrate into the military circles of the capital, and given the brevity of his stay, he had not expanded his social network in other realms. If one were to insist, he had become acquainted with a few foreign journalists. Yet these individuals would prove of little assistance to him in the near future. Before departing the capital, Zhao Feng made a special visit to meet the parents of Zhang Meiyan once more. Among the offerings were some garments, yet the majority comprised books, alongside a few of Zhang Meiyan and Appo's personal trinkets. Both Mr. and Mrs. Zhang were intellectuals, and as Zhao Feng beheld the impressive array of thick volumes that dazzled his eyes, he could not help but marvel at the couple's desire for their daughter to pursue her studies even amidst the trials of the front lines. Chapter 72. Homecoming. This is the vehicle of Major General Ma Lei. The development of Montauk is still exceedingly backward, not only in terms of military industry but also across various other sectors. At present, military jeeps remain a mode of transport reserved exclusively for generals. In the past, Montauk's economic prosperity stemmed from its agricultural output, its mineral wealth, and a commendable silk production industry. Regrettably, with the advent of war and the chaos that ensued, these resources seem to hold little value, particularly now, as Montauk has lost 2/3 of its territory. A nation once capable of exporting food now finds itself reliant on the aid of neighboring countries. Its abundant mineral resources have been divided between the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom, with terms affecting the silk industry among others, such as the plight of a powerless nation without diplomatic leverage. In light of Montauk's frailty, Zhao Feng found himself at a loss, compelled to focus solely on his responsibilities. Upon returning to Windadberg, Zhao Feng and Ma Lei first reported to the military headquarters. Zhao Feng's promotion to the rank of lieutenant colonel in the capital was evidently recognized here at the Windadberg front. Colonel Zhou Wei, familiar with Zhao Feng, along with other officers of the same rank, organized a small welcoming celebration in his honor. Zhao Feng observed a distinct divide between the military circles in the capital and those in Windadberg. While in the capital, despite the initial cordiality displayed by figures such as Major General Jing Cheng, Zhao Feng had always felt like an outsider. They simply did not include him. Conversely, here at the Windadberg front, Zhao Feng, alongside Zhou Wei and others, had mingled with Major Generals Ma Lei and Qian Rui, fostering a more amicable atmosphere among the junior officers. A group of men indulged in revelry until the early hours. In recent weeks, the aggressive advances of the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom against Montauk had slowed, leading to a relaxation of martial law in Windadberg. Moreover, such regulations typically affected the common folk or the rank-and-file soldiers executing orders. For mid-level officers like Zhao Feng, enjoying a drink was generally permissible unless a major general intervened, which was a rare occurrence. This could be seen as a peculiar benefit of corruption. As for Major General Ma Lei and his contemporaries, they likely reveled even more heartily than Zhao Feng and his peers. However, some individuals, upon achieving promotions and wealth, found themselves constrained from such nightly indulgences. As dawn approached, Zhao Feng felt a momentary haze descend upon him. Gazing out at the night sky, particularly with the stars twinkling more brilliantly than usual, he stumbled from his room to breathe in the fresh air. Unconsciously, the star source technique he practiced began to activate. This particular cultivation method thrived under the brilliance of the night sky. Inside the room, Colonel Zhou Wei and the others continued their merrymaking, some of them even growing overly familiar with the women beside them. In this clandestine club, it was Colonel Zhou Weizhong who had brought Zhao Feng along. The women accompanying the drinks in such a setting were all strikingly beautiful, yet for some inexplicable reason, Zhao Feng felt no attraction towards them. Lighting a cigarette, he reveled in a moment of tranquility that resonated deeply within him under the night sky. After smoking 3 cigarettes, he patted his military uniform and made his way outside. This venue was situated in the western part of Dingbao, relatively distant from the military barracks, yet conveniently close to Zhao Feng's residence. He strolled home leisurely, resembling an ordinary person. By the time he returned home, it was already late at night. To his surprise, 2 soldiers were stationed in front of his garden villa. Observing these familiar faces, Zhao Feng was reminded of Major General Chen's villa. Major General Chen, whose full name was Chen Eng, had been acquainted with Zhao Feng through his interactions with Qian Jingyi over the past few days, thus he had gleaned some understanding of her family's circumstances. The 2 soldiers guarding Zhao Feng's entrance were well known to him. Upon recognizing him, they immediately saluted. "Who assigned you to this post?" Zhao Feng inquired. "It was Deputy Commander Zhang who sent us," one soldier reported. Deputy Commander Zhang, known for his penchant for formalities, had deemed it necessary for 2 armed soldiers to stand guard at Zhao Feng's residence in Dingbao. Nevertheless, Zhao Feng felt a sense of satisfaction and patted one of the veteran soldiers on the shoulder before entering his home. The garden villa appeared unchanged since his departure. After all, he had not been gone for long. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, Zhao Feng discerned 2 faint breaths. It was late at night, and by the moonlight, he spotted 2 women on the bed, Zhang Meiyan and Xiaoing. Old Sun's daughter certainly enjoyed visiting Zhao Feng. He even noticed a life-sized brown bear plush toy on his spacious bed. Zhang Meiyan was sleeping lightly, having already awakened while Zhao Feng conversed with the soldiers downstairs. However, Xiaoing was tightly embracing her, which prevented Zhang Meiyan from getting up to greet Zhao Feng. After removing his coat, Zhao Feng made a sound of acknowledgement. Xiaoing, still nestled against Zhang Meiyan, was deep in slumber. "I'll have someone fetch you from the military department tomorrow," Zhao Feng said. Although the scent of smoke and alcohol clung to him, it was too late for him to freshen up, and Zhang Meiyan seemed unbothered by the odor. With his inner garments shed, the 2 embraced and fell asleep. Unbeknownst to them, as Zhao Feng climbed into bed, Xiao Ying's brow twitched slightly, though the little girl ultimately remained asleep. Chapter 73. The development of the independent detachment in the early morning, before the 2 women awakened. Zhao Feng descended to the ground floor to engage in a morning exercise, practicing the star source technique for a while. With Xiaoing around, many things were inconvenient. Zhao Feng had shared numerous experiences with Zhang Meiyan, and although they lived together daily, they had yet to break through that final barrier. The preceding months had been filled with the tension of breakout maneuvers, during which he was perpetually on edge, managing the warfare, leaving him no leisure to pursue other matters. Even after their arrival in Dingbao, Zhao Feng found no moment of respite. The daughter of a major general was not someone to be trifled with, and Zhao Feng certainly had to respect her stance. Only Zhang Meiyan remained by his side like a devoted partner. Had it not been for Zhang Meiyan's prudent advice regarding the matter of marriage, Zhao Feng might have considered sharing a life with her directly. After finishing his morning practice, Zhang Meiyan awoke. Following a breakfast prepared by her, Zhao Feng promptly headed to the military camp. The army was the bedrock of Zhao Feng and Appo's existence. Regardless of his previous social engagements or connections with high-ranking officials, he firmly believed that possessing men, weapons, and artillery was of utmost significance. Everything else was merely ephemeral. The recruitment efforts for the independent detachment were progressing smoothly, with a current registration of 563 soldiers, as reported by Zhang Wan. He provided a detailed account of the conditions within each battalion, company, and platoon, even the status of the regiment's security company, the direct nursing unit, and the artillery company was meticulously detailed by Zhang Wan. He was indeed a capable administrator. If the same tasks were assigned to Zhao Feng, they would not have been executed with such precision. There was no doubt regarding his loyalty. The recruitment of remaining soldiers was ongoing, but the pool of suitable candidates among the miners was dwindling. "I plan to conduct selections in Dingbao or the surrounding satellite towns," Zhang Wan stated. "Proceed as you suggest," Zhao Feng replied. He would assign them tasks to undertake, he added. "Understood," Zhang Wan nodded. This nod of acknowledgement was a rare testament to loyalty. With nearly 1,000 men, it was neither an insignificant nor an excessive number. Previously, Sunda had confidently assured Zhao Feng at the Lame Forest Mountain that he intended to make a name for himself. Zhao Feng had provided him with initial funding and the military's backing as a foundation. Sustaining over 1,000 people in Dingbao should not pose a significant challenge. If Sunda proved incompetent, Zhao Feng might have to consider appointing someone else as his intermediary. He would not indulge the overweight man simply because Sun, who worked under him, and his daughter, Xiaoing, shared a good rapport with Zhao Feng. Money was of paramount importance. Beyond the regular military salaries disbursed by the department, Zhao Feng needed additional funds and benefits to ensure the cohesion of his troops and the loyalty of all soldiers under his command. Leading a 1,000-strong army was an entirely different endeavor than managing a mere 100. Zhang Wen's report on the independent detachment extended nearly 2 hours, as he concluded the summaries and records he had compiled over the past few days. Apart from the matters concerning the establishment and training of the troops, Zhang Wen also mentioned a point that captured Zhao Feng and Appo's utmost attention. Our ammunition is somewhat insufficient, Zhang Wen stated. The military department had evidently allocated supplies based on a basic structure of 500 personnel. To achieve a troop size of 2,000, there remains a significant shortfall. Not to mention, our independent detachment was initially established with the intention of expanding beyond 2,000 members. Furthermore, many new recruits require ample ammunition for their training. Indeed, Commander, while you did manage to bring back a substantial quantity of source crystals during the breakout from the Bayan Mountains, it would be preferable for the military department to cover the expenses for these training resources rather than relying on our own funds. Moreover, considering that we are on the verge of reaching a troop strength exceeding 2,000, how long can we sustain ourselves based solely on our previous resources? Zhang Wen could not help but express. Zhao Feng acknowledged Zhang Wen's reasoning with a nod. However, the matter of appealing to the military department was not something Zhao Feng could accomplish merely by vocalizing his concerns. The independent detachment was spearheaded by Marshal Li Mu. Yet the military department in Windadberg had only provided supplies for 500 personnel, indicating that they were aware of the situation. The thought of this caused Zhao Feng to shake his head in frustration. He could not continually resort to familiar senior officers for solutions. Over time, they might perceive him as lacking capability and unable to bear the responsibilities. Being appointed as the commander of the independent detachment was a testament to his abilities. How could Zhao Feng disappoint his superiors? The acquisition of supplies was indeed the foremost issue that Zhao Feng needed to address. However, after meeting with Zhang Wen, he soon encountered Sunda, from whom he received a plethora of good news. Sunda was responsible for the logistics of Zhao Feng's regiment. Additionally, the wealth Zhao Feng had accumulated upon entering Windadberg, along with various minerals, gold, and foreign currencies seized from the battlefield, were all managed by this rotund individual. There were even 2 bars and a restaurant established adjacent to the military camp, all orchestrated by Sunda. Nonetheless, his primary source of income currently stemmed from smuggling. Smuggling? Zhao Feng inquired, perplexed. At that moment, Sunda exhibited an unusual excitement, likely connected to his current endeavors. In this world, certain activities yield exorbitant profits, as stipulated in the penal code. With Zhao Feng's endorsement, Sunda was certainly not infringing upon the law. He merely utilized the name of Zhao Feng's troops to engage in some enterprises. Currently, Montauk's commercial activities were under wartime regulation. Commodities such as food, tobacco, alcohol, minerals, and silk were all subjected to stringent oversight. However, I had long known that such regulations primarily affected ordinary citizens and small-scale vendors, who could hold accountable those with substantial influence and connections. At present, I have not ventured into other areas. But merely dealing in tobacco and alcohol is sufficient for us to amass significant profits. Sunda's eyes widened in astonishment, bloodshot and filled with intensity. Chapter 74. Smuggling. The current population of Windadberg, according to official statistics, exceeds 6 million. Including the inhabitants of several surrounding satellite cities, the total population likely surpasses 10 million. With such a multitude of people, the daily consumption of food, drink, and other necessities is an astronomical figure. Over the past year, the Montauk nation has incessantly lamented the scarcity of grain. In contrast to food, tobacco and alcoholic beverages are not truly essential. One can forego drinking and smoking, but one cannot survive without sustenance. Yet, in this world, while some struggle to satiate their hunger, a small faction frets over elevating their standard of living. Tragically, those who wield genuine power are predominantly from that very faction. For instance, Zhao Feng himself can abstain from alcohol, but he cannot relinquish smoking. The depths of Windadberg are profound. Although the corpulent Sunda does not possess the hubris to monopolize the entire tobacco and alcohol industry, having the endorsement of a lieutenant colonel is sufficient for him to insert himself into the business. Perhaps due to his frontline experiences, Sunda has even managed to acquire a small quantity of energy guns and energy crystals through the black market. I am aware that certain military units engage in the trade of minor arms. Additionally, some deserters may be selling their firearms. In any case, procuring a small number of guns can be easily done through the black market. Heavy artillery, however, is strictly monitored by the military. The same applies to energy crystals. Only low-grade crystals are available, while medium and high-grade ones are virtually non-existent in the market. Sun Da is currently detailing the black market situation to Zhao Feng. Presently, aside from a small black market in the southern part of the city, there exists a larger one in a satellite city surrounding Wenedingberg. Zhao Feng, being a person of prominence, is not privy to the underbelly of society and holds little interest in such dealings. Particularly upon hearing that some military units are engaged in arms trafficking, Zhao Feng instinctively glanced at Sun Da. Zhao Feng spoke in a grave tone. Our unit is currently short on firearms. We cannot engage in arms trafficking at this time. The word temporarily was aptly chosen. Sun Da returned Zhao Feng's gaze. Zhao Feng is not a pedantic individual. Maintaining the peace and stability of Wenedingberg is not his immediate concern. His thoughts are consumed with how to bolster his own power. Given that certain units are selling energy guns in small quantities, one could devise a method to procure some. I cannot guarantee sufficient standard-issue weapons from the military. When the time comes for battle, I cannot allow my comrades to wield mere sticks. However, if we acquire illicit firearms through your channels, they should not be recorded in the unit's logistics. You must also find a way to navigate the military's routine inspections. Zhao Feng instructed. I understand, Sun Da replied, immediately grasping the implications. The Montauk people possess a keen business acumen, and Sun Da is among the best. Having not betrayed Zhao Feng's trust and expectations, on both sides of Wenedingbao lie majestic mountains rich in ore. The region boasts an abundance of rare metal ores, which the Montauk nation cannot fully exploit but can transport abroad for substantial profit. Currently, the most prominent ally engaging in trade with Montauk is the Sumikan country. However, several neighboring nations covet Montauk and Apos' mineral resources, with the likes of the Haiming Empire and the Elibis Kingdom resorting to outright warfare to seize them. As for food supplies, their unit price remains low, primarily relying on volume. To the southwest of Montauk, the Taisha Nation is a significant grain producer, reportedly capable of yielding 3 rice harvests in a single year, a remarkable feat given Montauk's recent food crisis. It remains uncertain how well the government has negotiated material assistance with its neighboring countries. Even the lower and middle-class citizens can palpably sense the food scarcity. With prices continually rising, conversations with Zhang Wen pertain to overt matters, while discussions with Sun Da delve into more shadowy affairs. After considerable contemplation, Zhao Feng ultimately acquiesced to Sun Da's ambitions. In this tumultuous era, there is indeed a possibility that today may not lead to a tomorrow. Time is no longer a luxury for Zhao Feng to develop steadily. Whichever path promises swift financial gain, he shall pursue. Were it not for the apprehension of disrupting the existing underground power balance in Wenedingbao and attracting unwanted attention, Zhao Feng would have encouraged Sun Da to monopolize even more industries, especially after hearing the considerable assets Sun Da has amassed over recent months. He felt a strong urge to command a battalion of his men to seize underground market shares in Wenedingbao or its satellite cities alongside Sun Da. Fortunately, Zhao Feng refrained from such reckless enthusiasm. Many of Sun Da's competitors in the underground world are backed by powerful entities, some of whom may even outrank Zhao Feng. Regarding the expansion of ore and food smuggling, Zhao Feng reflected and provided Sun Da with the contact information of several foreign journalists he had met while in the capital. Some of these journalists hail from Sumikan and Taisha, and Sun Da might find them useful. Currently, the most pressing issue remains the food supply. With uncertainty surrounding the potential aggressions from the Haiming Empire and Elibis Kingdom this winter, even if external assistance materializes, a significant number of people, particularly from the lower strata, are likely to perish from hunger. At this moment, Sun Da solemnly remarked, this corpulent individual has recently immersed himself in the darker aspects of society, having previously been a merchant well-versed in the dynamics of livelihood and pricing. By merely observing the market prices of food and the average income in Wenedingbao over the past 6 months, one can discern numerous troubling signs. This winter promises to be an exceedingly arduous season for the Montauk nation, which has already lost 2/3 of its territory. Perhaps in the capital, some high-ranking officials are engaged in political machinations and power struggles. Yet the stark reality is that in 2 years, the very existence of the Montauk nation hangs in the balance. It may even require less than 2 years. Therefore, Zhao Feng must exert every effort to ascend, acquiring greater strength, a larger army, deeper assets, and more substantial influence. Chapter 75. Without guns or cannons. The enemy provides for us. I intend to personally visit the Taisha kingdom, the corpulent Sunda said to Zhao Feng. Additionally, I plan to venture to the capital to explore the possibility of establishing more routes. The front line at Weina is flanked by mountains on both sides, with the armies of the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom blocking our way. The available channels are scarce, and the existing interests have been largely divided among others. Even the smuggling routes we currently utilize are borrowed from others. I still wish to explore further, Sunda remarked, gazing at Zhao Feng. This rotund man, now in his 30s, had developed a newfound determination following the Battle of Haiyan City. In response to Sunda's request, Zhao Feng replied, I can arrange for you to visit the Taisha kingdom, and I could even assign a platoon of soldiers to disguise themselves as your protectors. Moreover, your primary occupation is not that of an underground smuggler. You are, in fact, my logistics officer, now holding the rank of second lieutenant. Zhao Feng smiled at the chubby Sunda. At this moment, Sunda's face revealed a hint of emotion as he nodded earnestly at Zhao Feng and said, I will be cautious. After concluding his discussions with Sunda and the others, Zhao Feng made his way to the military headquarters. Primarily concerning the equipment for the independent regiment. How could one sustain a force of 500 men with insufficient resources? Zhao Feng desired to procure more. If the military headquarters refused, he would insist. Now a lieutenant colonel, Zhao Feng had connections with Deputy Officer Zhou Wei and could leverage relationships with the mid-level commanders he had socialized with the previous night. In Weina, this was essentially a network, a collective of vested interests. Those who assisted Zhao Feng would undoubtedly expect reciprocity in the future. He sought nearly 2 companies' worth of supplies. However, this was likely the limit of what Zhao Feng could extract from the military headquarters. Subsequently, Deputy Officer Zhou Wei subtly advised Zhao Feng. The higher-ups are aware of your requests, but there are many eyes on military supplies in Weina. Securing equipment for 800 personnel from the military headquarters is already the maximum effort of several brigadier generals, if not higher. Major General Qian Rue from the staff has asked me to convey a message. To acquire supplies, you must look beyond the military headquarters for alternatives. Zhou Wei patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder. It was evident that Zhou Wei and Apos' suggestion did not encourage Zhao Feng to engage in smuggling. Smuggling was an understood taboo, something no one would openly discuss. If Zhao Feng were to resort to smuggling and arm 2,000 or even more troops, it would not only fail to yield accommodation but could also become a blemish that would invite attacks against him. What Colonel Zhou Wei truly meant was for Zhao Feng to seize equipment directly from the enemy. The independent regiment led by Zhao Feng could be regarded as the field army of the Montauk Kingdom, entirely outside the defense forces framework. Seeing that Zhao Feng had grasped the underlying message, Zhou Wei patted him on the shoulder once more and said, the higher-ups are closely monitoring the situation. We hope you can create some momentum soon. This is not merely a testament to your own achievements, it also serves to enhance the satisfaction of those above you. Zhou Wei remarked with a smile. Had Zhao Feng not established a presence in the capital, his mere rank of major could have rendered him vulnerable to replacement should he fail to produce satisfactory results for the higher-ups. However, now that Zhao Feng has attained the rank of lieutenant colonel, the higher authorities are inclined to exercise a bit more patience with him. Consequently, Zhou Wei, being a colonel, adopts a noticeably more amicable tone towards Zhao Feng. More significantly, Zhao Feng and Apos' performance in the capital has firmly aligned him with the military leadership in Weina. Should the high-ranking officials of the military neglect or abandon Zhao Feng due to perceived inadequacies, how might that reflect on the mid-ranking officers who rally around figures such as Major General Qian Rue? In the current state of Montauk, where the war has unfolded in such a dismal fashion, how many capable officers remain? Zhao Feng is convinced that one and Apos' positioning and attitude far outweigh mere ability and importance. I understand. I will strive to meet expectations and not disappoint the superiors, Zhao Feng nodded. Indeed, positioning and attitude are paramount. Yet augmenting those with capability would undoubtedly smooth Zhao Feng and Apos' ascent. Presently, with Marshal Li Mu at the helm in Weina, Zhao Feng has personally felt a significant shift from the past. At this moment, he found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the energy vehicle he had ridden just days prior. After adapting to the military jeep, Zhao Feng deemed horseback travel exceedingly primitive and inefficient. Yet, in Montauk, only generals are afforded the luxury of energy-powered jeeps. Gazing at the distant white building within the military compound, Zhao Feng mused, a star of war, indeed. The operations command room soon became crowded with dozens of individuals, creating quite a commotion. Most of the astute junior officers were already aware that Zhao Feng had secured adequate armament for 300 personnel for the regiment. For these officers, who had achieved a certain rank, being able to serve under a leader with connections, background, and capability was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Zhao Feng had summoned all the mid- and junior-level commanders not to wait for them to request equipment, but rather to extend his hand towards them. Once everyone had gathered, Zhao Feng exchanged a glance with Zhang Wan, who then cleared his throat softly, causing an immediate hush to fall over the command room. It was then that Zhao Feng spoke. "I hereby announce the operational plan." As his words echoed, all the officers in the command room straightened their chests, their expressions turning markedly more serious. Zhao Feng unfurled the command map before him. "Without guns or cannons, the enemy will provide for us. The armament standards in Montauk are, in truth, rather lacking. For example, the ratio of malfunction among the most basic flintlock energy weapons is 30% higher than that of the Black Underworld Empire. The armament levels of the Elibis Kingdom are somewhat comparable to those of Montauk, yet the officers from Elibis, particularly those of noble lineage, possess considerably high levels of energy cultivation, contributing to a greater number of elite soldiers. Previously, Zhao Feng, while in Black Rock City, managed to eliminate a noble scion of the Elibis Kingdom with a single shot. It was merely a stroke of luck. Pointing to a precipice on the map, Zhao Feng surveyed the surrounding area and declared, "I intend to launch our forces from this strategic vantage point." Chapter 76. The fortification of Windetenburg. The defense of Windetenburg is not merely represented by a singular city. From a cartographic perspective, this final stronghold of the Montauk Kingdom is, in fact, a circular fortification. The most prominent protrusion of this circular bastion is, naturally, Windetenburg itself, flanked by towering mountains that comprise the two highest and most treacherous mountain ranges in the kingdom, truly a formidable natural barrier. Beyond Windetenburg, the Montauk Kingdom currently engages in skirmishes with the Empire of Hades and the Kingdom of Elibis across a total of 13 distinct conflict zones within this circular fortification. These areas of confrontation are predominantly narrow paths or crevices nestled between the mountain ranges on either side of Windetenburg. The Montauk Kingdom enjoys a significant defensive advantage when safeguarding these narrow passages. The most substantial of these paths measures a mere 30 meters in diameter, insufficient for a large-scale military charge. Moreover, the Montauk Kingdom benefits from advantageous terrain and elevated positions. The narrowest crevice, on the other hand, is a mere 2 meters wide, rendering it virtually impassable to any formidable force. In addition to these mountain paths and crevices, there exists a unique border area, an inland lake located to the northeast of Windetenburg. However, both the Montauk Kingdom and the Empire of Hades are inland nations with little naval development. Thus, the Empire of Hades' ambition to traverse the inland lake and directly assault the Montauk Kingdom's forces stationed along its shores is no easy feat. In summary, Marshal Li Mu has fortified Windetenburg into an impregnable stronghold. It is not a simple endeavor for the Empire of Hades and the Kingdom of Elibis to breach the Montauk Kingdom's defenses from beyond. At this moment, the cliff pass referred to by Zhao Feng is one of the 13 conflict zones bordering enemy territories. Directly opposite this cliff pass lies the forces of the Kingdom of Elibis. This particular pass is neither the largest nor the smallest on the front lines of Windetenburg. The narrowest point of the pass measures approximately 20 meters in width, which is ample for Zhao Feng's regiment to maneuver. Such a 20-meter opening is certainly sufficient to accommodate heavy artillery. Zhao Feng is inclined to engage with the forces of the Kingdom of Elibis. On one hand, he is more familiar with their military, and on the other, he prefers to target the more vulnerable adversary. His independent regiment has only recently been formed, and he possesses little confidence in confronting the elite legions of the Empire of Hades, including this offensive. Zhao Feng does not intend to engage the Elibis forces in a battle of equal scale. Although he has not attended a military academy, he understands the principles of overpowering the weaker opponent. In warfare, larger fish consume smaller ones. Leading 1,000 men against 500 foes appears significantly more manageable. Having recently established his independent regiment, Zhao Feng plans to refrain from committing the entirety of his forces. Instead, he will first assemble his elite troops and venture forth to engage in battle. In this battle, the primary forces engaged are the 1st Battalion, the 3rd Battalion, and seasoned veterans with over 6 months of military experience, Zhao Feng remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. The artillery company, the regiment's direct security company, and the medical company will also participate in this engagement. Many eyes are watching us in Weina Dingbao, and I am watching you as well. Execute the orders, and fortune will favor those who achieve merit. I shall not be stingy towards any brother who distinguishes himself, Zhao Feng proclaimed to all present. Understood, everyone responded in unison. The regiment's meeting lasted for half a day. To prevent any leaks regarding the impending operation, Zhao Feng decided to depart at dawn the day after tomorrow, granting his soldiers merely one day to prepare. She was aware of the operational plans for the day after tomorrow. On the surface, Zhang Meiyan remained a staff officer in Zhao Feng's regiment, holding the rank of second lieutenant. However, Zhao Feng did not intend for Zhang Meiyan to accompany him into battle. While she provided valuable insights in both daily life and administrative matters, her role on the battlefield would be limited to that of a mere aide carrying Zhao Feng's weapon. Zhang Meiyan recognized her own physical limitations and acknowledged her lack of combat experience compared to the seasoned veterans, thus refraining from voicing any objections. I bought you a set of pajamas. Take a look, Zhang Meiyan said, wiping the sweat from her forehead after soaking Zhao Feng's feet in a wooden basin. Zhao Feng had experienced the company of women before, often in fleeting encounters that required little more than monetary exchange, or sometimes merely a meal. Those moments were often pursuits of ephemeral release or an escape from the persistent weight of war and the specter of mortality. The feelings Zhang Meiyan evoked in Zhao Feng were entirely different from those he had felt with other women. Indeed, no woman had ever bought him clothing, let alone washed his feet. Zhao Feng recalled that the first face he saw upon regaining consciousness before the Tianliang Feng campaign was Zhang Meiyan and Apo's. Thus, he absent-mindedly soaked his feet without paying much attention to the pajamas she presented, which seemed to be either blue or gray. He couldn't quite tell. After hastily drying his feet, he sprang from the bed and embraced Zhang Meiyan. That night, little Ling did not come. It was likely her parents understood Zhao Feng was preparing for deployment and chose not to let her disturb his rest. Furthermore, with Sunda also gearing up to travel to the capital and Taisha country, it was best for little Ing to remain with her family. Without a single light bulb in sight, Zhao Feng finally had the opportunity to pursue what he had long desired. It was somewhat awkward. Despite having lived together for an extended period and shared an unspoken understanding about certain matters, they had never crossed that line. However, with the impending deployment, Zhao Feng felt compelled to indulge himself, and the timing felt right. In truth, soldiers like them lived with the understanding that today might be their last. If Zhao Feng were to tragically lose his life on the battlefield the day after tomorrow, having never even touched Zhang Meiyan's body, would that not be an immense loss? At this moment, Zhang Meiyan discerned a multitude of emotions within Zhao Feng's unabashed gaze. Her heart began to race, yet in response to Zhao Feng's intensely penetrating stare, she did not resist. Rather, she appeared to regard it with a sense of acceptance. As he pressed Zhang Meiyan down before the bed, Zhao Feng remarked, "Should I ever fall victim to fate, you shall be my kin and the beneficiary of my compensation." Chapter 77. The officers' company. The early morning breeze carried a biting chill, heralding the approach of October as the kingdom of Montauk descended into the depths of autumn. It was said that in the northern reaches of the continent, snow had already begun to fall. However, in Montauk, snowfall typically arrived later, often not beginning until December and sometimes persisting until February of the following year. Zhao Feng, leading a contingent of 200 troops, emerged from the narrow pass known as Jiayao Pass, braving the frigid winds. The garrison stationed at this strategic point comprised 500 soldiers from the kingdom of Montauk, nearly equivalent to a regiment's strength. With a mere 20-meter width and the geographical advantage it provided, even a commander with limited intellect should be capable of holding the line here. While the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom indeed had formidable warriors, some capable of withstanding artillery bombardment, such resilience did not equate to an ability to withstand the onslaught of 500 soldiers alone. The roadways flanking the pass, as well as the ground beneath, were laden with energy mines meticulously prepared by Montauk in advance. Moreover, Montauk had its own adept defenders stationed at Jiayao Pass. Among them were 2 majors, one of whom was not significantly inferior to Zhao Feng in prowess. The piercing northern wind stung their cheeks. Although it was merely a newly formed army, the majority of Zhao Feng's troops had traversed snow-laden mountains and grassy plains together, thus marching with remarkable discipline and order. Prior to their departure, Zhao Feng had instructed the cooks to prepare a hearty final meal, ensuring that each soldier's ration box contained at least 2 pieces of meat. The military could not possibly supply such ample provisions. Much of the beef had been procured by Zhao Feng himself from the black market. He would not allow any of his soldiers to suffer undue hardship. During this offensive operation, the 2nd Battalion led by Jiao, comprised of recruits, remained inactive. However, he personally participated alongside non-commissioned officers of rank and above, temporarily integrated into Zhao Feng and Appo's direct command guard company. This officer and Appo's company consisted primarily of familiar comrades, all of whom were fearless in the face of any enemy force of comparable size. Once they exited the pass, they would adapt to the circumstances. The regions beyond Windadberg had been largely occupied by the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom, and upon crossing the border, they would find themselves in a state of isolation. The primary targets for their advance remained the two towns previously identified, along with the nearby forest area. Zhao Feng quietly conveyed to Deputy Commander Zhang Wan. "Understood. I shall relay the orders," Zhang Wan affirmed with a nod. The lands once belonging to the Kingdom of Montauk now lay entirely within enemy territory. At this hour, when the dawn had yet to break, this well-equipped regiment of 200 soldiers from Montauk silently traversed the mountain gaps, encroaching upon enemy territory. The battle commenced in the early morning light. As the Elibis Kingdom forces stationed in the adjacent towns numbered fewer than 500 in total, the artillery brigade unleashed a volley of cannon fire, accompanied by the thunderous roars of heavy artillery, which left the soldiers of the Elibis Kingdom in a state of shock. The prolonged defeat of the Montauk Kingdom and its months-long retreat within the fortified lines of Windadberg were pivotal factors enabling Zhao Feng and his companions to execute this successful surprise attack. Moreover, Zhao Feng's tactical command was not merely a reckless barrage of cannon fire. After approximately 5 rounds, he ordered the artillery to provide cover for deeper regions, while he himself, armed with a rapid-fire energy gun, led the charge with unwavering resolve. In the entire Montauk Kingdom, which commander of higher rank could match Zhao Feng's audacity? Typically, on the battlefield, the fiercest assaults are spearheaded by officers no higher than the rank of lieutenant. Those of the rank of major and above have ascended to the command echelon, where their role is to orchestrate from a centralized position rather than to lead the charge. However, Zhao Feng faced the dilemma of a newly formed unit that desperately required a figurehead to inspire fearless combat. The nature of the surprise assault on these two occupied towns did not necessitate intricate strategies or tactics. After the initial bombardment, the plan was simply to envelop the enemy from 3 sides. Zhao Feng took the lead in the frontal battle. As he surged forth, a raucous cheer accompanied him, emanating from the regiment's direct guard company, not merely an officer unit. When a dozen lieutenants rallied around Zhao Feng, brandishing their energy guns and charging forward without fear, the influence of a role model and leader proved to be boundless. The inexperienced recruits, clearly invigorated and inspired, joined the fray with fervor, clamoring towards the positions of the Elibis Kingdom's forces. Zhang Malian had previously remarked to Zhao Feng that his troops possessed a certain spirit, or perhaps a more accurate term would be military soul. As long as the soldiers saw their commander leading the charge, they felt emboldened to follow suit without hesitation. Having reached the 3rd stage of the Star Source decision, Zhao Feng, gritting his teeth, approached the enemy lines, only to discover that the energy crystals powering his rapid-fire gun had been depleted. With no time to reload, he swiftly drew his officer's blade and struck at the enemy before him. 2 sluggish Elibis soldiers fell victim to his blade before he could advance further. The remaining enemy forces were swiftly dealt with. De Biao, wielding a hefty sword, was remarkably fierce, though his mastery of energy was inferior to Zhao Feng's. He charged forward with a raw vigor that propelled him faster than Zhao Feng. While Zhao Feng had dispatched 2 Elibis soldiers, De Biao had already cleaved 3, one of which he split cleanly in half. De Biao's sword was undoubtedly custom-made, likely infused with a rare metal, a fitting weapon for one emerging from the mining district. At times, battles involving hundreds can stretch on for a day and night, yet at other moments, warfare can be strikingly simple. After Zhao Feng's swift dispatch of 2 Elibis soldiers, the skirmish in this small town was nearing its conclusion. In the previous battles, some lasted for an entire day and night, primarily due to the absence of valiant and tenacious individuals like Zhao Feng. Not to mention elite troops willing to charge headlong into the fray, even a single officer-esque company. Had it not been for this vigorous assault, relying solely on distant exchanges of fire, despite the presence of formidable artillery such as the energy cannons, it would have certainly been a different story. Chapter 78. The Birch Forest. As Zhao Feng concluded the battle in this small town, the skirmish near another town was also nearing its end. It is often said that a cowardly soldier breeds a cowardly regiment. With Zhao Feng leading the charge here, how could the independent regiment in the other town falter? In that battlefield, leading the onslaught was Sun Hu. Not only did he don the Wolf King's leather armor crafted by Zhao Feng and his companions, But he had also cultivated the star source technique to its second tier. With the assistance of a dozen wolf beasts, Zhao Feng increasingly realized the immense utility of the wolf cubs he had brought from the wild wolf valley. Although these beasts required substantial meat for sustenance, making their upkeep a considerable expense, Zhao Feng deemed it worthwhile to divert his rations to them, given their value on the battlefield. Furthermore, Sun Hu's prior profession as a hunter proved invaluable, as he alone could command this pack of wolves with remarkable precision. The only regret was the limited number of these wolf beasts, many of which had perished during the earlier breakout from the Baiyun mountain range. Zhao Feng had already tasked Sun Hu with devising a plan to breed another batch. He even contemplated venturing into the deep mountains himself to procure more. The mountainous terrain surrounding Wanadingberg was far more majestic and profound than the previously encountered lame forest mountains. In some truly uncharted areas, even the Montauk Kingdom had not fully explored. No one knew what terrifying creatures might lurk within. Compared to the mountains flanking the lame forest, those surrounding Wanadingberg were but mere foothills. However, seeking and taming another batch of source beasts was a matter to consider in the future. For now, Zhao Feng's focus remained on resolving the immediate conflict. This place is not suitable for lingering. Inform the soldiers to swiftly move towards the northern logging site once the battle concludes. Zhao Feng commanded. What shall we do with the captives? And what of the remaining refugees enslaved in the town? Zhang Wen inquired. Execute all the captives. We do not require any survivors. Zhao Feng replied with a tone of ruthless coldness. These soldiers of the Elibas Kingdom, having set foot on Montauk territory and engaged in acts of invasion, must accept the possibility of meeting their demise here. As for the enslaved refugees, instruct them to seek refuge in the western woods until we finish the battle at the logging site. Afterward, we shall evacuate them together, Zhao Feng stated solemnly. Understood, Zhang Wen replied. Thus, with a series of gunshots ringing out, the two towns were soon graced with an additional 100 to 200 corpses. The soldiers of Montauk displayed a degree of humanity, executing only the soldiers of the Elibas Kingdom without resorting to beheading or torture. More importantly, the Montauk soldiers under Zhao Feng's command would confiscate the enemy's firearms and ammunition, which was a primary objective of this military engagement. Zhao Feng and the troops he commands certainly do not engage in the brutal slaughter or humiliation of the soldiers from the Elibas Kingdom. Yet this does not imply that the Montauk refugees suffering in the two towns are spared from such horrors. The Elibas Kingdom operates under a monarchical system. After enslaving all the citizens of Montauk, it is evident that these individuals have endured immeasurable suffering and torment, even before Zhao Feng and his men departed. Many recently liberated Montauk citizens, driven by a frenzy, lunged at the corpses of the Elibas soldiers, indulging in acts of desecration and trampling. The behavior of these Montauk citizens starkly illustrates the depth of their resentment towards the Elibas soldiers. Furthermore, the attire of these Montauk refugees resembles that of the destitute. With the weather turning frigid, they are barely clad in thin garments. Many of the Montauk refugees show no discernment. Aside from not wearing the standard uniforms of the Elibas soldiers, they nearly strip the fallen soldiers of their undergarments. After all, these Elibas soldiers lie dead, and their clothing serves little purpose, might as well contribute to alleviating the plight of the suffering Montauk citizens. Upon concluding the battles in the two towns, Zhao Feng promptly led his soldiers onward to the northern timberland. During the sortie from Winding On, Zhao Feng instilled the paramount principle in his troops. The essence of military action lies in swiftness. Despite their prowess, Zhao Feng and his men were merely 200 strong, whereas the Elibas forces within Montauk's borders likely numbered 300,000 to 400,000. Of course, it is not to suggest that all these Elibas troops encircled Zhao Feng and his men. However, it is undeniable that the Elibas forces surrounding Winding Tun exceed 20,000. With the impending full-scale assault by the Elibas Kingdom on Montauk, the concentration of Elibas troops near Winding On is bound to increase. This consideration only accounts for the Elibas forces, excluding the mightier forces of the Nether Empire. In this campaign, aside from acquiring equipment, Zhao Feng's other intent was to train his troops. Judging by the outcomes of the two town battles, the performance of the troops has been commendable. After approximately annihilating 500 Elibas soldiers, Zhao Feng's independent regiment suffered around 100 casualties. The regiment's medical unit is already attending to the wounded. However, upon witnessing a few newly deployed female nurses in the medical unit visibly shaken to the point of losing control, Zhao Feng could not help but curse. Women like Zhang Meiyan, who maintain composure amidst chaos, are indeed a rarity. Yet, it is not entirely fair to blame those young women for their fear. Several soldiers had their brains splattered, blood and gore staining the ground, while others suffered grotesque injuries. How could these fresh graduates withstand such a scene? Reflecting on Zhao Feng's own initial experience on the battlefield, his demeanor was hardly commendable. The next target for the independent regiment, the Timberland, is a grove of white birch trees. In the past, this forest held little strategic value in the kingdom of Montauk. The primary uses of birchwood were limited to the crafting of furniture, musical instruments, or serving as raw material for paper. However, ever since the kingdom of Elibas took control of this forest, it has inexplicably placed an extraordinary emphasis upon it. The garrison stationed here comprises nearly 400 troops, nearly rivaling the total military presence of 2 towns. Moreover, the forest elevated terrain has been fortified with extensive trenches, and numerous energy cannons have been strategically deployed for defense. It remains a mystery what treasures lie within this forest that compel the kingdom of Elibas to allocate such significant military resources. Chapter 79. 2 Trucks. One remarkable characteristic of the Elibas kingdom, in contrast to its neighboring nations, is the rapid development of source energy cultivation. This fact is even acknowledged by the formidable military power of the Black Abyss Empire, likely serving as a reason for the latter's willingness to form an alliance with Elibas. The substantial military presence in this forested area is closely tied to a significant research project undertaken by the Elibas kingdom last year, specifically a formula for a cultivation elixir. A crucial primary ingredient in this formula is the sap of the white birch tree. However, due to geographical conditions, such as latitude and altitude, the Elibas kingdom has a scarcity of white birch forest within its borders. Consequently, the Elibas military places great importance on the resources available within the territory of Montauk. It seems Montauk is sitting on a treasure trove yet remains unaware, with its lands brimming with various minerals, rare resources, and a considerable population. Yet it finds itself in such a precarious state. The outcomes of the wars with the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibas kingdom illustrate a fundamental truth, that to lag behind is to invite defeat. This applies equally to the levels of military equipment development and source energy cultivation. As Zhao Feng led his troops close to the base of the forested mountain, he was astonished to discover that the forces deployed by the Elibas kingdom were far more elite than he had anticipated. In fact, the enemy's numbers deviated significantly from the intelligence they had received from the military headquarters. Wait, it's not just the Elibas military here. A portion of the Black Abyss Empire's troops is also present. Zhang Wen remarked quietly beside Zhao Feng. They had already witnessed the formidable strength of the Black Abyss Empire during the battle for Black Rock City. Zhang Wan, with his keen eyes, pointed toward the distant forest, where he spotted figures clad in dark military attire. Can we ascertain their total number? Zhao Feng inquired. Zhang Wen surveyed the area before gesturing discreetly. Additionally, 2 trucks had appeared at the forest site, as reported by the scouts. This morning, when they attacked the 2 occupied towns, Zhao Feng's reconnaissance units had infiltrated the area ahead of time. After receiving the soldiers' report, Zhao Feng expressed his astonishment. Trucks? The occupied towns are not far from the forest. The sounds of gunfire and cannon fire from this morning's battle must have reached them. They must be grateful that our engagement concluded swiftly, and the Elibas kingdom was caught off guard initially. Otherwise, had the standoff continued, the enemy forces in the forest might have either launched a flanking attack on Zhao Feng's troops or retreated in advance. From the current situation, it appears they have opted for a defensive stance, which is the most conservative approach to combat. At that moment, Zhao Feng was particularly interested in those 2 trucks belonging to the Elibas kingdom. It was as if his thoughts had conjured them into existence. Just a few days prior, he lamented his lack of a vehicle, and now, here they were before him. Although, as a regiment commander, traveling in a truck might seem beneath his station. Lacking the prestige of a military jeep, Zhao Feng had risen from humble beginnings and saw little need for such pretensions. Practicality was what mattered. With a force of 1,200 against their 600, the advantage lies with us. Let us engage, Zhao Feng commanded. The appearance of 2 energy trucks brought a hint of redness to Zhao Feng's eyes. Previously, during his time at the military headquarters in Wenadingbois, he had observed a few energy trucks in existence. However, those trucks were exclusively allocated for the directly subordinate forces of the military or the elite troops of the Montauk Kingdom. Zhao Feng's independent detachment had just been established, and it was inconceivable that they would be granted access to such valuable resources. The heavy artillery and other well-equipped energy cannons that had been forcibly requisitioned earlier had significantly mitigated the disadvantages they faced in subsequent battles. Zhao Feng had always believed that the caliber of artillery was far more effective than any conventional tactics or strategies. 3 energy-heavy cannons unleashed their firepower simultaneously, supported by an additional 15 small cannons manufactured in Montauk, continuously pounding the enemy. At that moment, the soldiers of the Black Abyss Empire stationed in the forest had no idea what to think. Just the sound of the heavy artillery being fired informed them that these were undoubtedly the main battle cannons produced by their own country. Yet, they never anticipated that one day they would be subjected to bombardment by their own heavy artillery. This contingent of 200 soldiers from the Black Abyss Empire was merely a transport company. They had arrived at the forest primarily to finalize a transaction with the Elibis Kingdom. It was indeed a stroke of bad luck. They had just arrived that morning. And while the transaction was underway, with goods yet to be fully unloaded, fierce battles erupted in 2 towns below the mountain. Faced with this unexpected situation, the commanders of the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom held entirely different decisions, despite the fact that the Black Abyss Empire had only sent a single transport company. Their commander, upon seizing his weapon, was intent on leading his troops to the 2 towns to provide support to their allies. Within half a day, the Montauk forces had advanced towards the forest, having eliminated all enemy forces in those towns. At this juncture, the Elibis Kingdom's army had also received considerable intelligence, indicating that nearly 1,000 Montauk troops were positioned below the mountain. Boom! Violent explosions and heavy artillery bombardments continued to resound within the forest. The mountains were not solely composed of birch trees. The incessant explosions and shockwaves of flames began to engulf the entire forest in a raging inferno. For the defenders, this terrain was ill-suited for combat. If the Montauk forces did not annihilate them, they would surely be consumed by the roaring wildfire sweeping through the mountains. Damn it, Pillar. You won't blow up my truck, will you? Zhao Feng glared intently at the enemy lines in the distant forest, unable to suppress his curses. At that moment, Pillar was no longer the man from Blackrock City who had once gestured with his thumb while discussing the small cannon. Ever since the heavy artillery from the Black Abyss Empire had been integrated into their forces, he had taken to wielding this more formidable weapon. Despite his limited education, which was even less than Zhao Feng's, Pillar was genuinely passionate about learning and dedicated himself to mastering the art of artillery. Upon gazing at the artillery charts of the Black Abyss Empire, densely filled with intricate characters, Zhao Feng felt a wave of dizziness. Yet, in less than half a month, the Pillar managed to thoroughly comprehend and memorize them, such as the remarkable prowess. Chapter 80, solely offensive. The relentless bombardment continued unabated. Although Zhao Feng cursed the artillery for potentially destroying his trucks, he never once issued a command to cease fire. Zhao Feng preferred to expend additional ammunition, even if it meant sacrificing those 2 trucks, in order to minimize the casualties among his soldiers. These men were exceptional warriors, the elite under his command. Each battle served to fortify his ranks. Despite the inevitable losses and injuries that accompanied each engagement, the strength of his forces only grew. This was the path to longevity. If, after each encounter, the number of elite soldiers dwindled, no amount of reinforcements could sustain a lasting force. Zhao Feng adhered to his own philosophy. Though untrained in formal military doctrine, he remained steadfast in his convictions, following his instincts. Thanks to his audacity in previously persuading the military department to provide a significant supply of equipment and ammunition, Zhao Feng's forces unleashed a veritable deluge of artillery upon the enemy encamped in the forest. Whether the adversaries were sated by their misfortune remained uncertain. In the subsequent offensive, Zhao Feng employed his prior combat experience, initially deploying elite small units to close in, followed by a full-scale assault. Some troops of Montauk favored sending new recruits to absorb enemy fire, a tactic that, while draining the enemy's stamina and preserving their elite forces, came at too great a cost for Zhao Feng. With nearly double the manpower advantage, such a strategy seemed futile. What distinction was there between elite and fodder? In Zhao Feng's eyes, all his soldiers were elite, and they were all engaged in the main offensive, as Sun Hu led a small elite team of over 10 men, along with their wolf beasts, in a fierce assault from the flank against the enemy encampment. Zhao Feng rose from the trench of their makeshift position and declared to his men, "Brothers, let us advance. All of us. We shall not grant the enemy a moment's respite." Zhao Feng roared. No sooner had the artillery ceased than Zhao Feng's forces launched a vigorous attack. The officers under De Biao, though initially slower to engage than Sun Hu's contingent, charged forth with remarkable ferocity. They were indeed formidable men, nearly all of whom practiced the source energy techniques, and the vast majority were members of Zhao Feng and Appo's Star Source Society, armed with source energy rifles. These officers braved the enemy's fire and surged forward. Zhao Feng witnessed the grim fate of 2 of his brothers, One, struck down by the enemy's concentrated fire, lost his life instantly, while another fell after sustaining multiple gunshot wounds, leaving his fate uncertain. The loss of these two comrades drew a flicker of concern to Zhao Feng and Apos' steely demeanor. Nonetheless, he remained resolute, refusing to divert his attention to assess their conditions. With his own source energy rifle in hand and having reached the third tier of star source techniques, he was among the swiftest Montauk soldiers on this battlefield. Using the corner of his eye, Zhao Feng finally noticed two audacious women from the sanitation unit boldly rushing towards the fallen officer to assess his condition. He vaguely recalled these women, seemingly the unfortunate souls rescued from the crippled Lin's underground hideout. Indeed, only through the crucible of suffering can resilient women be forged. Yet, the fleeting images and thoughts in Zhao Feng's mind were soon cast aside. The distance from the mountains to the forest was not substantial, merely a few hundred meters at most. With the physical prowess of Zhao Feng and many soldiers trained in source energy, they arrived in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the front lines, Zhao Feng found his source energy gun nearly depleted of ammunition. However, instead of engaging in close combat, he calmly halted at a strategic position, replacing his spent energy crystal with a new one. As Zhao Feng reloaded, the fierce melee combat erupted around him. The Elibis Kingdom indeed boasted a higher average level of training, primarily among its officers, unless they could assemble a unit of officers akin to Zhao Feng's. Their scattered presence on the chaotic battlefield would yield little effective force. Moreover, compared to the numerically superior Elibis forces, the smaller contingent of the Black Underworld Empire in this forest proved to be a formidable challenge. In the face of such tumultuous circumstances, the few Black Underworld troops wisely huddled together, relying on one another in combat. Their most prudent choice was to refrain from collaborating further with the Elibis forces amidst the chaos. The Elibis troops had already descended into disarray following Zhao Feng and Apos' artillery strikes. Even as Zhao Feng and his comrades charged forward, many Montauk soldiers feigned camaraderie, shouting in Elibis tongue, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." Previously, there had been a soldier named Zhang Malian in their ranks who understood the Elibis language, which proved beneficial. With enough instruction in basic Elibis phrases, even ordinary Montauk soldiers could manage a few words. The Elibis soldiers within the forest remained oblivious to the events of the earlier skirmishes in the two small towns, unaware of how Zhao Feng had dealt with the surrendering Elibis troops. As the adage goes, all's fair in war. Zhao Feng had no intention of extending any semblance of trust to these foreign invaders. Yet, the Elibis soldiers were unaware. Confronted with a battlefield that crumbled like a house of cards, especially after Zhao Feng and his comrades systematically eliminated several fiercely resisting Elibis officers. The remaining ordinary Elibis soldiers exchanged glances before discarding their source energy guns. In truth, the majority of these Elibis soldiers were mere commoners. When victory was achieved, the spoils would invariably favor the noble elite, leaving scant opportunities for advancement for the common folk. Unlike the Black Underworld Empire, which had clear distinctions in rewards and punishments, the Elibis Kingdom's military effectiveness was laid bare in this moment. What meaning was there in fighting to the last for the benefit of the noble lords? As the remaining forces of the Elibis Kingdom surrendered one after another, Zhao Feng refrained from directing his soldiers against them. Instead, he ordered the defeated captives to be herded aside. Subsequently, Sane swiftly led his elite troops to the area where the forces of the Dark Abyss Empire were engaged in combat. Chapter 81. Close Quarters Combat. The commander of the Black Abyss Empire appeared quite astute. He discerned that the soldiers under Zhao Feng's command held a particular fascination for the two energy trucks. Consequently, the remnants of the Black Abyss Empire's legion were now relying on these two vehicles in battle. At this juncture, the original transport squad of 200 from the Black Abyss Empire had dwindled to fewer than 50. Such a meager force required no firearms. 2 rounds of melee combat from Zhao Feng's troops would suffice to annihilate them. As Zhao Feng made his way over, he first commanded a ceasefire and then turned his gaze toward his prized possessions. Though these vehicles belonged to the Black Abyss Empire, adorned with the Empire's iconic black crown emblem, Zhao Feng perceived them as his own, and thus, they became his. That rascal Zhuzi was indeed accurate with his bombings. Among the 2 energy trucks, one appeared largely unscathed, standing as the most intact amidst the battle. However, the cargo area of the other was still engulfed in flames. It was unclear what the Black Abyss troops had come here to transport, but as the fire blazed, Zhao Feng caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance. Even the star source decision flowing within him seemed to operate more smoothly, though he could not tell if it was merely a figment of his imagination. Soon, Zhao Feng shifted his focus from the two energy trunks to the Black Abyss Empire troops stubbornly resisting before him. Your combat prowess and spirit of resistance are indeed commendable. Who is your commander? Zhao Feng inquired, employing the Montauk language, a tongue he had learned from Zhang Meiyan, allowing him to speak a few phrases. Though he was utterly lost with the official language of the Black Abyss Empire. Fortunately, one of the Black Abyss troops understood Montauk. An officer from the Black Abyss Empire, who had lost one eye, stepped forth from behind the soldiers shielding him. Approaching Zhao Feng, he remarked, "I am the deputy of this transport squad. As for the squad leader, he has just fallen." This humble deputy, appearing as merely a lieutenant in the Black Abyss Empire, regarded Zhao Feng's gleaming silver lieutenant colonel insignia with his single eye. In truth, Zhao Feng had just been promoted to lieutenant colonel and had yet to savor the full extent of his new rank. Under normal circumstances, an officer of his stature should not be so ostentatious. Even generals stationed in the rear often refrained from revealing their identities. Yet, what could be done? Zhao Feng was young, and if youth did not indulge in a bit of exuberance, could it still be called youth? Given the situation of the enemy forces in the forest, it was evident that they posed no threat to Zhao Feng's personal safety. "You have performed admirably. Surrender your weapons, and I may consider sparing your lives," Zhao Feng stated, crossing his arms and addressing the fewer than 50 Black Abyss soldiers before him. "It is time to dedicate ourselves to His Majesty the Emperor." The lieutenant of the Black Abyss Empire retorted fiercely. After his low growl, the morale of the troops from the Black Underworld Empire surged noticeably, observing the less than 50 soldiers before him. Zhao Feng was struck by the realization that their true combat capability could rival that of 200 soldiers from the Elibis Kingdom. He found himself pondering the profound conviction that must be fueling their resolve to fight. Moreover, Zhao Feng developed a keen interest in the Emperor of the Black Underworld Empire. What remarkable qualities did he possess that could inspire such unwavering dedication from his soldiers and citizens? The soldiers of the Elibis Kingdom also had their king. Why did they not exhibit the same fervor for their monarch? There were many lessons for Zhao Feng to learn and contemplate in this situation. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would indeed wish to meet and converse with the Emperor of the Black Underworld Empire in person. Given the impenetrable determination of the opposing forces, it seemed that combat was inevitable. At this juncture, there was no need for Zhao Feng to assert his authority. He glanced to his sides and inquired, "Who is willing to fight?" "I will." "No." "I will." "I will." "I will." The chorus of eager voices erupted around him. De Biao took a silent step forward, but upon noticing the injury on his shoulder, Zhao Feng furrowed his brow and placed a hand on him. De Biao sighed. "I was careless and got hit in the left shoulder by a wounded soldier from the Elibis Kingdom. That spot on my shoulder was already compromised by a tear in my Wolf King leather armor. What bad luck." His grumbling elicited a sidelong glance from Sun Hu, who retorted, "Who told you to charge in so recklessly? You brought this upon yourself." Both De Biao and Sun Hu were robustly built, exemplifying the archetype of strong soldiers. Their camaraderie was evident, as they often shared drinks together. Consequently, De Biao chose to disregard Sun Hu's remarks. Well aware that Sun Hu was irked by his seizing the glory of being the first to charge into the enemy's encampment, Zhao Feng maintained a clear system of rewards and penalties within his ranks. From the ordinary soldiers to the junior officers, credit for achievements was distinctly apportioned. If fairness was compromised, who would be willing to fight for you in the future? As the vice-captain, Zhang Wen's primary role on the battlefield was to oversee this system, while Zhao Feng would ultimately review and circulate the evaluations throughout the regiment. The soldiers were generally well aware of who deserved the recognition. No one should presume that all were fools. Given De Biao's injury, it was unwise to send him into battle. Sun Hu, however, was a commendable choice. Zhao Feng then turned his gaze to Wei Shang, who, despite being shorter compared to the towering figures of Sun Hu and De Biao, possessed a remarkable talent for cultivating energy techniques. Impressively, he appeared even more advanced than Zhao Feng himself. Although he practiced the rudimentary version of the star source technique without any herbal supplements, this young man had astonishingly reached the second tier of the technique. It is noteworthy that 6 months ago, prior to enlisting, he had never even encountered a source crystal, and his body lacked the source power accumulated through years of rigorous training. This implies that in merely half a year, he has ascended to such remarkable heights. One can only wonder what heights he may reach in the future. Remarkably, he is only 17 years old. Zhao Feng pointed at Wei Shang and Sun Hu, commanding, "You two, go forth. Defeat them." As Zhao Feng issued this directive, the expression on the face of the deputy officer from the Black Abyss Empire clearly reflected a sense of disappointment. He had harbored a desire to witness Zhao Feng himself brandishing a blade and leading his troops into battle. Although the officer sensed that he was likely not a match for Zhao Feng, he still believed there might be a glimmer of opportunity amidst the fray. Alas, Zhao Feng did not afford him that chance. Chapter 82. Potion Formulation. Wei Shang and Sun Hu, both second-tier officers of the Star Source Decider, led the charge, while Zhao Feng and Appos, as fearless soldiers, joined the fray in this brutal melee. The remaining combatants were all gravely injured, barely able to stand. In this moment, Zhao Feng refrained from further attempts at persuasion. Instead, he cast a glance at the blood-soaked Wei Shang and Sun Hu, then gestured with his hand. The blood-staining Wei Shang and Sun Hu was predominantly not their own. The Black Underworld Empire boasted a higher level of military discipline, yet their individual combat prowess, including that of their officers, was not necessarily superior to that of the Elibis Kingdom. Thus, in close-quarters combat, Zhao Feng's forces held their ground against them. Upon receiving Zhao Feng's command, Wei Shang and Sun Hu exchanged a glance before charging once more into the fray. Wei Shang wielded a red tassel spear, an enigmatic weapon he had presumably acquired during his time in Weina, which he carried casually on his back. The more robust Sun Hu brandished what appeared to be a crude chopping knife, yet its blade was surprisingly thick. Previously, De Biao had demonstrated the ability to cleave an enemy in two with it, and after channeling his source power, Sun Hu could easily achieve similar feats. After another round of combat, only 4 soldiers from the Black Underworld Empire remained standing. The vice platoon leader, who had previously conversed with Zhao Feng, had lost an arm to Sun Hu but had managed to survive until the end, not due to resilience, but rather as a deliberate act by Sun Hu. As expected, Zhao Feng finally spoke. "Surrender, and I shall grant you the treatment befitting a prisoner of war. Furthermore, enlighten me as to why you traverse such a distance in your source energy trucks to arrive at this timberland, an occupied territory of the Elibis Kingdom." Before Zhao Feng stood the vice platoon leader, barely able to remain upright with the aid of his source energy truck, blood seeping from between his teeth as he managed to smile. "In your dreams." Faced with such unyielding defiance, Zhao Feng shook his head in resignation. He then instructed his subordinates, grant him a swift end. As Zhao Feng's words echoed, the remaining Montauk soldiers surged forward. The last 4 soldiers of the Black Underworld Empire finally succumbed. Surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses, Zhao Feng's expression remained eerily calm, betraying no sign of disturbance. Shortly thereafter, the 2 highest-ranking captives among those who surrendered from the Elibis Kingdom were brought before Zhao Feng. These 2 appeared markedly shaken. Unlike the resolute soldiers of the Black Underworld Empire, these officials seemed woefully inadequate under pressure. Zhao Feng regarded them coolly and stated, "Only one of you will survive." Without pausing to see if they grasped the gravity of his words, he continued, "What was the purpose of the Black Underworld soldiers and Appos' presence here, in the Elibis Kingdom?" Officers were typically not nobles, but often had connections to the aristocracy, allowing most of them to speak fluent foreign languages. This could be considered a mark of basic education among the nobility, given that educational opportunities there were monopolized. Unlike the region of Montauk, which, despite its past corruption, has seen instances of individuals from humble beginnings triumphing through knowledge, Zhao Feng himself once belonged to the lower echelons. Fortunately, Zhao Feng's inquiries did not cease with a singular question. "Birch sap? Is it potable?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "What purpose does this serve?" At that moment, another officer from the Elibis Kingdom promptly interjected, "Not only can it be ingested, but it can also be applied externally. Our kingdom's latest research indicates that, when utilized as a primary ingredient, it significantly enhances the efficiency of energy cultivation." Zhao Feng nodded in comprehension. His gaze wandered around, noting the abundance of birch trees within the forest. However, his attention was primarily drawn to the numerous wooden crates situated deeper within the woods. Some of these crates had been shattered during previous skirmishes, revealing translucent glass bottles containing a white liquid. Amidst the acrid scent of battle, a distinct, fragrant aroma lingered in the air. Compelled by curiosity, Zhao Feng instructed one of his soldiers to retrieve a bottle of birch sap for him. Just as he examined his newfound prize, the Elibis officer who had previously answered hurriedly added, "Beyond merely trading birch sap, the Black Underworld Empire seeks to acquire the corresponding formulas for our cultivation elixirs. While I do not possess the complete formula, I hold a simplified version that retains approximately 60% of the original efficacy." The Elibis officer spoke with fervor. His companion, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded, clearly unaware of this development prior to their conversation. It was apparent that he had no idea if the officer was engaging in clandestine dealings with the Black Underworld Empire. The relationship between the Black Underworld Empire and the Elibis Kingdom was not one of unwavering allegiance. There existed a web of infiltration and information theft between the two. The acquisition of a simplified formula at a high price was hardly a significant matter. In fact, there were likely dozens of variations of formulas based on birch sap, as it played a crucial role in the process of enhancing energy cultivation, even without additional ingredients. Those who practiced energy cultivation could perceive a degree of enhancement simply by consuming birch sap, albeit not as pronounced as with a complete formula. "Provide me with the formula," Zhao Feng commanded. The officer hurriedly produced a wrinkled piece of paper from his chest, stained with a couple of drops of blood. Nevertheless, it remained legible. Zhao Feng feigned examination, glancing at the text, though he recognized none of the characters. Some were even chemical symbols, decipherable only by a specialist. His nod of acknowledgement stemmed primarily from the fact that the writing appeared relatively intact. As he gazed at the two officers from the Black Underworld Empire, Zhao Feng and Apos, his eyes glimmered with anticipation, akin to viewing treasures. He pondered what other valuable intelligence these two gems might divulge. "There is yet another question. Can you operate the source energy trucks?" Zhao Feng inquired, gesturing towards the two black source energy trucks manufactured by the Dark Abyss Empire in the distance. Chapter 83, Bountiful Harvest. Two energy trucks, one in relatively good condition, rumbled to life under the guidance of Yao Erniu, capturing the admiration of all Montauk soldiers as they witnessed the vehicle emit a thunderous roar and gradually commence its movement. In truth, the energy trucks bore little distinction from the energy jeeps, operating on similar principles. Whether due to mutual technological espionage between the Su Mijing Kingdom and the Black Abyss Empire remains uncertain. Nonetheless, the fundamental principles of these energy vehicles were largely comparable. With a demonstration from two officers of the Elibis Kingdom, Yao Erniu was able to manage the controls after a brief trial run. The other truck, previously struck by artillery and still smoldering, had its burning concentrated in the cargo area, where many wooden crates had ignited. Fortunately, the truck's metallic structure and the well-protected energy crystal engine meant it had sustained minimal damage. This revelation elicited a sigh of relief from Zhao Feng, who then let out a hearty laugh. While the Montauk Kingdom could not produce energy vehicles, crafting a metal box posed no significant challenge. A fresh coat of paint would likely obscure any prior damage. Fortunately, the energy trucks of the Black Abyss Empire were designed for durability and resilience, featuring dual wheels for enhanced performance. Following Yao Erniu's suggestion, repositioning two of the tires yielded favorable results, enabling the vehicle to operate effectively. Zhao Feng was thoroughly satisfied with the numerous gains achieved. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. Additionally, he gleaned valuable information regarding the recent activities and defensive arrangements of the Elibis Kingdom's military from the two terrified officers. Regrettably, their knowledge of the movements of the Black Abyss Empire's forces was limited. Regarding the fate of these two individuals and the remaining Elibis prisoners, Zhao Feng could not suppress a sly grin. All captives would be executed on the spot. Sane, devoid of any sense of loyalty, stated without hesitation. A significant reason for the earlier surrender of the Elibis soldiers was the promise of no execution for those who laid down their arms, a commitment that had been undermined by Zhao Feng's forces. At this moment, the prisoners, stripped of their weapons and bound with their hands clasped atop their heads, resembled sheep awaiting slaughter. In response to Zhao Feng's command, the Montauk soldiers raised their energy rifles without hesitation. The composition of Zhao Feng's forces was primarily comprised of miners and refugees who had escaped the blood-soaked mountains of Baiyun. Their animosity toward the Elibis Kingdom's army deeply ingrained within their very bones. The Montauk soldiers would not hesitate to execute these soldiers or even partake in their flesh, should their hatred reach its zenith. Moreover, the previously mentioned promise of no execution for those who surrendered was lost on these largely illiterate Montauk soldiers. They were oblivious to the implications of their words. They simply echoed the orders given, devoid of comprehension. As long as they remained ignorant of the meaning behind their utterances, they felt absolved of any betrayal. Unbeknownst to many, the Montauk military, often perceived as easy prey by neighboring nations, has gradually adopted a roguelike demeanor. The sound of gunfire, bang, 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 resonated incessantly, causing two officers from the Elibis Kingdom to tremble, their faces growing increasingly pallid as beads of sweat trickled down their cheeks. Sensing their distress, Zhao Feng patted them on the back, attempting to offer some reassurance, but swiftly turned to issue a chilling command: make them into human piglets. Zhao Feng instructed. You should know how history teaches this, right? He summoned a dozen male medics from the sanitation unit and addressed them. Just a month prior, These medical students had been scholars at a university in Dingbao, individuals whom Zhao Feng had once envied. Yet now, confronted with such a gruesome scene and Zhao Feng's merciless orders, they felt their legs weaken, even succumbing to nausea. How can the female soldiers under Dr. Zhang be so timid? Zhao Feng mused, perplexed by the cowardice displayed by these male university students. Notably, these medics had been specifically chosen for their courageous conduct in the recent battle. Ultimately, two young men, steeling themselves, stepped forward alongside their commanding officer, Dr. Zhang. Forming a trio. Must it be so cruel? Dr. Zhang inquired, preparing to commence their grim task. The two soldiers gathered surgical instruments, and an outsider might mistakenly believe they were about to perform a dissection. Zhao Feng declared, "They have seen our faces and our insignia. Can I let them live? However, I am sometimes true to my word. These two have performed commendably. I shall spare their lives." Adjusting his military uniform, Zhao Feng continued. Dr. Zhang shook his head in disbelief, glancing at his two bumbling assistants before delivering a swift kick to one's rear. "What use is a scalpel? Go ask that fellow for his cleaver." Dr. Zhang scolded, his cultured demeanor having been tempered by military life. Zhao Feng's cruelty towards the two Elibus officers stemmed not merely from a desire to spare their lives, but from a profound understanding gained through prolonged conflict with the Elibus military. The greatest threat to Montauk lies in the hands of the Elibus nobility. These aristocrats are far more malevolent than the strict officers of the Black Underworld Empire or the ordinary soldiers of Elibus, who have inflicted suffering upon the Montauk people. Only these nobles possess the knowledge of how to torment a Montauk civilian, with many deriving perverse pleasure from such acts. Over the course of his tumultuous years in warfare, Zhao Feng has witnessed countless horrors. The term human piglet, a rather rare phrase, was not learned from Zhang Meiyan, but had been heard long before their acquaintance. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. This is Zhao Feng's motto. To repay kindness with kindness? Forgive me, but during wartime, such virtues are utterly absent from my lexicon. He only laments that his step is not deep enough. Dr. Zhang has already commenced his work. The wails of agony rise and fall in a haunting chorus. Row after row of Elibus invaders are being cleansed. Zhao Feng, donning a military officer's white gloves, polished his Glock pistol and then commanded those around him. Clear the battlefield. Prepare for relocation. Chapter 84. Pursuit and Artillery Engagement. The battle, which claimed nearly 1,000 lives, was concluded in roughly a day's time. Fortunately, these 1,000 enemies were not amassed in one location, but rather divided into 3 groups, which Zhao Feng and his compatriots systematically dismantled. Had they engaged in direct confrontation with an equal number of foes, it would have been entirely normal for the conflict to endure for days and nights without a definitive outcome. The losses incurred by Zhao Feng and his forces would have been considerable, far from the advantageous position they currently enjoyed. A substantial haul of military equipment, provisions, and source crystal stones was acquired by Zhao Feng and his team. However, the quantity of food that could be transported was limited, as Zhao Feng did not wish to establish a base outside of Dingbao, which would only invite concentrated attacks from the Black Underworld Empire and the Elibus Kingdom. His primary strategic approach remained focused on mobile warfare, surprise attacks, and guerrilla tactics. It was evident that Zhao Feng's newly formed independent detachment had suffered significant losses during this engagement. At least 200 soldiers had perished on the battlefield, while over 100 were gravely wounded and unable to fight for the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, it was clear that this encounter had bestowed genuine combat capability and cohesion upon Zhao Feng's forces. 2 source energy trucks, under the deft handling of Zhao Feng and Yao Ernio, made their way slowly towards Jiayao Pass. The vehicles were laden not only with captured military gear and source crystal stones, but also with crates of birch sap. The presence of birch trees was not limited to this vicinity. Even in the mountainous forests behind Dingbao, such flora thrived. The medicinal potions that could aid in cultivation were indeed valuable treasures. Zhao Feng personally drove the vehicle primarily because the source energy trucks were a novel invention. Although operating them was not particularly challenging, he preferred to mitigate the risk of his soldiers inadvertently steering the vehicle into a ditch. A light-hearted chuckle escaped him at the thought of having 2 source energy trucks in his brigade. His spirits lifted. Even the cigarette he held seemed to dance in rhythm with the vehicle's movement. Before this operation commenced, Zhao Feng had issued directives in the brigade and Oppos, as conference room advocating for a blitzkrieg approach. There could be no delays. After swiftly neutralizing skirmishes in 2 towns and a forest, they pressed onward to Jiayao Pass without pausing, even as darkness fell. The Elibis kingdom was not slow to respond. By the afternoon, as Zhao Feng's forces undertook their offensive, the enemy mobilized reinforcements from other directions. By nightfall, the Elibis military finally caught up with Zhao Feng's independent detachment, igniting a nocturnal confrontation. Zhao Feng had preemptively arranged his troops for tiered resistance, for it was naive to assume they could simply take advantage and retreat unscathed. This time, Zhao Feng did not voluntarily remain behind to hold the rear. He had to drive. It is rare to find a commander who takes it upon themselves to stay back, and even rarer to encounter a lieutenant colonel who actively drives the vehicle. As Zhao Feng approached the Jiaya Pass, he was astonished to discover a contingent of Montauk soldiers rallying to his aid. These soldiers, numbering approximately 1,000, equivalent to 2 complete regiments, had descended from the mountain. At present, only a small fraction of the Montauk military, including Zhao Feng and Appo's independent regiment, was undergoing military reform. And the soldiers before him belonged neither to a specific regiment nor a battalion. They were evidently remnants of the old army. Since they were indeed part of the old forces, it was clear they did not belong to Major General Ma Lei's command. This revelation left Zhao Feng, who had initially presumed these troops were dispatched by Major General Ma Lei to assist him under the cover of night, somewhat bewildered. His confusion was mirrored by the 2 Montauk captains, each commanding 500 men, who were equally perplexed. Setting aside the time spent on the road and in retreat, the actual engagement had lasted merely a single day. By whose orders are you here? Zhao Feng inquired. By the command of Colonel Wang Tai, the 2 captains replied. The mention of Colonel Wang left Zhao Feng even more perplexed, as he had heard of most of the colonels from the Wenading Fortress military headquarters, but did not recall this particular name. He intended to press for further information, but the fierce sounds of gunfire erupted behind him, heralding the pursuit of the Elibis kingdom's forces. Having recently seized 2 towns and a forest, it was evident that the Elibis military had been significantly provoked, particularly due to the losses incurred in the forest. It was the dead of night, shrouded in darkness, with the moon barely illuminating the sky. Yet, the frequency of the gunfire allowed one to surmise the intensity of the Elibis army's pursuit. We must engage first and repel these pursuers, Zhao Feng declared as he dismounted. Turning to Yao Erniu, he instructed, Erniu, you are responsible for driving these 2 vehicles into the safe zone beyond the pass. I will dispatch 2 companies to cover you and the wounded. In truth, covering the wounded did not necessitate such a large force. 200 to 300 men would suffice, especially since they were already in an area controlled by the Montauk military. However, the troops Zhao Feng dispatched were primarily to guard against potential treachery from their own ranks. He could not afford to lose the 2 hard-won trucks in the blink of an eye, nor the captured weaponry and source crystals, left unguarded. After witnessing humanity's flaws over the past few years, he was acutely aware that trust could be misplaced. Accompanying Zhao Feng into battle were the 1,000 Montauk allies who had only recently arrived. The fierce combat at Jiaya Pass raged throughout the night. The Elibis forces, having suffered setbacks, were evidently unwilling to concede. Besides pursuing Zhao Feng and his men relentlessly through the night, they attempted to charge the mountain at dawn, aiming to storm the Jiaya Pass. However, the treacherous terrain and altitude of the pass amplified the defensive advantages of the Montauk troops stationed there. After 2 failed assaults, resulting in the loss of over 100 soldiers, the commander of the Elibis forces ultimately had no choice but to abandon the effort. The incessant sound of energy cannon fire, accompanied by the distant bombardment, can be regarded as a futile expression of frustration from the kingdom of Elibis. In response, the kingdom of Montauk, leveraging its elevated terrain, likewise retaliated with artillery fire against Elibis. The 2 sides engaged in a protracted morning of artillery exchanges. As for the outcomes of such exchanges, no one seemed particularly concerned. Chapter 85. Major General Chun Ing at noon, sporadic shells and explosions continued to resonate. Yet Zhao Feng was savoring a bowl of noodles in the secure area behind Jiaya Pass. On the elevated terrain of Montauk, there was little need for specialized fortifications. A simple retreat to a shaded spot against the mountainside rendered the bombardments from the Elibis kingdom ineffective against Zhao Feng and his men. After 2 days and nights of relentless combat, Zhao Feng still held his ground, albeit most of his soldiers were beginning to falter. While Zhao Feng indulged in his meal, numerous soldiers around him had succumbed to exhaustion, lying flat on the ground to rest. The weather today was relatively pleasant, certainly warmer than the frigid nights. Zhao Feng planned to allow the troops to recuperate until 3 in the afternoon before regrouping for departure. Having relished 2 hearty bowls of noodles, Zhao Feng felt remarkably at ease, washing it down with 3 bottles of birch sap. Since discovering its beneficial effects on his cultivation, he had taken to drinking it regularly. Although the supplies seized from the forest were insufficient to sustain the entire regiment, they were more than adequate for Zhao Feng's personal needs. Not only could it serve as drinking water, but it would also suffice for cooking and even washing feet for over half a month. Compile the status of the injured and our enemy kill count, and present it to me before we depart, he instructed. After a hard-fought victory, it was customary to seek recognition for their achievements. A large group of comrades relied on Zhao Feng for advancement and prosperity. This included the replenishment of injured soldiers, compensation for the fallen, and the demand for more source crystal stones and other supplies, matters that Zhao Feng would need to address with the military command. Given the number of enemy combatants Zhao Feng and his men had dispatched, along with the enemy insignias they had captured, his requests to the military command were undoubtedly reasonable. This time, as they traveled via the military special route, they would not receive the warm welcome from the city's populace as they had on their previous journey. Many Montauk citizens were likely unaware that Zhao Feng had just secured a victory outside the city the day before. However, the officials in the military command were certainly well informed, and it was plausible that they had already allocated rewards for Zhao Feng and his comrades' accomplishments. While they would surely acknowledge Zhao Feng and Appos as merits, it was likely that they would precede his accolades with remarks about the commanding general under whose astute leadership these favorable outcomes were achieved. The name of this general might not be singular. Zhao Feng had come to terms with this. He was indifferent to the higher-ups claiming his achievements, as he was more concerned with tangible results. What truly mattered was possessing concrete rewards in hand. Colonel Zhou Wei had been waiting for him downstairs. Zhao Feng leaped from the source energy truck, and Zhou Wei approached him with a soldier-esque embrace. Zhou Wei glanced at the truck behind Zhao Feng. Without prying too much, he offered a simple congratulation before leaning in closer to whisper, "Just yesterday, several generals were airlifted from the capital. The dynamics within the military command in Windendingburg may be subject to some changes soon. You ought to be vigilant." Zhao Feng displayed a contemplative expression, refraining from responding immediately. Subsequently, Zhou Wei could not help but inquire, "Are you familiar with Major General Liang Long from the capital?" "Major General Liang Long? I do not know him," Zhao Feng replied, shaking his head. Zhou Wei glanced at Zhao Feng and continued, "Yesterday, several generals from the capital arrived in Windendingburg. And upon learning of your independent detachment's combat operations, it was Major General Liang Long who first proposed sending troops to support you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng promptly stated, "I am indeed not acquainted with Major General Liang Long. I have always been in contact with our military headquarters in Windendingburg. You should know me, Brother Zhou," Zhao Feng remarked. Zhou Wei nodded, gesturing for Zhao Feng to remain at ease. He reassured him, "Rest assured, Major General Qian Rui and others trust you. It is merely that several major generals are somewhat curious as to why the generals from the capital are paying attention to you. It may simply be due to the special nature of your mission. After all, it involves combat operations." Zhou Wei speculated. "That seems plausible," Zhao Feng agreed with a nod. Thereafter, Zhou Wei guided Zhao Feng towards the White Building. The energy truck was already being attended to, and as Zhao Feng followed Zhou Wei into the White Building, he could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Which generals from the capital have come this time?" "1 general, 2 lieutenant generals, and 5 major generals. The skies over Windendingburg may soon change," Zhou Wei sighed, as the two entered the White Building, surrounded by many individuals. Colonel Zhou Wei held his breath and ceased his conversation. Zhao Feng, deep in thought, soon retrieved the report prepared by Zhang Wen. Regardless of the political maneuverings within Windendingburg's power structure, Zhao Feng was assured of his military accomplishments, which provided him a temporary shield from the upheavals. Upon entering the White Building, Zhao Feng first accompanied Zhou Wei to Major General Qian Rui's office. After waiting for quite some time without the general's appearance, they were eventually informed to proceed to the top floor of the White Building. This gathering likely comprised a significant portion of Windendingburg's military leadership. Among them, the most striking figure in the conference room was an elderly man donned in a red military uniform. This uniform, once popular over 30 years ago in the Montauk Kingdom, had virtually fallen out of fashion. The elderly gentleman in this vintage attire was none other than Marshal Li Mu Yuan, the supreme commander of Windendingburg. This marked Zhao Feng's first close encounter with him. In addition to Marshal Li Mu Yuan, among the generals present, one figure particularly caught Zhao Feng's attention, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. This was Chen Ying, who occupied a central position adorned with 2 prominent golden stars. It had not been long since their last meeting, and back in the capital, Chen was merely a major general. Now, he had ascended to the rank of lieutenant general. At this moment, Major General Malay stepped forward, introducing Zhao Feng to the assembly of generals while also quietly briefing Zhao Feng on each of them. Zhao Feng greeted each general in turn. When he reached Chen, Major General Malay remarked, "This is Lieutenant General Chen, who is currently responsible for the comprehensive logistics at the front lines of Wenadingbao." Chapter 86, Vehicles and Learning. Zhao Feng's response was impeccable. He respectfully greeted each of the generals in attendance. At this point, he had come to a firm conclusion. Major General Liang Long was either an ally of Chen or was acting out of respect for him, which prompted the suggestion to deploy troops to support Zhao Feng's independent regiment. After all, what other reason could there be for such unsolicited assistance? In response to Zhao Feng's proactive greetings, Chen feigned ignorance, smiling as he remarked, "I have long heard of this young Colonel Zhao Feng, who has already achieved remarkable military accomplishments at such a tender age. This recent offensive operation has yielded fruitful results and has greatly enhanced the prestige of our Montauk nation." Indeed, Major General Chen praised. As soon as Chen spoke, several generals in attendance nodded in agreement. Chen held a position of significance. He was neither a frontline commander directly overseeing the troops in Wenadingburg, nor was he responsible for the overall defense and troop movements. Instead, he managed comprehensive logistics, meaning that every soldier's sustenance and various resources for all forces at the Wenadingburg front passed through his hands. Given his authority, it was plausible that he could even coordinate the supply of resources for Wenadingburg and its surrounding satellite cities, directly impacting the livelihoods of millions. His power was undeniably substantial. It is no wonder that the vast majority of generals in the conference room felt compelled to show him respect. Liang Long's earlier actions were merely a matter of convenience. Moreover, since Chen had just arrived in Wenadingburg, he presented Zhao Feng with a significant token of appreciation. With a smile, Chen announced, "Officers like Colonel Zhao Feng are precisely the kind of talent that our Montauk nation should nurture and protect. Recently, the Sumikan nation has provided us with a batch of energy-efficient jeeps. In addition to equipping each major general at the front with one, we have several left over. I believe it would be quite fitting to allocate one to Colonel Zhao Feng. We cannot have him traveling in those 2 energy trucks he just seized, can we?" As Chen Ying's words resonated, many generals in the conference room nodded in agreement. After all, it was merely about providing Zhao Feng with a vehicle. And it fell well within Chen and Appo's purview. He could have easily approved this privately without formal announcement. Nevertheless, since Chen had voiced it, everyone was inclined to show him respect. Zhao Feng, filled with excitement, immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Chen chuckled, giving Zhao Feng and Appo's shoulder a friendly pat, and did not engage in further conversation with him. The purpose of calling Zhao Feng today was primarily to acknowledge his recent military achievements and to extend a warm welcome to the several generals from the capital who had come to Wenadingburg. At this moment, Major General Ma Lei appeared beside Zhao Feng and quietly reminded him, "This is Major General Zhao Li, who previously served as the head of the department at the Capital Military Academy. He is an academic general." Zhao Feng's expression turned to one of realization. It made sense now. In truth, many of the questions posed by Major General Zhao Li were rather elementary, questions that seasoned veterans who had served for years would readily know, yet Zhao Li seemed oblivious to this fact. It is indeed astonishing that such an individual has ascended to the rank of Major General in the Montauk military. At this moment, Zhao Feng exhibited no hint of disdain towards Major General Zhao Li. Even if he did, he would suppress it deep within his heart. Zhao Feng accepted numerous suggestions put forth by this relative with utmost humility, nodding in agreement. He even borrowed a small notebook from Colonel Zhou Wei to meticulously record many of Zhao Li's recommendations. In truth, about 1/3 of Zhao Li's suggestions were entirely impractical. This gentleman truly epitomized the scholarly general, as many of his ideas seemed fanciful to Zhao Feng. However, another third of his suggestions, particularly those grounded in the rigorous study of warfare validated by centuries of historical conflict, elicited numerous nods of agreement from Zhao Feng. The past several hundred, or even 1,000 years were marked by the era of cold weapons. Yet this does not imply that the strategies and tactics from that time cannot be applied today. Zhao Feng's eagerness to learn prompted Major General Zhao Li, who initially only intended to engage in a brief conversation, to become increasingly loquacious thereafter. While Zhao Li may not excel in combat, his theoretical knowledge and pedagogical skills were exceptional. Upon discovering that Zhao Feng had not undergone formal military education and that his understanding of the Montauk language was limited to writing only a few characters, including his own name. Zhao Li was taken aback. "You can win battles without studying," Zhao Li exclaimed in astonishment, drawing the attention of several Montauk generals present. Indeed, among the Montauk's field-grade officers, most hailed from well-off families, particularly those with educational backgrounds. Even Zhao Feng's deputy, Captain Zhang Wen, though still a mere captain, possessed formal training. Officers like Zhao Feng, who had risen from humble beginnings to such a commendable position, were exceedingly rare in all of Montauk. Zhao Li's seemingly abrupt and impolite reaction, which caused a momentary chill in the conference hall, was met by Zhao Feng stepping forward, grasping the Major General's arm with fervor, exclaiming, "I am eager to learn." Admittedly, Zhao Feng's action of directly seizing the superior's arm was somewhat disrespectful. However, he sensed that Zhao Li was unperturbed by this. On the contrary, Zhao Li was touched by Zhao Feng's spirit of inquiry. What a wonderful student he was. Zhao Feng continued, "I have long wished to elevate my military capabilities in various aspects, but regrettably, I have never had the opportunity. I shall provide you with that opportunity," Zhao Li replied. "Next week, report to the military academy in Edinburgh," Zhao Li stated unequivocally. "However, I still need to command operations and attend to certain military duties." Zhao Feng hesitated. "You need not attend classes full-time. Simply come when you have the time to listen," Zhao Li assured him. "By the way, I will also dedicate 2 hours each week to teach at the military academy in Edinburgh," Zhao Li added. "Thank you, General." Zhao Feng expressed his gratitude, stepping forward. Chapter 87. Great powers and small nations of paramount importance is the promotion of Chun Ying to the rank of Major General, who seemingly has also aligned himself with the esteemed Major General Zhao Li. For Zhao Feng, this association brings only advantages, devoid of any drawbacks. However, the unique consideration extended towards Zhao Feng is limited to these two high-ranking officials from Montauk. In the other conference rooms, Zhao Feng respectfully greeted the generals in succession, while Malay quietly offered him subtle guidance. Yet, among the other generals, some wore ostensibly amiable smiles, concealing an unmistakable air of aloofness, while others displayed a countenance marked by indifference, rarely parting their lips in laughter. Zhao Feng was uncertain of the precise factional divisions among these generals. Thus he maintained a cautious demeanor, extending his greetings with utmost respect. His stay in the conference room was brief. After reporting on the battle he had just commanded, his involvement dwindled. Marshal Li Muyuan, the supreme commander of Wendang City, rarely praised anyone, yet he offered a singular commendation to Zhao Feng. Not bad. The simplicity of those two words drew the attention of several generals within the room, while junior officers, such as Colonel Zhou Wei, cast envious glances toward Zhao Feng. The praise from Marshal Li was indeed a rare occurrence. And these officers were also privy to Qin Ying's earlier remarks regarding the allocation of a source energy jeep for Zhao Feng. As for the prospect of military academy studies, Colonel Zhou Wei and his peers were not particularly envious. Zhao Feng, being new to this circle, was unaware of certain dynamics. In truth, Major General Zhao Li held a rather marginal position within the upper echelons of Montauk. His primary focus was academic pursuits, and his attainment of the rank of Major General was largely attributed to the advantageous lineage bestowed upon him by his grandfather, a former lieutenant general, who had also orchestrated a remarkable marriage for Zhao Li. With the support of his own family background and that of his wife S, Zhao Li managed to secure his rank. Otherwise, as a mere bookworm, he would not have ascended to such heights. One should not be misled into believing that the upper echelons of Montauk are particularly sagacious. Among them exist individuals like Major General Zhao Li, the intellectual type, as well as politically savvy figures like Major General Zheng Cheng, who are more akin to opportunistic swine. Many positions are filled by individuals like Zhao Feng, who have risen directly from the lower ranks of Montauk, and it is possible they may perform even better than those occupying higher offices. Nonetheless, Zhao Feng found himself inexplicably drawn to Major General Zhao Li, who, despite his indifference toward Colonel Zhou Wei and others, caught Zhao Feng's eye. He genuinely respected intellectuals, and Zhao Li's scholarly demeanor appeared to render him more approachable. However, for the high-ranking officials of Montauk within the capital circle, whether it be Qin Ying or Zhao Li, their presence at the front lines of Iron City and Wendang was anything but a favorable assignment. The situation here remained perilously precarious. Qin Ying, with his greater capabilities, had also arrived at the front lines, achieving a higher rank of Major General while overseeing comprehensive logistics, a rather lucrative position. Meanwhile, Zhao Li, having been ousted from the capital circle, seemed to have failed to secure any significant role, apart from his responsibilities at the military academy of Wenedingbao. Zhao Feng recently learned from Major General Malay that Zhao Li is currently the chief administrator of military archives on the Bailu side. Managing archives is truly a bureaucratic endeavor. Furthermore, Zhao Feng has heard that due to Zhao Li's expulsion from the capital circle, his relationship with his family has become quite strained, nearly reaching the brink of divorce. Presently, Zhao Li resides alone in Wenadingbao, unlike Qining, who has brought his wife along and plans to soon relocate his daughter, Qinjingyi, along with other relatives. Qining is genuinely leading his family to the front lines, thus making a solemn commitment to the capital. The meeting at Bailu lasted an entire afternoon. During this time, Marshal Li Muyuan discussed the recent defensive conditions of Wenadingbao, while several lieutenant generals and 3 generals also contributed their insights. To Zhao Feng, the majority of the content seemed rather unremarkable. Nevertheless, being amidst so many high-ranking generals from the Montauk nation instilled in him a sense of belonging, as if he were stepping into the upper echelons of leadership. Regardless, this meeting proved to be a novel experience, contrasting sharply with his previous encounters on the battlefield. Lieutenant General Qining also made a brief address, mentioning the current issues with the supply reserves in Wenadingbao. He even touched upon the potential food crisis that could arise this winter in Wenadingbao and its surrounding satellite cities. He proposed that the military could release a portion of military rations into the market to alleviate the food shortages in Wenadingbao and its vicinity. However, this proposal did not yield any concrete results during the meeting, although Qining oversees comprehensive logistics. The gravity of the situation regarding food relief for millions cannot simply be decided on a whim. Marshal Li Muyuan suggested revisiting the matter later. Within the confines of the meeting room, Marshal Li and others also broached a subject of greater concern to Zhao Feng regarding international affairs. Just a week prior, a new round of conflict erupted at the border between the great powers of the continent, the Black Underworld Empire and the Sumikan Kingdom. Although this conflict has not escalated into a more severe bloodbath or direct warfare, the tension between the two nations has intensified considerably. The military assistance brought by Lieutenant General Chun Ying upon his appointment is linked to the ongoing skirmishes between the two powers over the past month. The Black Underworld Empire aims to first resolve the situation with the Montauk nation. After seizing the final third of Montauk's territory, they plan to engage with the Sumikan Kingdom. At that juncture, the Black Underworld Empire could even launch a dual-front assault. The abundant resources, minerals, and population of Montauk would inject significant vitality into the Black Underworld Empire, while the Sumikan Kingdom hopes that Montauk can endure a little longer. The longer the Montauk Kingdom endures, the more the forces of the Dark Underworld Empire are depleted, thereby affording the Sumikan Kingdom additional time to prepare for war. If the intention is to prolong the Montauk Kingdom's resistance, it is imperative that various forms of assistance continue unabated. During Zhao Feng and Appo's time in the capital, the senior officials of both nations had already engaged in ongoing discussions. The supplies brought by Major General Qining can be regarded as one of the outcomes of these negotiations. Chapter 88. Unending vigor. By the time Zhao Feng exited the White Tower, darkness had completely enveloped the sky. Marshal Li Mu and his associates had yet to leave the conference room within the tower. According to the information Zhao Feng had gathered, they were scheduled for another meeting that evening. This indeed seemed to be a responsibility that came with their elevated positions. Having arranged to share a drink with Major Zhou Wei on another day, Zhao Feng proceeded to the military camp. Major General Qian Rui and others were still engaged in their meeting. Officers like Major Zhou, who primarily dealt with political affairs, had to ensure the leaders were comfortably attended to before they could claim any time for themselves. This was the most significant distinction between Zhou Wei and frontline commanding officers like Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng harbored no envy toward Zhou Wei. He felt quite content with his current situation. The duty of catering to superiors was better suited for Zhou Wei, as Zhao Feng preferred to be the one receiving attention. Nevertheless, he had no qualms about occasionally flattering his superiors. For instance, he intended to pay a special visit to Major General Qining, who had recently arrived in Wenadingbao. By the way, make sure to stop by the logistics department tomorrow and secure me a vehicle, Zhao Feng instructed. Seated in the passenger seat of a source energy truck, addressing Yao Ernio. Brother, what kind of vehicle? Yao Ernio asked, somewhat bewildered. A source energy jeep, Zhao Feng replied, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Make sure it's brand new. And inquire with the engineers in the logistics department if they can repair the source energy trucks from the Black Underworld Empire, even if we have to grease a few palms. It would be worth it to get the job done, he added. Yao Ernio immediately responded, brother, you can count on me. He appeared equally excited, like Zhao Feng. He seemed far more interested in the prestigious Source Energy Jeep reserved for generals than in the utilitarian Source Energy truck. Acquiring a vehicle would symbolize status, making it easier to navigate both the military camp and Wayna Dimbao. As Zhao Feng learned of Major General Chen Ying's arrival to oversee logistics, he felt increasingly optimistic about the future. Consequently, he planned to reciprocate with a gesture of goodwill towards Chen Ying. Upon returning to the military camp, Zhao Feng observed the soldiers had begun to reorganize in an orderly fashion. The spoils of war from the recent battle were being meticulously counted and stored by Zhang Wan. The recruitment efforts for the troops could not afford to wane for even a moment. Although they had suffered considerable losses, they had also captured a significant number of weapons. We must continue our recruitment efforts towards a scale of 2,000 personnel. Once we reach that number, we can reassess our strategy. I'm beginning to feel that even 2,000 might be insufficient. How about aiming for 2,500? Zhao Feng turned to Zhang for his thoughts. Everything is at the discretion of the regiment commander, Zhang replied solemnly. Given the recent victory, Zhao Feng ordered that the soldiers' rations be improved for the next 3 days. If the military could not allocate sufficient meat, he would personally cover the expenses to ensure his comrades were well fed. He wanted to instill a sense of confidence in the entire regiment, conveying that as long as they followed him, they would achieve victories and enjoy the finer things in life. Upon returning home, Zhao Feng discovered that Zhang Meilan was still awake. It is a gift from Zhang Meilan's parents, seemingly discussing philosophy. In any case, Zhao Feng cannot comprehend such literature at all. His current cultural level is even inferior to that of the young girl Xiaoying. At the very least, Xiaoying recognizes far more characters than Zhao Feng does. Today, Xiaoying did not come over, which allowed Zhao Feng to breathe a sigh of relief from the depths of his heart. As for why Zhao Feng felt relieved, it is not for outsiders to know. Under Zhang Meilan's attentive care, Zhao Feng removed his military coat. In truth, during the battle, Zhao Feng sustained quite a few injuries, with no fewer than 5 or 6 holes in his uniform. However, these energy weapons merely tore his clothing and did not harm his body. Yet, upon removing the inner lining of his military uniform, the bruised and battered skin revealed his condition, making him appear far less unscathed than he had previously seemed. Let me apply some medicine, Zhang Meilan said. Zhao Feng grasped her hand, first retrieving a crumpled piece of paper from the side of his uniform and handing it to Zhang Meilan, asking, "What characters are written on this? And what do they signify? Can you understand them?" Zhang Meilan indeed paused her task, scrutinizing the evidently more valuable paper before her. Her cheeks flushed as she explained, "I have studied Chinese literature and am not well versed in subjects like chemistry, physics, or mathematics. Perhaps Dr. Zhang from the sanitation unit might comprehend it." Zhao Feng slightly shook his head. He still did not intend to let more people know about this recipe for the elixir. "All right," Zhang Meilan replied. Despite having just endured a battle, and with Zhao Feng feeling sore all over, the fleeting night still saw him engage in activities until the early hours, such as youth, endless energy that must be expended. Moreover, for these men who frequently find themselves on the battlefield, certain activities are indeed necessary to relieve pressure. When Zhao Feng observed Zhang Meilan diligently translating under the kerosene lamp, he could not help himself. Especially her intellectual demeanor while working evoked a conflicting desire within him to both crush her and protect her. Zhao Feng is a madman. No, in truth, no man who has been to battle is without a touch of madness. However, compared to those truly insane, Zhao Feng prefers to regard his situation as a series of whimsical life games. He has not genuinely harmed Zhang Meilan. It is simply that his robust physique and boundless energy have indeed proven a bit overwhelming for her. The following day, a refreshed Zhao Feng, under the escort of Yao Ernio, first visited the military headquarters. This lad possessed truly nimble hands and feet, and appeared to have an even greater passion for vehicles than Zhao Feng himself. The day before, Zhao Feng had merely mentioned a desire for a car, yet this morning, Yao Ernio had surprisingly driven the Jeep right to Zhao Feng's doorstep. "Hey, before dawn, I made a trip to the military headquarters. The logistics department indeed has arrangements for your vehicle," Yao Ernio said, scratching the back of his head and grinning foolishly. Chapter 89. Achieving another great feat. Upon arriving at the military headquarters, Zhao Feng first visited the office of Major General Qian Rui and his colleagues. It was still quite early, and Major General Qian Rui, along with Major General Pei Ding and others, had yet to arrive at the White Building. Major General Duan Yi was directly responsible for a guard army of 10,000 stationed within the city of Wayna, holding substantial power within the guard army system. However, during their interaction today, Zhao Feng found him to be quite affable. Duani mentioned receiving a letter from his daughter, expressing her fondness for the gifts Zhao Feng had sent. Additionally, the letter praised Zhao Feng as a commendable soldier. Zhao Feng then adopted a contemplative expression. Yet he remained modest, refraining from speaking too much. At this juncture, he tactfully remarked, "If you require assistance, sir, I shall dispatch someone to ensure her safety." Duani chuckled, choosing not to engage with Zhao Feng's comment, and subsequently excused himself from the office. This time, Zhao Feng's endeavor to request military funds, supplies, and provisions at the military headquarters was evidently more successful than the previous occasion. Previously, he had to exert considerable effort to secure equipment sufficient for arming 300 men. However, on this occasion, before he even had the chance to speak, he simply instructed his aide, Yao Erniu, to handle the paperwork, and effortlessly acquired new equipment adequate for 500 replacements. Moreover, the vast majority of these were the latest Soviet-style weapons, specifically the batch of armaments recently provided by the Sumi Jin nation. Among these weapons, the most striking were approximately 20 singular energy rocket launchers. These launchers were not ordinary rods. Their full designation was single-soldier energy rocket projectiles. Typically, the trajectory of energy cannons follows a parabolic curve, necessitating the study of numerous artillery parameters. The type that initially ventures down unconventional paths is rarely seen on the battlefield. Yet, the recently supplemented Soviet-style weaponry included these 20 single-soldier energy rocket projectiles, which astonishingly followed a linear trajectory. They boasted considerable power, were easy to reload, and simple to operate. Such formidable weaponry was promptly allocated to Zhao Feng's independent regiment. The primary reason for this swift acquisition was that while Yao Erniu was attending to the necessary procedures, Zhao Feng had already taken a seat in the office of Lieutenant General Chen. Indeed, Lieutenant General Chen, as the highest authority overseeing the logistics of the front lines in Weina, wielded more power than one might imagine. Zhang Melian was quite fond of tea. At this moment, within Lieutenant General Chen's office, a cup of strong tea had been prepared for Zhao Feng. Although fatigue was evident on his face, Lieutenant General Chen visibly brightened upon Zhao Feng's arrival. "You have fought admirably. Our Montauk nation is in dire need of talents like you," Lieutenant General Chen said with a smile. "This is largely thanks to the support from several generals, especially you, General Chen. With the equipment you have authorized, I am confident we can achieve even greater victories in the future." Zhao Feng promptly declared his loyalty. Lieutenant General Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Feng, lacking a prominent family or powerful backing, had made his stance clear from the outset, without appearing overly obsequious. In these times, it is indeed advantageous to possess a thick skin to navigate the challenges ahead. General Chen Ying's current position and responsibilities are strictly military, refraining from interference in political affairs. Although he oversees logistics, which may appear to be a lucrative position, the absence of a personal force beneath him induces a sense of instability. The guards under the logistics department total approximately 10,000, yet each belongs to distinct units, which may not be reliable in critical moments. Historically, these guards primarily engaged in the transportation of equipment and supplies, lacking in combat effectiveness. In contrast, Zhao Feng commands a field army, and through his talents and numerous victories, he has substantiated the strength of his troops. Upon their first meeting, General Chen found an immediate rapport with Zhao Feng, rooted in their shared insights and understanding. Like Zhao Feng, General Chen values the tangible security provided by a capable military force over mere titles or lofty positions. Zhao Feng's overt allegiance and goodwill signify that General Chen will soon have an independent regiment under his command. Should General Chen assign Zhao Feng any operational tasks, even without formal military orders, it is highly probable that he would comply. This exemplifies a mutually beneficial exchange. Despite Zhao Feng's lack of formal education, he possesses an astute understanding of the situation. Following his expression of loyalty to General Chen, Zhao Feng presented something of tangible value. While verbal affirmations of loyalty are commonplace, sometimes concrete offerings speak volumes. The Source Energy Cultivation Potion formula, translated by Zhang Melian the previous night, was now before General Chen. Upon examining the formula, he was momentarily taken aback. He retrieved a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from his drawer and placed them upon his nose. The specialized terminology and symbols that Zhao Feng found incomprehensible were readily understood by General Chen. Furthermore, the various resource materials contained within the formula were likely available within the logistics department he oversees. After a prolonged pause, General Chen exhaled deeply and set down his glasses. He regarded the upright and earnest Zhao Feng before him, a warm smile gracing his face. "Zhao Feng," General Chen exclaimed, "you have achieved another significant accomplishment." Chapter 90. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge. Regarding the notion that birch sap could enhance the efficiency of source energy cultivation, the Montauk Kingdom has yet to explore this possibility. The development of source energy weaponry lags behind that of the Dark Underworld Empire, and the advancement of the cultivation system is not on par with that of the Elitist Kingdom. However, due to the ongoing war, the Montauk Kingdom has managed, albeit reluctantly, to keep pace with these two adversaries. I need to transcribe this potion formula and send it to the capital. If it indeed holds value, I shall personally advocate for you, declared General Chen Ying. The efficacy of this formula would be tested by Chen Ying and Winneberg before it was presented to the capital. It should prove effective. Zhao Feng would not casually present a mere piece of paper to deceive him. Furthermore, the herbs, their proportions, the timing of their application, and the sequence of materials were meticulously documented. Upon his first glance at the formula, General Chen felt a confident 70% certainty that it was authentic. With this thought in mind, he rose from his seat and approached Zhao Feng, patting him on the shoulder. "I keep my promises. Perhaps you will become the youngest colonel in the Montauk Kingdom." Whether Zhao Feng would be the youngest lieutenant colonel or major was uncertain. However, if this formula proved genuine and was personally recommended by General Chen, there was a substantial chance of Zhao Feng attaining the rank of colonel. The Montauk Kingdom is rich in resources, yet historically has underutilized them. This has placed it at a disadvantage in trade and cooperation with neighboring nations like the Su-Mijin Kingdom, relying primarily on the export of raw materials. Once Zhao Feng's formula is validated, the Montauk Kingdom could manufacture the corresponding potions in large quantities, especially considering the abundance of birch forests surrounding Iron City Winneberg. These potions could be exchanged for military assistance from the Su-Mijin Kingdom, which would hold far greater value than other trade options. General Chen recognized this potential. Hence his bold assertion that Zhao Feng might become the youngest colonel in the Montauk Kingdom. Zhao Feng, in that moment, was astonished by the immense value contained within this seemingly simple potion formula, which far surpassed the worth of the hundreds of enemy troops he had recently vanquished. At that instant, a thought struck him. Technology is the primary productive force. After expressing his gratitude for General Chen's recognition and support, Chen Ying carefully stored the formula handed to him and fell into a moment of contemplation. Zhao Feng, respecting Chen's need for thought, remained silent and patient. After a brief pause, Chen finally spoke. Sighing deeply as he addressed Zhao Feng, "You must have noticed that the military circles in the capital and those at the front in Winneberg are, in fact, two distinct realms. The label you have been assigned is that of the Winneberg military personnel, a fact solidified by your conduct at the press conference in the capital." Zhao Feng nodded, awaiting the continuation of the general's discourse. General Chen Ying proceeded, "I can advocate on your behalf, but this will inevitably place you in a precarious position between the capital and Apos' military headquarters and the military command in Winnetingbao, making it challenging to navigate either side. Perhaps we may need to consider an alternative approach." At this moment, Zhao Feng remained silent. The intricate power dynamics between the two major military factions of the Montauk nation rendered his personal influence rather insignificant, leaving him with little choice. What Zhao Feng could do was to heed the directives, for it appeared that Chen Ying was already contemplating a viable strategy for him. Chen Ying concluded, "From today onward, you must refrain from frequent visits to my office, at least not overtly, as certain circumstances should not be excessively highlighted. You may, however, visit my home occasionally, under the guise of friendship. Jing Yi will soon transfer to Winnetingbao, being of the same age as you. It would be beneficial for you both to engage in more dialogue." With this, General Chen Ying had spoken her piece. Zhao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." Chen Ying slightly inclined her head, then covered her teacup, indicating it was time to part ways. "Yes," Zhao Feng replied. Upon departing from General Chen Ying and Apos' office, Zhao Feng instinctively adjusted his collar. Although Chen Ying had mentioned the discord between the capital's military and that of Winnetingbao, the prospect of a potential promotion sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Colonel Zhao Feng suddenly felt that his command was still too small. What was 500 men? If he were indeed to be bestowed with a colonel's rank, he would dare to recruit directly to a scale of 5,000. At that point, he would no longer be a regiment commander, but rather a brigade commander. After leaving the White Building, Zhao Feng contemplated and decided to visit the military archives. However, he did not encounter Major General Zhao Li there. Instead, he took a ride with Yao Erniu, requesting to be taken to the frontline military academy in Wenedingbao. The military academy is situated in the northwestern part of the city, notably close to both Zhao Feng's military camp and his home. South of the academy lies several universities, teeming with youthful vigor and vitality. The Montauk nation has always placed considerable emphasis on education. Graduates of the military academy invariably start their military careers as non-commissioned officers, certainly not as mere foot soldiers. At the military academy, Zhao Feng indeed found Major General Zhao Li, who was reviewing documents in the principal's office. Indeed, compared to the dim, damp, and sparsely populated archives, the bright classrooms and spacious principal's office of the military academy were far more conducive to Zhao Li's work. Zhao Feng's visit brought evident joy to Zhao Li. Just yesterday, Zhao Feng had expressed his desire to study at the military academy, and today he had come to enroll. This clearly demonstrated Zhao Feng and Apos' earnest eagerness to learn. With a warm smile, Zhao Li swiftly completed all of Zhao Feng and Apos' enrollment procedures. This scholarly general, adorned with spectacles, exuded a demeanor far less imposing than that of Major General Malay. Moreover, Zhao Li was the only high-ranking officer who did not instill a sense of threat or hierarchical pressure in Zhao Feng. Particularly, when Zhao Feng and Zhao Li stand side by side, the upright posture of the robust Zhao Feng imparts an impression of authority, making him appear more like a superior. In contrast, Zhao Li resembles an ordinary educator, provided one overlooks the golden epaulette adorning his shoulder. Chapter 91. True Artificial Guidance. Zhao Feng's visit to Zhao Li was not solely driven by his eagerness to learn. While the pursuit of knowledge can be undertaken at any time, there was another significant factor prompting Zhao Feng and Apos' inquiry: his admiration for the exceptional talents cultivated at the Wenedingbao Military Academy. Zhao Feng's independent regiment was not lacking in soldiers or weaponry. However, it was desperately in need of junior officers with a certain level of military acumen. After all, while he could ensure that the Montauk miners who had fought their way out of enemy territory alongside him would exhibit bravery and ferocity on the battlefield, mere aggression was insufficient when it came to strategy, especially as Zhao Feng's force had expanded to over 2,000 personnel. He was no longer leading a mere 100 soldiers in a breakout from Black Rock City. Zhao Feng required his company commanders, platoon leaders, and squad leaders to possess higher military proficiency. It was indeed foreseeable that many of the illiterate junior officers might find this process rather challenging. Yet, Zhao Feng would show them no leniency. Even he, as the regimental commander, was attending classes. Who would dare to protest? Regimental Commander Zhao, did I hear you correctly? Are you suggesting that you would like me to establish an advanced officer training class of around 50 participants? Major General Zhao Li adjusted his spectacles, astonished by the proposal. Indeed, Zhao Feng affirmed, my subordinates and I are eager to learn. He gazed earnestly at Zhao Li. At this moment, a flicker of emotion crossed Major General Zhao Li's face as he remarked, I have long observed that the military proficiency of junior officers in our Montauk Army is woefully inadequate, particularly in recent years. During my research at the Capital Military Academy, I raised this concern and urged the military to take it seriously. Unfortunately, my proposal went unnoticed. I am surprised to see that you, Colonel Zhao Feng, possess such awareness. The decline in military proficiency among junior officers in Montauk over the past few years can be attributed to the previous generation of seasoned soldiers being eliminated by enemy forces. The new officers who have emerged in recent years, many of whom are akin to Zhao Feng, marked by their courage and tenacity, have undeniably enhanced the overall combat effectiveness of the Montauk military. At the very least, they no longer flee in the face of danger as they once did. However, like Zhao Feng and his contemporaries, they too lacked systematic and professional military knowledge. In actual combat, their tactical designs often relied on experience rather than formal education. Zhao Feng's proactive desire for learning deeply inspired Zhao Li. The head of the military academy promptly approved Zhao Feng's request. In addition to his ambition to recruit a cadre of high-quality junior officers for his troops, Zhao Feng had another motive for seeking Zhao Li's favor. He was intrigued by the seemingly austere archives overseen by Zhao Li. Every officer above the rank of second lieutenant in the Montauk military maintained a dossier within the military department. For many lower-ranking soldiers, this represents the first hurdle in their aspirations to ascend the ranks and attain wealth. In the majority of military units, officers of the rank of lieutenant can serve as squad leaders, overseeing at least 100 personnel. These individuals can be regarded as the elite among the Montaukian forces. Zhao Feng's interest in Zhao Li's archives is intricately linked to his clandestine association with the Star Source Society. Zhao Feng believes that the growth of the Star Source Society cannot rely solely on the limited resources of his own troops. It is perhaps time to contemplate external expansion. He does not consider those with questionable backgrounds or rebellious tendencies, but rather seeks to ally with grassroots soldiers like himself. Having risen to the rank of major, with the prospect of advancing to colonel, Zhao Feng undoubtedly stands as a champion of the common soldiers at the front lines of Weina Dingbao. He is on the verge of becoming the youngest colonel in Montauk, and no other officer from humble beginnings is currently ascending the ranks as swiftly as he is. No one can predict how the conflict with the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom will unfold in the end. In addition to his relentless pursuit of advancement within the military hierarchy and the continuous strengthening of his command, Zhao Feng harbors a vague inclination to cultivate relationships with mid-level officers who are either of equal or lower rank than himself. His actions are ultimately aimed at augmenting his own reserves and support, thereby enhancing his prospects for survival in the future. The performance of Zhang Wen, a mere captain who had not even mastered martial arts, serves as a stark reminder of the challenges ahead. Should Zhao Feng extend beneficial offerings, the ultimate evolution of the Star Source Society remains an enigma. In any case, Zhao Feng has persistently endeavored to do what he believes is right. After a fruitful exchange with Major General Zhao Li, Zhao Feng decided to attend 2 hours of classes at the military academy, departing only at lunchtime. It became evident that the desire to learn and the enjoyment of learning are entirely distinct concepts. While Zhao Feng was indeed eager to learn, the topics covered in those 2 hours, Montauk's national literature interspersed with historical knowledge, left him perplexed as to how he managed to endure the session. Had it not been for the 2 strong cups of tea he had consumed in Major General Chen Ying's office that morning, he might have succumbed to slumber during the lecture. Nevertheless, he found himself engrossed in some of Montauk's history, even taking a few notes. His true vocation remains that of a soldier, rather than a student. Meanwhile, the barracks were abuzz with activity. Despite it being midday, many soldiers had foregone their meals to gather at the shooting range. Particularly notable were the 20 or so makeshift staffs. Among the soldiers under Zhao Feng's command, a select few seasoned veterans were showcasing newfound techniques with these staffs. This innovation was spearheaded by Lao Ma, once a sharpshooter. Lao Ma was promoted to company commander upon his arrival in Weina Dingbao. Unexpectedly, this sharpshooter has now eclipsed the spotlight that was once on the poles. Regarding this portable single-soldier energy rocket, the pillar had not yet fully mastered it, yet the old horse had already discerned its secrets. With one hand firmly gripping the body of the rocket launcher, the one-armed old horse astonishingly closed his eyes to fire. It seemed as though he were controlling something with sheer willpower. Of course, to an outsider, one might mistakenly think he was simply straining. Just as Zhao Feng could no longer contain his urge to scold, the rocket in the old horse's hand ignited. With a whoosh, the rocket shot forth, tracing an S-shaped path through the sky that defied the laws of physics, ultimately striking the target several hundred meters away with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the center of the target, engulfing it in a burst of flames. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 92. A most curious sensation. Zhao Feng had always known that old Ma was a sharpshooter. However, he never anticipated that this fellow could wield a rocket launcher with such finesse. Yet, what was the meaning behind the S-shaped trajectory described during the rocket's flight? Clearly, Zhao Feng was dissatisfied with this answer. What? Zhao Feng exclaimed in astonishment. It's just a rather peculiar sensation, old Ma replied, scratching his head. As he did so, a few strands of his already sparse hair fell out. When conversing with Zhao Feng, his thoughts seemed rather disjointed. Zhao Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation and interjected. In a few days, I will procure something special for you that will enhance your physique. Zhao Feng was referring to a cultivation elixir made from birch sap. Now, tell me how you achieved that precision guidance. Zhao Feng insisted, emphasizing his inquiry. If every soldier under his command could become a sharpshooter like old Ma or manage to guide rockets with precision, Zhao Feng could scarcely fathom the extraordinary combat capabilities of his troops. Unfortunately, cultivating sharpshooters like old Ma on a large scale proved to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, old Ma was unable to articulate a complete explanation regarding how he guided the rockets. It's just a strange feeling. I can perceive the trajectories of bullets and shells and guide them to a degree. When you ask me how to control their flight paths, to be honest, I cannot explain it. It's an enigmatic sensation, as if I were inhabiting those bullets, old Ma elaborated with great effort. Observing Zhao Feng's wide-eyed expression, old Ma awkwardly chuckled, In fact, I've had this feeling, albeit faintly, since 2 years ago. However, it was only 6 months ago that I truly began to master this control power. The continuous practice of the star origin technique has significantly enhanced my perceptive abilities. Hey, let me share something with you, but don't laugh at me. In the past, after indulging with women, I would light a cigarette to unwind. Now, I prefer to enter a state of cultivation directly. That ethereal state following release is indeed quite conducive to cultivation. Why don't you all give it a try sometime? Old Ma said with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. This fellow was likely in his 40s, and within the Montauk military, he could certainly be considered a seasoned veteran. Upon hearing Old Ma and Apos, as sudden jest and diversion, the burly man beside him Kuden and Apos, T helped but exclaim, damn. Nevertheless, there was a kernel of truth in Old Ma's words. Several members of the Star Origin Society exchanged knowing glances, contemplating a trial that very evening. At that moment, those gathered around Zhao Feng were all key members of the Star Origin Society within the Independent Regiment, including during his selection as a squad leader. Zhao Feng had also been a member of the society. Naturally, any soldier who achieved the rank of squad leader would fall within the society and Apos' purview for evaluation. Recently, the primary individuals involved in this matter are Zhang Meiyan, Zhang Wen, and Zhang Chang. The three Zhangs have alleviated a significant burden from Zhao Feng in this regard. Zhao Feng couldn't help but recall the moment when he and his companions broke through the Bayan mountain range, igniting a series of source crystal stones with that red wolf crystal core. Subsequently, Zhao Feng also managed to condense something akin to a fireball using the red wolf crystal core. The utilization of source energy may, in the future, manifest in multiple forms. Zhao Feng sighed, reflecting that what we can currently explore is merely a minuscule fraction and indeed the most rudimentary aspect. He turned his gaze towards the distant new recruits camp, where hundreds of fresh soldiers, most of whom had never encountered bloodshed, were drenched in sweat under the strict commands of their instructors. At this moment, the vast majority of soldiers in the Independent Regiment have yet to qualify for Zhao Feng's star source decision technique. Although the regiment does distribute standard low-grade source crystal stones periodically, relying solely on such the most basic method of absorption to gain strength would not yield results overnight. Zhao Feng had traversed this path step by step in the past. He did not believe that by distributing the star source decision freely among all members of the regiment, he could instantly forge a steel-like army. The current situation is quite satisfactory. One must walk step by step, and one must consume food bite by bite. Let us go. It's time for us to have a meal, Zhao Feng announced to the core members of the Independent Regiment around him. Compared to socializing with mid-level military officers like Colonel Zhou Weizheng at the military department, Zhao Feng preferred to mingle with his subordinate junior officers. The Montauk military department exerted little pressure on Zhao Feng and others regarding their combat missions. The Montauk nation had endured years of bombardment from two formidable adversaries and was not particularly pressed for time at this juncture. According to what Major General Malay had previously conveyed to Zhao Feng, the independent regiment he led could ensure an average of 1 to 2 sorties per month. Moreover, not every sortie would necessarily yield tangible results. Sometimes, these so-called combat operations were merely for the higher-ups to observe. The long-standing war dynamics of the Montauk nation could not be altered merely by Zhao Feng's regiment of around 2,000 men. Viewed from the national level, Zhao Feng and Apos' individual influence remained exceedingly trivial. All soldiers under his command who had attained the rank of company commander were sent to the military academy, albeit with some reluctance. Zhao Feng had assumed that Wei Shang, being the youngest, would be the most eager learner, thus exhibiting the highest learning efficiency. However, unexpectedly, the most troublesome individual was none other than Wei Shang himself. He could hardly sit still compared to old Ma. During the first week of classes, he nearly got into a fight with a military academy instructor. Chapter 93. Into the mountains. Wei Shang is indeed more suited to the military camp than to school. Moreover, the officers under Zhao Feng's command are not all capable of being well-rounded scholars and warriors. After a week of schooling, aside from a select few officers who, like Zhao Feng, diligently pursued their studies, the majority struggled to absorb any knowledge. Zhao Feng accepted this reality. If they could not grasp the strategies and tactics taught at the military academy, so be it. At the very least, these rough individuals should be able to recognize the characters, ensuring that when they are promoted to higher positions, they can comprehend the military orders conveyed by Zhao Feng. If Wei Shang serves as the quintessential negative example among Zhao Feng and Apos' subordinates, then De Biao stands out as the most prominent positive example. Though he, like Zhao Feng, is largely illiterate, Upon arriving at the military academy, he made every effort to engage with and absorb new knowledge. This seemingly coarse man possesses an unexpectedly delicate heart. Zhao Feng, upon learning of this, could not help but give him a thumbs up and rewarded De Biao with 2 vials of the recently delivered refining potions from the military department. These potions had been discreetly sent to Zhao Feng by the military supply office, whose source was readily apparent. As nearly a week passed, it was clear that Major General Chen Ying had verified the authenticity of the potion formula Zhao Feng had presented. That very night, Zhao Feng utilized these refining potions. He discovered that compared to merely consuming birch sap, the potions, enhanced with additional ingredients, yielded a potency increase of at least 50%. Quite remarkable, indeed. Zhao Feng mused repeatedly. These refining potions could not solely rely on Major General Chen Ying and Appo's supply office. Zhao Feng and Appo's experience taught him that self-sufficiency was far more reliable than begging from the military department. Aside from enemy-occupied territories, numerous forests in the mountains behind Na Dingbao also contained birch trees. With the assistance of trusted aides under Major General Chen Ying, Zhao Feng also mastered the techniques for concocting the potion formula. Major General Chen Ying was not as untainted as one might imagine. Or perhaps, in the nation of Montauk, no one truly embodies the notion of cleanliness. It is possible that Marshal Li Mu is indeed untainted, as Zhao Feng had not heard any negative rumors about him. It is no wonder that Major General Chen Ying secured the position responsible for overall military supplies in Na Dingbao. Throughout his interactions with this general, Zhao Feng gradually realized the significant influence of the Chen family and Appo's power within the business realm. Having arrived in Na Dingbao not long ago, Major General Chen Ying had already begun to permeate and influence various aspects of the city with his family's connections. It would not be long before the energy refining potions found their way into the black market of Na Dingbao. During this time, Zhao Feng also encountered several merchants surnamed Chun and Yang, all members of Major General Chen Ying's family, some being distant relatives, while others hailed from his wife's side. Including Zhao Feng, it became apparent that General Chen Ying's elder brother was once a prominent general in the Montauk Kingdom. Following the tragic demise of his brother, General Chen inherited a significant portion of his political and familial legacy. Securing the lucrative position of Chief of Logistics in Winnebago was facilitated by leveraging some of his brother's connections. Regardless of the illustrious stature of General Chen's family, it bears little relevance to Zhao Feng. What matters is the sturdy and reliable support he can count on. Furthermore, General Chen gradually revealed aspects of his family and exhibited certain advantages he reaped from his official capacity, subtly indicating that Zhao Feng is now an ally. Otherwise, such matters would remain concealed from outsiders. It is evident that General Chen is genuinely concerned about the military force under Zhao Feng's command. For the time being, the military headquarters in Winnebago has not pressed Zhao Feng to undertake new combat missions. After a fortnight of rest, Zhao Feng decided to lead one of his battalions to the Jiuji Forest in the northern region of Winnebago. The Jiuji Forest is classified as a medium-sized forest within the Montauk Kingdom. However, it is vastly more extensive than the previously known Langwood Mountain outside Black Rock City. The forest depths extend all the way to the northern Kanas mountain range, which harbors the largest volcanic group within Montauk's borders. The Black Abyss Empire lies on the opposite side of this volcanic range. Due to the active volcanoes, even the airborne legions of the Black Abyss Empire find it challenging to traverse this treacherous terrain and penetrate deep into the heart of Montauk Kingdom. Winnebago stands as a formidable stronghold they must confront. Zhao Feng's official report to the military headquarters cited that he would conduct a training exercise for the new recruits in his battalion. In reality, the battalion he brought along consists of the elite forces of their entire regiment. There are no new recruits to be found. The Jiuji Forest is extraordinarily rich in resources and connects to several larger forests. Moreover, its proximity to the Kanas mountain range results in an abundance of various metal ores in the forest's innermost depths. Zhao Feng alone is aware of over 20 smuggling routes that traverse this forest, some even reaching the northernmost regions of the mainland, including the vicinity of Prosen Kingdom. The finest tea in Montauk Kingdom is transported from Prosen, a favorite of General Chen's. Should the front lines falter and the prospect of becoming a subjugated nation loom, I shall lead my troops to engage in guerrilla warfare within this forest, Zhao Feng mused as he surveyed the lush greenery of the Jiuji Forest. Still vibrant despite the onset of autumn, several wolves, invigorated, leaped from Zhao Feng's battalion and dashed into the nearby woods. Clearly, These creatures possess a natural affinity for the forest, far removed from the confines of Winneberg and Apos' military encampment. Zhao Feng and Apos' primary objectives for venturing into the mountains are twofold. Naturally, if circumstances permit, he would not hesitate to lead his forces in pursuit of high-level source beasts for hunting. The number of high-grade source crystals in his possession was dwindling. To sustain an efficient pace of cultivation, Zhao Feng needed to ensure that his resources for training were ample. This time, he had set a tentative duration of 1 week for his expedition into the mountains. After a week, regardless of the gains achieved, they would have to return. Chapter 94. The wolf pack. The verdant forest exudes a tranquility quite distinct from that of the city. Yet, Zhao Feng is acutely aware that this woodland is not as serene as it appears. With over 20 smuggling routes traversing the Jiuji forest, the annual attrition rate for those who venture into these mountains reaches a staggering 30%. The seemingly lucrative smuggling gangs are, in reality, gambling with their lives. Before entering the mountains, Zhao Feng and his companions made their presence known to a Montauk military station located on the periphery of the Jiuji forest. Logically, it would be improbable for the Black Underworld Empire to launch an attack on Winnedingbao from this side of the Jiuji forest, crossing the Kana's volcanic range. Nevertheless, the Montauk nation, exercising caution, established a garrison here. The station is modest in scale, comprising merely a battalion of fewer than 500 personnel, with the highest-ranking officer being a mere major. Yet this territory is bountiful. Within just a few months of stationing here, the major has amassed an impressive fortune. Initially startled by Zhao Feng's arrival with a reinforced battalion for training, the major feared that the military was there to reprimand him. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm, and he dared not impose upon Zhao Feng, who held a superior rank. Despite being only a major, he is well aware of the myriad interests at play in the Jiuji forest, and no one can ascertain which high-ranking officials from the military might have a hand in this locale. In any case, Zhao Feng senses that this place is a treasure trove, yet he currently harbors no intentions of exploiting it. After greeting the garrison, Zhao Feng and his party pressed deeper into the forest. The major, a clever individual, gifted them several hand-drawn maps he had created of the Jiuji forest. I still advise you, Commander Zhao, not to venture too close to the depths of the Kana's volcanic range. It is rumored that within lies a terrifying creature that even heavy artillery struggles to confront, the major cautioned. Zhao Feng had no intentions of delving that far. He had allotted himself merely a week for this expedition. Even with a week of rapid marching, reaching the Kana's volcanic range would be a challenge. For the forest lacks the roads found between towns. Occasionally, encountering treacherous terrain makes traversal difficult, even for seasoned soldiers. Sun Hu's wolf beasts displayed exuberance upon entering the forest, and by the following day, they had uncovered at least 2 wolf dens for Zhao Feng and his companions. Wolves are predominantly social creatures, yet the density of their populations in the outskirts of the Jiuji forest does not compare to the previously dense wolf packs of the Lame Mountain Wild Wolf Valley. One den housed 12 adult wolves, while the other contained only 9. Zhao Feng had no interest in the adult wolves, as these beasts are notoriously untamable. Rather than expending time training them, he preferred to raise wolf pups directly. After raiding the 2 dens, Zhao Feng and his party captured at least 30 wolf pups. Sun Hu remarked, the survival skills of wild wolf pups are not particularly strong. Generally, if 30% of a litter reaches adulthood, that is considered a high survival rate. Sun Hu, having been a hunter in his previous life, is particularly knowledgeable on this matter. However, you must ensure that they are swiftly trained to possess combat capabilities. Zhao Feng issued a stern command to Sun Hu. Ever since the sudden emergence of source power 4 decades ago, not only have humans on the continent begun to engage with, utilize, and cultivate this power, but even the beasts have undergone varying degrees of evolution. With an ample supply of meat and proper training, these wolf beasts could develop a certain level of combat prowess in less than half a year. Nonetheless, to cultivate them to the level of the Wolf King or the Fire Wolf that Zhao Feng and his companions had previously slain is not something that can be hastily achieved. Despite the passage of time, neither the wolves encountered by Zhao Feng and his group in the forest nor those trained under his command exhibited any indication of possessing special flame powers. 3 days after entering the Jiuji forest, Zhao Feng had captured nearly 100 wolf cubs. The wolf beasts under his command had been remarkably honed by Sun Hu's training. Whether it was male wolves marking their territory or female wolves emitting unique calls to attract mates, the packs encountered by Zhao Feng and others emerged in this manner. Even the packs residing at the upper echelons of the food chain in the outskirts of the Jiuji forest could only concede defeat when faced with Zhao Feng's fully armed soldiers. Though wolves occupy a prominent position in the food chain, humans stand at the apex in this world, a truth that has persisted for at least several millennia. Since the advent of tool usage, humans have established themselves as the masters of this continent. No matter how sharp the teeth of wild wolves, can they rival energy rifles or rocket launchers? Zhao Feng cast a glance at them. Even ordinary soldiers might struggle to don complete military attire, let alone provide clothing for a pack of wolf beasts. He had witnessed the performance of these beasts during previous military engagements, and Zhang Wen held high hopes for their capabilities on the battlefield. Unfortunately, these wolf beasts were still too small. If they could grow to the stature of the wolf king encountered in the wild wolf valley, they could even serve as mounts. This would be far more impressive than the source-powered jeep owned by the leader. Wei Shang, that rascal, had also come over to speak. Having stirred up quite a commotion at the Dingbao Military Academy, Wei Shang had been shadowing Zhao Feng these past few days. As for the source-powered jeep he mentioned, it had been rendered unusable due to the treacherous terrain of the forest and was currently stationed at the barracks. Alongside it, 2 source-powered trucks were also parked outside the forest. Zhao Feng had led his troops into the mountains with the intention of reaping substantial rewards. Hundreds of wolf cubs, along with the pelts and source stones they had seized, were gradually being sent out. The sanitation unit led by Dr. Zhang had accompanied them into the forest as well. One could only feel pity for those students who had graduated from various universities in Dingbao. However, prior to their enlistment, Zhao Feng had warned them, serving in the military meant enduring hardship. After filtering out a number of student soldiers, most of the remaining individuals had gritted their teeth and persevered. Chapter 95. The Ironclad War Chariot indeed. The Jiuji Forest is home to vast expanses of white birch trees. Currently, the utility of birch sap has yet to proliferate significantly within the borders of Montauk. Thus, only the forest periphery boasts an abundance of trees available for collection. In merely a few days, Zhao Feng commanded his soldiers to gather a substantial load, nearly filling 1.5 truckloads. The remaining half truckload was occupied by various other specialties harvested from the forest. Similar to the unique source beasts encountered in the wild wolf valley, Zhao Feng and his companions discovered remarkable creatures this time as well. However, instead of wild wolves, it was 2 leopards prowling the outskirts of the Jiuji forest that possessed extraordinary powers. The leopards, adorned with a myriad of brown spots, initially went unnoticed. Yet they stealthily attacked 2 of Zhao Feng's soldiers who were collecting birch sap, resulting in 1 fatality and 1 injury. Once discovered, Zhao Feng managed to subdue one of the leopards, while the other attempted to flee but was swiftly eliminated by Lao Ma using a source energy rocket. To Zhao Feng's astonishment, this creature could unleash wind blades. He mused, glancing at his tattered Wolf King leather armor. Aside from the armor's protective qualities, Zhao Feng's current level of source energy cultivation enabled him to withstand ordinary flintlock source energy weapons. Consequently, when he grasped the leopard's neck and forcibly subdued it, the wind blades it emitted merely grazed his skin, causing only slight discomfort. Leopards are notoriously difficult to tame, especially when they have reached adulthood. Sun Hu remarked after observing the situation for a while, shaking his head. Then let us slaughter it and make some soup. And I have my eye on its hide as well, Zhao Feng declared, having subdued the wind blade spouting leopard, signaling to Wei Shang beside him. His Wolf King leather armor was in shambles, and he was in dire need of a pristine leopard hide for appearances. The 2 leopards that could unleash wind blades were merely a minor episode for Zhao Feng and his party within the Jiuji forest. After dispatching the leopards, Zhao Feng indeed discovered 2 high-grade source stones, tinged with a grayish-white hue, nestled within their skulls. Drawing upon his previous experience with the fire wolf source stone, he replicated the technique, and 2 wind blades erupted from the source stone he held in his right hand. Many soldiers witnessing this spectacle were left utterly astonished, their expression shifting as they looked at Zhao Feng. The information regarding the presence of source stones within source beasts had not yet been publicly disseminated. But the Black Underworld Empire and several well-established noble families undoubtedly possessed this knowledge. I am certainly not the first to harness the power of source beast cores. It is conceivable that some have achieved feats in this realm that far surpass conventional understanding, Zhao Feng pondered. Nevertheless, given his cultivation level, the intensity of the wind blades he released was only slightly superior to that of the 2 leopards. Furthermore, after unleashing the 2 wind blades, it was evident that the core had already depleted most of its energy, and the replenishment process was rather cumbersome. This contraption, much like the source energy thunder bomb, is suited for sudden, explosive maneuvers, but not particularly effective for conventional assaults. The demise of the two-headed wind leopards marked the culmination of Zhao Feng's training expedition in the Jiuzhi forest. Before departing from this verdant realm, Zhao Feng cast a lingering gaze into the depths of the boundless northern forest. A sudden curiosity seized him. What manner of creature could withstand the onslaught of heavy artillery in the innermost reaches of Jiuzhi forest, near the Kana's volcanic region? As the end of the month approached, Zhao Feng resolved to allow his troops a 2-day respite before launching another offensive against the enemy. The target chosen by Zhao Feng remained the beleaguered Elibis kingdom. Why, one might wonder, does misfortune consistently befall the Elibis? Their relatively weak military strength, coupled with their occupation of vast territories in the southern expanse of Montauk, rendered them an easy mark. Armed with ample military provisions from General Chen Ying of the military command and bolstered by a cadre of well-trained soldiers, Zhao Feng personally led his troops into a second offensive operation. Overall, this endeavor yielded a measure of success. Why, one may ask, was it deemed a measure of success? The Elibis kingdom is not devoid of intelligence. Having suffered losses in previous encounters, they were evidently more vigilant during Zhao Feng and Apos' latest incursion. Moreover, it is not always the case that Zhao Feng achieves significant victories in every engagement, nor does each encounter yield spoils akin to the coveted formulas for elixirs. Had that been the case, Zhao Feng would be lauded as a god of war rather than merely a commander. This recent offensive was chiefly undertaken to satisfy the demands of the military hierarchy. Additionally, having previously incurred losses, the Black Abyss Empire was aware of a battalion from Montauk recently becoming active beyond the Veneding fortress, prompting a coordinated effort with the Elibis kingdom. Although Zhao Feng's forces did not engage directly with the Black Abyss Empire, they nonetheless caught sight of their formidable presence from a distance. The military prowess of the Black Abyss Empire is indeed formidable, as evidenced by the sighting of 2 or 3 armored vehicles clad in iron among their ranks. These armored vehicles had made their debut over 6 months ago during the central battle of Montauk. However, at that time, their numbers were few, and Zhao Feng, stationed in the south, had not encountered such newfangled instruments of warfare. The recent appearance of Black Abyss armored vehicles outside the Veneding fortress revealed significant advancements in their design and capabilities compared to those seen previously, indicating a continual enhancement of military technology. While Zhao Feng could dispatch a wind leopard source beast with relative ease, he found himself at a disadvantage when confronted with the ironclad vehicles of the Black Abyss Empire. It is a testament to the supremacy of humanity within the food chain of this world. Zhao Feng's report garnered considerable attention from the military command in Veneding Fortress. However, this attention translated only into recognition, as Montauk currently lacked effective countermeasures. The domestically produced source energy cannons and the individual source energy rockets obtained from the Sumikan kingdom might inflict considerable damage on these armored vehicles. Yet the mere existence of such vehicles with the Black Abyss Empire, while Montauk remains lacking, only serves to widen the gap in their respective military capabilities. Simultaneously, it has significantly increased the difficulty for Zhao Feng and others in their subsequent operations. Chapter 96. The Organization of a Regiment and the Strength of a Division. Such are the advantages of a noble lineage. After all, Ventataburg is situated on the front lines, inherently less secure than the capital of a rear area. Over the past 6 months, the Dark Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom have not only attempted to breach the defenses of Ventataburg head-on but have also engaged in numerous infiltration and subversion operations, all of which have been deftly thwarted by Marshal Limu. Observing this former university professor now clad in military attire evokes a sense of gallantry. As Zhao Feng gazed at Liang Qing before him, memories of a past encounter at the Capital Women's University came flooding back, how she had playfully scratched the palm of his hand. Otherwise, it might have presented an opportunity for a deeper conversation with this Liang Qing. She bounded up to Zhao Feng, playfully patting his shoulder with an air of familiarity, resembling a close female friend. "Come on, take me to your military camp. My father's camps are nothing to behold. Merely a bunch of guards who can do little but endure beatings." This was particularly true considering the unit to which he currently belonged was subordinate to those guards. After a prolonged period, the Montauk government finally reported this matter and, through the military department, awarded Zhao Feng commendations. Just moments ago, while Zhao Feng was reporting at the White Building, Major General Ma Lei expressed his sentiments, stating, "It may not be long before you are promoted to colonel." Zhao Feng's meteoric rise in rank over the past 6 months could only be likened to a rocket's ascent. While this elevation of status and authority has made him increasingly conspicuous within the military, it has also attracted considerable opposition to his promotion proposal as it was initially presented. Merely maintaining his position as a regiment commander would suffice for many. Nevertheless, after various negotiations, Zhao Feng and Appo's promotion date was pushed to 2 months later, specifically early January of next year. This was a strategic measure by the military's upper echelons to quell certain unfavorable narratives surrounding Zhao Feng. In this era of relentless conflict, it is often said that the soldiers face a precarious existence, with each day potentially their last. Zhao Feng, however, is unconcerned with the intricacies of the power struggles within the military. He has learned to adopt a more detached perspective. Ultimately, what matters is his ability to navigate his own life well. Moreover, beyond superficial benefits, Zhao Feng places greater importance on substantive gains. For instance, regarding the expansion of his independent regiment, he is resolute in his pursuit, believing that 2,500 personnel is insufficient. He now aims to increase this number to 5,000. In this endeavor, he has discreetly reached out to Major General Chun Ying in advance. Why approach Major General Chen instead of the support of Major General Ma Lei? The reason lies in the fact that Major General Ma Lei himself commands troops, currently leading a force of just over 5,000. Even factoring in all the auxiliary personnel, such as cooks and engineers, the total would barely reach 7,000. For Zhao Feng, a mere lieutenant colonel to aspire to command a force comparable to a general's direct troops seems overly ambitious. Such a delicate matter of avoiding suspicion is one Zhao Feng would certainly not entertain. General Chun Yingzhong, responsible for the logistics department, evidently had no substantial conflict with Zhao Feng in this regard. In fact, General Chun was likely pleased to see Zhao Feng and Appo's forces grow in number, for they were, in essence, aligned within the same interest group. Zhao Feng's endeavor to arm his troops could afford to overlook many elements. Yet it could not do without the unwavering support of General Chun Yingzhong, the logistical mastermind of Wenyadingbao. Perhaps it was Zhao Feng's proactive demonstration of loyalty and his candid sharing of thoughts that led General Chun to perceive him as a promising ally, suggesting that there might be prospects for deeper collaboration in the future. General Chun subtly hinted at numerous matters to Zhao Feng and shared his vague insights into the imminent trends. As for the situation in Wenyadingbao next year, it remains uncertain for anyone to predict. In his office, General Chun ignited a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke as he spoke. You mentioned previously your desire to establish an independent brigade. It is unlikely that the military would facilitate the necessary documentation and orders directly from their level. However, you need not confine your focus solely to the organizational structure provided by the military. With earnestness, General Chun continued, who says that an independent regiment cannot possess the strength of a division. He gazed intently at Zhao Feng, his eyes ablaze with conviction. Chapter 97. With provisions in hand, one remains unruffled indeed. Major General Chun Yingzhong is truly deserving of his rank. The manner in which a major general contemplates issues and the magnitude of his considerations starkly contrasts with individuals like Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng initially believed that assembling a brigade of approximately 5,000 troops was an ambitious endeavor. Little did he anticipate that Major General Chen would instruct him to mobilize a force of 10,000. The strength of an entire division. This is no trifling matter. Zhao Feng harbors confidence that Major General Chun will ultimately equip him with the necessary resources for a division. Yet he wonders if such a formidable force would be too conspicuous in Wenyadingbao. Moreover, reflecting on Major General Chen's remarks regarding the potentially unstable situation in Wenyadingbao come next year, he ponders whether the instability is external or if internal upheaval looms. Though he cannot glean clarity from Major General Chun, the subtle hints provided are more than sufficient. A 10,000-strong army. Should Zhao Feng truly possess such power, he would not need the rank of a major general to ascend into the upper echelons of Montauk society. As for what to do when that time arrives, if the heavens were to collapse, there would be tall figures to uphold it. Zhao Feng's ambitions extend beyond mere titles and riches. He seeks to secure his own future. In these tumultuous times, possessing troops is the true path to sovereignty. In matters of selecting a future partner, Zhao Feng finds himself increasingly inclined towards Chen Jingyi. Not only does she align perfectly with his aesthetic preferences, but she is also the daughter of a major general. Particularly, Zhao Feng is aware that Chen Jingyi is the sole offspring of Chen Ying. Securing Chen Jingyi would grant Zhao Feng the unequivocal support of Chen Ying. A university student with a peculiar penchant for individual rocket launchers is indeed an unusual combination. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng's expression darkens. A woman like Duan Qian, with her robust demeanor, is better suited as a friend than a wife. Zhao Feng firmly declines such a notion. He possesses only 3 rare crystal cores, a meager supply. Although the flames or wind blades unleashed by these cores may not currently concern Zhao Feng, their rarity makes him reluctant to part with them. Duan Qian, also single, playfully flaunts her charms before Zhao Feng. Upon learning this news, many officers express contemplative expressions regarding Zhao Feng and Appo's rapid ascent over the past 6 months. She is a vibrant and spirited woman. As mid-November arrives, 2 merchant caravans are observed, nearly half of their members possessing darker complexions. They are not the same individuals Zhao Feng encountered in the capital. Rather, they are from the southern nation of Taisha. The people of Taisha are generally shorter and possess very deep skin tones, resembling uncivilized primates. Historically, Taisha has been regarded with disdain by the Montauk populace due to their abysmal economic conditions and lack of significant historical achievements. Their ability to establish a nation south of Montauk is solely attributed to the region's oppressive heat and the past prevalence of miasma, rendering it undesirable to most. In the present era, amidst the outbreak of world wars, although the nation of Taisha is diminutive in size, its territory remarkably yields 3 harvests a year. With ample provisions at home, there exists no cause for alarm. Even the Sumiji nation has reportedly imported a considerable amount of grain from Taisha in the past 6 months, aiming to accumulate resources in preparation for a potential all-out conflict. Sunda, fulfilling his mission, has indeed secured a substantial quantity of grain from Taisha, along with a relatively stable trade route that seems sustainable for the foreseeable future. Just as Sunda intended to leverage this opportunity to flood the black market with these provisions to generate immense profits for Zhao Feng, he was abruptly halted. "We shall not sell this grain," Zhao Feng declared resolutely to Sunda. In response to Sunda's puzzled gaze, Zhao Feng continued, "Not only will we refrain from selling, but you must also find a way to acquire even more grain for us to stockpile." Zhao Feng did not provide Sunda with extensive explanations. He merely gazed towards the towering city walls in the distance and softly lamented, "This winter shall prove quite challenging." Chapter 98. The first snow of winter this year. Winter arrived in the kingdom of Montauk earlier than in previous years. By the end of November, delicate snowflakes began to dance through the sky of Winterdenburg. In years past, snowfall was not expected until late December or even January of the following year. The premature arrival of snow consequently plunged the temperature in Winterdenburg. Although the city is flanked by mountains and surrounded by an abundance of trees, including rich mineral deposits that yield coal for warmth, these external resources cannot satiate the hunger of millions residing in the vicinity. Months prior, Zhao Feng and the military had already recognized the alarming widespread food shortage. It is often said that one relies on the mountains for sustenance when near them, and as winter descended, the further food scarcity, compounded by the government's failure to implement effective measures, drove many desperate citizens of Montauk towards the forests north of Winterdenburg in search of sustenance. While there are forests in the south, they are predominantly composed of snow-laden coniferous trees. Although some pine nuts may provide a meager source of nourishment, they do not compare to the potential edible resources found in the evergreen Jiuji forest and its extending mountain ranges. Previously, Zhao Feng had led a battalion along the periphery of the Jiuji forest, encountering some casualties along the way. It is uncertain what fate awaits those without proper weaponry who dare to enter the woods. Since the emergence of source energy in this world, deep mountains, great rivers, and coastal regions have grown increasingly perilous. Zhao Feng cannot oversee the entire population of millions in Winterdenburg. He can only manage the welfare of his comrades. For now, the military appears to be functioning adequately, as the provisions of food, ammunition, and other supplies for Zhao Feng and his men have been consistently delivered. However, the Montauk forces stationed at the front lines of Winterdenburg are currently in a precarious situation. Since the first snowfall of the year, the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom have launched relentless assaults on Montauk's defenses. The frequency of bombardments from the Black Abyss Empire has escalated dramatically, and with the addition of armored vehicles, they have attempted numerous offensives against the frontline city walls and 3 other strategic choke points within a single week. The Black Abyss Empire has even constructed exaggerated ladders reaching heights of 60 to 70 meters, crafted from metal with a foldable design and adequate durability. However, these ladders are beyond the reach of ordinary soldiers. The Black Abyss Empire has assembled a cohort of soldiers with considerable source energy proficiency, designated as an elite strike force, aiming to approach the walls of Winterdenburg under the cover of armored vehicles and heavy artillery. striving to breach the city using the ladders. Nevertheless, Montauk has proactively fortified its defenses, making it no simple task for the Black Abyss Empire to breach their lines. The fierce battles and the clamor of cannon fire have persisted relentlessly since the end of November until mid-December. Each day, a multitude of wounded soldiers has been transported down from the frontline walls. Several secondary schools in Wenading have been requisitioned as makeshift hospitals. The unit led by Zhao Feng possesses a notable advantage as it is classified as a field army. Typically, the task of defending the city walls does not fall to Zhao Feng and his comrades. Furthermore, due to the recent aggressive onslaught of the Black Underworld Empire, the military has postponed the assignment of combat missions for Zhao Feng and his cohort outside the city. However, for Zhao Feng and his men, these days cannot truly be considered leisurely. The pressures wrought by war are felt from every direction. Merely witnessing the ever-increasing number of injured soldiers within the city, along with the incessant and exaggerated sound of artillery, is sufficient to keep one on edge. Particularly alarming is the acute shortage of food within the city. Driven by certain individuals, public sentiment has escalated, and grain prices have surged to astounding levels. The currency of the Montauk Kingdom has depreciated rapidly over the years, and now the common folk find it increasingly difficult to afford sustenance. Zhao Feng and Apos, as acquaintance, Major General Pei Ding of the White Tower, has been occupied with intelligence work. In the past month, Major General Pei has been exceedingly busy, personally overseeing nearly 100 executions. He has informed Zhao Feng that these are the unscrupulous merchants inflating grain prices, along with spies infiltrating from the Black Underworld Empire and the Elibis Kingdom. On one occasion, Major General Pei even borrowed 2 companies of troops from Zhao Feng to apprehend an organized gang of 200 individuals within the city. What fate awaits these individuals once confined in the northern prison of Wenadingbao remains unknown, thanks to the provisions acquired by the corpulent Sun Da in the Taisha Kingdom. Alongside the robust support from General Chen Ying of the military, Zhao Feng has been actively recruiting soldiers this past month. The size of his force has surged from approximately 3,000 to 5,000, and the number continues to grow. This surge is largely due to the severe famine plaguing Wenadingbao, which has prompted an overwhelming influx of individuals seeking enlistment, many merely desiring a meal. However, recruitment is not akin to joining a criminal syndicate. It requires more than merely gathering people. Zhao Feng maintains high standards for his soldiers, considering height, age, strength, and speed. Anyone who does not meet these criteria is turned away. In these times, finding a 3-legged frog is a challenge, yet 2-legged individuals are abundant in Wenadingbao. The Montauk Kingdom is already at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry and source force techniques compared to its adversaries. If Zhao Feng were to relax physical standards during recruitment, how could they hope to prevail in battle? Some individuals, utterly famished and lacking the strength to complete Zhao Feng and Apos' enlistment tests, are assessed on a case-by-case basis by Zhang. Zhao Feng's forces have steadily expanded within Wenadingbao, gradually surpassing a regiment's size and reaching a brigade configuration, finally drawing the attention of higher authorities. Furthermore, as Zhao Feng continues to recruit, the troop size is poised to approach 7,000. For Zhao Feng, the amount of grain he possesses directly correlates with the number of soldiers he can command. Zhao Feng did not shortchange the grain merchants of the Taisha Kingdom. He offered them gold, as well as currency from both the Black Abyss Empire and the Elibis Kingdom as compensation. Chapter 99. The World Needs Unity. During the negotiations, these yellow-skinned monkeys initially sought firearms and energy crystals as alternative mediums of exchange, but were met with a firm refusal from Zhao Feng. How could he, with a dire need for both guns and energy stones himself, consider satiating the appetites of these yellow-skinned monkeys first? Fortunately, the Taisha Kingdom had been spared from warfare for many years. As long as Zhao Feng could provide the currency, they would find ways to smuggle food to him. The currency of the Black Underworld Empire and the Elibis Kingdom proved more robust than the paper notes of the Montauk Kingdom, a situation both ironic and embarrassing. Leading the smugglers from Taisha was a middle-aged man named Jier Bugu, a name that nearly made Zhao Feng choke with laughter upon hearing it from Sun Da. This name was a direct transliteration from Montauk and Apos' language, though it seemed to be called Bong in Taisha. "We have greater enterprises ahead," Zhao Feng declared, firmly shaking the hand of this man, who barely reached his shoulder in height. To demonstrate his sincerity, Zhao Feng ultimately gifted him 20 firearms, albeit of inferior quality, Montauk's outdated flintlock energy guns, which were on the verge of obsolescence. Yet, upon receiving them, The yellow-skinned monkeys displayed extraordinary excitement, with some even testing them on the spot, much to Zhao Feng's relief when they fired successfully. General Zhao Feng, I shall certainly bring you more provisions next time. We will have grand collaborations ahead. Jier Bugu exclaimed in a clumsy version of the Montauk language. Given the small size of the Taisha kingdom and its distinct military and political structure, he seemed to perceive Zhao Feng, with his several thousand troops, as a general of notable standing. Zhao Feng, however, had no time to correct this smuggler's linguistic blunder. He was more focused on Jier Bugu and Apos' mention of leading another smuggling convoy to the front lines of Wen Ding Bao in no more than 3 months. 2 months. We shall grant you a mere 2 months. You must deliver a shipment of goods not less than the value of this transaction within that time frame. We can increase the price based on the original deal, or even offer you more formidable items, Zhao Feng stated. Do you see those energy cannons and rockets? If you can deliver the food to me within a month and a half, I will give you a set of each. Zhao Feng added, patting Jier Bugu on the shoulder. His words evidently stirred great enthusiasm within Jier Bugu. While the Taisha kingdom had a government, it was rife with warlords. Jier Bugu was originally affiliated with a minor warlord in the northern border of Taisha. Sunda chuckled softly, remarking, those so-called warlords in Taisha are, in reality, a joke, akin to the mountain bandits and ruffians within our Montauk borders. The larger warlords might possess firearms and artillery, and may even dare to confront the government army, but the smaller warlords are sometimes armed with nothing more than bamboo bows and arrows, an utterly outdated weapon. Hardly worthy of mention. Sunda shook his head in disbelief. The words of Sunda piqued Zhao Feng's interest in the Taisha kingdom. In Zhao Feng's perspective, should the Montauk kingdom falter, leaving him unable to survive, leading his troops into the Taisha kingdom to become a warlord would not be an unworthy endeavor. If Montauk could not withstand the onslaught of the Dark Empire and the Elibas kingdom, then for Taisha to endure for even half a year would be nothing short of miraculous. Should he truly need to flee, reaching Taisha would merely be a precursor to heading southward. Sunda mentioned that the southern regions of Taisha were dotted with numerous islands and boasted a more sweltering climate. It was likely that the forces of the Dark Empire and the Elibas kingdom might struggle to acclimatize to such conditions. Upon reaching this conclusion, Zhao Feng shook his head. Deep down, he was still a man of valor, and the notions swirling in his mind were mere fabrications of imagination. If that day were to come, he would rather meet his end in battle. Even if retreating to engage in guerrilla tactics, it would be more sensible to head north rather than south. The Jiuji forest, which Zhao Feng had previously visited, was indeed a prime location. After bidding farewell to the smuggling convoy from Taisha and spending nearly a month in the city of Wenedingburg, the military finally summoned Zhao Feng. New combat orders had been issued. Intriguingly, the military command did not address Zhao Feng's recent recruitment surge. They merely informed him that in 3 days, he was to coordinate with the military's directives to launch a counterattack against the Dark Empire's aggressive assault on Wenedingburg. To remain passive and not retaliate was not a viable strategy. Marshal Li Muyuan, stationed at the military headquarters, was a commander of considerable insight, retaining his sharpness despite his advancing years. Zhao Feng was eager to partake in this counteroffensive. He realized he and Marshal Li resonated on many levels, much like how, when encircled outside Black Rock City, Zhao Feng and Apos' initial instinct was also to execute a countercharge. The specific targets for the assault had yet to be disclosed by the military, likely for reasons of confidentiality, or perhaps because Marshal Li needed to assess the defensive conditions along the Wenedingburg front. In any case, the concrete attack plan would be communicated on the night of the following day. This time, Zhao Feng was keen to take the newly recruited soldiers out for their first taste of battle. As the Montauk Kingdom, the Dark Empire, and the Elibas Kingdom engaged in fierce confrontations in the southern central region of the continent, battling over the fate of Montauk at the Iron City of Wenedingburg. In the heart of the northern central area, the current emperor of the Dark Empire summoned his esteemed minister, Li Shi, for a discussion. Li Shi had been instrumental in the reforms of the Dark Empire over the past decade, facilitating the emperors while simultaneously offending many. He could be regarded as the contemporary minister most frequently targeted for assassination. Foreign adversaries sought his life, and even the conservative factions within the Dark Empire harbored intentions against him. They collectively believed that Li Shi had corrupted the emperor. Little did they know, it was the emperor who had consistently appointed Li Shi to undertake such tasks. Since the age of 12, a certain voice has lingered in my mind. The exceedingly youthful emperor spoke to the ministers before him. Li Shi knelt before the emperor, daring not to entertain any conjectures. The emperor continued, It seems to be the voice of the world. This era requires my unification, the emperor declared solemnly. Chapter 100. A history of energy utilization on the continent. The Dark Emperor, without a doubt, is a ruler of exceptional talent and vision. Under his leadership, the Dark Empire has ascended from a second-rate nation to a first-rate power in just over a decade, its military prowess instilling trepidation in neighboring countries. This remarkably young emperor appears to be in his early 30s. The brilliance of the Dark Emperor first became apparent at the tender age of 17. During his time as the Crown Prince, Li Shi, the Minister of Livelihoods in the Dark Empire, felt compelled to refrain from any rash commentary in the presence of the emperor's musings. In addition to overseeing civilian affairs, Li Shi also held responsibilities in certain military and economic sectors. Although he did not command troops directly, he was tasked with enhancing the quality of armaments. During his tenure, he unearthed several experts with exceptional talents in weaponry manufacturing, many of whom originated from humble beginnings. Upon receiving Li Shi's endorsement, they were rewarded with titles and accolades, swiftly ascending to the ranks of the aristocracy within the Dark Empire. His contributions to the economy include spearheading monetary reforms that have invigorated a once stagnant empire, breathing new life into its economy over recent decades. Currently, while attending to matters of public welfare, Li Shi is fervently advocating for the enactment of a universal compulsory education law. However, he faces significant resistance. Scholarly, financial, and political elites, prevalent not just in Montauk but across other nations on the continent, pose formidable obstacles. The pervasive corruption is strikingly similar everywhere. It is indeed astonishing that, even within the feudal imperial framework of the Dark Empire, the initiative for universal compulsory education is being undertaken. Were it not for the formidable authority of the current Dark Emperor and Li Shi's unwavering resolve, internal discord would have likely erupted long ago. Among the most notable achievements in recent years, Li Shi has facilitated the operation of the Black Iron Train across 13 major cities within the Dark Empire. In the next 3 years, there is hope to connect 17 cities, and within 5 years, 25 cities will be linked by rail. An unprecedented era of prosperity beckons under your leadership, Your Majesty, Li Shi exclaimed while kneeling before the Dark Emperor, his excitement eliciting only a subtle nod from the young sovereign. The emperor exuded an aura of profound depth, far exceeding initial perceptions, and few could fathom his true ambitions. Regarding the Dark Emperor's assertion that he had heard the voice of the world, Li Shi instinctively believed that those destined for royalty might possess a celestial connection, enabling them to grasp truths beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. After all, the divine right of kings still prevails in 70% of the nations on this continent, where monarchs inherently wield an authority that commands respect and reverence. The Dark Emperor then engaged Li Shi in discussions about other governmental matters. Inquiring about the timeline for conquering the Montauk nation, Li Shi cautiously responded that if progress were swift, a significant turning point in the conflict could be anticipated around May or June of the coming year. Conversely, the war could persist for an additional 1 to 2 years if the pace remained sluggish. Li Shi can be regarded as a civil official of the Black Underworld Empire. However, the rationale he presented garnered the agreement of even the generals from the military division of the empire. The Black Underworld Emperor has been closely monitoring the military situation in the southern regions. He believes that prolonging the unification efforts by an additional 2 years solely in the Montauk Kingdom is excessively lengthy. Over the past decade, he has spearheaded a series of significant reforms within the Black Underworld Empire, resulting in a considerable enhancement of its national strength, even amidst the ongoing conflict. Now is the time to assess the outcomes, and it is unacceptable to remain bogged down in a single corner of the Montauk Kingdom for such an extended period. Just as the Black Underworld Emperor was about to voice his thoughts, an urgent report arrived from outside the palace. Eager to conclude the war within the borders of the Montauk Kingdom in a more timely manner, he was abruptly confronted with harsh realities. The urgent dispatch from the front lines bore troubling news. Recently, the Black Underworld Empire had formed an alliance with the Elibis Kingdom to exert significant pressure in Wayna Dingbao. Unexpectedly, the Montauk Kingdom had managed to launch several impressive counterattacks under these circumstances. Previously, skirmishes involving hundreds or thousands of troops were hardly worth mentioning. Just 3 days ago, the Montauk Kingdom organized a large-scale counteroffensive involving 50,000 troops. The fierce battles commenced 3 days prior and continue to this day. Electric power, coal energy, and source energy are gradually being utilized in the contemporary world. Among these, it is evident that source energy has the widest application, owing to its user-friendly nature and the relative simplicity of the involved technologies. The Black Underworld Empire has already harnessed coal energy for the operation of their black iron trains. Given the enormous size and exceptional loading capacity of these trains, many of the Empire and Oppos's armored vehicles are transported via these black iron trains, all powered by source crystal stones, which the Empire is beginning to find burdensome. Despite having plundered vast amounts of mineral resources from the Montauk Kingdom over the years, including numerous source crystal mines, the utilization of electric power remains the least prevalent among the new energy products in the world today. In fact, had source energy not emerged suddenly over 40 years ago, electric power would have been poised to become the mainstream of future development in this world. Without delving into the history of energy utilization on the continent, the handwritten battlefield report that the Black Underworld Emperor held in his hands recorded numerous details. The report indicated that during the past 3 days, the armored vehicles deployed by the Black Underworld Empire at the front lines suffered significant losses. 2 heavy artillery regiments were severely damaged by the forces of the Montauk Kingdom. Although the frontline commanders of the Black Underworld Empire responded promptly by reallocating troops to launch a pincer assault against the actively advancing Montauk forces in an attempt to eliminate this formidable fighting force, the fierce combat has continued, and regardless of the Montauk Kingdom's eventual losses, the recent intense offensives of the Black Underworld Empire have been effectively neutralized. Moreover, within this urgent report from the front lines, several generals of the Black Underworld Empire expressed their grievances and accusations against the forces of the Elibis Kingdom. At the onset of the war, the Kingdom of Elibis initially alleviated considerable pressure on the Nether Empire, particularly through the formidable source-powered warriors of Elibis, which caused a subtle apprehension among the high-ranking generals of the Nether Empire. However, as time progressed and the collaboration with the Kingdom of Elibis deepened, the generals of the Nether Empire ultimately realized that the Kingdom of Elibis was, in fact, rather treacherous. Chapter 101. The promotion of cultivation. The formidable prowess of an individual in battle, at least within the current context of warfare, holds little significance. Imagine a warrior so exceptionally strong that they could slay 100 or even 1,000 foes. But what if they were to confront an army of tens of thousands? Furthermore, given the current state of warfare, aside from energy guns, every nation now possesses artillery. Hundreds of energy cannons, all aimed at a single point, would compel even the mightiest warrior of the Black Underworld Empire to retreat. At present, although the cultivation systems across nations are not unified, and the techniques vary widely, some methods possess only 1 or 2 realms, categorizing them as basic techniques. Others may encompass 3 or 4 realms, qualifying as intermediate techniques. There are even techniques of remarkable caliber, boasting 5 or 6 realms, deemed advanced techniques. Only a rare few methods encompass 7 realms, classified as supreme techniques. However, even the pinnacle of supreme techniques, when cultivated to its utmost extent, merely attains the source level. The source level signifies the ability to ascend from the ground. If we were to rewind several centuries, those who reached this level might have been revered as deities. Yet, upon the Black Underworld Emperor's actual encounter with this level, he discovered that the so-called source level is still far removed from divinity. They are merely enhanced energy warriors capable of flight. Currently, the Black Underworld Empire boasts 2 source-level warriors, one of whom is the Emperor himself. The Elibis Kingdom possesses 3, while the Montauk Kingdom has only 1. In each nation, source-level warriors serve as figures of immense authority, seldom employed lightly. In the past, even when the Black Underworld Empire allied with the Elibis Kingdom to wage war against the Montauk Kingdom, they only deployed 6th-tier warriors, those on the brink of the source level. Such individuals can easily conquer a small city, though this refers to towns like Blackrock City rather than grand cities like Windadburg. Furthermore, the Black Underworld Emperor believes that there must be levels beyond the source level. While the Black Underworld Empire has yet to touch upon that tier, the Elibis Kingdom, with its deeper research into cultivation, likely has individuals who have reached such a realm. This is also why the Black Underworld Empire is willing to patiently continue its collaboration with the Elibis Kingdom. At present, nations are not wielding mere knives, but rather firearms. Even the relatively primitive energy cannons, akin to the small steel cannons produced by the Montauk Kingdom, when amassed in the hundreds and fired simultaneously, would exert immense pressure, even on source-level warriors. The Black Underworld Emperor recognized this situation early on. Thus, while promoting source energy cultivation, he also vigorously advanced the domestic arms manufacturing capabilities, ensuring that the Black Underworld Empire's armaments rank among the continent's finest. At this moment, upon receiving urgent reports from the front lines, The Black Underworld Emperor did not exhibit the same shock and panic as Li Shi within the Grand Hall. After thoroughly reviewing the detailed battle reports, he concluded that the losses of the Black Underworld Empire were not as severe as initially feared. Rather, their offensive momentum had been once again disrupted by the Montauk Kingdom. To his astonishment, the Black Underworld Emperor even chuckled aloud. The Emperor of the Dark Abyss remarked with a smile, "Marshal Li Muyuan of the Montauk Kingdom is indeed a commander of exceptional skill. It is truly remarkable how he has managed to organize the routed army of such a second-rate nation into a force of this caliber. And he has fortified Wenadingburg as if it were an impregnable fortress. It would be splendid if I could eventually harness such a talent for my purposes." At this moment, Li Shi lowered his head, uttering little in response. The moods of emperors are often capricious. The reports from the front lines invariably presented unfavorable intelligence for the Dark Abyss Empire. Just moments ago, the emperor had expressed his desire to conclude the conflict with the Montauk Kingdom sooner rather than later. Yet, given the current situation at Wenadingburg, achieving significant results in a short time seemed an arduous task. However, the emperor remained calm, despite the frontline report detailing recent setbacks in the empire's offensives, likely accompanied by the loss of thousands of soldiers. Yet, amidst the grim news, the emperor discerned a glimmer of opportunity. He set down the report and spoke to Li Shi. "Li Shi, our moment has arrived." Li Shi looked up, a hint of confusion etched upon his face. The emperor continued with a smile, "The proposal to implement the source energy cultivation techniques throughout our military has faced persistent opposition from various factions within the nation, including mid-level and senior officers in the military who were largely against it. However, those who oppose this proposal have ultimately failed to expand our empire's territories. Despite the provision of numerous armored vehicles to the front lines, we remain firmly stalled outside Wenadingburg by the Montauk forces. Since these generals cannot achieve the necessary results, it is time to proceed according to my vision." Though the individual before him held the esteemed title of emperor, he understood that to accomplish certain objectives within the Dark Abyss Empire, he must engage in a strategic contest with traditional power blocks. Li Shi grasped the emperor and Apos' intent and immediately bowed, declaring, "I shall exert every effort to advance your majesty and Apos' cause." Subsequently, within the military, it was highly probable that Li Shi would take the lead in proposing the expansion of the cultivation techniques among the troops. The emperor nodded and said, "Let us take measured steps. We shall commence with the basic technique, body refinement method." "Understood," Li Shi responded. As the Dark Abyss Empire prepared to leverage the setbacks on the front lines to promote the widespread adoption of lower-tier source energy cultivation techniques among the military, Zhao Feng, stationed at the forefront of Wenadingburg, was expressing his grievances to his deputy commander, Zhang Wan. "We should propagate these techniques, enabling more soldiers to cultivate and become high-quality warriors." Some of the artillery originated from the Montauk Kingdom, but the majority was supplied by the Dark Abyss Empire and the Kingdom of Elidus. Countless massive shell craters were scattered around the trench where Zhao Feng currently found himself. Today, Zhao Feng was not clad in his dashing deep blue military uniform. Clad in a tattered gray-blue combat uniform and donning a steel helmet, he bore a visage marred by dirt and grime, embodying a woeful sight. What a splendid soldier he was, now lost forever. Zhao Feng struck the charred earth of the trench beside him with a heavy fist, lamenting the loss. Beside him, Zhang Wen expressed a sense of regret, remarking, "There is little we can do. Our star source development is simply progressing too slowly. To be honest, the notion of universal cultivation is not something our regiment can achieve alone." Zhao Feng interjected coldly, "When I one day wield greater authority, I shall rectify this situation. Every entity that has invaded us must pay the price." His voice resonated with unwavering conviction.